With enough practice in any job, you gain experience. For example, whether this wire is live or not, I can tell just by touching it with my hand. Subai transmigrated to the era of Pokemon, where he could obtain detailed information about anything he touched. Subai thought to himself, having cheats is just awesome. Others have to rely on luck to capture Pokemon, but I'm different. Whether a Pokemon is good or not, I can tell just by touching it. Ehehehe, sorry little bro. Your big sis still didn't pass the trainer certification exam this time. A girl's playful voice came from outside the door. Hey little bro, are you there? Your sister failed the exam and is really upset. You have to prepare a big meal to cheer me up today. Seeing no movement from inside, the girl simply pushed the door open and walked in. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, the kind that would draw compliments from anyone who saw her. Though she appeared no more than 15 or 16 years old, judging by her facial features and body proportions, she was destined to grow into a stunning beauty of national renown. Her skin was so delicate it seemed one could blow and break it, with silky hair casually tied into a ponytail. Dressed in a simple blue and white school uniform, she exuded youthful vitality. Who are you? Although the girl was undeniably pretty, Subai was still a bit wary when someone suddenly barged into his room. Your sister, who else? Wait, what happened to your injuries? Seeing her younger brother suddenly acting like a fool, with obvious bruises all over his face, Su Shuang was instantly terrified. Where have you been? How did you get hurt like this? You're saying you're my sister? Subai, lying on the bed, asked with a dazed expression. Nonsense. What's wrong with you? What exactly happened? Su Shuang grew increasingly anxious. It's nothing, I need to sort it out. Subai clutched his forehead, looking as if he was desperately trying to recall something. As his mind raced, memories suddenly gushed forth like a spring. Subai realized that he must have transmigrated. This was a world where humans and Pokemon coexisted, with trainers dominating the era. Realizing this, if there hadn't been people around, Subai would have almost burst out laughing on the spot. His first thought was that he had hit the jackpot. As compared to other possible worlds, the Pokemon world was incredibly welcoming. In Pokemon media, you never saw people die, and the relationship between humans and Pokemon was harmonious and beautiful. Basic necessities like food were never a concern. Pokemon centers offered free lodging. 10-year-olds could travel the world for free, encounter various Pokemon, and frequently meet adorable girls, not to mention beautiful Pokemon like Gardevoir. Originally, this was how he imagined the Pokemon world to be. But as his memories gradually deepened, his expression grew complicated. This world was far from the innocent and beautiful place he had imagined. His parents had been killed by vicious Pokemon when he was young. Fortunately, the family still had an old house. Though simple, it was enough to keep out the wind and rain. Their savings were meager, but the two children could barely manage to stay fed and clothed. The siblings had been sensible since childhood, scrimping and saving to survive until now. My sister wanted to strive hard to become a trainer, then earn a salary to support this family and take care of Subai. But how could being a Pokemon trainer be so easy? Things like getting a free starter Pokemon at age 10, those are privileges for the rich or well-connected. For ordinary kids, just getting any Pokemon at 10 would be considered incredibly lucky. Even a Pokemon with barely decent potential costs tens of thousands. That's a whole year's salary for an average person. Of course, you can also buy pokeballs. This world has pokeballs for sale, with the most basic one costing $500. However, it can only be used once if you successfully capture the Pokemon. That's great luck, but if the Pokemon breaks free midway, that $500 is as good as wasted, and the ball can't be reused. If you're looking to save money, you can also buy pokeballs from the black market or certain online shops, where they're a bit cheaper. But you'll quickly realize that wherever there are people, there's deception, just like the seller's display versus buyer's reality, scams from the previous world. This world also has many pitfalls when it comes to Pokemon resources. The Pokeballs bought on the black market might very well turn out to be just a rock. The elf ball you buy on the black market is likely to be a rock knocking walnuts, but if you hit an elf on the head, even if you get a grade 7 concussion, the ball may not open a seam. The elves are not electronic pets. They need to be taken home. Elves are not electronic pets. They all need to eat, need to live, and live supplies. So even the most common on the market Bobo, small lotta such as big road goods elves, can let you experience what is called eating poor family. The most common elf feed is to distinguish from the attribute. Water attribute elves have water attribute elves special food. Fire attribute has fire attribute special food. Mixed attribute has specially customized mixed attribute elf food. This is only the attribute to distinguish the feed food. Advanced breeders would also make food from the elf classification and elf body type. In short, if the elf food wanted to pursue good, it was normal to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Considering the health of elves, most people who raise elves will not buy feed indiscriminately. The feed of unknown origin is likely to cause problems when eaten. The lighter is the elf state is depressed. The elf skills can't be used temporarily, malnutrition, the more serious is the qualification decline, illness, or even death. And those serious from the Alliance recommended the purchase of guaranteed feed, almost to spend 2,000 or 3,000 per month. In addition to food, there are also special snacks for elves, which is even more of a bottomless pit. After poring over the elf's diet, then congratulations, you finally succeeded in raising an elf. But you can't call yourself an elf trainer yet. If you want to become an elf trainer, you still have to go to the examination. Only through the Alliance examination you can really become a trainer. Take the Alliance corresponding task. This series of operations is difficult for most families, so it is almost impossible for a normal person to have an elf of their own when they are young. After work, you may be able to buy an elf with your paycheck, or you may capture an elf by chance, but at this point, you're basically done with trainers. Think about it, you're a 20-year-old with a Lada and a green caterpillar. How can you compare it to a 10-year-old who just went out and had a Gosen family? In their eyes, you are just an experience bag. And to be a trainer also need to live, right? To have money to earn, right? First-time trainer missions are all very cheap and don't earn much money at all. And your genie qualification is not enough to support you to raise the level of trainer. This situation you cannot turn around for the rest of your life. That's why it's important for normal people to go to work and get screwed. Professional trainers will never be able to make it in this life. Chapter 2. The outside job arrives. Sister was just the right age to become a trainer. However, she, who had always excelled in her studies, repeatedly failed to pass the elf trainer license. Considering that her sister was most likely deliberately not preparing to take the trainer qualification exam because she was saving herself money. So in order to open his sister's heart, Subai decided to prove that he wasn't a burden, and that even if he didn't have his first elf, he could still go out into the wild and get an elf with his own skills. The idea was good. However, the reality was, he pounces. The cause of death was getting his lungs jacked by an iron-armored Pokemon, Cordora. Just went to the forest outside of town. I'm a little injured, but not a big problem. No one would immediately reveal their identity after crossing over. And Subai was no different. This world's own identity is quite similar to his original self. Not only the name, even the looks are similar, just a little gap in age. By now this was without looking in the mirror. If he did, he would definitely have the illusion of returning to his old age. What do you mean the problem is not big? What if something happens to you? Sue Frost excitedly grabbed Subai's shoulder. From her trembling hands vaguely could detect that she cared a lot about Subai. Although it hurt a little to be grabbed, Subai didn't avoid it. He could see that the girl in front of him was caring about herself from the bottom of her heart. Not knowing how to comfort her, Subai could only smile and signal that he was fine, letting her relax. Although this world's parents are no longer in, but in front of this girl's feelings show, let the first time in this world Subai felt a trace of warmth from the family. The original world, since he was conscious, is in the orphanage to grow up. Simply don't know who the parents are, grew up out of the society, also don't have much deep interpersonal relationship. Even if the death, also no one will care. Now just arrived in this world, immediately flat out more than a sister, which makes Subai have a kind of earned feeling. No matter how difficult life was now, as long as there was a family that cared about them, their hearts would always be doubly comforted. After that, perhaps because she was worried that Subai would go out into the wilderness and do something stupid again, Sue Frost then decided that she would go to the elf pet store and buy him a Pokemon. Sister may not be able to become a trainer, but you still have a future. After you buy an elf, make a good relationship with it. That way the elf will recognize you. And don't worry about the family's financial situation. Sis has the numbers in her heart. You, a little kid, don't need to think so much. Although Sue Frost pretended to be a small adult, saying everything. But the actual situation Subai knew in his heart. After buying the elves, it was estimated that their siblings would not even be able to afford porridge. Not to mention the elf feed buyback is also let the elves suffer together. Summarize the current living conditions. In fact, the best way out for the two of them is to finish school properly, and then find a class, rely on the elves to do professional trainers and so on. It is best to die before it is too late. That are rich people playthings. The situation is stronger than the people Although his heart was really very stifled, for the sake of making a living, Subai was still prepared to persuade Sue Frost to give up on buying Pokemon for himself. Just as he was about to explain the situation to his sister, a strange piece of information suddenly appeared in his head. What is it? A golden finger. Subai's expression immediately became odd. What are you talking about, little white? Does your head still hurt? Sue Frost saw him muttering some inexplicable words to himself and thought that he had hurt his brain. Oh, it's nothing. That, Frost, I'm a bit tired today, you go out first. Let's not think about purchasing elves for now, we still need to be practical in our lives. Humph, what do you call your sister? Sue Frost yanked over Subai's ear. Ouch, 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 lighten up. I'm sick. Subai said this with a natural expression. His previous self was also in contact with Sue Frost in this way, so don't look at Sue Frost's angry look. But in actuality, this conversation was just a daily routine between the siblings. Then you rest well. Call me if there is anything. Seeing that Subai had the strength to be poor with himself, Sue Frost thought that the injury shouldn't be much of a problem. So he pushed the door out and left him alone to have a good rest. After confirming that no one was around, Subai immediately rubbed his hands together and tried out a cry to himself. System. There was a moment of silence, and there was no response in the room. System Dad didn't give a damn about him. Eh? You dare to send the golden finger, but you don't dare to come out to see me? At this moment Auntie Subai Shui went up, but there was still no system to give him a bird. Is there really no system? Then what was that inexplicable piece of information I just had? Subai spread out his hands. Suddenly feeling a blazing heat in his hands, he wanted to grab something to confirm the information that had just surfaced in his mind. Thinking about it, he touched the quilt closest to him and the bed. Cotton comforter. The most common and universal comforter. Doesn't get static electricity and has some warmth. Synthetic wood bed. Made by crafting compression using mixed woods. Average density, average hardness. Subai's eyes snapped open. The information that his hands had just touched was like it was engraved in his mind. Although there was no AI artifact system interface, he understood that this should be his traversal plugin. Being able to know the raw materials of something you've touched? In addition to this, it's possible to know the crafting process? Product, elf ball. Bill of materials, ball of fruit, ordinary jade. Description of effect, incredible ball, a prop used to catch wild elves. Product, wound medicine. Ingredients, orange fruit, healing herb. Effect, a medicine that can be applied to restore a certain amount of strength to an elf. Products, smoke bomb. Ingredients, smoke taro, bullet stalks. Effect, when thrown to the ground, it will send out smoke to cover the surrounding area, making it difficult for elves to detect the objects in the smoke. Products, sticky pills. Product, sound bomb. A large number of related crafting processes instantly appeared in Subai's mind. He reacted that as long as he had the appropriate materials, he could immediately get his hands on these related props and make them. Each of these things were props that were extremely helpful to trainers. Some of them were even unheard of in the market, of course. It could not be ruled out that the previous Subai was shallow and did not have the opportunity to understand. And with these props, almost as long as a person with normal intelligence can become a trainer and mixed with the wind. Of course, this presupposes that these props can really be made. Subai wanted to try the authenticity of this crafted product first. When he said he would do it, he immediately opened the cell phone store. This world also had cell phones as communication devices, but because of the poverty of the family, both his and Sue Frost's cell phone styles were very old. Although he could also shop online, but the network was stuck like a horse. Checking the price of all the materials took him almost half an hour. Fortunately, the results were still quite pleasing. These materials can basically be found on the internet. Chapter 3. Homemade elf balls. Similar to the healing grass, smoke taro, and bouncing beanstalk categories, the prices were all fairly cheap. But things like orange fruit and orb fruit are expensive. This was because the main group that these types of things were aimed at was some elf trainers. As long as there were items involving elves, the price would be generally more expensive. Why don't we just try the elf ball first? Everything has to catch an elf first, and what do you need to catch an elf? That would definitely be an elf ball. Subai finally looked at the elf ball material list above the crafting process. Gritting his teeth, he finally decided to invest all of this month's food expenses of $500 into purchasing raw materials. The main thing was the ball fruit and ordinary jade. Jade stones were directly purchased by looking for edges anyway. As long as it was jade and the weight was up to the standard, it would be fine. The vast majority of the money is spent on the ball fruit above. In the end, $500 Subai barely put together 3 sets of elf ball raw materials. Officially an elf ball is $500, and the same price Subai directly get 3 elf ball raw materials. This result has been considered very happy. If he was able to sell the elf balls, Subai would definitely be able to get rich in a short period of time. But unfortunately, he couldn't sell them. Because apart from the official elf balls, there are too many dodgy substandard balls on the market. Not many people are willing to trust the unofficial elf ball stores anymore. Trying to get rich off of that would only land you a reputation as a scammer. The following day, a large package of Material Express was delivered by a large-beaked gull with large wings and a beak like a pocket. Receiving the courier, Sue Frost was first stunned. Then she carried the package and ran on her ass to ask Sue by what she had bought. There was only her and Subai in the house, and if it wasn't something she bought, only Subai would buy it. Raw materials for making elf balls. Subai answered as he unwrapped the package. Older brother, are you all right? Sue Frost carefully probed his hand and touched his forehead. There's no heat. How did you heaven forbid think of making your own elf ball? Subai shrugged his hand away and said with a lofty expression. A fiery sparrow knows the will of a comparable eagle. Che, how much did it cost? Sue Frost thought that Subai was just playing around and didn't care much at first. However, when she heard Subai say that he had squandered this month's food expenses, her delicate face instantly grimaced, and she opened her slender 5 fingers to cast a fighting attribute move towards Subai and pushed him violently. Subai calmly turned around to avoid his sister's attack. Sue Frost fell headfirst onto the sofa behind her, climbed up and pointed at Subai in anger and yelled, Subai, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll send you to the Electric Shocking Beast Psychiatric Hospital. This Electric Shock Beast Psychiatric Hospital was famous in the surrounding area. The attending doctor there was a part-time trainer known as the Lightning Law King. He specializes in having the elf electroshock beasts unleash an electric wave attack on the brain area of the target patient, and proclaimed that no matter what kind of mental illness or dream-chasing rebellious teenager, as long as they were in his hands, they could all become well-behaved. Stop it. I'm on business. Besides, $500 for 3 elf balls isn't a loss, Subai said and pushed his old sister out of the room. Let her wait outside for half an hour and show her the results then. Sue Frost was on the verge of crying with anger, but who asked Subai to be her brother? She could only patiently say, okay, I'll wait outside for this half hour today. If you can't toss anything out, hurry up and return everything you can. Most of the online shopping goods in this world also have 7 days no reason to return, as long as the item is not too badly damaged. Returning it can theoretically ask for the money back. Subai didn't respond, just silently drumming up gold fingers in the room. Outside, Sue Frost only heard a banging and frosting sound. Almost half an hour later, Subai walked out of the room. Sue Frost walked to him with a gloomy little face and was about to continue his attack when he saw 3 more red and white elf balls in Subai's hands that looked like last century's mechanical punk style. The complaint that had already reached the end of his throat stopped. Subconsciously reaching out and touching these 3 elf balls, there was still frosted residual warmth on them. Sue Frost knitted her arched thin eyebrows and said, This is the elf ball you made. Nah, it can't just be an ornamental item, right? I've seen too many of them online, and this one of yours isn't the same as a normal elf ball. Sue Frost burrowed. A proper working elf ball, all right? Subai breathlessly rolled his eyes. It's just that the style is old. This point was actually something Subai himself didn't expect. The modern technology's genie balls were all capsule styles, while the genie ball he made was clearly an industrial punk mechanical style. The button in the center of the elf ball he made was a buckle, and to release or take in an elf, the buckle needed to be opened before it could be thrown out. It definitely works, but it's obviously a bit out of place with the times, and Subai only reacted to it after he made it. In fact, it was also his fault for being too excited and not reading the crafting list properly. Elf ball is actually also divided into styles. He made is actually the oldest version of the elf ball, is also the most simple and easy to make the kind. Nowadays, the elf ball also added the ability to zoom in and out, portable at the same time. The appearance is also more fashionable. These are called capsule pixie balls. In order to make a capsule-style pixie ball, it is necessary to add a special resin called capsule slime, or a skill stone, that engraves the miniaturization skill on a piece of jade, in order to realize the zoom in and zoom out function of the pixie ball. But whether it's the capsule slime or the skill stone that makes it smaller, the price is old and expensive. The former, by the rest of the money, will only be able to buy 2-ball fruit, and the latter becomes small skill stone, is belongs to the senior move. Even if the Subai whole person sold also cannot buy a piece, is belongs to the price of the super treasure. Whether it is capsule slime or skill stone, from the actual practical point of view to consider, in fact, are not cost effective. So it would be better to just give it up, buy one more ball gobble, and make one more elf ball. Anyway, dead or alive, there's no elf for you to try now. Next time don't spend your money recklessly. Do you hear me? Sue Frost seemed to have conceded, took out her cell phone, ready to transfer some more living expenses to Sue Bai. Even if her mouth was hard, she still spoiled this younger brother of hers from the bottom of her heart. Hearing the transfer beep that Sue Frost sent to himself, Sue Bai obviously froze. Raising his head, silently looked at his sister's side face. The feeling of having a family. Really good. Actually, I have a goal. After thinking about it, Sue Bai said, Chapter 4: The Wild Elf Near Home. What do you mean? You wouldn't still be prepared to go into the wild to make a mess, right? Sue Frost was startled to hear it again. She knew too well how dangerous the wild was. These wild elves were not at all as innocent and cute as in the anime. The vast majority of them had a strong sense of territory. Even green caterpillars would actively attack after realizing that humans were approaching. Unless it was like a low-grade carp king that had no attack ability at all. In the wild, an ordinary person facing an elf's attack would have almost no means to resist other than fleeing. The result is naturally self-evident. With luck, you might even be able to crawl back on your own, or be picked up by a passing trainer and return to the city. If you're not lucky, you'll probably be left to die in the wilderness. Officials have also publicized to remind the general public not to go to the wilderness, but there are people rushing to the wilderness, cannot stop. This kind of because the pursuit of dreams died in the wild. Things happen every year, although the crowd will sigh for a while, but afterward will only be used as a joke after dinner, will not be really someone to pay attention to. And this brother of his didn't die once enough, but actually wanted to die a second time? No, actually there is a wild elf near our home. Sue Bai didn't lie. The reason why the previous Sue Bai was able to go back from the outside of the forest and didn't pounce until he reached home was because that wild elf stepped in to save him. There is a wild elf near our home? Sue Frost cocked his head and looked at him curiously. How come I don't know? Sue Bai smiled mysteriously. Wait, if it goes well, I'll bring it to you today. On that day, after seeing Sue Frost off to class, Sue Bai wandered around the village. They lived in a small countryside place called Refreshing Village. Although there were 2 large cities nearby, there were just a few people living here in their frothing place, which belonged to a proper small countryside place. The disadvantage of this kind of place is obvious. Shopping, going to work, going to school, and so on are all inconvenient. The advantage is that every family's house is quite big. Even Sue Bai's family is a pauper. Like this is a single-family house, the upper and lower 2-story kind, and even the back door has its own small yard. After walking around the village, Sue Bai had a basket of mushrooms in his hand, and he looked like he had gone out specifically to pick mushrooms. When he returned home, he went to the kitchen without saying a word. When he came out, there was a strange-looking rice ball in his hand. With the rice ball in his hand, he found a ladder and climbed up to the roof with a thump. Looking at the gray tiles around, Sue Bai opened his mouth as if he was talking to himself. Last time I was able to escape from death thanks to you. I made a rice ball for you as a thank you gift. Want to come over and taste the flavor? Saying that, he threw the tantalizing rice ball in his hand towards a more gentle place on the roof. This rice ball has a name, and the practice is also seen inside the crafting Goldfinger. This thing is called Mushroom-Induced Dumpling. Mushroom Lure Dumpling. A special elf feed made from glutinous mushrooms and lure dough ingredients. Highly attractive to monster and dragon elves. The ingredients used to make this rice ball weren't too expensive. Among the many elf ingredients, it was already considered cheap, but the effect was simple and crude, able to attract the attention of a large range of monster-type and dragon-type elves. Sue Bai was wandering around the village in the morning just to collect the ingredients. Sue Bai realized that the fact that the elf would be walking around proved that there was food nearby that it liked. The facts proved that his guess was right. After probing all the way with his golden finger, Sue Bai soon found glutinous mushrooms in a corner of the village. As for the dough-inducing ingredient, it was the material that was packaged and gifted together with the ball fruit called sweet fragrance liquid. The seller knew people well and seemed to know that many people nowadays like to DIY their own elf balls, regardless of whether others can succeed or not, but in order to increase the volume of orders, he still had the novelty of giving away some sweet fragrance liquid that doesn't cost any money. Spring was approaching, and the easiest way for grass attribute elves to attract elves of the opposite sex was to release a nice odor. The elves with sweet scent would even secrete a whole lot of it every day, and by diluting it a bit, they could get a big truckload of sweet scent liquid. Then mixing the sweet scent liquid in ordinary rice, it was easy to obtain the ingredients for the luring dough. Sue Bai didn't know how other people operated, but having the golden finger, it was easy for him to produce this. The moment he threw out the mushroom-luring dough, Subai clearly saw a black shadow swish over. Fixing his eyes on it, he found that it was an elf with a feline-like appearance, small in size, walking on all 4 feet, with beige fur all over its body, and the most obvious feature was the gold coin on its head. Meow. This kind of elf, because of its small size and cat-like elf relationship, many people would treat it as an ordinary wildcat. That's why it was able to mingle in the village until today, and wasn't discovered by anyone. The moment he saw this elf, Subai instantly revealed a warm and sunny smile. This elf had really saved himself before. The vast majority of elves wouldn't be too interested in the flavor of human flesh, but in the spirit of practicing moves or curiosity, removing your arm or thigh or something was still extremely likely. If it wasn't for Meow Meow dragging himself all the way back to the village from the field, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to cross over into a full body. So to this Meow Meow, Subai was thankful from the bottom of his heart. I really thank you for the last time, haha. Meow. The meow casually responded twice without lifting its head and continued to eat the mushroom-attractive dough. It had a high-pitched voice, very much in line with the personality of an actual cat. Unlike the comical meow of a certain Team Rocket trio in the anime, this meow gave Subai a feeling of elegance. This elegance was revealed in his bones, perhaps inherited from the personality of his parents of the previous generation. Quietly watching Meow Meow eat the mushroom-attractive dough for a moment. Holding the mindset of trying it out, Subai pulled out the pull-button elf ball, opened the button and threw it towards Meow Meow. Subai wasn't picky about elves. He didn't have the life of an opening Mikado, nor did he have a system that was so powerful that it directly gave divine beasts, so as long as there was a chance to take in an elf, he wouldn't give it up. Besides, there was nothing wrong with Meow. Subai has always believed that there are no trash, useless elves in the world, only trainers who don't act as decadent. Because he was eating the mushroom lure dough, the meow in front of him had no intention of escaping. Even if Subai's pitching level was not good, he could still hit it under close range. The meow touched the elf ball and instantly turned into a burst of red light. Then the cover of the elf ball's red and white side shells lifted up, collecting the red light in at once, and then closed. Wow! In one go. Wow! 2 times. Subai concentrated on the elf ball, although the game elf ball shaking seen more, but the actual reality of their own hands to take in the feeling of elves is still very apprehensive. Wow, wow, wow. Chapter 5. Taking in Meow Meow. Dang! The third thud, with a crisp sound. Subai's hanging heart was instantly released. His face was filled with joy. Is this the first elf he has received? With 3 steps, Subai quickly walked to the side of the elf ball and bent down to pick it up. Using his golden fingers, the moment he touched the elf ball, information about the elf ball in front of him appeared in his mind. Elf, Meow Meow. Level, 721%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength F, physical attack F+, physical defense F, special attack F, special defense F, speed F. Condition, hunger, dark wounds, years of exposure to the elements, and the pitfalls of fighting wild elves. Sex, female. Attributes, average. Characteristics, picking up. Props, smokeball grade F. The elf who carries it can release smoke at critical moments to hide his or her figure. Beginner moves, grab, skillful, bark, introductory, high 5 attack, introductory. Intermediate moves, bite, introductory. Looking at Meow Meow's information profile, Subai's expression gradually changed from elation to contemplation. This change was of course not because he disliked Meow Meow's qualifications or individual value. To put it this way, in Subai's current situation, as long as he could have an elf of his own, he was already satisfied, not to mention Meow Meow. Even if it was a scum carp king, he didn't dislike it. It was mainly because of this Meow Meow state. Especially the dark wound piece, it was shocking to see. Judging from the status experience, this was a meow that had wandered since childhood. Wait! Wandering meow. Subai frowned. Suddenly, some fragments of memories instantly surfaced in his mind. It was on a snowy night. When he was on his way home, he saw a small box by the side of the road, and after curiously opening it, he found a kitten's head inside, and it looked cold and hungry. But in this remote countryside, there were no passers-by at all on snowy days, and even if some passers-by occasionally walked by, they would not notice such a box. At that time, the age of young, unseen Subai also did not recognize this as an elf, only thought it was an ordinary kitten, did not think too much on the body to carry some cookies and snacks to the cat, and then happily went home. Later, Subai learned from Sue Frost that he met may not be a meow, and then came back to look for the box has no shadow. Later, as slowly grow up, this matter was Subai gradually forgotten in the back of the mind. But who knows, this Meow, because of the original thing, has been secretly accompanying Subai. Perhaps it has been trying to find an opportunity to return the favorite. So when something happened to Subai last time, it showed up. The predecessor wanted to get an elf till his death. How could he not expect that there would be an elf so close to his side? Subai sighed with deep emotion for a while, then smiled valiantly, looking at the elf ball. It seems that it also has a destiny with me. Opening the clasp open, he gently tossed out the elf ball. Come out, Meow Meow. After releasing Meow Meow, Subai cupped the remaining bit of mushroom temptation dough in his hand and presented it in front of it, smiling. Please teach me more in the future as well, Meow Meow. Meow Meow looked up at Subai, ripples of light in his large cat pupils, reflecting Subai's sunny and bright smile. This smile was exactly the same as the naive little child who gave it handouts of cookies back then. Although because of the relationship of being subdued, Meow Meow's wildness has been restrained a lot. But its character itself was arrogant, and Subai still showed a bit of resistance when he was treating its injuries. Meow 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 glared at the turquoise blue cat's eyes, staring at Subai with some dissatisfaction, as if to say, "You're hurting me? Believe it or not, I'll scratch you?" In the face of the little cat's protests, Subai showed extreme patience and said with a smile, "The wound on your paw is stained with dirt. It must be slightly washed before it can be better bandaged. And the smoke ball on your tail, don't worry, I don't want it, so don't roll it so tightly. It's easy to pull the wound on your back." The smoke ball that came with Meow Meow was really a windfall. Perhaps it was also because of this thing that Meow Meow was able to survive for so long in the human environment without being discovered. Carp fish soup will be ready soon. Although it's not much use for your growth, but at least it can fill your stomach. Subai had a cat in his previous life, although the cat went to Cat Planet because of cancer later, but he still remembered some tips on taking care of cats. Not to mention that this elf Meow Meow could be much smarter than ordinary cats. As long as he patiently explains to it, basically it will cooperate. The vast majority of elves, in addition to their own language, more or less on the human language, have a general understanding. After all, the elf IQ is generally not low, some similar to who D, this kind of supernatural attributes of the elves, intelligence, and even far more than humans. Some care down. Meow Meow's appearance obviously has a great change. Hair, although cannot say how exquisite, but at least it is straightened out. Large and small traumas Subai also bandaged. He spent more than $300 to order half an orange fruit and a healing grass, which was also on its way, and thought that it would arrive tomorrow, and by then he would be able to let Meow Meow's injuries recover to a 7 or 8. Subai, satisfied with a sigh of relief, today will first and Meow Meow to grind the feelings, the other is not in a hurry to exercise. Evening. Sue Frost came home and was obviously a little dumbfounded when he saw the Meow Meow that suddenly appeared in the house. Older brother, this Meow Meow is previewed with you in advance. It's the elf in our neighborhood, ah. Subai jerked the Meow's fur, not caring if it could hear or not, and introduced Sue Frost to the Meow on his own. She is the controller of our family's economic power. In the future, the good or bad of your cat food will be at her whim. Meow. Meow narrowed her eyes and purred at Sue Frost as a greeting. Hello. Sue Frost politely returned the greeting, then immediately reacted and said with slight excitement, "No, the elf ball you made can really take in elves. Trust your brother a little bit, okay?" As if showing off, Subai took out his homemade elf ball and took Meow Meow in. Without saying a word, Sue Frost jogged to Subai's front and directly gave her brother a loving hug. I knew my younger brother was an outstanding person. He can make his own elf ball at such a young age. How much money can he save for our family? Feeling his sister's fragrant, soft embrace, Subai did not stay, pushed it away and squinted. You didn't say that before, sister, but has always believed that you will succeed it. After all, you are the child taught by your sister. Subai didn't want to be general with this thick-skinned woman. In the face of her brother's dislike, Sue Frost didn't care, and curiously continued to ask, Say, how come there's a Meow in our neighborhood? Remember when I was a child and told you about the time I met a stray cat? Chapter 6, Preparations for Going to the Wild. Subai briefly and Sue Frost recalled the events of that year. At that time, Sue Frost was almost 11 or 12 years old, and had almost an impression of things, and when he heard Subai say it, he immediately recalled it. Then he said joyfully, Good brother, in order to celebrate your success in accepting the first elf today, Sis invited you out for a big meal. It's not necessary, Subai calmly stated. I've already made dinner. As well as in the future with an elf, there will be a lot of places to spend money, so save when you can. Hearing this, Sue Frost playfully spat out her tongue, feeling like this younger brother of hers was like a small adult. The two siblings casually solved their own food problems, and then huddled together to start discussing Meow Meow's diet in the future. Every month we can spend $1,500 on Meow Meow. After all, you can't suffer an elf anymore. Sue Frost began by quoting a price that was extremely unfriendly to the current family's financial bills. Right now they were relying on Sue Frost's hard work and thrift, as well as some scholarships and grants to save a little bit of money each month. Sue Frost was now going to the school library as an administrator every day in addition to going to school, and this money was already the limit of the family's output to the elf's finances. Don't need to be so desperate. It's actually not hard to raise Meow Meow to come up with money. Sue by relieved. The image of Meow is actually the real-life fortune cat, so most of the Meow is a pickup characteristic. The elves with this characteristic usually can find some special props. Of course, this characteristic of picking up props does not come out of nowhere. You must really be able to find the environment of the props. The Meow can play out the characteristic effect. Subai stopped abruptly in the middle of his speech and didn't continue to put his thoughts into words. He wanted to take Meow Meow to the wilderness, but if he said this idea out, Sue Frost would definitely try to stop it again. The best way was to hide it from her and sneak out, and then report back when there was a result, sort of a first-come, first-served approach. And when Sue Frost saw Subai wanting to say something, she thought he was worried about the family's financial situation, and immediately stated with a big grin, "Don't worry about it, your sister's scholarship will be coming down again soon. Raising 1 or 2 elves is no problem at all." Subai put on a heartless face and said, "I'm just worried that you'll die of overwork." Heartless little thing. Sue Frost gave him a blank look. "By the way, tomorrow you will go to school after another day of rest. Don't keep thinking about reneging on school all day." The siblings tossed a few words and went back to their respective rooms to rest. Subai locked the door to his room, let out a deep breath, and began to drum up preparations for traveling to the wilderness. The way of survival in this world was very fascinating, and perhaps also because of the relationship of these magical species that had appeared around humans since they became conscious, so the direction of their upgrading technology was also mostly elf-themed. After all, as long as they have a good relationship with these magical species, most of the energy problems can be avoided, and while protecting the environment, they can also greatly satisfy the needs of all aspects of human life, providing infinite convenience to life. The vast majority of people have now become accustomed to this kind of symbiosis. In fact, according to the existing historical survey records, the elves and human existence in many years ago, there was also a contradiction. This contradiction was even once escalated into racial antagonism, the level of war, but the back do not know why. Suddenly the two sides reconciled, and even later slowly derived from the existence of a variety of elf trainers. The evolution of the specific process of the scientists currently have no clues. Because the history of this world is very serious fault, about the elves of many events historical records have been constantly updated investigation. And in order to prevent history from repeating itself, usually around every area where humans live, there will be trainers appointed by the Alliance to guard. From big cities to small rural nooks and crannies. Doing so ensured that no wild elves would be allowed to disturb the human living environment. And it also prevented certain shiraishis from rushing out, benefiting both sides. But to his shame, Subai actually belonged to the category of Shilaji. In order to get out of the village, he even found a little-known secret passage. Of course, now Subai no longer need to do so. Although he wasn't a trainer yet, with Meow Meow, theoretically, the trainers guarding the village entrance wouldn't stop him. The most important thing to do when going to the wilderness was naturally to save his little life. Other things can be put aside first, but the sticky pills, smoke bombs, and sound stealing spray in the crafting process, these few things that can be made must be made out of some. These props are excellent means of saving your life out in the field. Products: sticky pills, bill of materials, sticky balls, mothball fruit, bullet beads. Description of effect: sticky ball-shaped object. With this thing to throw in, the elves can make their movements become slow, hinder their ability to move to a certain extent to improve the probability of elf ball capture. Product: smoke bomb. Ingredient list: smoke taro, bullet beads. Effect: when thrown to the ground, a large amount of smoke will be scattered, blocking the vision of most elves and increasing the probability of capturing an elf ball to a certain extent. Product: sound bomb. Material: sound algae, bullet beads. Description of effect: when thrown, it will make a loud sound when it touches an object and can be used to drive away some weak elves. These 3 props are extremely effective for capturing elves or for escaping in times of crisis. However, in terms of the materials required, it seems that the smoke bomb is more affordable and easy to assemble. The sticky pill requires the mothball fruit, which is the fruit of the tree fruit tree that does not have any excess effect. The reason why this kind of fruit has been mothballed is because it is loved by the insect attribute elves. Many trainers who raise the insect attribute will buy this kind of fruit in large quantities, so the price on the market is actually very expensive anyway, at least with Subai's current economic power. Want to get if it will definitely hurt, so only first pass. The last is the sound bomb. Alarming sound algae. This flavor material is Linhai only, although the alarming sound algae itself will not be too expensive, but transported to the refreshing village, this kind of inland small place, the price will become extremely high. So the most feasible thing to actually buy is still only smoke bullet. Smoke taro and bullet beads. It was still cheaper to buy these two ingredients separately. After spending $100, he ordered about 20 smoke bomb raw materials online. After doing this, Subai took out Meowth's elf ball. During the daytime, he had focused on dealing with the injuries on Meowth's body, and hadn't paid much attention to its state. The state of Meow observed with his golden finger ability was very comprehensive. It far exceeded the test paper developed by the Alliance. The test paper is the latest prop developed by the Alliance, capable of testing the qualifications, level and attributes, characteristics, gender, and moves of an elf. Chapter 7 Nutritional Enhancer. Although the Alliance had developed black technology like test paper, however, it was still not comparable to Subai's golden finger, which in addition to what the test paper could test, could also reveal more detailed information such as individual value, status, and move proficiency. Individual value and qualification of the high and low order is almost the same. The lowest is F, the highest is S+. This is almost this world's common sense. It is said that S-class elves only heavenly kings will have. Most normal people are E-class, F-class elves. Qualification doesn't represent combat power. It only represents comprehension ability and the upper limit of each ability. That is to say, with Meowth's qualifications, it's hard to break through an individual value above F+. Subai thoughtfully looked at his crafting product list, in which there were a few things that he cared about. Pokemon Nutritional Drink Series of Enhancers Chapter 2 Product, Primary Physical Strength Enhancer. Product, Primary Attack Enhancer. Product, Primary Defense Enhancer. Product, Primary Special Attack Enhancer. Product, Primary Special Defense Enhancer. Product, Primary Speed Enhancer. The effects of these things were a bit similar to the nutritional enhancers in the game that Subai knew. In the game it was enhancing the corresponding base points. In reality, it is directly used to enhance the corresponding individual value of the elf. Effect description. A nutritious drink for elves, capable of raising an elf's physical strength to level E or above, up to E+. Attention. The physical value of the elf must be at least F+, otherwise there is a risk of explosion. Although the attention item was a bit scary, it seemed that with this nutritional enhancer it would be easy to raise the elf's individual value. Subai's heart was on fire. As if he had discovered a loophole in a game, he gleefully picked up his cell phone to check out the list of materials for making nutritional enhancer online. However, when he saw the price labeled on the online shopping platform, he was dumbfounded. Why the hell isn't this going to rob money? To make a bottle of primary nutritional enhancer, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars at the very least. With the family's current economic situation, they might not be able to afford it even if they smash their pots and pans. This makes a hammer. Just as Subai cursed and wanted to give up the nutritional enhancer, he suddenly realized that above the primary nutritional enhancer, there seemed to be a novice nutritional enhancer. Product: Novice Physical Strength Enhancer. Efficacy description: a nutritional drink for elves, capable of raising an elf's individual value of physical strength to F rank or above, up to F+. The price of the materials for this enhancer was still acceptable. Subai checked the internet and the materials to make a bottle were almost a few $1,000s. Perhaps because he had been refreshed by the beginner's nutritional enhancer, Subai felt that a few $1,000s of beginner's nutritional enhancer was significantly more friendly. Moreover, many of his Meowth's individual values now didn't actually reach F+. Using this novice enhancer instead was only more appropriate. First use the novice nutritional enhancer to test the effect. If it works, then find a way to get the primary nutritional enhancer. Thinking of this, Subai also laughed at himself. He really did not learn, thinking about how to run. This mentality does not work. In his previous life, orphanage dean said, people have to be down to earth no matter what time. For him now, a few $1,000s is not a small amount. No matter what, tomorrow I'll go to the field first to take a chance. Hopefully I can find something good with the scavenging characteristic and make a fortune. Subai touched the Meowth's elf ball in his hand and firmly said. Of course, he wasn't aimless like a headless fly. The former bitter master had actually gone to the wilderness to find a cave. He had occasionally heard news that this cave had a lot of star sand inside and was close to his village. Star sand was rumored to really be what was left over from a meteorite fall in the sky, and there were a lot of fanatics who would pursue to buy this stuff, and even the Alliance had a big buyout. The official purchase price of a gram or so would sell for $1,000. This price could not be described as unappealing to Subai. But where there were babies, there were usually elves of a certain strength guarding them, and that cave was no exception. There was an iron-armored Pokemon, Cordola, guarding it. At that time, Subai was pouring the star sand vigorously. Behind the back suddenly rushed out a Cordola directly stunned him. There was no resistance at all, and he was directly sent flying out of the room. Good thing there is Meow Meow outside to receive, otherwise absolutely on the spot hiccups, even the opportunity to crawl home. In fact, there are many places in the wild that are off the beaten path, and these places have the probability of harboring heavenly treasures which can strengthen the elves, and some of these treasures are even extremely beneficial to humans. In addition to the treasures in the wild, there will also be some props on the elves, such as grass attribute elves will have some special nectar, healing grass, PP grass, or something. Rock attributes, ground attributes will have firm or crushed iron, good jade or whatever. These materials were all good for making elf balls, and after obtaining them, they could be sold directly to the local Union Elf Center. After rummaging through some of the material quotations in this world, gradually sleepiness hit him. When Subai fell asleep, he didn't realize that the elf ball he had installed Meow Meow shook a few times on its own, and then Meow Meow drilled itself out of the elf ball. The little guy shook his head, and then lazily stretched his body. Looking up and seeing Subai sleeping on the bed, he hesitated, and finally made a gentle leap and jumped to the side of his pillow. Then curled up, using a more comfortable posture, squinted his eyes and faked sleep, as if he was keeping vigil for Subai. Early the next morning, Subai woke up and prepared to make breakfast for Sue Frost, and when he opened his eyes, he instantly realized that Meow Meow was staring at him with copper bell-sized turquoise blue eyes. His brain went down for a moment. It was only after a moment that he reacted and smiled and greeted Meow Meow. "Good morning, Meow Meow." "Meow." Meow skimmed her head and gracefully jumped off the bed like the high and mighty little queen she was. Then, as if nothing had happened, he began to wash himself with the fleshy pads of his paws. "I remember last night I did put Meow Meow into the elf ball before going to bed. Could it be that this child is specially running out to keep watch for me?" Subai speculated with interest. Meow Meow's character should theoretically be very similar to an ordinary cat in human life. It was overwhelmingly likely that an ordinary cat sleeping at the head of a human's bed was trying to seek a sense of security from its owner, but judging from Meow Meow's state of having its eyes open early in the morning, it clearly didn't look like that, and it was more like it was protecting Subai than claiming a sense of security from him. There was also the possibility that Meow Meow wanted to communicate with him more to spend time with him. Of course, no matter what, this was a good sign. It proved that Meow Meow accepted him. After breakfast, Subai sent his own old sister away and then gave Meow Meow fish soup stew. As he stewed, he realized that something was knocking on the kitchen window. Looking up, he realized that it turned out to be the Big Mouth Gull Express coming. Chapter 8 Experience Candy. Signing for the courier and straightening the fish soup. Then Subai started making smoke bomb. The golden finger seems to have a proficiency level as well. After 20 of them were done, Subai found that his understanding of crafting had clearly risen by a level. Even without using the golden finger, it seemed that he could make the smoke bomb out of it. In addition to the smoke bombs, there are also mushroom baiting balls, 2 elf balls, and engineer shovels. Subai carefully counted the tools in his backpack before setting off. Only after confirming it again and again did he set off towards the Refreshing Village border registry. The border area of Refreshing Village was guarded by an old man with presbyopic glasses surnamed Zhou. It seemed that he was related to the Su family's parents, and over the years, he had taken care of the Su family's 2 siblings quite well. "Little Su, I remember that you don't have an elf yet, right? How come you're thinking of running towards this side of the border?" Elder Zhou fanned his own bushel fan and walked towards Subai with a curious look on his face. A small magnetic monster by his side. This elf's shape was made up of 2 horseshoe-shaped magnets, and the only creature-like feature was an eye in the middle of the magnet. Beep! The little magnet monster let out a sound that resembled an answer. "Grandpa Zhou, I actually recently acquired an elf, and I'm just about ready to go out and practice," Subai said, holding out the Meow Meow in his arms and showing it to old Zhou. "What? You have an elf?" Old man Zhou's expression was clearly surprised. Glancing at it with his presbyopic glasses, he was more or less surprised, and then laughed out loud. This is a meow meow, right? Grandpa Zhou has a discerning eye. Cat elves are still relatively affectionate towards people. Suitable for newbies to raise. I can give you a release, but don't run too far. Just skulk around the village. If there is something you can send me a signal. I can see it from the sentry post. Saying that, he also gave Subai a map. On this map, there were some distribution maps of the nearby elves, and most of the elves near the village were some lower-level elves, such as the small lotta, stinging-tailed bug, green caterpillar, and big-toothed beaver. These elves were still relatively tame, and almost every trainer guarding the area around a city or town would deliberately leave some not to be evicted, with the aim of giving practice to novice trainers. Your meow meow is suitable to go to the little Lotta's block. Elder Zhou was very enthusiastic in recommending the practicing spot. Although Meow Meow and Little Lotta were both general attributes, there was no attribute restraint to speak of, but Meow Meow did have a great intimidating effect on Little Lotta, and it should belong to a type of bloodline suppression. Of course I won't ask if you go to fight green caterpillars and whatnot. But remember, never go outside the red line markings, those places are truly wild. Zhou Lao said with a serious expression, pointing to the red area on the map. Most of the elf levels over there will be over level 10. Trainers who aren't beginners or above will risk their lives if they go in. Novice trainer, beginner trainer, intermediate trainer, advanced trainer, these were the levels of trainers. Usually a beginner trainer was a trainer who had an elf of level 10 or above. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhou. How would I do something that dangerous? Grandpa Zhou looked at the smiling Subai. He always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell. After all, in his opinion, Subai was indeed an honest child. After leaving the village, Subai did settle down for a while first, because he knew that Zhou Lao would be staring at him from the sentry post for a while. But it didn't matter, he did want to experiment with Meow Meow's ability at first. Data is data. Meow Meow's specific combat ability is still to be observed in real combat. The target was Little Lotta. Today these little blue-purple mice were welcomed with a nightmare. When they ran into Meow Meow, they stiffened up and didn't move much almost the moment they met eye to eye. Meow Meow goes up and with the usual 2 grab attacks, the little Lotta is incapacitated. Facing a little Lotta that knows to run away is a palm strike, putting the opponent into a cowering state, and when they can't move, they add a grab. It was very easy. It felt like an adult bullying a kindergarten child. A completely one-sided battle. Subai casually touched a small Lotta that had lost its ability to fight. Little Lotta. Level 2. Qualification F. Individual value. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. It's no wonder it's so easy. This kind of small Lotta is pretty much the bottom tier of elves. Normally just an elf would be able to defeat it. What's this? Subai checked the data and suddenly realized that he seemed to have something extra in his hand. Taking a closer look, he found that it was a small, sky blue trigonal crystal block. This is Experience Candy XS. Candy filled with special energy. After feeding it to an elf, it can increase its experience value by a very small amount. Why was this suddenly extra? Subai was stunned and then reacted. Could this be one of his golden finger abilities? Subai was overjoyed. Did this mean that his Meow Meow could reap 2 experience bonuses in the future? On one side of the sentry post, Zhou Lao held the binoculars and looked at Subai's direction with a pleased face. Smilingly, he said, "The little guy's talent is good. He's only just taken in an elf, and he's able to command so skillfully. Little magnet monster, you also come over to take a look. You weren't as obedient as someone else's Meow Meow back then. HM? Little Magneto." After shouting twice, Zhou Lao found that the little magnet monster did not respond at all, and turning his head to look, he found that the little magnet monster was disliking the socket port with its horseshoe-shaped magnet body, sucking electricity in a big gulp. Zhou Lao saw his old face suddenly twitch. "Didn't I just feed you? Do you know how expensive our family's electricity bill is this month?" Beep! The little magnetic monster had no intention of stopping, still sucking in large mouthfuls of electricity. Zhou Lao went over to try to drag it, but forgot that its body was electrified when it sucked electricity, and suddenly the whole person was electrocuted into an explosive head. Only then did the little magnet monster stop, looking at its master with an innocent face. Little magnet monster! Zhou Lao was enraged and his roar could be heard from hundreds of meters away. Subai and Meow looked at each other, knowing that the time had come. One person and one cat immediately slipped towards the newbie area. They tried their best to avoid the line of sight of the guardhouse. Subai entered a small forest. The environment immediately became unfamiliar. Although the elves near the village were also considered wild, They were more or less different from the wild elves because they had been circled by Zhou Lao. Because most of the food in the circled safe area was artificially supplied, they didn't have the same kind of ruthlessness that the truly wild elves had. The resources in this area were very barren. Even if Subai had a golden finger, he didn't find anything of value in a circle. The outside of the circle was different. Just after coming out, Subai discovered that there was a batch of gray leafgrass not far away. Chapter 9: Harvesting Orange Fruit. Small Profit Wave. Gray leafgrass is something that people who don't know about it look at it like ordinary dead leaves. But in reality, as long as this thing is burned and ground into ash, and then certain materials are added, it can detonate the fuel to be used, and it is one of the rare original materials for props. The development history of thermal weapons in this world was poor. One could almost say that there were none. After all, there are such convenient creatures as elves. No one would go to make such things as heat weapons that are neither efficient nor pollute the environment. Even if there were, it was only some evil organizations or criminals who would engage in it. Of course, Subai wouldn't have enough to do to become an arms dealer, but he was still prepared to make some small props to use for his own protection. Flying scattered hazel pine nuts. A small prop made using the gray leafgrass along with the shed skin shells of the hazelnut balls Subai had just collected. Although this thing is offensive, it doesn't hurt heaven and earth when used, it won't cause too much damage to the target, and it can also act as a deterrent when it matters, so it should be good as a substitute for sound bombs. Subai casually collected some materials and immediately produced a few small pills. Meow meow? Meow meow looked at the small thing in Subai's hand, seemingly curious. Subai explained, I try not to want to use this if I can, but you do know that I almost died in the wilderness, so I'll just make a little trick, and I'll mainly rely on you to protect me. Meow! Meow Meow's eyes instantly became sharp when he heard Subai asking for protection, jumping onto his head in 3 or 2 clicks, then looking around for him front and back. Really reliable. Subai touched his nose and laughed softly with emotion. Putting away the small props, he continued forward. Clatter. Suddenly, a sound of drilling grass blades came from the front. Without waiting for Subai to react, Meow Meow had already stretched out its claws and scurried towards the grass in one go. A few moments later, it drilled out of the grass with a stinging-tailed insect that had lost its ability to fight. Subai froze, then smiled and went forward to touch its head. The meow arrogantly shook its head. Subai smiled. It looked like it would take some time to get it to fully accept itself. Stinging tail bug. Level 3. Qualification F. Individual value: physical strength F, physical attack F, physical defense F, special attack F, special defense F, speed F. The palm of his hand touched the stinging tail worm, and all of a sudden there was another experience candy excess in his hand. In addition to this, there was one more thing. Nasty slime. Liquid secreted from weak insect attribute sprites, used to hide from natural enemies. This material can be used as the raw material for insect removal spray. Subai hemmed and hawed. It looks like this gold finger of mine still has the ability to collect the elf's carryings. If an ordinary person wanted to pick off the nasty slime on the sting-tailed insect that had lost the ability to fight, they would definitely need the help of some sophisticated instruments. While Subai could easily take out the sting-tailed insect's carries with just a simple contact, the advantages and disadvantages would naturally come out once they were compared to each other. Moving on. All the way Subai was in a state of walking and feeling around, and from time to time he was able to find some interesting materials. For example, the healing grass for making wound medicine. The forgetfulness flower that could exert a paralyzing effect when used in small amounts. There was also the remnants of the electric glowworm's fluorescent powder and the like. There were even some wild potatoes, tree moss mushrooms, and the like. Although these things are not worth a few dollars, but the first time to see Subai is still novelty. This is where the fun of adventuring in the wild lies. As long as you know what you're looking for, the uncharted territory of the wild is a big treasure trove. Subai tried his best to pick out some of the things that he could use at the moment and bring them with him. After all, the backpack space was limited. Meow! Suddenly Meow meowed with a stern expression. Then and Subai pointed in a certain direction. What's wrong, Meow? Meow's sudden movement made Subai puzzled, but immediately reacted. Could this be Meow Meow's characteristic? Pick up. Sensing something? As expected with Meow Meow's instructions. Subai suddenly realized that there was a tree with blue oranges growing in front of him. That tree in front is... This thing, even without using his golden finger ability, he could still shout out the name. It was the orange fruit tree. There was no need to mention the tree fruit's effects. It was the raw material for many elves' food, and some peculiar tree fruits even had the effect of acting as carriers and enhancing combat power. Whether it's a breeder, trainer, or elf doctor, people of various professions, as long as it's paired with elves, they won't say they have no interest in tree fruits. It was also because of this relationship that the price of tree fruits was very expensive. Just take the orange fruit for example, depending on the season and market changes, one could almost sell for $500 to $600. Of course, Su-bai was not blinded by the immediate benefits. As long as there was a place with treasures, it was impossible to not have elves guarding it. Especially for food items like the orange fruit, under normal circumstances no elf would not be eye-catching. As expected, when Su-bai changed his angle to observe the tree fruit tree, he immediately realized that there were several hanging iron shell pupae hidden in the tree fruit tree. The iron shell nymph Pokemon was the evolutionary type of the unicorn bug, and its appearance was like a yellowish leaf, so from time to time, there were careless people who accidentally approached it, and then were poisoned by the edges of its body. The iron shell nymph looks harmless and immobile, but it is actually a bug plus poisonous attribute spirit, and unlike the unicorn bug, which only has a sharp horn toxin, the iron shell nymph can release toxins all over its body. The worst thing is that wherever there are iron shell nymphs, there are usually large needle wasps. The hornets were notorious elves in the forest. They usually lived in groups and had a very strong sense of territory. But anything that approached them would be attacked by the group. Even the flying mantis, which was the leader of the bugs in the forest, would avoid them when they saw them. So if Su-bai approaches them now, the consequences can be imagined. But to give up the orange fruit in front of him like this, Su-bai was also a bit unwilling. How about trying a hand? Thinking about it, Su-bai stirred up the nearby grass leaves and smeared them on himself and Meow haphazardly. This was able to temporarily confuse the elf's sense of smell. Then he pulled out a handful of smoke bombs from his backpack, as well as the nasty slime he had just obtained. After vigilantly observing the surroundings, he took a deep breath and threw out the smoke bomb in his hand. Boom! The smoke bomb accurately hit the trunk of the orange fruit tree. The smoke immediately scattered in all directions. Su-bai and Meow both wore the swimming goggles and KN95 dust masks that they had prepared beforehand. All of a sudden, they rushed towards the smoke and dust. As he expected, the iron shell nymphs at this time were in a mess, waving around in the trees and constantly sending alerts to the swarms of large needle bees hunting in the distance. Good luck! It looked like the large needle bees happened to all go out. Su-bai and Meow quickly picked the orange fruits on the tree, and not greedy for more, Su-bai put his backpack on his chest and even grabbed and loaded them, harvesting a total of 6. Meow took away 3 with a turn of his tail. His front paws poked out, swish, stabbing another one on each paw, totaling 9 piked away. Buzz. The sound of the large needle wasp's wings vibrating was already coming from his ears. Seeing this, Su-bai immediately threw out 2 more smoke bombs. This was followed by throwing the nasty slime in the distance. The gas emitted by the nasty slime was the most obvious target at this point. Chapter 10. Pride Swallow, Small Fist Stone. The large needle wasps that sensed the odor all surrounded towards the nasty slime gas. Hiss beep. Translated, it should roughly mean that they were mouthing nationalisms and trying to teach the stinging-tailed bug to be a bug. Taking this opportunity, Su-bai and Meow hurriedly slipped away. For insurance purposes, 3 more smoke bombs were thrown on the way. Passing by a small stream, Su-bai even deliberately crossed over with Meow, letting the current hide his breath. After some maneuvering, it was a relief. Looking at each other's harvest, one person and one pet couldn't help but smile at each other. Nice job, Meow. Without mentioning anything else, just these 15 orange fruits could be sold for $7,000 or $8,000 when they went out. It was considered a small fortune. Orange fruit, one of the most basic and common tree fruits. After consuming it, it can allow the elves to recover their strength, with an appearance shaped like a blue orange, with a complex flavor, rich and spicy, astringent, bitter, and sour flavors, which can be eaten by humans as well, but may not necessarily be to taste. The next step is to head to the Cordora Cave. As long as a few grams of star sand were harvested, the profit from this trip would be almost around 10,000. For the Su-bai family's current finances, it could not be considered a small fortune. During the journey, Su-bai and the others also encountered a pride swallow. Its level seemed to be quite high, and it was in control of the airspace, so Meow had a hard time fighting it. In the end, under Su-bai's command, with the help of the surrounding trees as a springboard, he gave the other party a decisive bite attack in the air. The battle ended and Meow leveled up on the spot. It was now level 8. There was a change in the individual value. Originally the special defense was F, but now it was raised to F. Meowth's qualification was F+, and if it was cultivated healthily as it leveled up, all of its individual value abilities should reach the F+ level. Of course, the prerequisite was to remove all the dark wounds left on Meowth's previous body. This theory was not much of a problem. Now that Subai already had the healing herb and orange fruit, the next step was to just follow the instructions in the crafting and make the injury pill, then let Meow use it and it should be able to recover. After the Ao Bone Swallow lost its combat power, Subai customarily went to touch it. Pride Bone Swallow. Grade, Level 7. Qualification, F+. Individual values, Physical Strength F, Physical Attack F+, Physical Defense F, Special Attack F, Special Defense F, Speed F+. The qualifications were the same as Meow. Subai was a little hesitant to take in. In the end, Subai chose to give up. The first reason is that his family can't afford to raise it. The second is that currently he can't split his energy. After all, cultivating an elf is actually quite laborious. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say this to the Pride Bone Swallow, it really hadn't reached the point of making Subai's heart flutter for it. If there was a small arrow sparrow in front of him, or a small hairy eagle, Subai would definitely cast an elf ball without saying a word. It was really because the ceiling of the Great King Swallow was not high. After having his first elf, Subai's requirements for taking in elves had obviously increased. Similarly, Subai had also considered the issue of capturing elves and selling them. However, he realized from his memories that it didn't seem to work well in this world for him to sell the elves he had already captured. The reason for this was that the sale of captured elves to others would result in disobedience, and even if someone who had a lot of experience in raising elves sold them, this problem would inevitably occur, not to mention newbies. Even if you spend a lot of money on an elf swapping machine, it won't solve the problem and the elves will still be disobedient after being released. Some people have also tried the way of releasing the elves first and then taking them in. The final result was that the elves would still defect even if they were taken in a second time. It seems that elves will always reject their second masters, and in severe cases, even develop an aversion to humans as a species. This is not the case in the original Sprite anime. Even in the game, at most, it was just a case of exchanging elves that were too high in level and didn't listen to their trainers. However, in this elf world that Subai was in, this situation was particularly obvious. Therefore, the elves that are currently sold in the elf store are actually all the unadopted elves that were bred by the second generation after the store owner used the elves to breed them, or they are simply the elf eggs that have not yet hatched. In short, they try to avoid the elves from being taken in twice. Subai was also frank, he had never considered selling living elves. If he really did that kind of thing, what was the difference between that and those criminal elf hunters? So he touched all over Ao Bone Swallow's body, pulled out an experience candy excess and let it go. Without realizing it, it was already noon. Subai used glutinous mushrooms with orange fruits and some wild fruits to create a simple meal of elf feed for Meow on the spot. With the golden finger crafting, Subai's first time making elf feed was still quite successful. Although it wasn't a top-quality elf feed, it was a meal that could replenish Meow's physical energy. Even if it was as high and cold as Meow, its eating speed was slightly faster this time. Seeing his own handiwork being accepted by his own elf, Subai was still quite happy in his heart. As for his own lunch, he baked 2 wild potatoes. This wild potato contained a certain amount of energy because it was grown in the wild. Not only could people eat them, even if bugs or bird elves ate them, they could also replenish some of their physical energy. Subai once again sighed. This world's wild is a big treasure trove. After eating, he was full of vigor and went on the road again. The distance to the target cave was already getting closer and closer. Subai realized that the surrounding grass had started to become slightly undulating with a slope, and the next step was the mountain terrain. The mountain road was full of forests and rocks, making it difficult to walk, but Subai, who had inherited the memories, easily avoided them. Occasionally there were some sharp weeds. Subai would also raise his kitchen knife and cut them off. Seeing this, Meow directly signaled Subai to put the chopper away. Then it walked ahead and personally used its claws to clear the way for Subai. It felt as if it was afraid of being robbed of its position by the kitchen knife. Subai looked at Meow's actions and felt more or less amused, yet somewhat warm in his heart. The mountain road wasn't smooth all the way either. They encountered the small fist stone several times. Small fist stone, level 6, qualification, F. Individual values, physical strength F+, physical attack F, physical defense F, special attack F, special defense F, speed F, Because of its attributes, Meow had quite a hard time dealing with the small fist stone. The only thing that could cause damage was just the bite-down skill. So after solving one, Subai never let it face the small fist stone head-on again. Anyway, Meow had Smoke Orb, and when it encountered an opponent that it couldn't defeat above level 10, running away was still something it could do. I don't know if it was just luck. On that small fist stone that had lost its fighting ability, Subai also scavenged an interesting prop. Struggle Sand. A very incredible sand that elves are able to use to hammer their moves. Chapter 11. Cordola Cave. The effect was clearly a bit different from the struggle sand that Subai knew. Hammering moves? Subai already knew about the proficiency attached to the back of moves when he looked at Meow's status before. However, he didn't care at that time, and only realized it later after a series of battles in the morning. The same elementary moves. Meow's grasp move was obviously a bit stronger than Palm Strike's strange attack. A prop that can hammer moves? Does that mean it can improve move proficiency? Subai, because of the curiosity effect, found a relatively hidden platform and immediately gave Meow the struggle sand to use, and asked for Meow to use the struggle sand effect on Bite Hold. Because of the same entry-level proficiency, Bite Hold's attack power was clearly stronger than the other skills. After receiving the struggle sand, Meow immediately took the sand packet and ground it on its own teeth. The more the sand was ground, the less it became, and when all the sand was ground away, Subai clearly found that Meow's teeth became shiny and powerful. Perhaps it was just at the critical state after the struggle sand was used, Meow's bite proficiency instantly changed from introductory to proficient. In order to try out how much stronger the moves had gotten, Subai specially found a flagging small fist stone on the road and sparred with Meow. This was a level 7 small fist stone. Under normal circumstances, with the defense of this small fist stone, it was enough to resist Meow's 4 bite attacks. But this time, Meow used only 2 bites to make the small fist stone accounted for. Subai immediately excitedly went up to touch the small fist stone. But this time it wasn't as lucky as last time. He didn't touch the struggle sand again. Subai wasn't discouraged, and the 1 person and 1 cat continued to rush. The destination wasn't really that far away. After rounding half a hill, they arrived near the entrance of the destination cave. Going up the mountain was still quite exhausting. Subai decided to first recover his strength with Meow at a hidden rocky edge, and took the opportunity to create a box of applicator wound ointment. He applied some to all the parts of Meow's body that were injured today. Meow felt a slight pain at first, but soon miraculously realized that the original wounds had recovered in the blink of an eye. A medical miracle. Even Subai, who was making the wound medicine on the side, was shocked. He had the impression that the effect of the injury medicine in this world should not be this fierce. So the only explanation was still the awesome crafting of the golden finger. The injury medicine made with the golden finger was as if it had the ability to heal white bones from the living dead, and as long as it was applied, it would instantly cure the disease. I like this effect. Subai was overjoyed. Now going to the Cordola cave would be more certain. As long as he kept his breath, applying this injury medicine could largely save him. But he was afraid of being killed in seconds. Cocodora has evolved into Cordura, and its level is almost over 30. An elf of this level could easily crush an armored tank if he had the idea. Subai didn't think he could take a slap from the other side. Grinding up some of the lime powder around him, he haphazardly smeared some on himself as well as Meow. Next it was time to go deeper into the tiger's den. Meow! Meow suddenly slapped his chest with his paw, then leapt forward and scurried alone in the direction of the cave. Meow you! Subai realized that Meow should be trying to go scouting for him. Although he pretended to be cold on the surface, Meow really cared about him. While his heart was highly touched, Subai did not have a mother-in-law and held the smoke bomb and flying scattered hazel pine nuts tightly in his hand. As long as Meow was in danger, he would throw the 2 things out to assist Meow in escaping. Fortunately, the result was a surprise, and Meow came to the cave without any problems. A moment later, it revealed its cat head and beckoned towards Subai, signaling Subai to come over at ease. Seeing this, Subai also rushed over without saying a word. According to the memory, this cave was very deep inside, with many passages extending in all directions. If it wasn't for the memory of the former sufferer, Subai really wouldn't have been able to find his destination correctly. Leaning against the wall, he cautiously advanced. Suddenly Meow's ears twitched. Subai immediately realized that there should be something approaching at the corner in front. Using the front camera of his cell phone, he looked down without leaving any traces. It was found that what was approaching was a small stone-like sprite. This is the stone marble. It was a very rare elf in the surrounding area, with an appearance that looked even more like a stone than a small fist stone, with no hands, only 2 brown stone legs, and a hollow blue stone that was unknown to be its body or head, which was said to actually be its ears. Subai hesitated to attack it. If it couldn't be resolved quickly, it would likely attract more enemies. But there was no second way here if he evaded. Using smoke bombs would instead be covering his ears and reminding others that he was nearby. Just as Ishimaru was about to turn around, suddenly Subai felt his body float and his entire body was lifted up. Turning his head, he realized that it was Meow dragging himself up to the top of the cave. It had to be said that the elf's strength was really big, and with a size like Meow he could easily drag people around. Only after Ishimaru completely left did Meow climb down with Subai. Continuing forward, entering the cave, the light was not as gray as Subai thought. There were many fluorescent glittering star sands embedded all around the stone walls. The deep interior of the cave was decorated like a starry sky by these starry sands. Looking at this nature's ingenious craftsmanship, Subai sighed in his heart. The elves who lived here really had a vision, and actually knew how to enjoy life. Of course, sighing to sighing, Subai did not take it lightly. His predecessor encountered Cordola here. If he didn't want to make the same mistake, he had to be extremely vigilant. Let Meow stand guard. Subai quickly pulled out the star sand embedded in the rocks. Some of them were not easy to extract, so Subai simply put them into his backpack along with the rocks. Although it was mixed with some impurities, it was estimated that extracting a dozen grams shouldn't be a problem. In addition to the star sand, there was also the kin or stuff material. The appearance of this stuff looked no different from ordinary rocks, but it was actually rocks, something that ground-type elves love to eat. Looking at his backpack full of harvest, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Just as he greeted Meow and prepared to leave, Meow suddenly waved with him. "What's wrong, Meow?" "Meow." Meow pointed behind the tunnel and then gestured to his ears. "You mean there are strange noises?" Meow nodded, giving Subai a nod for his understanding. At Subai's Meow's words, Subai pricked up his ears and listened. Indeed. It seemed like from just now, Subai heard what seemed like the cry of a young elf right inside the cave. The sound of elves and human babies was different, but this tender tone could not be wrong. Could it be that? Chapter 12. Kokodora Elf Egg arrives. Subai and Meow glanced at each other as if they both guessed something, so they rubbed their hands fiercely and crossed their hearts. There is a saying that if you don't enter the tiger's den, you will win if you love to fight. Hard-headed, one person and one pet then followed the direction of the sound and slowly walked over. It was very close. There was only one corner left. Subai pulled out a handful of processed electric glow worm powder and sprinkled it forward. At once, he realized that there was actually a broken eggshell in front of him. Looking further ahead, he immediately realized that there were many kokodalas with the appearance of white beetles that were crying while nibbling on the surrounding rocks. These are all freshly hatched elves. There was no need to even use Goldfinger, one could tell the difference just with the naked eye. Kokodora originally gave birth here. Kokodora didn't even hatch out a while ago. That's why Kokodora was in a very vigilant state. Now that the child is hatched, it's probably just right to hunt outside to replenish its nutrients. Subai, who had run through the situation clearly, immediately saw his eyes light up. A heavenly opportunity. Getting rich. Luck couldn't be stopped when it came. Although the hatched Kokodora couldn't be sold for money, there was still one unhatched elf egg left here. These elf eggs could actually be sold for money. Moreover, the qualifications of these kokodalas would definitely not be too low. Their mother, but they're capable of evolving into kokodalas. That's why they're all at least E-qualified. Such an elf egg could at least be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking of this, Subai's heart was on fire, and without hesitating, he immediately headed towards the several Kokodora eggs that hadn't hatched yet. But there is one thing he still miscalculated. Originally thought that the just-born Kokodora pups should only focus on eating the stone, do not have time to take care of him. But who would have thought that when he was close to the remaining elf eggs, these Kokodora instantly stopped eating. With red light flashing in their eyes, they all turned their heads towards Subai. Subai's scalp went numb from the sight. Although he knew that the other party was only a cub, and his level was only 1-2, but he couldn't resist the large number of them. The ants were still biting the elephants, but Kokodora was much more powerful than the ants. That's what brothers eat hard. Don't be polite. Count on me to treat. I have no malice, just sing a lullaby for your brothers who are not yet born. Soon go, soon go. The Kokodoras completely ignored Subai's tug of war, their gazes still looking viciously at Subai. Ha, ha, ha. Subai heartily laughed awkwardly twice. That, your yet-to-be-born brothers said that they wanted to go out to get some air. Without disturbing you guys, we leave first. After saying that, Subai held an elf egg, spread his hands and ran wildly for a while. Behind, the Kokodora pups immediately caught up with red eyes. Black pressurized. This Kokodora is too fertile. Subai, who was chased anxiously, couldn't care less. Immediately threw 2 flying scattered hazel pine seed towards the back. This thing is used to deal with the newly hatched Kokodora group is a god weapon. One can scare off a large area. The Kokodora that came close to me wailed repeatedly, and Meow Meow also took the opportunity to solve the 2 headbangers that rushed to the front. Kokodora. Level 2. Qualification E. Individual values. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. Sure enough, the worst of them are E-qualified. If it wasn't for the fact that it hadn't grown up, just one of them would have been able to crush Subai and Meow Meow. After settling a few Kokodora, Meow Meow leveled up once again. It was now level 9. Tasted the bitterness. Hurry back and drink your milk. Don't force us to strike again. Meow. After Subai and Meow Meow taunted the wave, they immediately threw their heads back and continued to run. Seeing that the egg thief was about to run away, the Kokodoras knew that it would not work if they didn't shake the people again, and immediately opened their voices in unison to scream. A group of Kokodora screamed together. This voice is almost comparable to the noise Muva. Subai and Meow Meow covered their ears and continued to escape with difficulty. Seeing that they were about to run out of the cave, in front of them suddenly came a roar that shook the heavens. Ow! The sound wave contained a tremendous amount of power. Surprisingly, it directly caused the entire interior of the cave to shake. Several pieces of debris directly smashed down from the cave wall. Subai and Meow Meow hurriedly dodged in fear. This is a truly advanced move, metal sound. Subai's expression was suddenly serious. Pill Cordola is back. Looking around, he realized that just running straight towards the exit definitely coincided with Kodora's collision. In that case, at the critical moment, Subai took out a piece of kin or, as well as the mushroom baiting dough. The 2 items were quickly crafted into a new prop under the effect of the golden finger. Mining mushroom luring dough. The original mushroom baiting dough had a strong attraction to monster elves, and now with the addition of firmament ore, this item was like a mountainous delicacy to Cordola. Plus, it should have been called back by its own pup in the process of hunting for food. There was a high probability that baiting it with this at this time would be successful. The huge shadow was already getting closer, reflecting very oppressive shadows on the exit floor. Raising his head, he looked at Cordola's body that was like a steel rock. Subai clenched his teeth, his palms lashed out, and in one breath, he threw a handful of smoke bombs in the cave. Boom! The cave was instantly filled with smoke. The Cordola that had just rushed in was instantly disoriented. It could only throw an impotent fury in all directions. The might of the iron palm smashed the ground again. Subai brought his swimming goggles, found the right moment, and immediately threw out 2 mining mushroom baiting clusters in front of Kodora. Just as Subai guessed, Cordola was indeed still in the process of hunting and had not really eaten. At first, when it smelled the unfamiliar odor of the mining mushroom bait dough, it thought it was an enemy, but when it got closer, it realized that, what is this thing? How can it smell so good? This fragrance could even make it lose its concentration for a short period of time, and by the time it reacted, it had already plopped down on the ground and nibbled on it. It is now. Subai and Meow Meow seized the opportunity, and without saying a word, they walked towards the cave entrance. Don't look at the mining mushroom lure dough is only the size of a fist after joining the solid or that can be chewy and so on. Cordola finished eating a heron has already been more than 10 breaths past. Subai they have also long taken the opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity from the body of Kodora swept past. When the smoke dispersed, Kodora also will mouth of the mining mushroom lure dumplings eat finished. Look around, Heron did not find the figure of the thieves. It looked up to the sky and roared once again. then spread its hooves and killed towards Kokodora's side. It still thought that the thieves were still inside the cave. Chapter 13. Elf Egg with C+ qualification. Subai and Meow Meow playfully weaved through the mountain forest. After running out thousands of meters, Subai saw a stream. After fetching some water, he once again carried out odor elimination operations on the elf egg. Although he had already temporarily sprinkled quicklime in the cave to cover up the elf egg scent, it was clearly not enough. Only by touching the outside smell could he completely make Kokodora untraceable. Kokodora elf egg. Thinking about the harvest this time, Subai's little heart was beating hard. Rich, rich. Such an elf egg was at least tens of thousands of dollars, equivalent to an ordinary person's income for 1 or 2 years. And this is just the elf egg. Subai still has the star sand. Of course, Subai didn't take it lightly because it couldn't be called a success until he returned home, clearing out all the low-value stuff in his backpack, leaving enough space for the elf eggs and star sand. Returned home with a full load. The ride home was smooth. In the family room, Subai's first time was to count his harvest today. The first thing was some materials such as firmament or star sand, and orange fruit and the like. There shouldn't be a problem selling these things for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, there were some things Subai was going to keep for himself, like the orange fruit. This thing was able to craft elf fodder and stamina-restoring wound medicine. The effect of the injury medicine in crafting was very powerful. Having this thing was no less than having a few more lives, so Subai naturally had no reason to sell it. However, these were not the main event. Subai looked towards the elf egg in his backpack, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hip-cracked. Elf egg, Kokodora. Qualification: C+. Condition: good. Attribute: steel, rock. Characteristics: hard head. Beginner moves: crash, harden. Intermediate moves: stomp, hereditary. Final arcana: double-bladed headbutt, probability inherited. Since stealing the egg, Subai had only briefly looked at the qualifications and had yet to scrutinize the egg's status. Qualification C+. This was already a qualification that could only be achieved by a Gosangia-level elf. In the normal market, this kind of elf can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars each. What kind of concept is this? A normal family would have to work for several years without eating or drinking to hoard their wealth. This is not the most ruthless. The key is also this elf egg genetic moves. Double-edged headbutt? Isn't this the ultimate headbutt move? How on earth did the Cordoras in the nooks and crannies of the wilderness give birth to an elf egg with this move attached to it? One thing was certain: if this Kokodora hatched out and acquired this move, it would definitely be a top C+ qualification, and with this move it would even be enough to rival B rank and A rank elves of the same grade. This is the power of the ultimate Upanishad-level moves, different from the anime world. In Subai's memory, the moves in the world of elves were actually very precious. Although the elves could also comprehend the original moves that they should be able to comprehend as their level increased. But this was all tied to qualifications. If an elf had a low qualification, they were born with poor comprehension abilities. Similarly, for elves with E, F, or D qualifications, most of them could only comprehend beginner and intermediate level moves throughout their lives. Higher level moves were simply unavailable to them. On the other hand, C and B qualified elves would have a stronger comprehension ability, and would be able to comprehend intermediate, advanced, and even Upanishad-level moves. But for moves like the final Upanishad, those who can comprehend them are probably only A ranked elves, or the legendary holy beasts, divine beasts, and ultra-rare quasi-gods who are late bloomers. But now as C-grade elf, even if the golden finger suggests that there is a probability of heredity, it is already enough to make Subai excited. Decided, I'd better keep this elf egg for myself. Thinking that he had also earned quite a bit of money from his trip out. Raising 2 elves should not be a problem anymore. So Subai was ready to start hatching this Kokodora egg. It wasn't a random decision. Kokodora had already reached Subai's standard for taking in an elf in terms of appearance and battle power. The final evolved form of Kokodora's appearance was as domineering as a Tyrannosaurus Rex wearing steel armor, and its combat strength was even comparable to that of a Gozangian. Such an elf almost no male trainer can refuse. Order some capsule slime online first, incubator for hatching elves, and Meow Meow's feed. It's better for me to make it myself. The finished product is too expensive. Subai muttered and fiddled with his cell phone. Meow Meow was at first beside him to take a look together, but later he felt bored and fiddled with his tail. At this time Subai hadn't noticed Meow Meow's tail. In addition to a smoke ball, there was also an additional ball of metallic-colored liquid. Cam. This incubator is a money grab, right? Subai hadn't even understood it before, and now that he flipped through it, he realized that this incubator was similarly divided into 3, 6, 9 classes depending on the price. The primary incubator was able to set the temperature and then incubate the elf eggs at a constant temperature. This kind of incubator is the cheapest, $1,000 will do. The intermediate incubator is able to intelligently heat and humidify the elf eggs to remove bacteria, and it will adjust the elf eggs when they are cold or hot. The intermediate incubator was slightly more expensive. One needed $5,000. In fact, for the current Subai, it was barely acceptable. The most expensive was still the advanced incubator. This advanced incubator was awesome class by the sound of its name, and it was also the most luxurious incubator currently circulating in the market. It was able to give the elf eggs the most natural and pure light and air under any circumstances, increase aerobic hydrotherapy center of gravity stabilization and other special incubation functions, and had a certain anti-pressure, anti-drop and shock-absorbing ability, which almost satisfied the hatching needs of all the currently known elf eggs on the market. 150,000. Seeing this, Subai was on the verge of crying. Originally, he thought that he had gone out on an adventure and had already made a small fortune. But when it comes to elf props, it's just a drop in the bucket. In fact, this is not the end. In order to allow the majority of trainers can successfully hatch elves, the official online store also sells a thing called hatching nutrient liquid. This thing is also a thief gill expensive, and unlike the theoretically recyclable incubator, this hatching nutrient liquid is a consumable product, almost 1 or 2 days to consume a packet. Primary nutritional hatching liquid was sold for $500 a pack. It was a substance that increased the hatching rate of the elves and supplied them with the nutrients they needed to hatch. Intermediate nutritional hatching liquid would cost $2,000 per pack. After covering the effects of the primary nutritional hatching liquid, it also has the effect of harmlessly accelerating the hatching of the elves. It was similar to the effects of having a flame body, lava armor, and steam engine properties. Subai searched in the crafting. In fact, this kind of efficacy on the nutritional hatching liquid is the use of coal small elf clan in the special production of coal ash, mixed into the hatching liquid incidental effects. Advanced nutritional hatching liquid is even more powerful. In addition to the effects of the above 2 nutritional hatching liquids, it is also able to save a certain degree of broken Pokemon eggs, so that they can hatch normally. This nutritional liquid was a limited edition, and only 10,000 bags were put up for sale on the official online store in one day. Although the price tag was 100,000 a bag, it was normally snatched up in the few seconds it was restocked. So it was a state of having a price without a market. Chapter 14. Selling star sand and buying materials. After reading these nutrient hatching liquid introductions, Subai felt a pang of heartburn. This kind of elf market, ordinary people really couldn't afford to play. Of course, actually hatching elves didn't necessarily require those things. It's like raising cats and dogs in reality. Nowadays people like to finally feed cat and dog food, but in the past, when there was no specialized cat and dog food, there were no pet cats and dogs. Hatching is the same. If you don't use an incubator, nutrient hatching liquid can also hatch elves, but in the eyes of many people it is just a little bit of insecurity. Subai perused the online incubators while checking what related crafting props were available in crafting. No, the unexpected joy came. There are also incubators and nutrient hatching solutions in crafting, and there is only one kind of incubator, which is called elf egg incubator. The effect was a bit different from the market without so many fancy introductions. Just one effect: 100% ensure that the elf eggs inside the incubator hatch successfully. Very powerful. But its production materials are actually quite expensive, Subai estimated, although not as expensive as a high-level incubator, but estimated that at least 10,000 yuan to get the materials. And the nutritional hatching liquid thing was a bit of a gateway. Like the market class levels, there were beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. But strangely enough, Subai could only see the crafting of the elementary nutritional hatching liquid. The other two only saw a list of products, and the material crafting method was not recounted at all. There was only a small hint in terms of suffixes. Trainer level insufficient, unable to view related crafting. What is this situation? It hadn't been long since obtaining the golden finger. Subai hadn't had this display for anything he needed to craft before, and now it was the first time he had seen this kind of prompt. Trainer level? Subai frowned and thought back carefully. It seemed like he had never used the golden finger on himself. Could it be that? Holding the attitude of trying it out, Subai used the golden finger on himself for the first time. Instantly, a row of mission prompts appeared in his mind. Subai, age 14. Identity: Trainer primary, Breeder intermediate. Abilities: Crafting golden finger. Elf Meow Meow level 10. Meow level 10 was because Subai had given it all the experience candies he had gained from this trip, so it wasn't surprising. But when he saw the identity column, Subai obviously froze. He was actually already a junior trainer? That's even if it's not enough, he's actually already an intermediate breeder? Shocked. After Subai's shock, he placed his eyes on the elementary nutritional hatching fluid again. The props provided by crafting never disappointed. Just this primary nutritional hatching liquid alone made Subai's eyes light up. Primary nutritional incubation liquid. Probability to enhance the original qualification of the elf, grow completely, and maximize the potential of the individual value. Regardless of the issue of individual value potential, incubation can enhance the qualification as let Subai never thought of, and the whole process of incubation only needs to be used once. Crafting materials are also relatively easy to obtain, and most of them can be bought directly. Subai roughly estimated the price, almost a few $100s can be put together. However, there was one flavor of material that could not be bought on the market. It requires experience candies? Subai frowned slightly. The experience candies he acquired today were all XS type, and he hadn't seen any S-type candies. It looks like the key to the problem is this prop. There was no use in rushing some things, so Subai bought some crafting materials for making immediate needs today. Then he went to cook for his own sister. He had also specially left some potatoes, mushrooms, and whatnot in the wild. Because of his golden finger, he could clearly distinguish which ones were poisonous and which ones weren't. Subai's cooking skills have been tested in 2 lives. After taking out the ingredients, he brushed and operated. Without 20 years of strength, he definitely could not imitate. Only to hear a chop 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 sound of the mat board. Meow Meow was stunned for a while. It felt that Subai's knife work was even sharper than its claws. 5:30. Subai handled all the food. 3 meals and 1 soup have been presented. Just at this time, the sound of his sister's door opening also sounded. Is there a younger brother at home? Before the person arrived, the delicate and crunchy voice arrived first. Sister is hungry. Quickly present me the delicious food. The first time Sue Frost came home, she put herself on the sofa, and her white and slender legs were slapping the sofa all over the place. Meow Meow came to the living room. After realizing that it was Sue Frost, she didn't squeak, and elegantly walked to the corner of the table, waiting for the meal to start. Come over and serve the food. You really think you're the queen? Subai yelled from the kitchen. He would still act aloof with others, but he was very relaxed with this only family member he had. Sue Frost beamed and muttered as she came into the kitchen to serve the food. Today's dishes feel especially fresh. Where did you get them, old brother? Meow Meow and I went out in the wild to pick them today. Went to the wilderness for what? Hearing that Subai went to the wilderness, Sue Frost subconsciously frowned her willow eyebrows. Yesterday, Subai went out without authorization and almost lost half of his life. To this day, she still had palpitations in her heart. Now that I have Meow Meow, I'm just trying my hand at it. Sue Frost still wanted to reprimand a few times. Subai immediately released the killer. No more chattering, no more food. Sue Frost immediately shut up, chewing the food in his mouth, always feeling that today's dishes were particularly fragrant. After eating, the siblings lay on the sofa and chatted for a while. After returning to the room, Subai started to make reservations for the large-billed Gull Express. This time, the main harvest is the star sand and cocodora eggs. Then the orange fruit and the nutrient ore. The latter 3 items were not for sale. Now that he was able to make his own injury medicine, the orange fruit thing was in short supply, and there was no excess that could be sold. The nut ore was also considered to be kept as reserve food for the future cocodora. Summarize what can be sold this time on the star sand. Contact the official channel to sell it. Selling to the official channel is not a big earner, but it is expensive because the price is fair and the transaction is fast. When Subai hung up the goods, soon the cell phone prompted. There is a big-mouthed gull courier will pick up the door within an hour. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the doorway. Subai immediately carried the star sand over, and Meow Meow also followed Subai like a personal bodyguard. When he came to the living room, he found that Sue Frost had also poked his head out of the room. Not avoiding it, Subai looked outside the door and after determining that it was a large-mouthed gull, he traded the item in front of Sue Frost. Ding dong. Almost an hour or so later, the sound of a text message came from Subai's cell phone. Taking it out and looking at it, the amount that arrived made Subai a bit surprised. Ouch! There's actually a whole $40,000. This was much higher than the amount Subai expected. The answer given by the official recycling platform was because the purity of Subai's star sand was very good, so the price was purposely raised. It was hoped that Subai would still contact them if he had goods in the future. With this much money, the materials for the elf egg incubator and the newbie nutritional enhancer can also be booked up first. After ordering all of them, Subai spent a total of small $20,000. After waiting for almost another hour, it was still that big-beaked gull, which gasped and sent over the things Subai had ordered. Afterwards, it stopped at the door and complained about Subai torturing the bird at night. Because of this crap errand, it ran back and forth several times in a row at night. In order to compensate the large-billed gull, Subai also specially gave it the leftovers from his own home. This stuff was picked in the wild, and the elf could also replenish a certain amount of energy by eating it. The big-beaked gull accepted the compensation, which made its face look better. Subai said that in the future the frequency of ordering things is high, but you have to make a good relationship with this little courier so that the next time they send something to you will be more efficient. Chapter 15 Healing Enhancement Meow Meow, Elf Egg Incubator. Back in the room, looking at the materials on the ground, Subai's eyes light up, click click click, and start drumming up with the golden finger. The first thing to make was a prop to help Meow Meow recover from a dark disease. The injury medicine during the day was an applied ointment that tended to treat external injuries, but now Subai wanted to create an injury medicine that could be taken internally. In fact, the efficacy of the two was similar, but Subai now had enough orange fruit and decided to strive for excellence, wanting to create a recovery medicine that had a gentler medicinal effect and was more convenient and easier to absorb. Refining the healing herbs, orange and orange fruit extracts, and then mixing them. This process, for the official processing plant, would require sophisticated instruments to mix and synthesize it according to quality and quantity. But in Subai's hands, this step was much more casual. With an old pharmacist's demeanor, Subai quickly produced the internal injury medicine. Looking at the medicine in Subai's hand, Meow Meow instantly hit a jolt, two cat pupils staring straight. Through the instinctive perception of the elf, it was very clear that its body needed this thing. Facing Meow Meow's longing gaze, Subai hemmed and hawed. "Want this stuff? Come. Let me jerk off and I'll give it to you." Saying that, his fingers made an indescribable movement and approached towards Meow Meow. Shocked, the master actually took advantage of his own elf's weakness to do such a thing. If Meow Meow would post online, this gimmick alone would attract a whole bunch of eaters. Air cold shiver, air cold shiver. When will those who are pets stand up? Facing the threat of his master, and the desire to recover from his physical injuries, Meow finally and helplessly obeyed. After drinking the injury medicine, Meow Meow felt dizzy in the head. It was like a drunken schoolgirl. Subai, on the other hand, was like the big bad wolf who persuaded him to drink. "Hey, after one drink, there's another one." Saying that, Subai took out another newbie stamina booster that he had just made. This thing was equally tempting to Meow Meow. Ms. Meow, who didn't resist the temptation, didn't even think about it, and gulped down another cup. After 2 cups, Meow Meow quickly entered a drowsy state. This is the stage of the body's reprieve and restoration. Just like humans, elves' body restoration ability will reach its highest during sleep. Looking at Meow Meow, who put down his guard and slept over, Subai smiled faintly and gently placed it on a soft pillow. As for himself, he still had to drum up the elf egg incubator. Huffing and puffing until the middle of the night, only then did he make the incubator. This thing was quite difficult to make, but of course after making it, it was likewise very fulfilling. Next, it's just a matter of putting the Cocodora elf egg on it. Although he was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, Subai still had an exhilarated look on his face. After completing everything, he let out a sigh of relief. Then contentedly, he climbed onto the bed and casually picked up Meow Meow and slept. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. Meow! A soft cat's purr came from his ears, and a furry licking sensation on his face. Against the morning light, Subai opened his eyes with difficulty and found Meow looking at himself with wide-open cat eyes. "Good morning, Meow Meow." Elf, Meow Meow. Level, 10-21%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength F+, physical attack F+, physical defense F, special attack F, special defense F, speed F+. Condition, good. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Characteristics, picking up. Carrying props, smoke orb grade F. The elf carrying it can release smoke at critical moments to hide its figure. Beginner moves, grab skillful, bark introductory, high 5 attack introductory. Intermediate moves. Bite skillful. Very well, after a night's rest, Meowth's condition has obviously improved greatly, especially in terms of physical strength and speed, both of which have increased from F grade to F+ grade. This was already the limit of its individual value for this qualification. Meow. Subai still wanted to study it more. But Meow was like a strong woman who lifted up her skirt and didn't recognize it. Seeing Subai waking up, she jumped out of his arms without any warmth. Then he pointed at the door with his tail, signaling that he should get up. Subai laughed bitterly. This script is not right. Yesterday fed it injury medicine, it should not today to my good sense doubled? Why is it still acting like a little queen? However, what Subai didn't notice was that after Meow turned back to his head, his meow mouth revealed a sweet smile, truly like a little girl who had succeeded in playing a prank on her boyfriend. After making breakfast for Sue Frost, Subai was ready to go to the long-lost school. After coming to the other world, this was the first time he went to school. The feeling of going back to school made him feel slightly reminiscent, and at the same time, he would likewise be a little nervous. He arrived at the refreshing village bus stop. The buses here are all driven by trainers from the Elf Alliance. Firstly, it was to create jobs for the trainers, and secondly, when traveling from city to city, there was no chance of an elf attacking, so the drivers needed to have elves with a certain amount of combat power. Fortunately, the road between Refreshing Village and River Stream City had already been swept and checked many times, and there were no longer any elves nearby that would jeopardize the traffic. So the driver-trainer level doesn't need to be too high. A novice level will be able to do the job. Subai took the earliest bus. Originally he thought that there were not many people. However, after going over he realized that it seemed like someone had arrived here earlier than himself. Speaking of which, this person should be considered an acquaintance, and he was in the same class, Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu was quite pretty. Although she lived in the rural countryside, she was a goddess-class black long straight. Although only 14 years old, but the body has been initially grown, even if the body wearing Jiangxi Middle School uniform blue and white school uniform still cannot cover the youthful curves. A beautiful goose egg face, eyes gentle and clear, giving people a feeling of pure and clean. Seeing Subai come over, Yi Xiaoyu froze before nodding her head and greeting, "Good morning." "Well, you are also early." The way the two met and greeted each other was very plain, and didn't say too much to exchange. In fact, this is quite normal. Childhood sweethearts are the only ones who stick to the male lead in anime. In normal reality, even if they played together when they were young, when they went to school, came into contact with other friends, and had a little bit of male and female consciousness, they would gradually grow apart. But today is a little different, because Subai's school bag had an extra cat head. At this time, because it had been held inside for too long, it wanted to poke its head out to get some air. Meow. Meow didn't know why, but seemed to particularly hate staying inside the genie ball, and would soon come out on its own even after being put inside the genie ball. Subai thought that it was the old version of the elf ball that was uncomfortable, and the elf ball of the elf that he had taken in was not good enough to rectify the situation. In desperation, I had to put Meow in my school bag when I went out today. Hearing this cat's cry, Yi Xiaoyu, who originally had nothing in common, suddenly stared at her eyes, blinking and observing the cat's head that emerged from Subai's backpack. "You took in Meow, right?" Subai soothed the Meow back. "Why didn't you put it inside the elf ball? It doesn't seem to like the elf ball much." Subai smiled bitterly. "It's very personalized." Saying that, Yi Xiaoyu also took out the elf ball and put it out. Chapter 16, Going to School. As the arc light flashed, what appeared in front of him was a thing with a small body and an appearance that looked like a green bud plant. But the plant had eyes and a mouth. It was a mimosa pod. Yi Xiaoyu's family was considered a respectable one in the village. Her mom was working as a village doctor, and her dad was working as a vice squad member of the patrol police, an official department of the Union in Jiangxi City, so getting Yi Xiaoyu an elf was still a breeze. Mimosa. It was really like a mimosa. After seeing someone other than its owner, it immediately used the leaves on its head and covered its face shyly. Then it came to Yi Xiaoyu with a bounce. Yi Xiaoyu bent her legs and held it in her arms, then softly introduced to it, "Look, Mimosa. That's Meow." Meow. Meow gave a very casual bark as a greeting. Shy Pod, on the other hand, was still covering its little face and shaking its body. Watching the interaction between the two elves, the Subai duo as the hosts couldn't help but smile. The seats on the first train were naturally very empty. Other than the two, there was absolutely no one else. The two were too embarrassed to purposely sit separately because they knew each other, so they sat together and casually chatted for a while longer. The young girl on the side obviously didn't know what Subai was thinking. She just felt that he looked a little strange right now. She could feel that Subai's current attitude seemed a bit different from before. Previously, Subai was also a man of few words, but was the kind that blushed and panicked when he saw her for fear of saying the wrong thing. And now Subai and her talk feel very calm. Feel is simply no people chatting. This feeling let Xiaoyu a little rusty. Once they were quite close to each other, perhaps this is the distance that time brings them. The bus swayed all the way, from time to time up one or two people, countryside places. As long as someone waved, usually the driver will stop. Not long after, the bus finally reached the school. Jiangxi Middle School has arrived. Passengers getting off the bus, please bring your valuables and pay attention to safety. When Subai arrived at the classroom and saw those textbooks on his desk, he immediately became interested and flipped through them with great interest. The main class in this world naturally centered around elves. But it wasn't all about evolutionary forms, attributes, and matching moves. For example, an elf and nature subject. Question: what's the difference between the flight position of a badahu when courting and the flight position when divorced? Subai silently looked at the correct answer. Most of the flight positions during courtship are male on top of female, while the flight positions during divorce are the female butterfly wings phosphorus powder glued on the male butterfly's face. Wow, are you sure this is something that could be written in a textbook? Doesn't this feel like a family drama in the elf world? Next is the second question: how much toxin was injected into the brain of the dorky beast when the big tongue shell bit it to encourage the dorky beast to evolve into the king of the dorky beast? And if the big tongue shell toxin is injected into the human body, what will be the reaction? This topic is even more deranged and suggests you hurry up and book a bed at the morgue. What kind of extra credit question is there behind this topic? As we all know, the dull beast tail will evolve into a dull shell beast after being bitten, and the head part will evolve into a dull king if the other parts of the body are bitten. So what will happen if the other parts of the body are bitten? Woohoo, this topic Subai has a little bit of heart, or the shell beast chanting. In the previous world, different regions of the elves will branch out to evolve various types of subspecies forms. Like the Galleon region of the dull beast, is the hand will be bitten and evolved into a dull in the slightly fierce poison plus superpowers attribute dull shell beast. But the examination question will actually come up with this kind of question. Then does it mean that the humans' pioneering discovery of elves has also reached a very considerable point now? Subai continued to flip through the textbook with interest. What other argumentative thinking questions are there below? Why did the fossilized Pokemon become extinct? And are today's restored skeletons such as sickle helmets and fossilized pterodactyls really what they originally looked like? Who knows, it's been said before that fossil pterodactyl's mega evolution is what it really looked like in ancient times, and it's possible that Scythe Helmet will have a whole mega evolution someday. But the people of this world also listed the genes of the elves in the form of letters. This question is the need to use these letters to carry out a series of analysis and calculation, and then give a reasonable answer so that only counted as a score. Subai covered his face and laughed. No wonder a certain Feng Yuan region of Dr. Katamaki will advocate outdoor practice contact with elves. Normal people all day nestled in the laboratory hold these formulas, who does not collapse. Of course, this is not to denigrate the civilization of this world. On the contrary, Subai has a lot of respect for these people who engage in academic research. The scholars of this world were likewise trying their best to understand this kind of creature, the elves. Although these formulas were tedious and complicated, if answered properly, it was possible to come up with a reasonable answer. Just like that formula calculation for the fossilized pterosaur, for example, after Subai looked at the answer, he found that the final conclusion was that the reduction diagram did not match the actual diagram. What an interesting world! When Subai got tired of reading, he reached his hand into the desk from time to time and jerked the meow in the desk. Normal daytime meow meow would be a little quieter. Cats are originally diurnal animals, especially in the morning. For cats is the most drowsy time, so Subai took the opportunity to have a good hand job. You should know that Meow Meow is very arrogant when awake. Normal will not let Subai so mesroa. Subai so mixed a few classes. The good thing is that the teacher never named to answer questions, so Subai is no pressure, listening to some interesting knowledge. The world has more understanding. He also more hope that he will be the world early foothold, and the family Meow Meow to live in the days of economic freedom. After school back home, Subai to the sofa comfortable a lie. Tomorrow is Saturday. He went to class one day ushered in a double holiday. Taking this opportunity, Subai planned to continue strengthening Meow Meow's individual value. The stronger Meow Meow was, the more things he could do. Of course, in addition to Meow Meow, Subai was also going to hatch out his second elf, the Cocodora egg, as soon as possible. Cocodora had strong potential, and there was even a probability that it could learn the double-edged headbutt. But to hatch it perfectly, it needed nutrient hatching liquid. This experience Candy S Have to find a way to get it. Judging from the name, this material should be a prop that's one level up from Experience Candy XS. And Experience Candy XS is a prop that is carried on every elf I've encountered so far. From this, I can surmise that this Experience Candy S is most likely on an elf of a higher level. But although the words were easy to say, with Meowth's current strength, challenging a stronger elf was definitely a big risk. That's a bit of a head-scratcher. Chapter 17, Swift and Rigid Moves. Right, I can get the Carp King to do it. If one were to say which elf in the world was the weakest and least lethal, the Carp King would definitely rank high. The vast majority of Carp Kings only knew one, Leap Up move. This was one of the very few useless moves that wasn't even a beginner's move because it didn't do any damage. After the move was used, nothing would happen to the Carp King except that it would jump twice. This thing is an excellent existence as a meat target. Subai clenched his fist with slight confidence. Yesterday, he had studied the map given by Old Man Joe and found that there was exactly one stream labeled Carp King on it. This stream wasn't a novice area, but it wasn't marked in red either, indicating that the danger factor wasn't high. If I greet Elder Joe, he might not let me go, so it's better to find an opportunity to sneak over there. Subai certainly wouldn't just rush over without a head. Although Carp Kings were weak, but it was relative, some Carp Kings still had the possibility to learn Impact. When the time came to give a dislike haphazardly, it could definitely make Subai drink a pot. So, in order to be on the safe side, Subai still have to do some preparation work beforehand. The night he went back, Subai made 3 bottles of Novice Physical Defense, Special Attack, and Special Defense Enhancers. 3 bottles of potion down. Meow Meow once again fell into a deep sleep. From time to time can still hear it issued grunt, comfortable groan sound. Subai's palm gently stretched towards Meow Meow. As if sensing Subai's breath, Meow Meow instinctively rubbed towards Subai. Early the next morning, Sue Frost went to her part-time job early in the morning. Although this older sister was usually an oinking monster, she was really on when she needed to support her family. Subai waited for his older sister to leave and immediately took the opportunity to slip away to the wilderness. The Carp King stream was actually not far from that Kodora hilltop from last time. Taking advantage of the fact that the early morning sun was still not too poisonous, Subai brought along Meow Meow and lightly hurried towards the first bend in the river moorings on the other side of the mountain. In order to not make useless consumption before arriving at his destination, Subai also specially made a few bottles of stash spray. Bill of materials: flower, beer, fruit, insecticidal herb. Description of effect: spray it on yourself. The odor will last for a certain period of time, during which your breath and footsteps will miraculously disappear. Because of the ingredient of wormwood, this thing is quite expensive per bottle, almost $500. The first 2 days of their own available cannot afford. But and use time is quite long. A bottle of effect can last almost half a day. Subai made 4 bottles in one breath, absolutely enough. Of course, anonymity is not the same as disappearance. If directly seen by the elves, or in front of the elves with particularly sharp senses, it will still expose the whereabouts. So even after using it, Subai was still very careful. Bent Mouth River Moor, which is considered a relatively large tributary connecting the big river around the refreshing village. Although it is now classified as a highland hill area, I heard that in the past this area was probably still a sea. The proof is that you can find a lot of fossilized shellfish in this area. Of course, novices or hobbyists would be wise to stay out of these muddy waters. The real meaning of muddy water. This place, right now, is a wetland swamp environment. Subai also found out after he came over, not only were there a lot of water attribute Pokemon over here, but there were also a lot of grass attribute Pokemon that like to bask in the sun and like the air to be moist. Sunflower Seed. Grade 11. Qualification, E. Individual values: Physical Strength F+, Physical Attack F, Physical Defense F, Special Attack F+, Special Defense F, Speed F. Wiping his sweat, Subai touched the props on the Hyuga Seed that had lost its ability to fight. This Hyuga Seed was Meow Meow's sneak attack to win. Sunward Seeds were elves with strong recovery ability and grouped together, and it was hard for Subai to find a single one. Although its qualifications and level were higher than Meow Meow's, its strength wasn't very strong. As long as he was careful not to let it use the rooting move to regain blood, with Meow Meow's current F+ physical attack ability, he could still inflict considerable damage on it. After this battle, Subai also found that the qualification does not have much impact on the combat power. It only affects the potential of the elf, the individual value of the elf, and the move is the key factor that affects the battle. In the future, as long as Subai had enough money to make nutritional enhancers, the F+ qualification Meow Meow was equally likely to be super divine. Hey! A level 11 elf is still experience candy excess. Seeing the small blue triangle crystals in his hand, Subai was somewhat helpless. Is it true that you can only find level 20 or above elves to pop out experience candy S? Although he had prepared for it earlier, he was still more or less a bit stressed when he had to accept the reality. There's something else on the sunward seed. Is this? Melon seed. Subai looked at a familiar soap opera companion in his hand and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, after he used his golden fingers to take a closer look, the pupils instantly trembled violently. This is a proficient seed. Proficiency seed. A very rare seed. Able to use it to allow an elf's moves to be strengthened. Subai really didn't think that a tiny sunward seed would have this kind of good stuff on it. However, on second thought, it was actually quite normal for a sunflower seed to produce sunflower seeds on a sunflower seed. It was only natural. This prop's use up is also a doorway. If used directly, indeed can also enhance the elf moves a certain degree of proficiency, but the actual is a waste. According to Subai's understanding of this prop, as well as the crafting tips in the crafting program, the proficient seed can be crafted into either the swift seed or the fierce seed. After these two types of seeds were used, they could turn moves into swift moves and fierce moves respectively. Swift moves can be used extremely fast, comparable to pre-formatted moves Lightning Bolt, Godspeed, Bullet Fist, etc. Although it slightly affects the power of the move, it comes with the effect of the original move and has the speed of a pre-formatted move, which is obviously very desirable in battle. Rigid moves, on the other hand, make moves more powerful. Like Meow Meow's current strongest move, Bite. It was an intermediate move, but if it was used in a fierce move, it was only a hair's breadth away from being an advanced move. You should know that advanced moves are usually moves that only B rank or even a rank elves can master. Similar to Jet Flame, Freeze Ray, 100,000 Volt, Wave Missile, and Spirit Strong Mind. These moves are almost a household name in this world. No one will not know the name of these moves. Originally, unless an elf like Meow Meow evolved into a cat boss and then learned frolicking or used a skill stone, it would be difficult to finally comprehend advanced moves in one's lifetime. But now with the Gundam seed, it was easy to fulfill the dream. Of course, just like the swiftness stance, the rigid stance also had a few flaws. While going overboard with power, it would leave the elf in a state of exhaustion, and the movement attack would become sluggish for a certain period of time. Chapter 18, Broken Fishing Rods and Carp Kings. To make a proficient seed into a swift seed, or a rigid seed, you still need some materials. These things could be ordered by online shopping. But currently, Subai was a bit shy. The money he spent on purchasing the star sand last time, Subai had almost all used it to purchase the materials. Just like products, worn-out fishing rod. Efficacy description. The appearance of the fishing rod looks very old. There is water and elves can be used. As long as you are not distracted, almost 100% can be fishing to the elves. Note, this fishing rod has a great probability of fishing out of the Carp King. This thing is worth $5,000 just for the prop material. How to say, the efficacy of this thing is very consistent with the original game, including that pitiful Carp King shipment rate. Of course, in Subai's current situation, the negative effects of this old fishing rod were exactly what he wanted, and what he wanted to catch was the king carp. After that, Subai and Meow Meow proceeded to sneak up on a couple of fallen sunward seeds. But none of them were picking up the proficient seeds. It looked like it was just luck that they just happened to bump into a sunflower seed carrying a proficient seed. Not dwelling on it, Subai followed the original plan and continued to grope his way to the Bend Mouth River Park. This place was full of muddy ground. Finding a wild wheat field, Subai brought Meow Meow Cat up, and then took out the worn-out fishing rod from his backpack, as well as the newly crafted baitball, bean baitball. The materials used to make this item are similar to those used to make the mushroom lure, and even the effects are similar, except that one attracts monster and dragon elves, while this bean lure attracts birds and fish elves. Subai had just prepared for fishing. Suddenly the heavens did not cooperate. At this time the sky suddenly pattered with light rain. Seeing this, Meow immediately stretched out his claws, brushing and chopping a piece of the surrounding wild wheat, then draped these over Subai. Is this meant to be an umbrella for me? Subai laughed, removing the ears of wheat from these wild wheat seeds, then using his golden fingers to produce 2 straw raincoats in 3 tries. Draped one on himself and then draped one on Meow Meow. Looking at the straw raincoat on himself, Meow Meow wiggled his arms, his big face full of surprises, obviously not expecting Subai to have the skill. Even in a moment, Meow had a worship mentality towards Subai, feeling that the master in front of him was so omnipotent. Of course, as arrogant as Meow, naturally, she would not frankly reveal her heart, just silently turned her head, pretending not to care. Seeing this, Subai also smiled. These few days together, he had gradually understood Meow's character. Accompanied by the sound of raindrops, he began to silently fish for the Carp King. Carp King, level 10. Qualification, F. Individual value, physical strength F, physical attack F, physical defense F+, special attack F, special defense F, speed F. Carp King, level 7. Qualification, F+. The vast majority of Carp Kings were under level 10. Although Subai held the mentality that even a mosquito is meat, but the wave of harvesting down, the things obtained were still too little. Obviously, even with the golden finger, it was difficult to scavenge anything good on an elf like the Carp King that was nothing but scales and bones. The only thing that was gained was experience candy XS and some Carp King scales. The Carp King scales were not useless. As the Carp King's first line of defense, this thing was resilient and at the same time its defense was not low. It could be used to make some defensive props, and trainers who often mingled in the wilderness actually needed this item quite a bit. Collect it first. Subai expressed that he didn't mind. Carp King, level 11. Qualification, E. Carp King. Qualification E. After catching more Carp Kings in the back, Subai gradually also discovered a problem. It seemed that Carp Kings above level 10 were almost all E-qualified. And Carp Kings with F-class qualifications like Meow were top-sealed at level 10 100% experience, and how they couldn't step over the level 11 hurdle. Doesn't that lead to a conclusion? If they relied on experience gained from battles alone, F-qualification elves could only reach level 10 in their entire lives. Subai recalled all the elves he had encountered so far, and none of them seemed to have escaped this logic. No wonder the poor people in this world can't turn over a new leaf. Most of the normal field elves are F-rank elves, and very few lucky people are able to take in E-rank elves in the field. This meant that normal people could only have level 10 or 20 elves in their lifetime. Because of the high cost of test paper, ordinary people rarely test the level and qualification of their elves, which leads to the vast majority of people not realizing that qualification is related to level. Maybe it wasn't a secret in the big families at the top, but obviously this information wasn't leaked out. If it wasn't for the fact that Subai had a golden finger and was able to find a large number of elves to statistically confirm it, it was estimated that he wouldn't know about this now. Where there are people, there are classes. Fortunately, I can give Meow experience candies for it to upgrade, or else it would have to be reduced to a roux as well. Subai sighed and shook his head. Not to think about that much. He better take care of himself first and continue fishing for king carp. From time to time, the cries of a coda duck headache could be heard along the riverbank, and occasionally there was 1 or 2 dazed lotus-capped kitties peeking out of the surface of the water with its lotus leaf plate. The Yangyangma schemes the surface of the water, causing a ripple, and a pair of small spines on its tail, like the tail of an airplane, poke into the water every now and then, as if probing for bugs that can be used as food. The scene in front of him was naturally harmonious, but Subai didn't dare to let his guard down, because he had already entered the junior trainer area. The level of these things would not be low. If they clashed head on Subai, and Meow would definitely not have a good time. Now they could only hope that the animizing spray would be effective enough. As more and more Carp Kings were caught, Subai had saved a certain amount of experience candy in his hand. After thinking about it, Subai gave all of them to Meow in one gulp. Normal battles with Carp Kings couldn't gain much experience, but experience candy XS props were treated equally. The ones extracted from each elf were similar. After a large amount was used, Subai soon realized that the experience bar that Meow had just frozen in place was rapidly growing. Level 11, level 12, level 13. It went up 3 levels in a row before stopping. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but rejoice. Now he was also considered to have officially crossed into the ranks of a junior trainer. Wow! The surface of the river suddenly rippled violently. Eh? Subai's expression was corrected. The force of pulling the fishing rod this time was much greater than before. Could this be catching something other than a king carp? Feeling Subai's strain, Meow, who was originally keeping a lookout at the side, also rushed over to help him pull the fishing rod together. Subai had a wide range of interests in his previous life, and he had also dabbled in this aspect of fishing. He didn't rush to reel in the line, much less pull it hard. Although the worn-out fishing rod came from craftsmanship, the material was after all a consumable, and when it endured a weight that it couldn't withstand, it was equally likely to break. Leave the reeling to me, and watch for the fish the moment it comes out of the water for me, and strike at it immediately. Meow! Upon hearing this, Meow Meow half squatted on the ground, the cat pupil staring unblinkingly at the fishing line. Its front paws were already fully open, and it would dart and pounce at the slightest breeze in the next few moments. Chapter 19. Conquering the king carp of different colors. Pulling the rod left and right, the fishing rod was yanked tautly into a circular arc, and the fishing line was even pulled straight. Subai was constantly draining his opponent's stamina. The palms of his feet drew 2 deep grooves in the muddy river bank. Gradually, the ripples swimming back and forth on the surface of the water began to become smaller in amplitude. Subai knew that it was time to close the rod. Fiercely was a lift of the fishing rod. Eft! A large golden-colored figure was yanked out of the water. The body of fish scales glistened in the sunlight. Subai was puzzled at first as to what kind of elf it was, because in his memory, there were no water attribute elves of this color in normal rivers and moors. Then when he took a closer look, his eyes almost stared out. This Nima! It was actually a carp king of a different color. Golden legend. Meow! Meow Meow kept Subai's instructions in mind. After the golden carp king was caught out of the water, it didn't hesitate to swing its claws towards the target. Strike palm strange attack. Bam! With a single grab, there was actually a ringing sound of gold and iron clashing. Meow Meow's expression immediately froze, the force bouncing back from its palm causing it pain. What an awesome defense! Meow Meow realized that its full-strength palm strike wonder attack did not break the defense at all. But in order to live up to Subai's expectations, it immediately took the next step. It only saw a layer of metallic-colored liquid quickly wrapped above its claws. This is... Subai immediately noticed the change in Meow Meow. When the metallic-colored liquid wrapped around Meow Meow's claws, the original Meow Meow's attack power, penetration power immediately increased. Brush. This time, it finally penetrated the fish scales, and the golden carp king immediately revealed a pained expression, accompanied by Meow Meow turning around with a flying kick. Boom! The nearly 1-meter-long carp king was successfully thrown ashore. The carp king on the shore was struggling on the muddy ground. Because of the sneak attack effect of palm strike, the carp king had not reacted to what had happened. Subai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Immediately, he pulled out a handful of sticky pills from his pocket. Snapping it, he smashed it against the carp king of a different color on the ground. This sticky pill was made by him after spending an old price to buy materials. It cost almost $500 apiece. It didn't matter if it was about martial virtues or not. It was not easy to catch the carp king on the shore. If he let it jump back into the water, it would be a loss to his grandmother's house. When the sticky pill touched the carp king, it instantly exploded and turned into a white sticky liquid. The carp king's movements obviously slowed down. At this time, Meow Meow had already rushed over. At the king carp that had already broken away from the water surface, it was a burst of output. The carp king was at first in a mess, not daring to fight back, only wanting to escape, but soon realized that the other party could not break the defense, and his mind gradually came alive. Even after being stuck by the sticky pill, he launched a crash attack, dealing some damage to Meow Meow. Subai narrowed his eyes. Originally, he had tried to save some money as much as possible, but currently, it looked like the money couldn't really be saved. Thinking of this, he pulled out a red potion jar from his pocket. The name of this thing was Strength Strengthening Pill LV1. Efficacy description. After using it, it makes the elf's attack power increase for a period of time. It was about the same efficacy as strength enhancement, but the crafting produced something that was more in line with realistic use. Subai crafted a total of 5 of them. The elf could only use a total of 5 within a certain period of time. It was equivalent to raising the attack power by 5 levels in one breath. This thing was really expensive. Selling one on the market required $10,000. Even if Subai only needed to collect materials, 5 of them cost $5,000. When determining that he was going to deal with a high-level elf, Subai expected that there would be a lack of attack power. Throwing the pills to Meow Meow too. Meow's tail caught them and immediately swallowed them, with a burst of red light surging around his body. Meow Meow was like having chicken blood. A move wrapped in metallic luster. Bite hold went down, and 2 rows of teeth marks immediately appeared on the heterochromatic carp king. Cat-type elves had an element of racial restraint against fish-type elves. When Meow's output reached a certain level, the Fey Carp King quickly lost the battle. Looking at the heterochromatic Carp King that had lost its ability to fight, Subai's heart fluttered with excitement. Golden finger contact. Carp King different color. Level 21. Qualification D+. Individual value. Physical strength E+. Physical attack F. Physical defense D. Special attack F. Special defense D. Speed E+. Attribute water. Characteristics. Timid. Primary moves. Leap proficient. Crash introductory. Sure enough, it's an elf with a level of 20 or higher. After fishing for half a day today, it wasn't a waste of effort after all. Subai immediately started scavenging for props. Because his mood was too excited, his palms were slightly trembling. Experience Candy S. Unlike the XS kind of pocket-sized fingernail shell-sized crystals, the Experience Candy S was obviously much larger in size, being half the size of the palm of his hand. Crystalline azure fluid flowed continuously inside. At a glance, it was clear that it was a good treasure. If he didn't need to make hatching fluid, Subai would have given it to Meow at the first opportunity. Now, it could only be treasured. The next step was to consider how to dispose of this heterochromatic Carp King. If it was a normal situation, Subai would definitely have collected it immediately. But this Carp King was slightly special. This Carp King's level was 21 levels. Perhaps those who were not familiar with the Carp King would still think that there was nothing strange about it. But in fact, the normal evolution level of the Carp King is level 21. If it hadn't evolved after this level, it meant that there was something wrong with this King Carp. The problem could be big or small. Thinking in the right direction, it could be that the Carp King was sick when it was supposed to evolve, and its nutrition couldn't keep up, so as long as it was slightly toned up, it would easily evolve, and taking it in would be the equivalent of picking up a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which would be a great deal of money. Tyrannosaurus itself racial value can be comparable to Gosangia. This is still only a different color, take out to the absolute dominance of the bombardment of a horse. But on the downside, this Carp King could also have some serious dark disease that prevents it from evolving for the rest of its life. For example, if it mistakenly eats the Stone of Immutability or something like that, it would be a bit difficult to salvage it. Especially if it has mistakenly eaten the Stone of Immutability. If it's just misused, find a way to make it pull out and it's over. But if it's digested, then it's basically insurmountable. It's equivalent to having the Stone of Immutability completely integrated into the body. This kind of situation, unless it can obtain some heavenly material in the future, there is no hope of evolving for the rest of its life. A Carp King that can't evolve is similar to a salted fish. Unless there is a special collection fetish enthusiast, ordinary people really don't have much to do. Subai looked at the golden fish scales and searched for a while. Finally, a pat on the thigh, make a decision. Goon what like to take in craftsmanship is there. Do not believe that the drumming does not make a Carp King evolution props. After saying that, he took out a capsule elf ball from his pocket and threw it towards the golden Carp King. Chapter 20. Stumbling upon a fossil. The capsule-style genie ball was also the one that Subai spent money on materials later on and remodeled. As the elf ball accurately hit the Carp King, a golden light flashed, and the 1-meter-long Carp King was sauced in. It didn't even put up much of a fight. Now that the Experience Candy S was in hand, there was also an additional Carp King of a different color that had been collected. Theoretically speaking, this expedition was very successful. Of course, there were some things Subai still hadn't figured out. Meow. Come on. Talk to me. What's with the metallic luster that just came out of your body? Meow instantly revealed an expression of its little secret being broken. However, the person facing it was Subai, so it wasn't prepared to deliberately hide it. It obediently walked to Subai, touched the gold coin on its forehead, and then spread out its cat paws. It was seen that it was holding a ball of fluid metal substance in its hand. This is a metal film. After Subai Jin's fingers made contact, it was only then that he could see the origin of this thing. Metal film grade F+. A special metal liquid that is both flexible and hard. After carrying it, the use of moves can bring steel attribute power, and if the steel attribute move used by itself, the power of the move will also be increased, and after certain special elves carry it, it will resonate to produce a change. I didn't expect that Meow still had this prop hidden in his body. This should be the effect of the pickup trait. Subai guessed that it should have been obtained last time in the Kodora cave. Meow thought that Subai needed this item, and after taking it out, he directly and generously gave it to Subai. Subai froze and smiled as he returned the metal film to Meow. I can see that this thing is also helpful for your combat power enhancement, so keep it for yourself. If you're willing, you can lend this to Kokodora when it hatches. Meow. Meow responded elegantly, looking as if it had agreed. Today's purpose had been accomplished. Subai was then ready to pack up and go back. Just as he was looking to see if anything was missing on the ground before leaving, he suddenly caught sight of a very strange stone with a very strange pattern at the foot pit of the riverbank where he had just dragged the Carp King. Because of the rainy day, this stone was quickly washed away by the rain after it was exposed. Subai squinted his eyes and observed it, and his curiosity was immediately aroused. Without saying anything, he went forward and used his golden finger to check it out. Under this check, his eyes immediately widened. Fossil fish. A fossilized elf fragment from the ancient times. Because the fossil fragment is incomplete, it is impossible to judge its original appearance. It can only be analyzed that it should be a certain kind of elf living in the sea. If it is combined with the rest of the fossilized sea beast fragments and fossilized dragon fragments resurrected, it is not likely that it will give birth to a very different, brand new elf. Although I have long heard that fossils have been dug out of this curved river, I never thought that I would actually create a piece of fossilized sea beast after fishing for the first time. The value of this thing would be very significant. If it was sold to some research institute, it could be said to be a priceless thing. Of course, Subai would not miss it. Immediately, he took out his multifunctional shovel and paired it with Meow Meow, carefully digging out this piece of treasure. The volume was quite large, fully half Subai's height. If it wasn't for the fact that Subai had used enough of the silent spray and smoke bomb to explore the road. But if it wasn't for the fact that Subai had used enough of the silent spray and smoke boleto scout the way, he might not have been able to move home safely. At home, Subai counted the harvest. He found that, besides the fossil, Meow Meow also brought him some surprises. I don't know where it just went, but it picked up some pink fish scales from the goldfish. There were also small pearls from the large tongue shells, as well as some of the unique smoke taro by the river. The first two, although the price is not high, but can be sold to the jewelry store, earn a little money, estimated about $1,000. The latter is the raw material for the smoke bomb that Subai often uses. Meow Meow collected these, also counted to Subai small, earned a little living expenses. The big head is naturally still in the experience candies, fossilized fish above. Fossilized fish. I haven't figured out what to do with it yet. The experience candies was made into a primary nutritional hatching liquid by Subai in the evening. Looking at the Coco Dora egg that was rapidly absorbing nutrients within the incubator, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that should be done had been done. Whether Coco Dora could comprehend the double-edged headbutt or not would depend on its own destiny. Finally, Subai looked towards the different colored Carp King that was temporarily placed in the water tank. At this time, the Carp King had just finished eating the bean-inducing dough package Subai had prepared for it and was happily spitting out bubbles. Seeing Subai looking towards himself, he instantly tilted his head naively and looked at Subai. Eyes full of wisdom color with a era like, "It doesn't feel very smart." Subai smiled bitterly. He had just checked the physical condition of the Carp King. It was found that this fish had indeed eaten the wrong thing. But it wasn't anything bad. Instead, it was overnourished. It didn't know where it had gone to nibble on a piece of dragon scale. This thing was a contraption that only fell off of dragon attribute Pokemon. The more powerful the dragon attribute Pokemon was, the stronger the dragon scale energy it carried. Theoretically, it was a good thing for the King Carp to be able to eat this kind of thing, but it happened to eat it right at that juncture in its evolution. This caused the attribute energy it had been reserving for normal evolution to be stirred up because of the foreign dragon attribute power. You should know that although the Tyrannosaurus Rex has dragon in its name, it is actually a serious water plus flying attribute spirit. Once this delicate balance of attributes was broken, if you wanted to find the opportunity to evolve again, you would have to wait for the Carp King to completely digest the dragon scale or spit it out. Subai was also crying and laughing when he knew about this at that time. The risk factor of taking the dragon scale out of your body is a bit big, and pulling it out is a bit of an outrage. So in the near future, I will prepare some potions for you to aid in digestion and absorption, so that once you evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the power of using dragon attribute moves will also be increased. After saying so much, I don't know if the Carp King understood, only to see that it still looked at Subai dumbly, spitting out a bubble from time to time, which was considered to be the biggest response to him. The next Sunday, Subai began to investigate the news about this fossil. Elf Union official did not specialize in the acquisition of such things channels, and he currently has no way to resurrect the fossil elves, and then again this half-body resurrection out of not much use, so he thought to go to the internet to look for some information. He first came to assess the price of this fossil and then in the plan. After some searching, he found that there is a fossil enthusiasts forum on the internet that doesn't require a login ID and can be traded privately. Chapter 21 Tulong's Brother and the Grotto. This forum seems to be a bit of energy. There is a private club. If someone finds something good, can be completely in this club forum peddling. People will not ask you the origin of the fossil, the same as long as the goods are correct. The amount of money sold in the middle of the club will do the guarantee. Subai did not rush to put his own fish fossil up because he learned in the process of flipping through the post, usually fossils will rarely appear in a single group. Since the discovery of half a fish fossil, then the remaining fossil fragments, it is likely to be in the vicinity. The post also described in detail someone's experience of finding a dozen or so complete fossil helmets as a result of finding some fossilized scraps. The whole process was made to look like a dumping novel. Although Subai did not fully believe in the above process, his mind was also a little lively. Anyway, today at home idle is also idle or go to the bend mouth of the river more around again. Subai has always been a man of action. One moment he was thinking, the next moment he had already started to prepare things. Because he had been to Bendu River Park, this trip was even more familiar. After coming to the destination, Subai then started feeling around with his golden fingers. It had rained yesterday, and the muddy ground by the river was still in the state of one footstep at a time. The probing difficulty was still quite high. Although Subai had cautiously used the silent spray along the way, he was still noticed by some pixies. For example, the very rare earth snake Pokemon of a certain kind, the earth dragon brother. One moment, Subai was raking the earth with Meow. The next moment, he realized that his palm was touching the head of a slippery halibut head. Kiki, earthen dragon brother. Level 17. Qualification E. Individual value. Physical strength E. Physical attack F+. Physical defense F+. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. This feeling was like when you were playing with the sand in the park and then the next moment an arm-thick earthworm came out of the sand. Although Subai was not resistant to most of the elves, the sudden appearance of the earth dragon brother really scared him into taking 2 steps back. A level 17 elf. This thing was not something that could be compared to a carp king. In a real fight, even with Subai on the side to assist, the current Meow wouldn't win easily. Fortunately, the earth dragon brother was also a brotherly character. Subai was taken aback, and it was equally taken aback. Without saying anything, it immediately made a hole and drilled back. The earth dragon brother's way of digging holes was very special. It didn't need to use its head to push up against the dirt. Instead, it used its drill-like tail to dig into the ground and move around, which resulted in it escaping so fast that it didn't even need to turn around and turn around. Subai wiped his sweat and was breathing a sigh of relief. As he glanced at the ground with his remaining light, he suddenly realized that there were some flickering red grains in the place where the younger brother of the earth dragon had dug out. Curiosity came up, so Subai used his golden finger to go up and touch it. Red shattered grains. Fragments from the broken red block. Fragments from props made by previous generations. Collectible value after collecting a certain amount. Could this thing have been brought out by rubbing on the earth dragon's brother? This amount of information would be huge. According to Goldfinger's hints, this red crushed grain was a fragment of a prop made by a previous person. So did that mean that there was a treasure in this underground dug up by Tulong's younger brother? No matter what, just 1 or 2 prop fragments were also worth money. Subai was overjoyed, but his handling style remained calm and meticulous. Sharpening the knife is not a mistake. He first went to this piece of the neighborhood sprinkled with some insecticide spray. The cost of this thing was not cheap. The price of a bottle of material was almost 500 or so. After spraying it on, it could give off an odor that was annoying to elves. However, it wasn't recommended to spray it on people, as it was equivalent to revealing one's whereabouts. If a weaker elf smells this odor, it will naturally choose to avoid it, but a powerful elf will in turn actively attack the owner of this odor, the reason being that this odor upsets it. However, spilling on the ground is different. Even if a powerful elf comes over and finds that the odor emitted is an inanimate object, it can only be like accidentally stepping on a piece of dog, although it is disgusting, but there is no way to retaliate and it can only leave unhappily. There is another reason why Subai does not use it on himself, that is, he is afraid of accidentally injuring his teammates. Only after Subai sprayed the bug removal spray, Meow immediately retreated and showed a repulsive expression. Sure enough, the game is all a lie. Normal circumstances people spray the stuff on the body. The first to avoid should not be his own elves. After making the preparations, Subai raised his multifunctional shovel and started digging the soil. Because there are traces of the earth dragon brother digging holes, so Subai all the way down the digging did not lose their way, but a little tired. Meow. Meow Meow also helped out at the side. It was not like the Meow Meow of a certain arrow team that could only stand up and learn how to talk. The quadrupedal walker was not good at using a shovel. But it was still happy to follow Su Bai and use its claws to plow the soil. Even though the mud that splashed out would make its fur dirty, it was willing to temporarily put aside its pride for the sake of Su Bai as its master. After digging for some distance, he only saw Meow Meow barking twice at the mud pit in front of him. Seeing this, Su Bai thought that it was Meow Meow that was tired, and smiled and told it to go to the side to rest first. Meow Meow shook its head and waved its limbs, trying its best to express its meaning. Su Bai patiently interpreted his own meow's emotions, eventually coming to the conclusion, "Are you saying that the destination is just ahead?" Su Bai looked at the still muddy pit in front of him and gently knocked. Bang, bang, bang. There was indeed an echo, and there was not a small space inside. Su Bai didn't continue digging further, but made a few good landing spots in the place where he was. He didn't want to knock open this mud wall and have his entire person fall straight down. After making all preparations, Su Bai went down with a shovel. Wow! As he expected, with the last shovel going down, the entire dirt wall suddenly looked like it had collapsed, and all the dirt spilled down into the dark cave. Su Bai tied a vine on both himself and Meow Meow, slowly climbing down. The air in here smelled bad, and it was impervious to light. Fortunately, Su Bai was well prepared and carried a hooded miner's lamp. When he opened it, he found that the cave was full of rocks and stones, and there was green moss everywhere on top of the rocks, and from time to time, he could hear the sound of underground water dripping down from the inside. Just now, I felt that it was a bit narrow, but after walking for a while, I found that the view gradually opened up. Su Bai took out 2 cloth towels, drenched them with water, and then handed one to Meow Meow to cover his mouth and nose. There was no contact with the outside world here for years, and he was afraid that the air contained toxins. Chapter 22. 3 Axes of Ancient Life, Skill Stones and Secret Treasures. Meow Meow was shorter and moved a bit more sensitively, so it took the initiative to walk in front and help Su Bai hit the ground running to scout the path. Soon enough, he could hear it letting out a disgruntled whimpering sound in front of him. Su Bai immediately followed curiously. Snap! Discovering that his feet suddenly stepped on standing water, and underneath the standing water, there seemed to be flat stones. Su Bai immediately turned his head in all directions, hitting the light of the miner's lamp to the surroundings. Then it was realized that they were actually in front of the big door of a man-made stone room, where no matter under their feet or above their heads, there were traces of some murals engraved. Su Bai touched his palm to a piece of side mural. Immediately, his expression was stunned. These murals are the recorded diagrams of moves left behind by the ancients. Because of his golden finger, Su Bai did not have translation problems. He quickly deciphered the information text on the majority of the murals. On it, in addition to recording moves, there were also a lot of small general knowledge about the life of ancient people, as well as the way some convenient props were made. For example, the means of taming elves, construction methods, spice production, and so on. These things may seem irrelevant to modern people, but at that time, they were very important means of survival. These messages are also very important inspiration and help for scholars nowadays. Normally, if there was nothing, Su Bai might still scrutinize and observe. But now his attention had been completely attracted by the 3 moves on the mural. These moves all belonged to intermediate-level moves. They were water, fire, and rock attribute moves. The water attribute move was water fluctuation, condenses energy into a ball in water and attacks the opponent, with a probability of confusing the opponent. The one with the fire attribute is flame tooth, attacks the opponent with teeth covered in fire attributes, with a probability of causing the opponent to wince or fall into a burned state. The rock attribute is rock blockade, attacks by throwing rocks based on the power of the sprite, with the effect of hindering the opponent's movement and reducing their speed. The effects of these 3 moves were all directly recorded on the stone tablets. These moves are actually very close to life. The water fluctuation can attract water. With this move, the ancients would not have to trek through the mountains to find a source of drinking water. Flame tooth can make fire. The use of the use of the needless to say rock blockade can be used to build a house. In the ancient times of the danger of living in the stone house than thatched hut is certainly safer. Corresponding to each of the moves behind the introduction, there was a prismatic crystal stone embedded in the stone wall. Could this be the skill stone? Although Su Bai had heard of the name of this thing, seeing it in reality, this was indeed the first time. The palm of his hand activated the golden finger effect and snapped the 3 crystal stones off the rock wall intact. A detailed message about the 3 crystal stones instantly appeared in his mind. Skill Stone Water Wave. A skill stone in a damaged state with a qualification higher than D grade and an elf gene adapted to this move, the move Water Wave can be acquired. Skill Stone Flame Tooth. A disabled skill stone with a qualification higher than grade D, and an elf gene adapted to this move can learn the move Flame Tooth. Skill Stone Rock Blockade. A disabled skill stone with a qualification higher than grade D, and the genes of the elves are adapted to this move, you can learn the Rock Blockade move. Subai didn't know whether he should cry or laugh at this moment. Picking up these 3 skill stones, this was definitely a great thing. However, as of now with his elves, it seemed that he couldn't learn any of these 3 skill stones. Admittedly, Meow Meow is a general attribute. Logically speaking, it except Rock Blockade, which is a rock attribute move. The other 2 moves are all adaptable and learnable, but it's just that it's being stuck by the qualifications. Meow Meow qualifications are only F+ grade I asshole. Then is the Carp King. Carp King qualification is satisfied. Beanfish have D+ level qualification attribute. It is water attribute. It seems that the water fluctuation can also be comprehended, but if you rush really give the Carp King with this skill stone, then the result is bound to be a tragedy. The reason lies in the King Carp's adaptability to the moves. Why is the Carp King called the world's weakest spirit? Not because of its individual value or qualification, but because of its genetic comprehension ability. To put it bluntly, these salted fish were born naive. They could not learn any moves, nor did they have the ability to memorize any moves. Except for a few individuals who were able to comprehend the bump and arrive at the other side of evolution, the vast majority of them could only use leap up to bounce around in a pond for the rest of their lives. Subai smiled helplessly and bitterly. In this situation now, these 3 moves could only wait for Cocodora to hatch before giving it the chance to learn. However, the Golden Finger gave him another surprise. After deciphering the 3 skill stones, the Golden Finger immediately gave a solution for learning the moves. Intermediate Learning Device. Used in conjunction with an intermediate skill stone, it can ignore the elf's qualification issues and allow the elf to learn 100% of the intermediate move stances. This one was a bull's eye, worthy of crafting. It was simply a sleepy pillow. Subai also took a brief look at the materials, and roughly all of them can be purchased on the material network. Well, it looks like it can be used to strengthen a wave after going out. Thinking of this, Subai silently put the 3 skill stones into his backpack. Then his gaze went back to the rocky gate in front of him. Behind this gate should hide the key secret of this grotto. Judging from the outside, there should be footprints of ancient people living here. But the key is how to open this stone door? Subai first stroked his chin and let Meow Meow try to come and forcefully pry open the door first. Meow Meow tried, then looked at him in silence. It didn't say anything, but then again, it looked like it said everything. Well, using brute force to open the gate was obviously a bad idea. After that, Subai started to feel around, hoping to get some clues by his Golden Finger. The effort was not enough. Under the guidance of the Golden Finger, Subai found that the standing water under his feet seemed to hide the key that could open the stone door. After searching for a while, Subai discovered that the key opening of the stone door was actually a gemstone. Correction, describing this thing with a gemstone was a bit of an insult to its name. It was a secret treasure. Item. Jewel of Life. Evaluation. B+. Description. A precious pearl that contains abundant energy. Weakened a bit after serving as a stone gate array eye for a long time. Effect. When an elf assimilates it, it can be used to strengthen its own moves at the cost of physical energy and blood. Today, I don't know what kind of luck I've had, but I didn't expect to find a secret treasure in addition to the 3 skill stones. Even with Subai's mentality, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at this moment. According to the Golden Finger's prompts, Subai smoothly opened the stone door with a rumbling sound. The stone door rustled and shook off the dust that had accumulated for what could be thousands of years. Chapter 23 Grotto Escape. Selling Mineral Jade. It's rare for people to have this level of craftsmanship in the past, and I don't know what's hidden inside this stone door. Subai held his apprehension and sprayed himself and Meow with enough anonymizing spray, then slowly stepped inside. After he and Meow Meow went inside the door, they immediately realized that the stone cave in front of them was much larger than they had imagined. It was like a labyrinth in all directions inside. Subai took one careful step at a time, leaving behind some markings every time he walked. But after all, they didn't expect there to be a maze here, and soon the props for marking were used up. Fortunately, they discovered a huge precious jade mining cave at this point. White jade, red jade, adamantine jade, The precious jades that were unique to the mine abounded in this. In Subai's delight, he immediately lifted his small hammer and mined together with Meow Meow. However, not long after mining, Subai clearly felt physically uncomfortable. Here, head of the air and the outside world is completely different. Outside the tunnel air, although dusty, but simple isolation under the nose and mouth, or can barely move for a period of time. But here is different. Here the proportion of oxygen in the air has a problem, due to the use of the life of the precious jade as the relationship of the array. Here the proportion of oxygen is seriously over the standard. People stay here will be oxygen toxicity, but also in the addition of Subai. Has just been a mining labor, in front of the eyes has been given a little bit of blurred. Gotta get out of here. Can't be greedy anymore. Subai made up his mind and prepared to retreat with Meow Meow. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, they heard a terrifying dragon roar from behind them. Under this dragon chirping, Subai and Meow Meow's faces instantly turned white. This was dragon might, the oppressive aura that only high-grade dragon attribute or dragon-like attribute elves had. No matter what, with Subai and Meow Meow's current strength, they would definitely die when they encountered that kind of opponent. Subai and Meow Meow, who were originally ready to retreat, immediately took to their heels and ran wildly again. After a few days of bonding, Subai and Meow Meow couldn't say how much they understood each other in other aspects, but in running they were definitely two experts. Meow Meow flicked his tail, releasing a smoke ball effect. Subai revived his sleeve and threw out a large handful of smoke bombs. The whirlwind also did not forget to take out some horned goldfish pink fish scale and throw it out, using the odor to confuse the pursuers. As expected, the target soon Subai pit went to another road, only to hear a burst of angry roar from not far away. Found himself cheated. It is still not dead-hearted to continue towards another road to continue chasing Subai. But at this time, Subai and Meow Meow had already escaped from life at this time. The first thing Subai did when he came out was to immediately drive the life treasure jade and shut the grotto door again. From behind the door came a terrifying dragon hissing sound. Hearing it, Subai and Meow Meow's backs went cold. Fortunately, this stone door was still quite sturdy, and the unknown elf slowly left after drumming for a while to no avail. Only then did Subai and Meow Meow breathe a sigh of relief. Then there was a violent cough. Borrowing the golden finger, he was very clear about his current physical condition. Meow Meow was still not having any serious reaction because he was an elf, however. He had just been in an obvious semi-poisoned state after a bout of strenuous activity. It was not suitable to continue treasure hunting and exploring next. Hurrying home and resting was the hard truth. They had already gained enough today. Subai glanced at the backpack behind him. If all of these precious jades were sold, 100,000 or so should be no problem. As for this place, it's better to make all preparations in the future and come over after Meow Meow and the others level up a bit. When he thought of this, Subai used his golden finger and detached and snapped the grotto gates driving life treasure jade. With this in hand, no one else can get in, so I'm not afraid of being shortchanged. Weighing the precious pearl in his hand, Subai would smile. Returning home, Subai slightly adjusted his body and ordered some herbs that could detoxify the poison, preparing to make his own antidote, in addition to the material for the intermediate learning device. Just now in the grotto he didn't have time to take a closer look. Only now did Subai realize that the material for making intermediate learning devices wasn't cheap. Almost one device needed 10,000 pieces, and it could only be used on one skill stone. Another huge expense. Must have to get rid of these mining jades on hand as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Subai immediately put up most of the precious jades from this harvest on the internet, preparing to directly peddle them all. Don't look at the number of these precious jades, but in reality, when converted into money, it was just over $100,000. And for the real trainers, it was just one hair out of 9. Like the experienced mountain male trainers, they would bring back a large amount of precious stones and mineral jades every time they went out. So few people would pay attention to the source of these gems and jades. Rather than obsessing over the source, the acquirers cared more about the quality of these gems. Of course, in addition to the quality, there are also people who care about the weight of these precious jades. When the large-billed gull came over this time and saw Subai stuffing it with a big bag full of precious jades, the look in his eyes instantly became grudging. This person is determined to make things difficult for the bird. Isn't he? Who in their right mind would let a cute and cuddly large-billed gull carry so much mineral jade? Just when the large-billed gull was ready to grind out negative transportation, Subai offered a killer weapon. Bean luring dough. Attracting birds and fish elves to dry rice is a powerful weapon. And the large-billed gull happens to be water plus flying attribute again. Both types of elves, it happened to have a little bit of both, so for an elf like it, the bean-baiting dough thing was simply tailor-made for it. When it saw the first sight of this tempting dough, the challah dripped down without any argument. Subai gave it a taste of sweetness first. After eating half of it, it immediately took the food away. Want to eat the rest? Yes. Help me move the goods properly. And by the way, remember to deliver the order I ordered today as well. Subai revealed a devilishly seductive smile. And so, the next thing you can see, in the sky of the refreshing village to the Elf Alliance of Jiangxi City, a certain large-mouthed gull, like taking the wrong drugs, all the way to the sparks with lightning, successive racing, overtook a number of fellow courier birds, carrying a large bag of treasures, in the eyes of the dumbfounded gazes of the consignees, delivered directly to the front of them. The amount of money to the account. Cell phone beeps. Subai originally thought that so much mineral jade, even if the efficiency of the big mouth gulls, it will have to be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to arrive at the account. But who would have thought that the money arrived in the afternoon? The amount trafficked was almost close to $160,000, which was more or less the same as what Subai expected. Finally, the economic crisis has been temporarily alleviated. The ordering of proficiency seeds, primary enhancers, and these things can also be scheduled. Subai thought as he lay on the sofa with his legs crossed. He just wanted to rest leisurely for a while. Suddenly, he heard a sharp knocking sound coming from outside the window. Walking over to take a look, he only saw a large beaked gull with red eyes, looking at Subai with a hungry look. Subai. It is easy to identify without a golden finger. This is an eating bird, and the power of eating has no limits. Chapter 24. Maul looking at eggs. Making the material sent by the big beaked gull into an antidote to poison. Solving the poisoning problem on his body, Subai was at ease. After that, he observed the condition of the Cocodora eggs that were in incubation. The primary nutritional incubation liquid that he had just put down yesterday had already absorbed almost all of it today. The eggshell was getting more and more dropsy, obviously a sign that it was about to break. Its siblings of the same family have long been able to hit the sauce. This oldest really comes to life. After looking at the Cocodora egg, Subai went to look at the salted fish king. Oh, it was the carp king. Subai didn't put it in the genie ball all the time, but put it in the water tank with the intention of letting it take care of the Cocodora eggs when he wasn't at home, but apparently it was too difficult for the bean fish. Just the moment Subai went out in the morning, when he came back this fish almost dehydrated into dried fish. Now I don't have high requirements for you, as long as you don't die and jump out of the water tank, eat 3 meals a day on time, and cooperate with digesting the dragon scales in your body, the sauce is enough. In the face of Subai's exhortation, Bean Fish just silently returned a wise look. Subai sighed. Although it was Sunday, he felt like he hadn't rested at all. The past 2 days had been on the road of exploring the wilderness to earn money. Going home was also busy working on various things. Looking at the time, it was only a little after 2 in the afternoon. Anyway, it's still early. Why don't we go next door and take a look around inside Jiangxi City? By the way, I'll give Sue Frost a whole lot of delicious food. Working so hard, it's also a treat for her. Thinking of this, Subai brought along Meow Meow and immediately prepared to set off. Carrying a huge amount of money, he sat on the bus. Subai even began to fantasize about the future scene where he bought a car. Oh yes, this is the elf world. Buy what car? To buy on the elf mount. Then the eagle. Flame horse what not pull the bomb? Elf world, natural elf mount is the mainstream. Although mechanical walking tools are still produced, but if you have an elf with long-lasting stamina and amazing speed, it's definitely more appealing to the eye. Not to mention the far away on the elf school where Subai is currently. He remembered that there is a student whose family has a mine, and every day he comes to school on an iron-armored rhinoceros. The students who watched him when he went to school were all in a row, like an honor guard. Of course, Subai didn't really need to envy others. In the future, his Cocodora could be used as a riding elf as long as it evolved into a Cocodora. Getting off the bus. Strolling down the commercial street of Jiangxi City. This commercial street was filled with elf-themed elements everywhere. For example, there was a logoof, a warm pig hanging on a barbecue stall, there were neon lights of sheepy puffs on a dessert cake store, and there were signs of carrying tinkers on construction sites. Although the vast majority of pedestrians did not carry elves around, the atmosphere of the elf world was indeed obvious. Subai and Meow Meow casually circled around and bought some things to use for cooking today's dinner. When they were about to go home, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in front of them to see what was going on. I remember that this seems to be a rather large-scale elf egg mall, right? Why are there so many people surrounding it today? Elf eggs were something that was too expensive for ordinary people and very few people would buy them, but right now the main entrance was packed like a salami. Subai curiously grabbed a young man to ask about the situation. Old brother, ask you something. What is the situation of this store? The young man was counterstunned by Subai's question, looked Subai up and down, then smiled and said, You're not a local, right? I'm from the next village. Oh, it's like this elf egg mall is having an event today. It seems like when the goods were imported, the elf eggs all had a little problem. The whole batch of goods have a little defect, so it's having a special price promotion for the whole staff. The price of each egg is only $10,000. So if a relatively normal elf hatches, you'll obviously make a profit. Of course, they would do this more or less. The elf eggs must be a bit of a problem. I can't say the specifics, just go and take a look and you'll know. This is not a disguised egg bet. Subai instantly became interested. He said thank you to the young man, and then hurriedly ran towards the elf egg mall. Perhaps it was because Subai was carrying a Meowth on his shoulder. After entering the store, the sales guides inside the store immediately set their eyes on Subai. Obviously felt that Subai was a potential consumer stock. After all, in the objective impression of ordinary people, trainers were all rich masters. A young girl who was confident in her looks and speech smiled as she walked towards Subai and greeted him. Welcome, handsome. May I ask if you want to buy an elf egg? What type of elf egg do you need? You can talk to me if it's convenient. I'll help you cull and find it. No, thank you. I'm just here to take a look at your event merchandise this time. Subai returned a smile and politely declined. Activity merchandise egg? The shopping guide lady was a bit surprised. Then her face regained its smile. Handsome, with all due respect, a noble trainer like you, there is absolutely no need to choose these uncertain eggs. After saying that, she pointed to the other side of the mall, an area of finely arranged elf eggs that were valuable at first glance. That area is this mall's carefully selected elf eggs. Each elf egg is guaranteed to have enough vitality. This mall's appraisers have also made a rough division of their attributes, although it can't be 100% correct, but the accuracy rate can be more than 70%. An accuracy rate of 70% for the classification of attributes. That was indeed quite impressive. In Subai's memory, there was currently no technological means to determine what kind of elf an elf was before it hatched. The vast majority of the classification methods relied on experienced elf egg appraisers, relying on the appearance of the eggshell pattern to roughly classify the attributes. This Meow beside you is a general attribute elf, which is easily restrained by fighting attribute elves. If you want to buy an elf, I suggest you buy a flying attribute elf. Please follow me. Saying that, the shopping guide lady was very strong in the front and led the way for Subai. Subai smiled. He was fine anyway. So he looked around with her. Bobo, natural finches, foam chipmunks, long-winged gulls, small sea lions. Poof, does Absoliu have all of them? Is this a flight line too? Checking the rows and rows of elf eggs on the shelves with his golden fingers, Subai couldn't help but laugh a little inside. It looked like the guide's 70% accuracy rate in dividing attributes was an overstatement. The appraiser's accuracy rate was at most 40%. The price of each elf egg here varied, and the qualifications also varied. Chapter 25, Gambling on Eggs. The elf eggs in this mall ranged from F grade to D grade. However, there were very few D grade, and currently Subai saw one in this area, a pride swallow's egg. The mall gave a price tag of $1,600,000, although it was a bit expensive, but with D grade qualifications it was barely enough for the price. But the next egg, it is a bit outrageous. That is a mall attribute misjudgment of the elf egg, E+ level qualification of pearl shell. The price tag reached $8,800,000. Seeing this side, Subai probably already understood that this price was basically the mall's indiscriminate labeling, or it was a pit for the wrongdoers. Subsequently, even if the buyer hatched out, the elf attributes are not right, looking for the mall comments, the mall will only be a variety of reasons to shirk, or at the very least, to compensate for a similarly priced elf egg as a perfunctory. After all, there is really no organization in the market that can guarantee what kind of elf will hatch out of the elf egg. Consumers who buy eggs here are in a situation where they are willing to fight for what they want to fight for. Perhaps there were those people in the world who had a very high level of vision, who could not only distinguish the attributes of elves, but could even identify the approximate qualifications of elves, but at least in a place as small as Jiangxi City, it was unlikely that they existed. So theoretically, the elf eggs in whatever area of this mall were all betting on the eggs. There wasn't much difference. Relatively speaking, those event promotional elf eggs were still a bit more economical in Subai's eyes. Seeing through this point, Subai didn't waste any more time and walked straight towards the area of elf eggs that were engaged in activities. These elf eggs of ours have been strictly screened to ensure that every elf egg is healthy. Ha! Handsome. Where are the people? The salesman, who was still talking eloquently in front of her, turned her head and realized that the person behind her had disappeared, and then looked again to find that Subai had already returned to the promotional area she had just been in. The shopping guide lady did not die, continued to run over to chat. Handsome, if you are not satisfied with our elf egg area, you can also choose to go to the area of the second generation of elves bred in this mall to go. We recently happen to have a batch of small Yorkies that have just been hatched, as well as the coyote dog. These canine elves are very docile. After you buy and take in, I believe that you will soon be able to get along with you. The second generation elves that humans breed and sell also need to be selected. Not just any elf can be second generation bred and supplied to be taken in. In addition to the character of the elf, it also depends on the level of the breeder. The vast majority of breeders will choose canines, cats, or elves that are suitable for survival in the city to breed and propagate. This is because these types of elves are instinctively closer to people, and the cost of cultivation is also small. But Subai was obviously not interested in these types of elves. This time, he didn't waste any more time with the shopping guide, but smiled politely and awkwardly, and then continued to pick up the elf eggs in the special price area. Seeing that her guidance was fruitless, the shopping guide lady could only let out a sigh and silently left. Subai used his golden finger to roughly check it out, to say that the biggest difference between the event promotional eggs and ordinary eggs was the quality of the eggs themselves. Although the ordinary eggs in the mall had vague qualification and attribute distinctions, at least they could all hatch out normally. The event promotion eggs over here, on the other hand, had more problems. These eggs were problematic from the surface. They were far different in size from ordinary elf eggs, and some of them looked as if they were crooked, pitted, and flattened all over the place. If you say that these elf eggs can't hatch out, it may not be the case, but when they come out, they are expected to be weak and sickly or even disabled for life, and if they are released into the wild, they are the ones that will be eliminated by the best and the worst. For real trainers, these elves have no use at all, but they can't help but be cheap. A lot of people would have the fluke of thinking that they were the child of destiny. $10,000 for an egg. What if a good elf hatches out? Isn't that a good deal? But the actual situation. Elf egg, little fire horse. Qualification, F+. Status, dead egg, no chance of hatching. Elf egg, lobster soldier. Qualification, F. Status, deformed egg, unable to molt for life after hatching. Can't live for more than a year. Elf egg, Libra puppet. Qualification, E. Status, core damaged, unable to think. Elf egg, lobster pawn. The vast majority of the site was this type of elf egg. Buying these eggs, 9 out of 10 people were losing money. Of course, there were not completely no intact elf eggs. For example, Subai had this one in front of him, which was green and oily, with the surface of the eggshell sunken in. Elf egg, mushroom. Qualification, E. Status. The outer egg is deformed, but it does not affect the inner elf, and can be hatched normally. This kind of elf egg would be considered a profit if bought for $10,000. But obviously the current Subai couldn't look at it. Silently looking around again, he found that the vast majority of them were dead. Bad eggs. There are only a very few that can hatch normally, but the qualifications are not high, either F or E level. This kind of leakage is not to pick up. Subai touched more of these elf eggs found to be inferior goods. The heart cooled a lot, but adhering to the concept of come to all. Not all the elves are jacked all over. The heart is not down to earth. Anyway, don't money, just gold finger touch a thing. The last few, just when Subai thought that this experience was just to give himself a slap in the face, his fingers came into contact with a brownish-black elf egg that looked like a coconut. Instantly, his breath caught. Elf egg. Sweet bamboo bamboo. Qualification, A. Status. Surface of the eggshell is squeezed and deformed. Normal development inside the elf egg. Hatching is difficult. Probability of fetal death in the egg is as high as 80%. Attribute, grass. Characteristics, slow. Beginner moves, leap, harmony. Intermediate moves, photosynthesis genetic, pointing genetic, grass slide genetic. My nifty mouse. I didn't expect to be able to come across an elf egg with grade A qualification here. This is the equivalent of casually going to a store and buying a $10 lottery ticket, then the next day telling you that you've won $100 million. An A qualified elf. What kind of concept is that? Usually, the public price of this kind of qualification elf league is hundreds of millions of dollars, and there is still no market for it. Even for the big families and champions of the heavenly kings, It's extremely difficult to get this kind of elf. But Su-bai actually encountered it in a small place like Jiangxi City. The key was still the egg. Could be hatched and cultivated by anyone. The price of this kind of price was going to rise exponentially. The palms were trembling. The brain was trembling although waves of shock were rising inside. On the surface Su-bai still forced himself to remain calm. The more it was like this, the more composed he had to be, and he couldn't give away any clues. After all, this is 100 million yuan. Su-bai carefully picked up this egg, then put Meow Meow back on his shoulder and walked towards the cashier's counter in a seemingly leisurely manner. Chapter 26 Picking up an A-grade qualification elf egg. The shopping guide lady who had just introduced the elf egg to Su-bai could not help but be a bit speechless when she saw that Su-bai had chosen a coconut egg. A good flight attribute elf egg not choose. How to choose a waste egg. As a gold medal shopping guide in the shopping mall, she actually knew some insider information. For example, the vast majority of those promotional eggs were actually dead eggs. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The leaders of the mall are not idiots, but if these eggs can be salvaged, it is impossible for them to sell them so cheaply. But there are always so many people who don't believe it. Of course, knowing that, the shopping guide lady could not smash her own mall's signboard. Seeing Su-bai choose a good egg, she still warmly greeted him and guided him to check out and pay. Mosquitoes are also meat, don't take sesame not crops. Each single is linked to the performance, sloppy. Those who look down on customers' shopping guide most only exist in the movie and television works. Settle the bill. Su-bai was afraid of accidents. Do not dare to have the slightest stay. Immediately ready to run to home. Su-bai all the way basically in the state of grass and trees always tense nerves. Until he returned home, locked the doors and windows of the home. No one around, he only gradually relaxed vigilance. Then it is to the coconut egg, a burst of silly smile. Su-bai actually can pick up such a big leak in his lifetime. 100 million, 100 million. It could be said that if he sold this egg, he and Su Frost, as well as Meow Meow, and the other elves in the family, would not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. But soon a thought turned in his head. Is it really worth selling this elf egg? Other than that, not to mention, just the selling appearance, it's impossible for others to believe that it's an A-class qualification elf egg worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And this elf egg is also the only one I can ensure successful hatching. This was because only the elf incubator made from crafting could ensure that this elf egg would hatch successfully 100% of the time. If anyone else hatched it haphazardly, the possibility of the elf dying in the egg would be extremely high. Furthermore, an elf with a class qualification was equivalent to a through ticket to leap the dragon gate, and how big the difference was between having a chicken that could lay a golden egg and a dead chicken that was sold out, Su-bai was still able to carry it clearly. So, is this elf egg I'm going to use myself? Or? At this moment Su-bai suddenly thought of his sister, Su Frost. A grass attribute, high face value, interactive and good-tempered elf like Sweet Bamboo was actually very suitable for Su Frost. The key was that Su-bai knew that Su Frost actually had a dream of being a trainer since she was a child. But because she had to take care of Su-bai, she had always endured and worked hard. Su-bai, relying on his golden finger, crafting, the rise was only a matter of time. But what about Su Frost? In the future, when he went out on adventures, he would most likely be away from home for a long time, and then who would take care of her? Thinking about it, Su-bai gradually fell into deep thought. Click, click. A sound of twisting locks came from the main entrance. I'm back. Huh? Why is the door to the house locked? Little White, are you at home? Come over and open the door for your dear sister. Coming. Su-bai stretched his back. Just now, he had already called out to the Seagull brand express courier to deliver the material for the elf egg incubator and made it. He stood up and walked towards the front door. Outside the door, Su Frost made another oinking sound of complaint at her brother's inconsiderate locking of the door. Little White, why are you locking the door? Don't you know that sister is going home at this hour? Today is the weekend. I even brought back some cakes from the store when I got off work. Let's celebrate together. Sister Su Frost is working in a cake store, that cake store boss lady quite like Su family sister. Every weekend she will let Su Frost bring some store-sold the rest of the pastries and drinks. In the past this is considered to be their siblings too, every weekend the most expected luxury time. Why are you looking at your sister so straight? Su Frost was a bit puzzled when she realized that her brother was just staying at the door, staring blankly at him. Su-bai just felt that this girl for her own brother really is quite desperate, just how old, already have to take on the responsibility of raising a family. Nothing. I just prepared a surprise for you. Subai said and handed over the just-made elf egg incubator along with the sweet bamboo elf egg to Sue Frost from behind him. Where is this elf egg from? Sue Frost received the elf egg and did not return to her senses for a long time. Her younger brother had a Meowth, this was something she knew, but she did not envy her brother, much less ask him to use the Meowth to do anything for her. In her conception, it was proper for her to pay for Subai. As for Subai's return, she never had the luxury to ask for it. Going out today, I encountered a big special event to buy, although the appearance is a bit like a coconut, but don't doubt it. This is an elf egg that I carefully selected, and the elf that hatches inside should also be quite in line with your aesthetics. Subai originally wanted to directly tell Sue Frost what kind of elf it was, but thought about it and still stopped talking. Some things it's better to leave people in suspense. What, not satisfied? Seeing Sue Frost frozen in place, this time Subai was puzzled. Thinking that could it be that this elf egg looked too crotch-pulling that even Sue Frost couldn't look past it? But obviously this was him thinking too much. Because as long as it is a gift from him, in Sue Frost's eyes will add a layer of beauty filter. She will not care about the appearance of this elf egg, and even more will not doubt his brother's feelings for himself. In the next moment, Subai only felt a fragrant wind coming towards him. Sue Frost hugged him. Thank you. Xiao Bai. Thank you. Subai scratched his face and whispered, between us, it seems like we don't need to say this. The following day, Monday, Subai was actually woken up by his sister in the morning. Sue Frost was very excited. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, it seems that my sister's elf egg is about to hatch. Come over and help me take a look. What? Hatching so soon? Subai was shocked, got off the bed and followed Sue Frost to her bedroom. Sue Frost's bedroom was very fragrant, and the smell of her body was everywhere. But Subai didn't care at all at this time, and just joined Sue Frost in surrounding the coconut like elf egg. This was the first time Subai observed the whole process of elf hatching from a distance. Originally thought that Cocodora would hatch first. Chapter 27. A physical education class around the elf. Only to see that at this moment, the elf egg was emitting flashes after flashes of very frequent flashes. With that last violent flash, a crisp cracking sound was emitted from the eggshell. Then it was seen that the entirety of the elf egg began to change. 2 Geogeo grew out of the bottom half. In the upper half, 3 calyx-like pieces appeared. It's hatched. Subai and Sue Frost's 4 eyes stared intently at the incubator, their hearts almost jumping into their throats. Bamboo, bamboo. As the light dispersed, a pink very bamboo-like elf appeared in front of the 2 of them. Seeing this, Subai immediately avoided it for a moment. Many hatched elves would subconsciously treat the first object they see as someone close to them. This was an opportunity for Sweet Bamboo and Sue Frost to establish the first step towards a good relationship. Subai did not want to clamor for attention. Bamboo, bamboo. Sweet Bamboo slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of small, bright yellow eyes. Then it silently observed Sue Frost, who was in front of it. Little white. This is a Sweet Bamboo, yeah. So cute. Sue Frost fell in love with this little thing the first time she saw it. Sweet Bamboo was a fruit Pokemon. This kind of Pokemon only had females, no males, and would release a very delicious smelling aroma in its body, and was itself very cute and adorable and wouldn't be too defensive towards either people or Pokemon, and was definitely a sweet bomb for little girls. Although Sue Frost liked it so much, but the first time she owned an elf, she obviously didn't know how she should get in touch with this little cutie. So at this moment, she looked a bit at a loss, and could only look towards Subai for help. Little white, how should I contact this little guy? Introduce yourself to it? Or if you're not good at speeches, just use the elf ball to subdue it. Saying that, Subai handed her an elf ball. I'll try hard to try. Clutching the elf ball in her hand, Sue Frost was as if she had received encouragement. That? Sweet Bamboo. My name is Sue Frost. That is my brother, called Subai. Can you become my elf? Bamboo? Sweet Bamboo tilted its head. It was just born and didn't understand what Sue Frost was saying, but it could feel that Sue Frost was releasing goodwill towards it. The adorable Sweet Bamboo didn't even think about it and immediately jumped into Sue Frost's arms at once. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Sue Frost was amused by Sweet Bamboo with a light laugh. On the other side, Subai and Meow were already ready to receive the newborn baby. Meow took a warm towel and wiped Sweet Bamboo, while Subai made a meal of grass attribute elf specialty elf food. With some effort from the whole family, Sue Frost easily got Sweet Bamboo to return to his heart with almost no effort, and smoothly took him in. After the morning hiccups ended, The Su family siblings rushed to school. There was a physical education class in Su Bai's school today. This course was very different from the gym class he experienced in his previous life. The elf world's physical education class was centered around elves and was considered a more important main class. The physical education teacher would award elves for the students to cut and exchange. As usual, the students were usually split into two groups. The students with sprites were the group, and the students without sprites were the group. Students with sprites would be able to spar with the school sprites to help their sprites gain experience. The students without elves, on the other hand, could interact with the school's elves and thus learn about them. In this regard, the Jiangxi Elf School was still quite fair and humane. In the past, Su Bai was in the group of students without elves, and today suddenly changed sides. Even the physical education teacher Niu Guangming who took their class was slightly surprised, because in his previous knowledge, Su Bai's family's economic conditions were not good, and he didn't expect to actually be able to get elves as well. However, as a teacher, of course, he would not show any expression fluctuation. Instead, he also encouraged Su Bai 2 sentences in person, let him in the future with the elves to be more good cheer, for the school to win the glory. Su Bai responded in a very low key, took the elf, and then found an inconspicuous corner to shrink up alone. Having been a human being for 2 lifetimes, he had more or less counted on the complexity of human nature. Although the school had tried its best to equalize all the students, there would always be people who held grudges. For example, students who don't have elves will feel that the school's awarding of elf exercises in physical education class is a disguised taunt to mock them, while students who have elves, there is no lack of the kind of students who like to fool around in front of people, looking for the existence of a sense of superiority. Su Bai is now considered to be a person who has been in both types of student camps. For those 2 kinds of psychological distortion of the students, Su Bai in their eyes is a traitor and thug. He belonged to the type of person who was not pleasing to either side. Therefore, Su Bai did not intend to have too much contact with either side. Not far away, Yi Xiaoyu saw this scene and thought that Su Bai was not used to taking his elves to gym class for the first time. Thinking that she and Su Bai are also from the same village, and now that they both have elves, they also have something in common, so it wouldn't be too much for her to take care of them a little bit, so she thought about whether she should go and say hello to Su Bai later. Yi Xiaoyu's mind flashed through several kinds of problems that Su Bai might encounter. For example, if Su Bai's Meow couldn't beat the school elf, she went to teach him a little bit of elf fighting tips, and if he wasn't comfortable with elf commanding, she told Su Bai to calm down. The elf was able to sense his master's emotions, and his panicking would only cause the elf to be at a loss for words. Most of these problems were things she had experienced when she first obtained the Shy Pod. If she could make Su Bai go less astray after telling him, she still felt quite accomplished. However, when she swept her gaze over, she found that Su Bai seemed to be practicing quite happily on his own, not letting go at all. And from time to time, he also went to exchange the elves used for sparring. Could it be because he just acquired Meow Meow and couldn't beat the school's elves? So they want to exchange genies that are attribute restricted. Yi Xiaoyu subconsciously thought so. But it's no wonder. Most of the elves used in the school sparring sessions are level 6 or 7. Even my mimosa pod can't finish 2 elves in 1 session. Yi Xiaoyu's Shy Pod was currently ranked at level 8, which was already considered a relatively high-ranking existence among her peers at school. This was also thanks to her Shy Pod qualifications. At that time, Yi Xiaoyu's father had received the Mimosa Pod Elf Egg from the Alliance organization, and an accidental test later revealed that her Mimosa Pod's qualification was D grade. Throughout the entire Jiangxi city, there would rarely be an elf with such a high Shy Pod qualification as hers. At that time, after knowing this, Yi Xiaoyu's entire family even celebrated happily for several days. But what kind of elf can a general attribute Meowth restrain? After thinking around, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't even think of an attribute advantage for Meow Meow. It seems that apart from being able to scrape each other with ghost attribute elves, it doesn't do any special damage to any other elves. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. What kind of elf did Su Bai change in this situation? Chapter 28 Outdoor Activities Preview. The practical gym class had already started almost 10 minutes ago. Su Bai and Meow Meow had also settled 3 cutthroat elves. The initial fight was a wrist power. Wrist power. Grade, level 6. Qualification, F. Individual value, physical strength F, physical attack F, physical defense F, special attack F, special defense F, speed F. Attributes, fighting, beginner moves, kick down beginner, glare beginner. Admittedly, the wrist attribute aspect is a restraint to Meow Meow, and it also knows the fighting attribute move kick down. However, its level is too low, and its reflexes are slow. It doesn't have the fighting spirit of a wild elf, and it looks like a second-generation elf that was bred in captivity. Without the slightest doubt, against the level 13 Meow Meow, even if he used the fighting attribute moves, he was unable to break through the defense. Meow Meow Lion Fight with all its might directly covered the body with metal film. Enhanced defense at the same time also enhanced a certain attack power. A move grab easily will wrist away. The first elf, Subai, thought to himself that it could be luck. He happened to pick a weak chicken. So he didn't think too much about it, and scavenged an experience candy excess from the incapacitated wrist strength, and bumbled off to exchange for the second cutthroat elf. The second elf was a blue-skinned tiny elephant that looked very spirited. Before the battle, Subai thought that the other party is a ground attribute, physical strength and physical defense should be relatively thick, Meow Meow against it should have to spend some energy. So he let Meow Meow fight a speed battle. In the opening round, he launched a pre-emptive attack, Palm Strike. Subai had already planned in his heart. As long as the opponent fell into a state of awe, the next thing was a meal of output. However, there was no aftermath after Palm Strike. Tiny Elephant was slapped after the two eyes blindfolded, stumbled in place and turned around twice, directly losing the ability to fight. Subai was speechless. Are you sure this isn't touching porcelain? You are at least a ground attribute elf, okay? Is it reasonable to have such a low defense? He activated his golden finger and touched it. Tiny Elephant. Level 6. Qualification F. Individual value. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. Attributes: ground. Primary moves: crash introductory, turn round introductory, grunt introductory. This attribute panel really wasn't excellent, and the level was low enough. At this point, Subai's heart was already a bit doubtful. Were all the elves in the school so weak? The best way to eliminate doubts was to try a few more elves. Subai then went to change another elf. It was an acorn. After 2 moves with Meow Meow, it also flopped. Just as Subai was about to go change his 4th elf, Xiaoyu called out to him. Looking for me for something? Subai was a bit puzzled. Xiaoyu usually rarely looked for him in the class. It's like this. I saw that you've been swapping elves against each other. So I wanted to ask if you've encountered any problems? If it's in terms of elf matchmaking, we can exchange tips with each other. Taking care of Subai's emotions, Xiaoyu spoke her words politely at first. It's really nothing. I just want to prove something. Really wanting to communicate with someone. Subai didn't know what to say. It was hard not to just spit out that the school elves were weak. Subai, when I first hatched out the mimosa pod, like you, I encountered a lot of problems, but you have to calm down and deal with them, so that you and Meow Meow's tacit understanding can rapidly increase. Thinking of escaping as soon as you encounter a powerful opponent, Meowth will not get to grow. I seem to be talking a bit too much. I apologize if I disturbed you. After saying that, Xiaoyu left, leaving Subai and Meow Meow with 2 confused faces. What was she talking about? What encountering a powerful opponent? Where is the powerful opponent? What about escaping? How come I couldn't understand it? Shaking his head, Subai didn't pay any attention to Xiaoyu's riddle, and continued to exchange various elves, letting Meow Meow practice sparring, and in the meantime, pulling wool over his eyes to get some experience candies. Xiaoyu saw Subai from afar, still unrepentant in the exchange of various elves, but also sighed with hatred. Subai is so impatient to continuously swap opponents. Meow Meow must be under a lot of pressure. Shy. The mimosa pod sensed its owner's somewhat low mood and swung its leaves, releasing a nice aroma. Xiaoyu's mood improved and smiled as she stroked Shy Pod's head. Thank you, mimosa pod. I'm much better. Let's start practicing too. The gym class ended, and all the students gathered and lined up. Subai stood among them with a thoughtful face. After 1 gym class, he and Meow Meow had solved more than 24 elves. All of them were level 6 or 7. It was like bullying little kids. There was no sense of accomplishment to speak of. He wondered if he should skip class during the next gym class. Fighting these greenhouse elves was a waste of time. It would be better to fall back and take a nap. All here, right? Call the count. 1, 2. After hearing the chimes, Niu Guangming announced something. Next, the school is going to organize a wild open adventure activity. All students with elves should enthusiastically participate in the registration. At the end of the event, the students who get the rankings will not only receive scholarship prizes provided by the school, but may even be selected to represent Jiangxi Middle School and go to the Middle School Elf League. This is a great honor for you guys right now. Getting into that ring is the same as being on the road to success. Even if you lose your first fight, as long as you work hard enough, someone will remember you. When the time comes to choose the elf college, your probability of admission will be higher than other students. Niu Guangming said a whole lot of chicken blood-beating words, and Su Bai obviously felt that the students around him were boiling with blood. But Su Bai was used to hearing all kinds of chicken soup speeches in his previous life, and he automatically filtered a lot of words. In the end, the useful information left behind is roughly the next activities carried out by the school. As long as you have a ranking, you can get money and prizes. Speaking of money and prizes, Su Bai was energized. Recently, he wanted to order a whole lot of materials, just that primary nutritional enhancer alone had spent almost all of the mineral jade money he had earned some time ago. So he wouldn't mind how much money came. I just don't know if the difficulty factor of the activities organized by the school is big or not. After that, Su Bai, the homeroom teacher of their class, announced a detailed description of the event. The address of the activity was in a small F-rank secret realm called 100 Flowers Mountain in the east of Jiangxi City. Chapter 29 Secret Realm, Meowth's Growth. The secret realm was one that did not border the outside world border, but rather a separate space. The way it was formed is unknown. Some scholars say it's another parallel world, while others believe it's a special space opened up by extremely powerful elves relying on their own move abilities. The entrance to a secret realm may appear in a deep forest, desert, or sea, or in someone's home. Usually, after the appearance of the secret realm, it will continue to open for a period of time, which may be 1 day or 10 years, 100 years, or even 10 million years. Currently, there are already hundreds of millions of secret realms of all sizes discovered all over the world, but new ones are still being added every day. In different levels of secret realms, there will be a variety of corresponding levels of secret treasures, props, materials, skill stones, and even the elves. For high-level secret realm, many trainers will rush, scrambling for the vanguard. After all, the early bird has a worm to eat. The treasure in the secret realm is not endless. The first to go to the people must find the probability of treasure to be higher. The secret realm activity that Su Bai and his school organized this time was only a small F-class secret realm. The fact that it was open to the school students meant that the props inside should have already been mined almost to the limit. As for the elves inside, the majority of their qualifications were definitely F-ranked, and their grades naturally wouldn't be very high, so there was basically no problem in terms of safety if there was a teacher to lead the team. This time, the secret world activity organized by the school needs to spend the night outside. It will take almost 3 days. Students who want to sign up to participate explain clearly with their families in advance. For this kind of activity, Su Bai was still quite interested. Firstly, he could earn money by getting a ranking. Secondly, he could go to sea a long time. And thirdly, he might be able to get some harvest in the secret realm. It was Su Bai's first time to come into contact with the secret realm, and he was curious to know what was the difference between the secret realm and the ordinary wilderness. Returning home after school, Su Bai told Su Frost about his preparations to go to the secret realm. Hearing Su Bai say that he would not be back for several days in a row, Su Frost's little face instantly collapsed. Ever since his parents left, there hadn't been a single day that his siblings hadn't been home. But fortunately, there was now Sweet Bamboo accompanying them. Plus, Su Bai going out this time was also considered for the sake of his future. Participating in this kind of activity was obviously helpful for being a professional trainer in the future. Combining these reasons, Su Frost then reluctantly accepted this. After eating dinner, the siblings sat on the sofa and chatted idly. Right, Xiao Bai, you're going to participate in that activity? Have you prepared that camping tools and such? Can I go shopping with you? No need, counting the time, it should be coming over soon. Su Bai casually drummed a freshly made bean bait ball, looked out the window, revealing a plan through expression. Su Frost didn't understand the meaning at first, until she saw a large-billed gull carrying a large pile of luggage parcels flying from the doorway. Hard work. Su Bai skillfully took down the ordered materials from the exhausted big-mouthed gull. The big-beaked gull did not show a trace of dissatisfaction throughout from the beginning to the end, but instead still had a very expectant look on its face. Su Frost's heart is full of, what kind of PY deal is there between his own brother and this big-mouthed gull? Normally, this amount of material the courier birds are sent over in batches. The efficiency will not be too high. But this big-beaked gull not only moved it all in one breath, it looked like it was even afraid that Su Bai would wait in a hurry. What exactly happened on this bird? Only to see Su Bai finish taking the stuff, casually throwing a copy of the bean-tantalizing dough to the big-beaked gull. Big-beaked gull and see this thing, immediately bird eyes light. Click, click, click is a meal build. After eating it, He didn't forget to respectfully give Su Bai a formal salute before he flew away contentedly. Xiao Bai, what did you do to that express bird? It looked like it listened to you. Su Frost couldn't help but ask curiously. Just made a feed for it. That stuff birds, fish, elves love to eat. Given that it helped me transport goods quite efficiently this time, it also mixed it with some orange fruit powder, which will allow it to better sell its life to me next time. Oh no, it's a better recovery of physical strength to fulfill its job. Su Bai carried the material in his hand and said without looking back. You also know how to make elf feed? Su Frost felt that he had discovered a new continent. Knowing that elf food feed, that was something only a breeder would drum up. When was his own brother so capable? What's so difficult about this? The feed that sweet bamboo ate today, wasn't it made by me? Not to mention, if Su Bai hadn't reminded her, she really hadn't noticed, and had always thought that Su Bai had just randomly whipped up some food for sweet bamboo. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to prepare the tools for this camping trip. After saying that, Su Bai brought the door of his room with him. Looking at her brother's room door, Su Frost couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She felt that recently Su Bai seemed to be getting more and more mysterious, but it seemed like the same was also getting more and more reliable. After Su Bai returned to his room, he began to drum up all kinds of supplies and tools needed for camping. For example, a waterproof shrinkable tent, a water bottle and straw that can filter water, and a compass that is not affected by magnetic fields. These things may not be used in normal times, but when you are out and about, each one of them can be called a survival tool, and the price is not expensive. But Su Bai relied on the golden finger and crafting. At most, it cost a cost material fee. In addition to camping props, proficiency seeds, he has also begun to work on the production. He chose the rigid seeds. Stance power was the key, and the precursor speed could be slightly put aside. The object of strengthening the rigid seed, Su Bai decided to strengthen on Meowth's flame teeth. The day before yesterday, Su Bai had already made all 3 intermediate learning devices. The flame teeth and water wave moves were evenly distributed to Meow. As for the remaining rock blockade, Su Bai planned to leave it to Cocodora, who was about to hatch. As for the Bean Carp King, he couldn't learn it and didn't need to learn it either because the evolved Tyrannosaurus Rex was a serious physical attacker, and learning special attack moves was just icing on the cake. There was also a primary physical attack nutritional enhancer material that had just been purchased. This thing was expensive. $70,000. The materials for making physical attack and special attack nutritional enhancers were particularly expensive, 1 to 2 million more expensive than the other 4 enhancers. But Su Bai still recognized strengthening physical attack first. This was because all of Meowth's current moves were based on close quarters physical attacks. After drinking the potion and using the rigid seed, Meow fainted in an instant just like before, and his body became boiling hot, especially the mouth and teeth area, which was so hot that it was almost smoking. Seeing this, Su Bai hurriedly put Meow inside the Carp King's bucket to help it physically cool down. The King Carp hadn't reacted to what had happened yet, and was still looking at Meow with his huge fish eyes open and a wise face. Chapter 30, Hatching Cocodora. Fortunately, the bucket was large enough in size, and the temperature Meow emitted was at best a hot bath for the King Carp. Seeing that Meow's state was restored, Su Bai then breathed a sigh of relief and fished it out of the water bucket. Wiping his body clean, he observed its state. Elf, Meow. Level, 1389%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength F+, physical attack E, physical defense F+, special attack F+, special defense F+, speed F+. Condition, good. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Characteristics, picking up. Props, smokeball F grade, metal film F+ grade. Beginner moves, grab skillful, grunt beginner, palm strike beginner. Mid-pole moves, bite skillful, water wave beginner, flame teeth gang form skillful. The physical attack individual value has been successfully raised to E rank, and the status is fine. Flametooth has successfully developed Gundam form, and hey, it's also raised its proficiency. Now Flametooth can be used as a killer weapon. Currently, the other 2 elves were still not climatic. Meow is now considered Su Bai's main bearer, so he can't afford to make any mistakes. Thinking about it, Su Bai pulled out another treasure pearl that contained terrifying life force from his bosom. Originally, I wanted to let Meow raise the fit of the life treasure pearl today, but now it seems that I can only wait for next time. Elves had to be attuned if they wanted to use a secret treasure of D grade or higher. According to the Goldfinger hints, Subai probably understood that the process of raising the fit degree was to let the elf continuously infuse the secret treasure with its own attribute energy. When the energy within the secret treasure was filled to a certain degree, then the elf could use the power of the secret treasure to fight. In the vast majority of matches, the props and secret treasures on the elf's body were able to be used freely, and these things would likewise be recognized as part of the elf's strength. After drumming up those tools in the wild, the time was already very late. Subai yawned before going to bed. He habitually went to check the situation of the Cocodora elf egg. At this glance, he instantly lost his sleepiness. He only saw that the Cocodora egg was glowing with light, and it was obviously a look that was about to hatch. Subai immediately took some dry sand that had been prepared long ago and heated it up to lay it under the elf egg. Cocodora is a rock plus steel attribute elf. Cannot be like sweet bamboo, directly with a towel hot water wipe. Heated dry sand is obviously more suitable for it. As time passed minute by minute, Subai suddenly realized that the elf egg began to shake continuously. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound, and then the entire elf egg turned into a burst of strong light. It's going to hatch. The moment the elf hatches would be shocking no matter how many times one watched it. As the white light dissipated, an elf the size of a puppy appeared in front of Subai. It was covered in a layer of steel helmet, like a silver-colored beetle. It was said that Cocodora's layer of steel helmet was one that would continue to molt as it grew older. Its old armor, on the other hand, would be fought over by many industrial steel organizations for the reason that it was very strong and durable, and had a hefty reputation in the field of machinery or construction. It feels like I found another way to get rich and famous. How could the simple Cocodora not realize that she had just been born and was already being calculated by her master on how to make money for him? Cocodora opened her azure eyes and looked curiously at Subai in front of her. Through the scent residue on her body, Cocodora was able to guess that Subai was the one who took care of her hatching. Without further ado, in short, I will be your master in the future. Welcome. Coco? Seeing that Cocodora was still frozen in place, Subai thought to himself that this child wouldn't be as naive as the carp king, right? One naive fish at home was enough. Another one would be too much for him to bear. Anyway, let's eat something first. I'll stop by to check your physical condition. Subai took out a serving of mineral mushroom baiting dough. This mining mushroom baiting dough was also known as forgetting pup baiting dough. At that time, Subai and Meow Meow relied on this to make Cordola temporarily forget about her pups, which allowed her to escape from the mine. Just like its mother's reaction, when it saw the mining mushroom bait, Cocodora, who was still a bit mute, immediately stared with wide eyes. Then, without saying anything, with a flying pounce, it gnawed towards Subai's palm that was holding the mineral mushroom baiting dough. Subai was so scared that he hastily tactically backed away. If this damn thing was nibbled on, would he still be able to keep his hand? To know Cocodora this gripping thing was born to grow up knocking, or he was ordinary one. His fleshly mortal body absolutely could not withstand the tossing and turning. The child is too skinny, disobedient. How to do? Answer, just beat it up. Subai didn't spoil it. Now Meow Meow was sleeping, so the job of teaching his juniors fell on his other elf. Only to see Subai directly copied the salted fish king in the water bucket beside him. To Cocodora's brain is a salted fish big sword. King Carp? Cocodora. Cocodora's natural defense wasn't weak, but the salty fish king's level was high. Disliking a newborn Cocodora was still easy. Thus, Cocodora, who had been dumped by the salty fish king, immediately settled down. Crying and wailing, it looked at Subai, indicating that it just wanted a meal. First a slap, then a candy. Seeing that the threat worked, Subai immediately acted as a good guy again. Said that the one who beat it is that salted fish, and he has nothing to do. Then he placed the mining mushroom baiting dough in front of Cocodora. Once again see the mining mushrooms, Cocodora immediately forget about the unpleasantness just now, and again fart ran over to gnaw up this dry rice appearance and express bird toucan compared to ever worse. Subai waited for Cocodora to eat almost all of the mushroom baiting ball. Took the opportunity to throw out the elf ball. Cocodora didn't put up much of a fight, and was smoothly taken in. Holding the elf ball in his hand, Subai was slightly relieved. During the day he was worried that if he went into the wild, what should Cocodora do? He couldn't see himself holding an elf egg and running around outside, but now that he hatched it out, it was also a relief. As for certain out-of-the-ordinary behavior can be slowly tempered. After all, it's a wild elf's egg. It's understandable to be a bit wild, and after spending some time with people, it will naturally improve. The next step is to look at its attributes, whether or not it has succeeded in comprehending the ultimate mystery. Elf, Cocodora. Level 1. Qualification: C+. Individual value: Physical Strength F, Physical Attack F, Physical Defense F+, Special Attack F, Special Defense F, Speed F. Attributes: Steel, Rock. Characteristics: Hard Head. Beginner moves: Crash Beginner, Harden Beginner. Intermediate moves: Stomp Beginner. Final Arcana. Chapter 31. Alliance Vigilantes and Canine Elves. Final Upanishad. Double-edged head hammer uninitiated. When he saw the final Upanishad piece, Subai was directly dumbfounded. What did this mean? Double-edged head hammer uninitiated? Did that mean that comprehension had failed? Wasted a piece of experience candy S for nothing? Just as Subai was feeling regretful, he suddenly realized that behind the double-edged head hammer uninitiated, there was a row of reminder words. Introductory requirement: comprehend the head hammer stance and raise it to perfect proficiency. Subai immediately reacted. The current situation seemed to be different from a complete comprehension failure. It was more like Cocodora knew that move, but couldn't use it because she could never find the trick. There had to be a lead in order for it to completely comprehend the final axiom of this head hammer series of moves. Head hammer move? It's an intermediate level move, and theoretically it wouldn't be difficult for a C+ level qualified Cocodora to comprehend it. Then again, this C+ grade qualification Cocodora's strength is really strong, only just born. Physical defense has reached F+ level. Within 10 levels, there should be few elves that can break through its defense. It's just right that we can take advantage of this 100 Flowers Mountain activity to properly cultivate Cocodora. After making up his mind, Subai looked towards the Salted Fish King again. During this period of time, Subai had been putting the Salty Fish King in a loose state. The reason why he did this was that, on one hand, he wanted to let the Carp King watch over Cocodora's egg. Of course, there was no expectation behind it. On the other hand, he wanted the Carp King to absorb the dragon scale as soon as possible. As we all know, if an elf is poisoned, confused, burned, or loses its ability to fight and needs to be rescued, the first reaction of the vast majority of trainers is to put the elf inside the elf ball. The reason for this was that the elf ball had the effect of inhibiting the changes in the elf's body. The Carp King is now using drugs to digest the body of the dragon scale. If let in the elf ball inside, this digestion speed is bound to slow down. Originally, according to Subai's plan, he still had to place the Salty Fish King play for a while, but he was going out tomorrow and wouldn't be coming back for the last few days. Although it wasn't impossible to leave it in Sue Frost's care, but in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, it was more appropriate to bring it with him. It's because of this, so Bean Fish, you'll have to say bye-bye to the bucket you've been spending time with for the past 2 days. After saying that, no matter what reaction the Carp King made, Subai took out the elf ball and put it back. The next morning, as always, Meow Meow called Subai to wake up like a little daughter-in-law. After a night's rest, its physical condition had already recovered to its peak. Sue Frost also got up early today on a rare occasion, holding sweet bamboo as she sat on the dining table, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. Little White, what's wrong? The whole thing is like a parting of life and death. While talking, Subai had already finished breakfast and brought it to the table. Egg cakes, rice paste, pickles, and a vegetable salad that his sister had specifically requested. The Sue family's breakfast was as delicious as ever. Sue Frost blankly glanced at him without any good humor, and her white and tender little hand handed him a pile of money. Sister, this is not unable to spare you well. Outside to take good care of yourself. These money you first take. Subai glanced at, estimated the thickness of the money, almost should have 1,000 to it. In the past, the family could only see this much money when they paid tuition fees. And now Sue Frost, in order to let him go out without worries, was directly pulling out all the money he had saved from his own part-time job during this period of time. I'm going to the event, but not to escape. Money you collect yourself on the line, normal expenses you don't save. If it goes well, this event back I can also get a little scholarship it. Subai grunted and sucked a bowl of rice paste, continued. By the way, sweet bamboo's elf feed I have also prepared. Almost can eat a month, although grass attribute elves are good breeding, single photosynthesis can live for a long time. But after all, it is the elves that come to our home, also have to spoil, so don't forget to feed it 3 times a day. And the problem of your own food. Don't think that I'm not at home so you can order some nutrient-less takeout. You have to eat serious dishes. Those ingredients in the refrigerator are all fresh stuff I got from outside. Do it yourself and blah blah blah. Sue Bai gave a lecture and listened to Sue Frost. Originally, Sue Frost was still planning to take this opportunity to proclaim her sister's greatness, but before the topic even started, she suddenly realized that her younger brother had already dominated the conversation and in turn began to preach to herself. How could she lose face as a sister? Pouting her lips, Sue Frost's pretty little face was filled with speechlessness. After teaching her a lesson, Sue Bai didn't give her a chance to react, and very nimbly took a roll of egg pancake and directly ran to school. Stinky little white. A few moments later, the house came from Sue Frost's pouting voice. My generation only pretend a moment of force to satisfy a moment of addiction can be, after which care about her flooding sky. Arriving at the school, Sue Bai found that several rows of armored school buses covered with thick decks had been parked at the entrance of the school today. Many students like him had stopped to watch. This was because in addition to the armored school buses, there were also several neatly and seriously dressed Alliance police officers. They were accompanied by a canine elf. The vast majority of them were large wolfhounds, Hajak. These canine elves were all existences that had gone through one evolution, and their strength would usually be above level 16, which meant that they were all at least E-class elves. It can be seen that this activity school leaders pay quite a lot of attention to, actually will ask the Alliance's police guards to accompany. Should be afraid of students have any accidents. Come to the classroom, the students in the class are divided into two groups as usual. A group of students are dead calm, buried head holding books, although the surface pretends to be calm, but the actual grudging eyes has long betrayed them. These students are usually the batch without elves. The other group of students with elves are all flamboyant, they talk to each other, and from time to time will take out their own elves to say. A few people get together to blow that as the sky is falling. Sometimes the school is a small microcosm of society. Even if it is the world of elves, it is impossible to make everyone equal. See this scene. Sue Bai also do not judge. Back to their seats, as usual, took out the textbook, slowly flipping. Not a moment later, the class teacher came over. Although she hadn't opened her mouth yet, all the students almost guessed what she was about to say. The car to the 100-Flower Mountain secret realm has already come. Students who have elves and want to sign up for the competition can come over and register. As soon as these words came out, there were immediately a few students who majestically led the charge towards the podium. They released their own elves, looking left and right, fearing that people did not see as if the seat to the podium a short distance froze to give them out of the catwalk show. Chapter 32. Entering the Secret Realm, Fruit Competition. The way of registration is actually very simple. The teacher is just recording the sprites used by the students. Perhaps it was because the activity area organized by the school this time was just a small F-ranked secret realm. The danger factor was relatively low, and there was no need for the statistics to be so detailed. The school authority also just wanted to know the students' elf attributes, and then went to the secret realm to facilitate the allocation of teams. Dai Longning. Elf is a mountain-piercing rat, ground attribute. Ling Chong. The elf is a gopher, also ground attribute. Yi Xiaoyu. The elf is mimosa pod, grass attribute plus poison attribute. Fu Zhenzhen. The sprite is walking grass attribute plus poison attribute. Fupan. The sprite is Barbary ladybug, insect attribute plus flight attribute. Sue Bai silently observed the class teacher's registration pattern from the stage. After realizing that she only glanced at the elf and recorded the elf attribute, and did not check anything else, he was relieved to bring Meow up for registration. He was currently most worried about getting some sort of qualification level test. Currently, Meow's level cap had already exceeded the level it should have for this qualification, and if it was examined in detail, it would inevitably be found to be problematic. Although it wouldn't cause an uproar, it would inevitably be noticed by someone with a heart of gold. Sue Bai was so meticulous that he naturally wouldn't allow this kind of hidden danger to exist. He had even thought of simply giving up this activity directly if he really did a detailed examination. Sue Bai. The elf is Meow, general attributes. The registration was completed, and just like what Sue Bai thought, the teacher just took a look and recorded the attributes, and didn't care too much about the rest. Although he muddled through this time, Sue Bai also kept an eye out. What if this kind of testing qualification happened again in the future? Was there any way to hide away Meow's qualifications or rank? The registration of basic information ended. The class teacher then took the participating students and came to the school entrance together. The students from the other classes were already there first to receive training from the Alliance vigilantes. Soon after Subai and his group came over, there was also a tan-skinned, serious-looking Alliance vigilante walking towards them, and the elf beside him was a Dilubi, a black dog with bone-like armor hanging from its forehead and back. After exchanging words with class teacher Lu, this vigilante turned his head to look at these students in Subai's class. I am the instructor in charge of your food and living for the next 3 days. My last name is Gue Ran. Same as my name. If you don't follow my arrangements, the next 3 days might be dangerous. Accompanying instructor Gue's self-introduction, his elf Dilubi also swept his gaze over the students. All the students immediately had a bad feeling. While it's true that the vast majority of the elves in the F-rank secret realm are within 10 levels, don't think that your elves are no different from them. Most of the elves in the secret realm live in a knife-edge state. Their teeth and claws are sharpened from one battle to the next. In their eyes, you and your elves are just like weak chicks. Even if your elves are 1 or 2 levels higher than theirs, they can still finish you off with ease. Ruby paced slowly around the students, as if helping his master taunt the ignorant ones along. I know a lot of you think that a trainer is just a piece of paperwork plus a sprite, but I'm telling you right now, those kinds of trainers are just gimmicks. True trainers are honed from countless adventures. And right now, you are facing those trials. Now I'm going to ask you one last time. Among you, is there anyone who wants to quit? The students all looked at each other in disbelief. They clearly hadn't realized at this point what the concept of an elf in the secret realm actually was. So after a moment of hesitation, none of them ultimately chose to quit. The corner of Instructor Danger's mouth grinned slightly. Very well. I am pleased by your ignorance. Now all of you get on the bus for me. Boom, boom. With the low rumble of the engine, this one armored school bus began to head towards the 100-Flower Mountain, an F-rank secret realm. The scenery outside the window shifted rapidly, and many people would feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. But Subai didn't have the intention to close his eyes and rest. Instead, he silently memorized the route. It wasn't so much for the next time he could come over himself, it was more for just in case, for example, if he encountered any unavoidable problems in the secret realm, he would be able to use his memory to choose to run away in the first place. The armored school bus eventually drove into a valley. Just when Subai thought that the secret realm was in the head of this valley, suddenly the armored school buses made a sharp turn, and one after another rushed in towards a pool of water. Subai! The others were equally frightened, and just when everyone thought that the cars would be submerged in water, a layer of ripples flashed before their eyes. Then they magically realized that the car actually drove out of the pond again. It's spatial teleportation? That water pond just now is the entrance to the secret realm. When the scene in front of them cleared up again, the school armored car stopped. The surrounding area was full of leaves and flowers, a bird-like appearance. The crowd of students got out of the car, sniffing the extraordinarily fresh air within the secret realm, and their entire being was almost cured. Here we are. This is our destination, 100-Flower Mountain. Instructor Gue gathered everyone together, and then loudly announced, in a moment, your homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu, will first tell you the main task of this event and the rules of the competition. After saying that, Instructor Gue went ahead and handed over to a few of his colleagues to explore the surrounding situation. Classmates, all look towards me, haha. This time, our school is organizing the content of the activity, which is for you to pick fruits from the 100-Flower Mountain. Fruits? All the students froze. What kind of strange subject is this? Teacher Lu seemed to expect the students to be puzzled, so he continued to patiently explain. The current season happens to be the season when the 100-Flower Mountain produces all kinds of fruits, so you guys can go and look for ordinary fruits in the secret realm, or you might go and look for fruits on the elves, and of course the same can be said about the tree fruits as well. In the end, compare the quality and quantity of the fruits, and choose the winner of this event. This is tough. The vast majority of the students only had the ability to do things on paper, and really had no idea about survival skills in the wild, and the ability to distinguish between fruits, that was really nothing. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go ask your dangerous instructor Yo. Inside these 3 days, he's your most reliable guardian and encyclopedia. Chapter 33, Help White Brother. The students stayed right where they were, and after a while, Instructor Gue once again came before the crowd. We've cleared this neighborhood. There's a cordon nearby. For the next period of time, you can all treat this place as a safe house. If you encounter an opponent that you can't solve on your own, run back here, and my colleagues and I will ensure your safety. As soon as these words came out, a student immediately asked, Instructor, if we encounter danger outside and we really can't make it back, What should we do? Instructor Dangerous hemmed and hawed and looked at the male student who asked with a meaningful look. The male student silently lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Instructor Gue's eyes. There's no need to be embarrassed. It's everyone's instinct to cherish their lives. Saying this, Instructor Danger took out a watch-like object. I'll give each of you a piece of this thing later. It has a signal transmitter inside. If you encounter a problem that you really can't solve, you can press the button inside the watch. We'll come over as soon as possible to save you, but don't think that you'll be saved because of this. On the contrary, you'll be disqualified from this match and forcibly repatriated back to the school. Most of the students who came over to compete were trying to compete for a piece of honor. If they were forcibly repatriated in the middle of the race and were to study in the school with those elf-less students they looked down upon, it would be an absolute unbearable shame for them. The words came this way, and what should be reminded was pretty much said. Instructor Dangerous awarded all the students another map and a bag of tree fruits. On the map, there was a distribution map labeled with elf infestations, as well as the approximate class division, which was somewhat similar to the map given by Zhou Lao at the village entrance a while ago. And although the tree fruit bag has a nice name, it is actually a relatively sturdy snakeskin bag. Su Bai sized up the bag and realized that it wasn't as good as the backpack shrink bag he had made himself. Not good to carry, not to mention, loaded with more things will also be dead heavy, while his backpack shrink bag, although not the game kind of comparable to the effectiveness of the four-dimensional treasure bag, but the storage of things in a reasonable space distribution because the use of various roller axis body unloading reason as long as not more than the backpack load-bearing load, the backpacker are able to move freely. I suggest that you start off by following your homeroom teacher's teaming arrangement and hold on to the group. Don't think about individualism, let alone trying to stand out, which will allow you to achieve better gains. Although many of the students present were confident in their own strength, the vast majority of them still steadily chose to group up for the sake of insurance. The way the school arranged the grouping was actually quite ingenious, not allowing the students to randomly put together elves with the same attributes. Rather, it was to put together elves of various attributes to form a team. For example, Su Bai's current team consisted of a flight attribute flaming sparrow, an insect attribute stinging-tailed insect, a water attribute pincer crab, and Su Bai's meow meow. This kind of team would be able to come up with restraints when they encountered the vast majority of elves, and would be able to greatly increase the survival rate of the students. With me and Blazing Sparrow on the team, you're guaranteed to win this event lying down. That Blazing Sparrow's trainer was one of the more high-profile students in the class, named Zhou Ziong. My great pincer crab's defense is okay, but many of the elves in the 100-Flower Mountain this time are grass attributed, so the output will still have to rely on you. The one who answered was the owner of the great pincer crab, a little chubby guy named Tian Dahai. My stinging tail worm's attack power doesn't work. But it can spit silk, it's fast, it should be able to help some. The owner of the stinging tail bug was a relatively quiet girl called Song Tsongxuang. Ha, it's fine. Just deal with these grass attribute elves. You two can just watch from the side. After saying that, Zhou Ziong looked at Su Bai again. You seem to have acquired elves only recently? Su Bai very lowly stated that it was this way, right? I'm still a newbie, relying on Brother Zhou to take me flying. As the saying goes, a hand does not beat a smiling face. There is a situation of comparison inside the school, but the vast majority of students are still very simple. As long as you are a little polite to them, they can immediately treat you as a brother. This is not, in the class, has always been the nostrils of Zhou Ziong. Instantly on Su Bai good sense doubled. Patting Su Bai's shoulder said that it was a good deal, and that he would just let Su Bai and Meow Meow hide behind him later on. However, only after 2 hours. Brother Bai, help! Only to see Zhou Ziong and his blazing sparrow running towards Su Bai's side with a terrified face. Behind them were 3 pyras with ferocious expressions. They had their pincers open, and the 2 small mushrooms on their backs were constantly emitting paralyzing powder. As long as one ran a step slower, they would enter their attack range. Zhou Ziong, who was originally supposed to hold up the beam, was like a kindergarten child who was bullied. Seeing Su Bai was like seeing a savior, and with a turn, he hid behind Su Bai. Brother Bai, these pyras are too fierce. My blazing sparrow is no match for them at all. Tian Dahai squinted at Zhou Ziong with the classic funny brother expression on his face. What about the promise of letting us lay flat? Shut up, Fatty Tian, if you're capable. You can let your big pincer crabs fight. Fatty Tian gave a disdainful, heh, and then said with a tugging expression, You're letting my big pincer crab fight? Not that I'm bragging. As long as that pylos dares to touch my big pincer crab guarantees that it can lie on the ground for half a day without moving. Song Tsongxuang covered her small face. Her face skin was relatively thin, so she was a bit unable to look straight at these two teammates. Why were they able to talk about being a goon with such a straight face? Looking at the three pyras rushing over, Su Bai's expression was a bit serious. Song from Shuang. Slow them down first. Okay. Song Tsongxuang sniffed and immediately remotely made the stinging-tailed insect send out a spitting silk move. Several insect silks spread out and scattered on the ground. The pyras that came into contact with these insect silks immediately became slow in their traveling speed. Su Bai took the opportunity to put a mask on Meowth's face, so that he could temporarily avoid being affected by the paralyzing powder. After doing this, he then commanded Meow to attack. The defense and speed of these pyras were quite good, and Meow had no way to defeat the enemy with a single move. It usually took a palm strike and a bite hold to finish off an opponent. If you face three of them alone, even Meow will be slightly injured, but with a little help from your teammates, it's still pretty easy. Elf Pyras. Level 8. Qualification F. Individual values. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. Fumbling with the three pyras on the ground that had lost their fighting ability, Su Bai proposed, "Next time, it's better to pull monsters one by one. The elves here are a bit special. Pulling more than one won't be able to beat them." Chapter 34 Secret Realm Harvest. Zhou Xiang rubbed his head with an embarrassed face. "Sorry, Bai. I saw a small mushroom over there and got a little excited, so I didn't notice that there were three pyras next to me." "A small mushroom? Where is it?" "Not." "Ahem. Zhou Xian, do you know how dangerous this time is? If it wasn't for our brother Bai and Meow's magical powers, and if someone else had teamed up with you, it's estimated that the whole team would have to return home by now." Tian Dehai foxed the tiger on the side. "Fatty Tian, you've had enough." Although Zhou Xiang was infuriated by the dislike, in his heart, he actually knew that it was his own problem just now. "Not enough. You know that it's a small matter for us to be eliminated, but if Brother Bai is eliminated because of you, his part of the prize money you'll pay for him." In just 2 hours, Fatty Tian had already completely fallen to Su Bai's side, turning into his loyal lapdog. "Aye!" Zhou Xiang had never seen such a professional dog licker before, and was speechless for a moment. Tian Dehai came to Su Bai's front and continued, "Brother Bai, the task of going out and pulling monsters will be given to me. I Tian Dehai guarantee that I won't be like someone who is blinded by immediate benefits, and I will absolutely seriously complete the task explained by the organization. No need. You big pincer crabs walk horizontally, which is not as fast as a flaming sparrow flies. If you are stared at, you are dead." Su Bai returned without lifting his head. Tian Dehai hemmed and hawed, also not embarrassed. Anyone can see he just mouth high. Su Bai stood up. Just now, when a few people were chattering, he had already finished scavenging the material. As cautious as he was, he had already considered the problem of scavenging props in front of other people. Normal materials like the mushroom spores on Pyra's body were not to be discussed. If they were seen, they would be seen. But this thing, the experience candy, was absolutely unseemly. So just in case, he had long ago crafted a hidden bag at the cuff of his shirt, and every time he scavenged for props in front of people, he would smoothly stuff the experience candy into the hidden bag. No, although the few teammates around him were surprised that he was able to scavenge down materials from elves so skillfully, the mushroom spores coming out of Pyras was still a normal thing in their eyes, so they didn't take it to heart. Mushroom spores? Material unique to mushroom-type elves, able to be used as a guide for various medicines, but you can't ooze too much or the mushroom spores will take root in your body. Su Bai scavenged nearly 5 kilograms of mushroom spores from these Pyras. This thing actually had quite a medical value. 1 kilogram was able to sell for over $1,000. Some breeders even bred Pyras specifically for the mushroom spores. And the vast majority of breeders will sell to please Pylos cicada-like insect body. But in fact, this practice belongs to the effort is not pleasing. Because Pylos body, that thing is a kind of mushroom called Cordyceps sinensis. This kind of mushroom in fact has its own consciousness, can even say this mushroom is the body of Pylos. As it continues to grow, Cordyceps sinensis will continue to absorb the essence of nutrition on the back of the worm, and finally when Pylos evolves into Pylast, it is equivalent to the time when the Cordyceps sinensis takes complete control of the main body, which is why Palus' eyes rolled over when he was evolving. Su Bai didn't comment on this kind of elf's way of existence, but ultimately he couldn't like it, it just felt like a peach. Taking advantage of the fact that these Pyras were still in a comatose state, Subai again asked Zhou Ziong to lead the way to the small mushrooms he had just seen. Zhou Ziong didn't drop the ball this time, releasing the blazing sparrow to lead the way in front, and soon the three of them found the location of those small mushrooms. Brother Bai, take a look. Is this a small mushroom? Actually, Zhou Ziong was also a bit unsure, just roughly judging that this was a small mushroom based on the picture in the textbook. Subai came closer to observe it and stretched out his hand. Good guy. At once, Subai's expression was stunned. This thing was considered a small mushroom, but perhaps because of the survival of living in Pylos, a little mutation had occurred. Small mushroom infected with cordyceps filaments. Due to long-term contact with the cordyceps on Pyros, a large amount of grass attribute energy is stored in its body, but do not let the elf eat it directly. Otherwise, there is a danger of mycelium infection. It can be paired with a few flavors of medicinal material, which can create props to enhance the strength of the grass attribute elf. The formation of this kind of material, it has non-replicability, belongs to the heavenly material treasure that first class, belongs to the kind of thing that cannot be found. There is no referable price tag on the market. Subai also knows that apart from himself, who else can make this thing into a usable prop? This thing is not a simple small mushroom. After some medicinal herbs are made, it can be made to make a potion that allows the grass attribute elf strength to increase. Subai briefly explained. Then his gaze looked towards Zhou Ziong. After all, he was the one who discovered this thing. In order to avoid any disputes, their team had agreed on the distribution at the very beginning. Something similar to what was harvested by working together would be divided equally, such as the mushroom spores Subai had just discovered on Pyros. Of course, because Subai contributed more, he would usually get a little more, to which the other three had no objections to. As for the things found by individuals, they all belong to individuals. Just like this small mushroom infected with cordyceps silk right now. Zhou Ziong froze, then immediately said, "In that case, you take this thing, Brother Bai. It's not like I can make medicine. What you found is yours." Subai shook his head, then said, "How about this? If you trust me, at the end of this activity, you can bring this mushroom as well as some other medicinal herbs to find me to make medicine. Classmate for a classmate, I can only charge you a handmade fee." Subai also didn't want to break the rules, but after all, he still remembered his sister's sweet bamboo, thinking that if Zhou Ziong looked for him to make medicine, he could leave a copy for sweet bamboo as well. Anyway, the amount of this material was enough, and a normal pharmacist would make the medicine, regardless of whether it failed or not, and would also take away the remaining herbs as a kickback. Then thank you, Brother Bai. Of course, Zhou Ziong didn't know what Subai was thinking in his heart, gratefully received the mushroom. His mood was a little excited, not because of harvesting this mushroom, but because in the future there was a reason to get in touch with Subai, as long as a little bit more attentive might be able to hold on to Subai's thighs. After just these 2 hours of exploring the secret realm, Subai also roughly counted the elves in the secret realm. The elves in the secret realm were indeed very strong. Where exactly was it strong? That was the individual value. The elves in the secret realm didn't know what they ate to grow up, but the individual value of every elf Subai encountered was actually the limit. That is to say, for an F-grade qualified elf, all of its individual values would be F-grade. As for the F+ grade qualification elves, all of their individual values would be F+ grade. Even Meow, it was only in Subai's hands that it gradually became the limit of each individual value. Normal, ordinary elves, because of the competition for survival, would have a hard time reaching the limit individual throughout their lives. Chapter 35. Hexagonal Warrior, Subai. So what exactly is the reason for this? Is it just because of the good feng shui in this secret realm alone? Subai couldn't figure it out for a while, but that didn't stop him from continuing to explore the secret realm. Mushroom spores shouldn't be considered fruits. We'll have to speed up the pace. We've only harvested 2 oilwood fruits so far. Subai casually said, and the other 3 people immediately responded in succession with a serious face. Just 2 hours ago, Subai had completely conquered them with his actions. It was reasonable to say that people like them who possessed elves at such an age were all masters who would not obey anyone, but in the face of Subai, they really could not afford to be confrontational. Zhou Ziong just started exploring because of a mushroom overturned, although the 2 teammates are trying to rescue, but cannot take this mushroom. Zhou Ziong was once forced to want to press the signal transmitter, and finally Subai out to save him and also help him to treat the injuries of the bird. After that, a few people walked through the thorny jungle and their clothes were scratched, and I don't know if it was the poisonous cane, but the 3 people were severely allergic and a pimple grew all over their body. Never experienced this kind of thing. 3 people and several times want a button to ask for help. However, Subai just gave them on the spot to pick some grass leaves, ground into juice not long ago. They all Looking for oil would fruit Tiandahai and accidentally provoke the hazelnut ball. As we all know, this thing and thunderbolt electric ball the same bullish temper. A word will give you from the explosion. If it is not Subai reaction fast, pulling a few people rush to escape the scope of the wave, the three people estimated that even the opportunity to call for help are not. Combining so many incidents down, the three people were admiring Subai. In their opinion, Subai was a hexagonal warrior. Felt like he could do everything and knew everything. Able to command elves to fight, also able to take elf material by hand, able to recognize all kinds of plants, also able to make all kinds of herbs. This kind of person, they take their head to compare. They simply couldn't even afford to be jealous. Zhou Zeng looked adoring. Brother Bai, where did you learn all these skills? Read the book to learn. Subai is serious nonsense. Zhou Zion froze. The same 9 years of compulsory education. Why can you be so good? That? We haven't completed 9 years of compulsory education. Song Songshuang whispered. That's not important. What's important is how we can become as good as you. Brother Bai. Read more books and newspapers. Eat less snacks and sleep more. While bull-ting with them, Subai also didn't forget to use his golden finger all the way around. No, soon Subai made a new discovery. Sweet leaf. Appearance is no different from ordinary green leaves, but it's actually a sweet-smelling fruit. And after going through the environmental changes in the secret area, it locks all the sugar in the leaves. Seeing Subai picking a few ordinary leaves and examining them in his hands, a few people stopped in curiosity. Brother Bai, did you find something? It should be considered a fruit. Subai stroked his chin and seemingly said something without a clue. Brother Bai, you're saying these leaves are fruits? A few people gathered around, wide-eyed, although they already had great trust in Subai. But if they said to say that these leaves were fruits, it would be a bit of a finger in the air. Subai didn't say much, and directly stuffed a piece into their three mouths. The expression of the three people was first puzzled, gradually turned into surprise, and then it was incredible. Seeing the three mice with a face of enjoyment, Subai thought that the flavor should be good, so he stuffed a piece into Meow Meow as well. The number of this sweet leaf is quite large. There are dozens of pieces on this tree to say the least. Subai searched online for the price of this stuff. Hey, don't say quite expensive, sold by piece. According to the seasonal changes, a piece of probably can sell $200 or $300, although not as expensive as the tree fruit, but is also considered exotic fruits. A tree on the sweet leaves all gleaned down, how to say, can also sell a 7 or 8,000 like. Because Subai found, this thing naturally does not need to be divided equally. After jacking the bald tree, Subai and his party continued to set off. Subai didn't forget the purpose of this trip. He came over to the secret realm just to get a better understanding, pick up leaks as well as make money. Although because of the school's recommendation to form a team, he was unable to use some of the means, but along the way, he still deliberately fell at the end of the team from time to time, and then groped around everywhere. The other three were at first puzzled as to what Subai was doing, but as Subai gradually revealed his strength, they quickly thought to themselves that Subai was patting their back in case the wild elves sneaked up on them. Manna fruit. Tastes sweet and sour, like an unripe peach, not suitable for human tastes, but a favorite of many elves. This can be used as elf fodder, but the sweet and sour flavor is a bit unsuitable for Meow Meow's taste. It seems to prefer the astringent and bitter flavor, but Cocodora and Sweet Bamboo should like it. Checked the price, a caddy of $200, not expensive but definitely not cheap. Subai picked some, felt too much, accounted for backpack space, the rest called out to the other three, let them also pick some. 3 people again moved a batch. Subai, this is a typical good teammate, not only to help pad what good things, will greet them to share equally, the so-called soldiers for a friend to die. The next 3 people will be more vigorously looking for material treasure, and every time there is what props, they will call Subai over to taste a taste. But the vast majority of them were not something rare. Normal was some ordinary tropical fruits. Before nightfall, they also gleaned 2 flat cherry fruits from a fruit tree that was guarded by dozens of hairballs. This thing belonged to the first class of proper tree fruits. It was able to be used directly or as a lead for various herbs. The effect was that when one suffered an attack from an insect attribute move, there was a chance that the move's power would be halved. In order to obtain it, Subai had also spent quite a bit of effort. He had Zhou Xiang and Tiandahai cause the fur ball to barricade itself with the seed iron ball on its side. And it was only after driving away the wolves and tigers that he was able to find the opportunity to pick off 4 of them. After this job, even Subai also tired enough. But looking at the tree fruit in his arms, this vote is obviously worth it. Although the flat cherry fruit belonged to the tree fruits like the more common orange fruit, It was also one of the rarer and harder to see tree fruits. Due to its ability to directly affect combat, many trainers tended to rush for it. Normally, one was speculated to a price of 10,000. And as the flat cherry fruit becomes more mature, the more powerful it is to resist insect attribute moves, the price will even double. The flat cherry fruit that Subai obtained this time was of average color, belonging to the just ripe kind, but even so, for the ordinary student elf party, it was a considerable amount of money. This is not the case, Zhou Xiang Tiandahai. They are now holding the tree fruit, that look of smiling eyes, the whole is like two Mithreya Buddha. Chapter 36 Leader Zhou Xiang? The first day's harvest was quite fruitful. Zhou Xiang's three were tired but still in high spirits. However, when they were about to go back to the camp, Subai suddenly remembered a question. Do you guys think that Instructor Gue will prepare dinner for us? The remaining 3 people present were suddenly stunned. Song Tsongxuang whispered, "That. I have brought some cracker snacks." "Very well, is it enough for 4 people? Subai asked after him. Song Tsongxuang silently shook his head. "Actually, I also brought some food, but it's still not enough for 4 people. Tree fruits and fruits were things to be used for the competition. No one would spare them. If I guessed correctly, the food issue is probably also a part of the test for this event. Now we have 2 paths in front of us. One is to go back to the campsite and expect the instructors and the others to give us a mouthful of food. The other is to look for our own food and go back to rest after eating." The 3 chose the second path almost without thinking. It was a one-shot deal. Subai immediately led a few people to scavenge around for some wild vegetables, potatoes, and whatnot. The efficiency of the action was amazingly high. Originally, some ordinary people wouldn't even care about the tree roots in the dirt. Subai took the lead in digging a sack. Seasoning is also locally sourced. Subai engaged in some saltstone, refined and ground, immediately can be added to the dish inside. For people gathered around, looking at a pot of vegetable soup in front of them that they had collected and made, their hearts were full of fulfillment and at the same time a bit unreal. Did they really make all of this? One must know that at home, they were all masters who didn't dip their fingers in the spring water. If they didn't know how to do it at home, they would do it outside. This was obviously all due to Subai's leadership. At this time, several people to Subai's admiration. Really like a torrential river stretches endlessly. I believe in Brother Bai. Get eternal life. After having a full meal, a few people walked towards the campground. Just as Subai expected, the instructors did not prepare dinner for the students. When a student asked if there was any dinner, the instructors were all teasing. "Yes, there is at your home and there is at school, but there is none here at the camp. What do you guys go out all day for? Looking for fruit, not food. You didn't find anything, and instead you come and ask us for food? Really think this is a picnic?" The instructor's words left the students speechless, and they could only leave unhappily and silently. Originally, after a day of exertion, there were not many groups of students who survived, and when they were hungry at night, they were eliminated again. On the first day, there were still more than 500 people, but on the second day, there were only less than 100 people left. Moreover, the vast majority of the students were in a state of extreme mental exhaustion. In Subai's class, including the 4 of them, there were only 9 people left. Xiaoyu was also in these 9 people, but her squad only had 3 people left, and there was a 2-person squad left. In the morning, when the class line assembled, the remaining few people clearly showed a very surprised expression when they saw that none of Subai's team was missing, and thought that there must be a very powerful leader inside their team. Then the identity of this team leader naturally fell on Zhou Xiang. Because in a place like the 100-Flower Mountain, which was full of grass attributes and insect attributes, Zhou Xiang's blazing sparrow clearly had a certain advantage, so the vast majority of the people thought that he was the one leading the entire squad. The heart said that when this activity is over, it would be possible to exchange insights with this Zhou Xian. But this person's temperament is too proud. I am afraid that it is not good to contact. The instructors seemed to have anticipated that the number of students would plummet at the end of the first day. In order to keep the competition fermenting, they decided to throw out a heavy news on the second day. I'm glad that you guys managed to last until the second day, and I believe that the people standing in front of me right now should all have some strength. While speaking, Instructor Danger slowly swept his eyes over the 10 people present. When he saw the 5 people in front of him, his eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. But when he saw the 4 Subai people, his expression obviously became a little odd. These 4 people really felt like they had come for a picnic. Their expressions and states were not the slightest bit disheveled, and they even looked vaguely expectant. This is not scientific. Could it be that the four of them hid in the campground yesterday and didn't go out? Instructor Gue coughed lightly. It looks like there are also some people who have adopted a negative attitude. But it's okay, effort doesn't lie. What I'm going to announce today is the orientation of a tree fruit tree. You've all been to school, so I think you all know what the tree fruit tree represents. Hearing the instructor talk about the tree fruit tree, the students below more or less changed their expressions a bit. Instructor Gue grinned. Not only do they have magical effects, but now they can also determine the grades of your activities. Normally in previous years, as long as a student obtains a tree fruit, then the winner is basically decided. When the other students heard these words, they all looked serious. However, the three people in Subai's team all put on an odd expression. One can determine the winner. What about having four? For champions? All right, without further ado, take the map and go fight for your place. With that, Instructor Dangerous handed out several new labeled maps. After getting the maps, everyone quickly left the camp. Subai and the others also searched according to the map's instructions. But as they searched, they realized that the direction indicated by the map seemed to be where the hairball was that they found the tree fruit yesterday. This was awkward. Tiandahai said with a speechless face, "Brother Bai, is it hard for us to go and rob it all over again?" Subai shook his head. "This can't be. The fur ball has suffered a loss once. It will definitely be more vigilant than yesterday, and this time it will be hard to steal the tree fruit. If we go head on unless all the students are now united together, even then, it is estimated that we will have to pay a heavy price. There is no need for us to get involved in this mess." Touching his chin, Subai made a decision. If the other students have the ability, let them go. Let's look for other places today. Regarding Subai's decision, the three of them didn't have any opinions, and repeatedly said that they would listen to his arrangements in everything. Yesterday, in an area near the campground, Subai and the others had probably wandered around. Looking at the map, Subai realized that the remaining area was just a dense forest. The map was deliberately labeled in red. This kind of labeling meant a reminder for the students not to go over there. If it was the day he first came, there might still be students who would turn a deaf ear, but after a day of being ravaged by the elves in the secret realm, now basically no student would go to this death. Chapter 37. Finding the 3 Bs. Evolution. Brother Bai, why don't we go to the place circled by the red pen on the map? Zhou Zion proposed. After spending the day yesterday with Subai, they were now full of confidence and felt that nothing would be difficult for them. Subai deliberated. In fact, if it was just him alone, he was eager to turn the secret realm upside down, but now that he was bringing a bunch of teammates, he had to think about them a little bit. Are you guys sure you want to go there? From the map, there are a lot of unknowns there, and even if we call for help, the instructor and the others probably won't be able to rush over for a while. If just a few of us certainly do not dare, but now there is not Brother Bai well, and there is danger we run is rare to come to the secret realm once. Let's go to see Long. Tiandahai's words actually also said to Subai's heart. He really wants to see more of this secret realm. I actually agree with going over there to take a look, but we have some things we have to say in advance. Subai clearly pointed out that right now their strength was still very weak. No matter if it was Zhou Ziong and the others or Subai himself, there were some things that he couldn't possibly take care of in every aspect. If they were going to go, they had to prepare for the worst, and once they were faced with inescapable dangers, they would have to choose to withdraw without hesitation. Let's put it this way, when I tell you to retreat, no matter if you have gold or silver mountains in your hands, you have to put them down and retreat immediately. Seeing Subai's serious expression, the 3 of them immediately responded in succession, promising to do so. With a target, the group did not have the intention to take a detour, they directly just rushed towards their destination. Of course, along the way, Subai still didn't forget to feel around a bit. Tired of rushing, a group of people in the shade of a tree to cool off, Subai touched the trunk behind him. The message of the golden finger came in his mind. Ordinary poplar tree, at the root of the second branch in the northeast direction from the bottom to the top, there is a small honeycomb of crystallized honey. Subai commanded Meow Meow to quickly climb up the branch under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Meow! Not long after, he saw Meow bring over a puffy head wrapped in dead leaves. Crystallized nectar, a honey that can only be produced by special elves, and is very tempting for bug attribute elves and goblin attribute elves. The effects of crystal honey are quite varied. It can be given directly to humans or elves to eat, and can also be processed into props to attract elves, with effects similar to that of a seductive ball. The price on the market was also quite expensive, almost $800 for a gram. But what Subai was looking at was not the price of the crystal honey, but the elves behind the production of this crystal honey. Is there a 3 honey bee near this place? The 3 bees were a kind of young bee elves, not very strong in battle, but they were little masters of making nectar among the elves, and they possessed the rare nectar harvesting trait. This kind of elf was able to instinctively sense the pollen of various tree fruits, and then utilize this pollen to make honey. This kind of nectar was able to retain some of the efficacy of the tree fruits, so it could be used in a wide variety of occasions. This is not all. The most critical 3 bees can also spread pollen. According to research, many of the world's tree fruit trees are currently able to blossom and bear fruit because of the pollen they disperse. So it can be said that this elf is a great contributor to the tree fruit industry. Whether in the field of pharmacists or the field of breeders or even trainers, they are all very popular existences. With this omen, Subai also gradually became interested in the next unknown field. In his opinion, even if there is no harvest in the next few days just by accepting a 3 bees, this secret trip is also considered to be earned. However, during the next period of time, Subai did not gain any more information about the 3 bees. On the other hand, Subai had encountered quite a few ordinary elves. For these elves, Subai didn't personally tackle them every time, but from time to time, he let his 3 teammates practice as well. Shuttlecock grass, cotton grass pixie. This kind of elf is not strong in aggressiveness. The main thing is that it's fast. Blazing sparrow guards the sky. Don't let them take over the air rights. Song from the double stinging-tailed worms spit out silk on the trees around them. After blocking their movements Tion Dahai, you have the large pincer crabs do the attacking. The vast majority of the large pincer crabs could wield its 2 natal weapons in addition to its water attribute attacks. Although Tion Dahai's big pincer crab hadn't yet comprehended the clamping attack, the flat A was still able to deal very considerable physical damage. Spirit Shuttlecock Grass. Level 6. Qualification F. Individual value. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Speed F. The teammates were resolved, and Subai touched the corpse. There's nothing special on the shuttlecock grass, just experience candy and some ungerminated cotton wool seeds. This type of elf could be used as a spring chime. Usually at that time, the cotton wool on their bodies would start to float away. These cotton wools could be made into various kinds of warm clothing and were one of the most important sources of current clothing production. Why don't we sell these seeds to the agricultural and forestry administrators? Should be able to sell them for some money as well. One thing leads to another, and for the next several times, Subai had them come out to tackle some level 5 or 6 elves. The beautiful name was to polish down the tacit understanding of the 3 of them. The 3 of them took it very seriously, and it really gave them something to work out. Now, as long as it wasn't a level 7 or above elf, and the number wasn't more than 2, they were usually able to deal with it. Elf Walking Grass. Level 7. Qualification F. Individual value. Physical strength F. Physical attack F. Physical defense F. Special attack F. Special defense F. Elf Acorn Fruit. Level 6. Qualification F+. Individual value. Physical strength F+, physical attack F+, physical defense F+, special attack F+, special defense F+. Acorn's individual value is relatively high. This battle is more exhausting. The good thing is that the other side is only 1, and the acorn itself will only use impact, shock, a kind of primary moves, causing little damage to the 3. Its defense is relatively strong, 3 times hardened down. Defense is high like a piece of iron plate. If it's not, the strong sparrow will peck. This kind of attribute restraint moves to break the defense, but also really not necessarily be able to deal with it. After the fight, Subai continued to go up to touch the props, such as walking grass has some of the sweet fragrance liquid. Oak fruit has oak seeds. Although they were all mosquito legs, Subai could use these materials to make props and was happy to do so. With this constant honing, Song Tsongxuang's stinging-tailed insect evolved. The vast majority of insect attribute elves, because of their weakness, usually grew and evolved very quickly. Like the stinging tail bug, it would normally evolve at level 7. With a flash of light, the stinging-tailed insect in Song Tsongxuang's arms suddenly began to struggle violently. Chapter 38 Shielded Armor Cocoon and Armor Chrysalis. Acacia Tree Dense Forest. Song Tsongxuang was startled and thought that something had happened to the stinging-tailed insect. Her small face was filled with anxiety as she quickly ran to Subai. "Brother Bai, my prickly tail insected." Subai really thought what a big deal. Immediately touched the prickly tail insect. The expression paused, then smiled. "Don't be nervous. First put the prickly tail insect on the ground. This is a good thing. Good thing. Your stinging tail insect is going to evolve. Song Tsongxuang was shocked. Evolve? That's right, you put it down first. Only to see the spiny-tailed insect detach itself from Song Tsongxuang's embrace. It immediately began to spin in place, and then with its head held high, it spat silk at the sky for a while. The silk threads were like raindrops and soon covered the stinging tail insect's entire body. With a flash of golden light, the stinging tail worm entered the evolutionary stage. When the remaining two people saw this scene, they also immediately ran over curiously. Awesome. Evolved. I've long heard that insect attribute elves evolve very early. I never thought I'd have the chance to see it with my own eyes. Tiandahai, you move your big face plate out of the way. It's blocking me. The two living treasures, Zhou Ziang and Tiandahai, got together and competed to watch this magical scene. In fact, after Su Bai came to this world, it was also the first time he saw an elf evolve. Especially an elf like the stinging tail worm. It was one of the few elves that had branch evolution. Song Tsongxuang, do you want the spiny-tailed bug to evolve into a hunting phoenix butterfly? Or a poison pink moth? Fatty Tian asked curiously. Song Tsongxuang shook his head. It doesn't matter. I like whatever the stinging tail bug evolves into. After saying this, he picked up a sentence in a small voice. But if you can, it's best to hunt phoenix butterflies. No girl would not like a beautiful elf. Compared to the poison pink moth, the hunting phoenix butterfly's colorful winged appearance was obviously more popular with girls. Accompanied by 4 pairs of gazes, the stinging tail bug finally completed its evolution. It was a cocoon wrapped in white silk threads that didn't look too shiny. After its evolution was complete, it only revealed 2 large red eyes, quietly observing the outside world. Seeing the cocoon's appearance, Song Tsongxuang couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. It was the armor chrysalis. This was the posture of the hunting phoenix butterfly before its evolution. The stinging-tailed insect evolution was divided into 2 forms, which evolved completely randomly and with a 50-50 probability. It was completely like gambling. The hunting crested butterfly's pre-evolution appearance was that of an armored chrysalis, while the poison pink moth looks like a shield armor cocoon before it evolves. Once the spiny-tailed bug evolved into one of the chrysalis sprites, it was a foregone conclusion that it would definitely evolve into the corresponding final evolutionary form in the future. The 2 chrysalis sprites looked very similar, with only subtle differences in coloration, as well as the fact that the shield armor cocoon's silk texture would be more lustrous, and if used as a weaving garment, the shield armor cocoon would be more popular than the armor chrysalis. Congratulations! Su Bai had just checked the physical state of this armor chrysalis. It was very healthy, and he thought that in the future, if there were no accidents, it could safely evolve into a hunting phoenix butterfly with more gorgeous wings. Among the F-class elves, the strength of the hunting phoenix butterfly should also be considered to be at the front of the line, because they were one of the few elves that could completely metamorphose into their final evolved form before the 10th level. Next, it was finally time to arrive at the destination. This was a dense forest area. The grass and trees were lush, and sky-high trees abounded, with their roots intertwined and covering the sky. If the secret area Su Bai and his team had traveled through before was deliberately searched by humans, this side was relatively unexplored. Someone had traveled through it, but it might not have been carefully searched inch by inch. So the props material left behind will certainly be more than the instructor gave those maps to divide the area. No, soon Su Bai made a discovery. This was a forest of acacia trees filled with nectar. Su Bai merely gently scratched the tree's epidermis, and a nice odor flowed out from under the bark. Smelling that odor, Zhou Ziang's blazing sparrow, great pincer crab, and armored chrysalis all revealed a trance-like expression. Meow had some resistance because she often followed Su Bai to eat some more tempting tonics. Feeling the change in his own elf, Zhou Ziang hurriedly asked, "Brother Bai, what kind of tree is this?" Amber acacia tree. Amber acacia tree. It was originally an ordinary acacia tree, but due to the absorption of sweetness over the years, it caused it to mutate from its trunk to its branches, and although its appearance is similar to that of an ordinary acacia tree, its interior is filled with nectar. The others were dumbfounded when they heard this name, saying that they hadn't heard of it at all. Of course they were used to it. With Su Bai, they often heard some fresh terms from time to time. You guys can collect a little bit of this nectar, although it won't help in this competition. You should be able to sell it for some money when you go out. Hearing this, the 3 people immediately each found a tree, scratched the opening, and took a cup to hold it. But after loading it for a while, They realized that Subai was standing still with a thoughtful look on his face, so they asked, "Brother Bai, aren't you loading it?" "Oh, just thinking about something. Are you guys done loading? Let's hurry up and leave if you're done pretending. This place isn't safe." Although they didn't know why Subai said it was so unsafe, the three people subconsciously chose to believe it. Nimbly collected the collected nectar, put on their backpacks and prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard a rustling of insects not far away. It seems like the sound of an elf. Song Tsongxuang was more or less impressed by the cries of insect attribute elves because of the fact that he had raised stinging-tailed insects since he was a child. "Hide!" Subai immediately pulled a few people into the bushes and immediately took out the animizing spray and sprayed a circle towards a few people. The situation is urgent. A few people do not dare to ask more questions. Looking at Subai's serious expression, and even subconsciously pressed the breath. Buzz! Buzz! Heraclaw, Heraclaw! Click! Click! There were at least 3 bug sounds, and not in the singular, which was very scary. Several people realized that they might have encountered an elven horde. And it wasn't even 1 horde, it was 3. I should have thought of this. This kind of nectar is a favorite for both grass attribute and insect attribute elves, and this nectar forest is quite extensive. It's highly likely that it's a resource shared by several types of elves, and we're now the equivalent of thieves. If we're found out by them, it's very likely that we won't be able to eat or go home. Subai spoke with his voice suppressed to a low level, but the 3 people all heard the urgency of the situation from it. "The stuff I just sprayed for you guys can somewhat be able to suppress your breath. Now, follow my steps. Don't make any noise. Let's quietly slip away." Several people nodded their heads in succession. Spinning around, they all catapulted their bodies and slipped towards the outside of the dense forest, one careful step at a time. Chapter 39. Sneak Attack Battle in Smoke Bombs. Several people didn't dare to breathe a single breath. They didn't even dare to turn around and look at those elves one more time. They just silently followed Subai, preparing to quietly move away from this place. However, just when the several people felt that they were a few steps short of leaving this honey forest, they suddenly realized that the buzzing sound in their ears was getting closer and closer. Still discovered. Subai immediately reacted. They should have been discovered. In the past, the animizing spray was tried and true because the enemies on the opposite side were elves whose perception wasn't considered strong. But this time, the ones they encountered were the 3 bees in the elf world that were second to none in terms of nectar sensing. The silent spray could hide their own scent, but the nectar odor they were carrying was instantly discovered by the 3 bees. At first, perhaps the 3 honeybees were only suspicious, with only 1 or 2 voices, but it soon turned into a large group. There was a buzzing sound all around them. Heraclaw! In the next moment, a black figure resembling a giant unicorn fairy landed in front of them. "This is the unicorn pixie, Heracross." Tianhai was horrified. He really hadn't thought that this kind of elf would actually appear in this kind of F-rank secret realm. One must know that this thing was a super strong bug attribute elf that could rival the flying mantis. However, the things that made his jaw drop in shock continued. After Heracross came over, 2 Karos with giant horns on their heads like stag beetles also ran over. "Oh my! It's Karos." 3 extremely strong existences in the bug attribute appeared in front of them all at once, and the 3 people just felt their legs go a little weak. "Run!" Subai gave a low shout, then took the lead and quickly dashed in a certain direction. Immediately behind him came the hissing sounds of various elves chasing after him. "Throw away all the sap." Subai's voice came. The 3 of them froze, and then without hesitation, they nimbly threw a few bottles of tree sap from their backpacks. Once the tree sap was thrown, sure enough, a large portion of the elves stopped chasing. However, there were still a few elves with a bubble in their head that pressed 1 step at a time. Subai swept his eyes behind him and found that it was a Heracross, a Karos, and 2 3Bs. He should be able to deal with them if this number. "Remember what I told you guys? Brother Bai, are you trying to?" The 3 people's faces changed drastically. "You guys go back and practice near the safe house. Don't run outside the restricted area. According to the formation during the day, most of the elves shouldn't be your opponents." Seeing the 3 people's faces getting more and more self-condemning, Subai smiled and explained, "Don't be nervous. I'm just going to confirm a little thing. If it goes well, I'll be able to come back this evening." After saying that, Subai turned around and cast a smoke bomb. He and Meow Meow put on their goggle masks and dove headfirst into the smoke. The angry hissing of the insect attribute elves soon came from the smoke. The 3 of them looked back, their hearts filled with emotions such as powerlessness, helplessness, and regret. Shouldn't we have come here? If it wasn't for us, Brother Bai wouldn't need to. Zhou Ziong and the rest of them felt that Su Bai had patted back in order for them to get rid of their pursuers. Song Tsongxuang's pretty face was also filled with worry. Should we contact the instructor to come and save Brother Bai? Tian Dehai shook his head. No, if Brother Bai is fine, aren't we causing him to lose his qualification for the competition? Brother Bai should have a way to cope. All we can do now is to trust Bai's strength and wait for him to come back near the campsite as he instructed. While several people were feeling guilty, Su Bai's side had already converted from prey to hunter status. Heracross and also Kairos were certainly powerful, but after all, this was an F-rank secret realm, and the qualifications of these two elves were just at the F+ level. And Meow now knew fire attribute moves, had sunglasses modified to a certain extent, and had a geographical advantage in the smoke. It's really not that hard to beat these 4 elves with a sneak attack. First up is the 3 bees. This elf has very low stamina. With Meow claws covered in a metal film and at full power, 2 of them dry out in an instant. After that was Kairos. Hearing the pained cries of the 3 bees losing their ability to fight, it immediately rushed over. But before it could react, 2 cat claws reached out from behind it. Slap strange attack. While making it wince, Meow held Kairos behind its back and continuously made a bite hold. Kairos was defenseless. His eyes rolled white and he lost his ability to fight. Lastly, there was Heracross. It stirred its wings and was going to blow away the fog. But instead of blowing away the fog, a Meow came flying in the air. The fierce, flaming fangs that had been stored up in the air coalesced into a horrifying abyssal mouth of flaming fangs. Heracross. Heracross was immediately stunned by the momentum. Although he instinctively used a chaotic strike to try to defend himself against this terrifyingly huge mouth of flaming teeth. But it was like overrating a tree. In the next moment, its attack was swallowed into the flames along with it. With a burst of burning, it fell limp to the ground, both of its eyes turning into mosquitoes. Well done, Meow. Meow. After resolving all this, Su Bai walked out from behind a tree in a godly manner. There were some means Su Bai didn't want to use in front of others. The smoke bomb could be explained, but a Meow knowing intermediate moves, and with a power comparable to that of advanced moves, it would be hard not to let people think about it. This was also one of the reasons why Su Baifeng had sidetracked Zhou Ziong and the others. As for the other reason, it was because he wanted to check out the honey forest alone. If he brought along the 3 of them, it would be somewhat cumbersome. Of course, Su Bai wasn't interested in the amber acacia trees, but in the amber city underneath them. Just now, when he touched those amber acacia trees, there was actually a hint behind them. There is a huge beehive 3 meters deep directly below the amber acacia trees. There are 3 bees and a hive. It's getting more and more interesting. Putting down the matter of the sweet hive first, Su Bai looked at the 4 elves that were knocked down in front of him. First of all, the 2-3 bees he wasn't going to take in, because they were all males. Elf, 3 honey bee, level 6, qualification, F. Elves like the 3 bees are a typical matriarchal society. There are very few female 3 bees among them, but likewise, only female 3 bees can evolve into a queen bee and form a new hive colony. So there wasn't a lot of significance in taking in the male 3 honeybees if it was just the males alone. Su Bai touched them and ignored them after searching out experience candies and a little bit of sweetness from them. Then there was Kairos and Heracross. Although they were both only F-rank elves, these 2 elves made him itch. Staghorn worms and unicorns, yeah. How about a man's romance? Unless one didn't have a childhood in the countryside as a child, it was impossible to resist this craving from the genes. The original idea of Pokemon catching and sparring was derived from bug catching and beetle sparring. Chapter 40. Harvesting the Unable, Searching for Amber City. Elf, Heracross, Level 8, Qualification, F+. Elf, Kairos, Qualification, F+. After Su Bai touched the experience candy, he decisively threw the elf ball at them. However, it failed. Obviously, the 2 elves had completely lost their fighting ability, but the elf ball didn't even shake down after throwing it at them, and it directly exploded. The moment the elf ball exploded, Su Bai's heart also exploded. Old me's $1,000. Ahem, although the material cost didn't need $1,000, it was really the first time Su Bai had encountered this kind of thing. He immediately thought, is the capture rate of the elf ball too low? Then at least give me a shake too. Thinking so, Subai threw another elf ball towards her across. Ka-ching! Boom! An elf ball exploded again. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. Well, I'm not a certain dog head after all. I don't have the talent of a ball of Superman. Subai conceded. But with the character of a wild goose, he retaliated by touching from these two elves again and gleaned out 2 pieces of worm shell. Worm shell. Worm shells that have not yet completely faded, smooth surface, with a certain degree of defense. Heracross and Kairos woke up and only felt a cold chill on their backs, like the feeling of waking up from a nap and having their clothes stripped. Vile and underhanded humans, ah. Those elves still haven't left. Returning to the honey forest, Subai found that those 3 bees, Heraclos, and Kairos were all guarding their places and constantly patrolling. Subai initially guessed that the Kairos and Heracross populations might be guarding the honey forest together. But now it seems to be more of a symbiotic cooperative relationship between them and the 3 bees. The 3 bees provided them with food, sweet nectar, while they, in turn, contributed their efforts and were responsible for being the 3 bees beaters. Looking at the Heracross, Kairos, which were at least a few dozen, Subai naturally wouldn't stiffen up and just go. Avoid this side and see if there are any more entrances around. The 3 bees would likewise need to return to the hive if they harvested honey, and they wouldn't be able to dig a hole, so it was impossible for the hive to not have any entrances. Slightly away from some honey forests, Subai released Cocodora. This was the first time Subai released Cocodora after coming to the secret realm. Cocodora, who had been locked up for a day, breathed in the air of the secret realm, and instantly the entire elf was energized. Here, eat something first. I'll need you 2 to work later. Subai handed Cocodora a bit of elf food. This was elf food laced with firmament, or not only could it replenish physical strength and nutrition, it could also make Cocodora's back armor stronger. Seeing the elf food, Cocodora's eyes were glowing. Like last time, Cocodora did a hungry tiger pounce again. But this time Subai had Meow Meow by his side. Without Subai's reminder, when he saw Cocodora's dangerous behavior, Meow immediately snapped, and with one cat claw, he held Cocodora down on the ground. Cocodora aggrieved. But Meow, do not move. Meow Meow to Cocodora, lecture up. Subai watched from the sidelines and felt that it was amazing that these elves could not only understand human language, but most of them could also communicate with different kinds of elves. Like the Meow Meow and Cocodora in front of him. Don't say Meow Meow after some chatter. Really a little effect. Cocodora not only no longer pounce on people, vaguely look at Meow Meow's gaze, and even brought a little respect. God. Subai manually gave his own Meow praise. After eating his fill and adjusting his state, Subai let Meow Meow and Cocodora beat up their spirits. Meow Meow, you have the pickup trait. You should have some sensing ability for treasure types. Try to see if you can sense the hive below and find a way. You too, Cocodora, although you're not a ground attribute, you guys naturally like to search for ores, and should have some sensing ability for what's underneath the ground. Try to sense what's underneath the ground. The 2 elves led the order and immediately utilized their racial talent. They all lowered their heads and sensed something in all directions. Subai likewise wouldn't be idle. While he was on the lookout for any elves close by in the surroundings, he was using his golden fingers to feel around. As Subai became more and more skillful with his golden finger, he also almost had a number on the range of the golden finger. The current limit of the golden finger's detectable range was a radius of about 3 meters, less than 10 minutes. With 1 person and 2 pets exploring hard, they soon discovered that on a lawn, there was a large hollow pit. This large pit looked bottomless from the outside. Cocodora shook its head with certainty, signaling Subai that the hive entrance was in front of him. Subai stroked its head. Well done, here, a reward for you. After saying that, Subai threw it an experience candy. Although it didn't make much sense for Cocodora to eat the experience candy now, let's consider it as a reward after it had sold out. Newborns, they need some encouragement for everything they do. And giving something to eat was obviously just what Cocodora wanted. Although never seen this kind of candy, but Cocodora instinctively know this is good stuff, and after the Meow education, this time Cocodora also know to be careful not to hurt Subai. Licking the food gently away from Subai's hand, she then feasted on it. Well, although her gluttonous character hadn't changed, this was already a great improvement. After feeding Cocodora, Subai handed Meow Meow another piece. He wouldn't favor one over the other. Although Subai's behavior seemed to Meow to have the suspicion of cajoling a child, but Meow still accepted it with a lot of face. As of this moment, Meow Meow was currently level 1456%. Cocodora was currently level 26%. Because of the experience from the last Bend Meowth River Park, Subai brought a very complete excavation set this time. Going down a hole in the ground was a breeze. Once the mining light was turned on, the gripper shoes walked on the steep slope wall, steady as an old dog. After climbing for a while, Subai realized that it was getting more and more empty down there, and there were some refracted points of light vaguely. Hoo-hoo! Subai imitated the sound of the wind and whistled, listening to the echo to estimate his distance from the ground. Listening to the echoes coming from all directions, he immediately reacted that he had encountered a mine again, and the color of this reflection on the ground should be blue jade. Quickly coming underneath the hole in the ground, he found that there was circle after circle, similar to a swirling corridor of rock below. Elves are really the natural masters of art in nature. Subai sighed with emotion. Walking to the lowest level, Subai realized that this side was all tunnel passages. There were all kinds of passages that could completely wind people up. Meow! Meow suddenly barked. Subai was alert and immediately tried to hug Cocodora cat up. Wow! This is so heavy. Subai's first attempt at holding Cocodora was clearly not a fond memory. Chapter 41. Diving into the honey nest. This little thing was no more than 20 to 30 centimeters tall, the size of an ordinary puppy, but it weighed more than 50 kilograms. Kilograms? What kind of concept is this? It's really a bag of rice carrying several floors. A small age is already so heavy. In the future, if Subai is not engaged in weightlifting sports, this life want to pick up it almost hopeless. Coco. The little guy looked quite happy. It is still the first time to be hugged. In Subai's arms rubbing hard. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. Hugging this little friend for a second is cruelty to his own arm. Hush! Be quiet. Fortunately, Cocodora still listens to people. After Subai signaled, she immediately shut her mouth obediently. Turning off the mining lamp, Subai and the others hunkered down in a rock crevice. Only a noisy buzzing sound could be heard whistling from one of the tunnels. Quietly peeking out his head, through the reflection of the gems, Subai clearly saw that it was a swarm of red-eyed 3 bees. These 3 bees looked like they had discovered someone invading their nest and scurried towards the road Subai came from. Did they discover the signal mark I left behind? Subai had made markers along the way to make sure he didn't get lost, and perhaps it was the unfamiliar odor on the markers that made the 3 bees come out of their holes in droves. Seeing this, Subai found the right moment and simply drilled towards the tunnel where they flew out. The movement has to be fast. The 3 bees could come back at any time. Subai wanted to sneak into the 3 bees' honey nest before they came back. As long as he entered their nest and then applied a layer of their honey on his body, this group of 3 bees would have no way to search for him again in a short period of time. After a short walk, Subai and his 2 pets soon came to the end. This side was dark, not as bright as the place outside the blue jade. Strange, this is the end? Just now the 3 bees came out from here, Why? Subai secretly wondered inwardly. His palm touched the wall in front of him. Cold sweat immediately flowed down. The message passed over by the golden finger showed that this Nima in front of them, which is what wall but a piece of a huge hive wall made up of the bodies of 3 bees. Usually each triple bee was made up of 3 hexagonal bee hole-shaped faces. They are 3 in 1 since birth. The winged bee holes on the upper left and right sides of them must all be male bees. The bottom one, on the other hand, has a very small chance of being a female bee. The 3 bees that have female bees are the ones that are qualified to evolve into the existence of a queen bee. 3 honeybees have a natural habit of sleeping in a large piece of their body, so that they can avoid attacks from external natural enemies and increase their survival rate. However, such a large area like the one in front of them was indeed rarely seen. Densely packed, no gaps. It is like casting his body into a nest part. If it wasn't for Subai having a golden finger to remind him, he might not be able to see it. And after learning that this was a wall composed of 3 bees, Subai's first thought was to run away. After all, with so many 3 bees, even if each one spat at him, it could drown him. However, Golden Finger's next message stopped him in his tracks. The Golden Finger showed that the majority of these 3 bees were temporarily dormant due to the lack of queen bee honey. And he had just dived in gently, obviously not disturbing them. Queen bee nectar? This thing seems to be something that only the queen bee can produce. That being said, can there really be a queen bee in a F-level secret realm? Subai was skeptical. Usually queen bees needed level 21 to evolve. In other words, unless that 3B's qualification was above level D, it would be extremely difficult to evolve. But if there is no queen bee, how was this huge nest constructed? For elves with a strong sense of community like the 3Bs, there would usually be an elf who was the brain, and this brain was naturally the queen bee of a colony. It will regularly produce queen bee honey to feed its own colony. And this queen bee honey will have enough pheromones in it. The 3Bs that eat the queen bee honey are given direct orders from the queen bee. They will fearlessly obey the queen bee, becoming her shield and her sword. This was how the queen bee's exclusive advanced moves, defense command and attack command, were derived. These moves are no less powerful than jet flame and 100,000 volt, and even more powerful than them if the queen bee's colony is stronger. However, if the queen bee can't produce queen bee nectar, or the amount of queen bee nectar is less, it will make her colony cohesive. It will reduce the cohesion of the colony, not to mention the use of moves, and then the colony will be in chaos and the bees will be confused, or the colony will collapse and the bees will be scattered. Just now there are 3 honey out to look for my trail. It means that there is still a production of queen bee honey in this colony. It is the amount of production is not enough to guide the entire colony of bees. Anyway, this is a good opportunity for me. Thinking of this, Su-bai no longer hesitated. Using his golden fingers to feel around, he looked for a few 3 honeybees that were in a relatively poor state and had fallen into a deep slumber. With a gentle push, several 3 honeybees fell down like blocks. With this gap, a brilliant light was revealed behind them. Su-bai didn't have the energy to pay attention to the scene behind the bee wall for the time being. He only moved his body sideways and slowly moved his feet, careful not to disturb the wall. After slipping in, he also did not forget to put back the few 3 bees that had just fallen down. Finally, mixed in, Su-bai looked at the magnificent amber city in front of him and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This is a whole by the honey condensation composition of the air hive, a number of honey channels connected to the wall-fixed hive. The color of the whole body into a bright golden yellow. The closer to the center of the hive, the more translucent the color, like a beautiful golden gem. In addition to the largest main hive in the center, its path also connects to various secondary hives. Although Su-bai wanted to stop and take a closer look, time was not on his side. Fearing that he would be discovered by the pursuers and the guards of the 3 bees, Su-bai quickly found a more remote secondary hive and slipped inside. This secondary hive was temporarily devoid of 3 bees, and Su-bai immediately looked around for its honey when he saw the opportunity. Found it! Su-bai found that in the corner of the hive, there was a layer of natural stone dish like a mushroom that was sealed by thin wax. He dipped his finger in some saliva and gently poked it. The sealing wax instantly melted, and the fragrant honey smell floated out from inside. This was crystal honey. The amount is enough. Su-bai and Meow Meow immediately followed the original plan and applied a layer of crystal honey all over their bodies. With this layer of odor to cover it up, Su-bai then sprayed on the anonymizing spray, and as long as they weren't directly seen, he thought that they would be able to muddle through. Chapter 42. Huge Little Duke 3 Bees. For insurance purposes. After Su-bai coated his body with honey, he also swayed near the 2 3 bees guards and observed their reactions. After seeing that they were still the same as usual, just patrolling in all directions and did not find any abnormalities, they instantly let go of their guts. Only Su-bai gave a bad smile. His goal was to empty this amber city until his backpack couldn't fit. Of course, 1 meal at a time, 1 step at a time. Although Su-bai had set a goal, he was not in a hurry. Still taking 1 careful step at a time, he first explored the nearby sub-hive, and from time to time, he observed the movements of those guarding 3 bees. Ho ho ho! This honey has something to offer. Su-bai dived into a hidden sub-hive. His golden finger touched the honey in this small ditch in front of him, and relevant information immediately surfaced in his mind. Vermilion nectar, honey that can only be collected in special ola-ola flowers, average purity, mixed with and blue-orange pollen, lamp blossom pollen, lysoli pollen nectar. After using it, there is a 30% probability for the flower-dancing bird to change its form into a hot style after using it by the fire attribute elf. There is a 25% probability for it to increase its level. Usage effect limitation 1L. Su-bai took the nectar on the spot and packed all of these into a hive, then sealed it with wax. These things were everywhere now. With Su-bai's golden finger, he could easily do this. After robbing this hive, Su-bai was ready to go to the next one. However, just as he was about to go out, he suddenly realized that there were 2 3 bees that seemed to be preparing to enter this hive. Su-bai immediately drilled into a piece of honey altar with a quick eye. The most dangerous place was also the safest. The honey altar was the place where the 3 bees stocked up on food. Usually they would not scrutinize it. Subai held his breath and just waited quietly across the honey pool for the 2-3 honey bees to finish their work. If he could, he tried not to get into a conflict with these 3 honey bees, because the information of the 3 bees was very unified, especially if it was still inside the other party's nest. Fighting with one 3 bee would probably attract a large group. Even if you killed it in seconds, it would be useless. The message that the 3 bees lost their ability to fight would soon be transmitted to the queen bee of the mastermind. Although he didn't know if there was a queen bee in this F-class secret realm, Subai didn't dare to gamble. After storing the pollen, the 2-3 bees were ready to go back to work. Seeing this, Subai breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to climb up from the honey altar when suddenly the beeswax under his feet shattered open. It happened so suddenly that Subai and Meow couldn't react in time. One person and one cat immediately fell down. Luckily, there was a honey tunnel below, and it was as if Subai and Meow were riding a long slide ladder. Following this slide ladder, all of a sudden, from this honey altar, they came to another honey altar. Because there was crystal honey as a buffer, so it wasn't all right. No injuries, right? Subai and Meow slowly stood up. Just as they were about to observe the surrounding situation, they suddenly realized that there was a huge shadow underneath them that didn't belong to them. Slowly raising his head, he saw 3 bees with a cephalon the size of half of Subai's body, looking at them curiously. Cold sweat slipping down, Subai lightly coughed and said, "So what? If I say we are lost, do you believe me?" Beep! That huge 3 bees cocked their heads, still looking at Subai with a curious face. There's no way. This situation looks like it can't be perfunctory. Just when Subai was ready to use force and force his way out, only to see the huge 3 bees in front of him actually happily circled around him and meow. Beep beep. Although Subai didn't understand the elven language, from the attitude of this 3 bees, it was obvious that there was nothing malicious about it. What's going on here? Only to see that this 3 bees actually led Subai and the others to stroll around this hive. It opened one of the treasured honeys that it had sealed with beeswax, and then it urged Subai and the others to come and eat. Subai was shocked by this treasured honey. These are all tree fruit honey. Sakura fruit honey, honey made from the pollen of sakura fruit with a purity of 50% or more, has the effect of curing paralysis. Red pomegranate fruit nectar. Nectar made from the pollen of red pomegranate fruits with a purity of 50% or more. Although eating more than one of these is detrimental to stamina, when paired with ingredients, it can be used to make secret medicines to increase elf friendliness. Hard rock nectar. Nectar made from the pollen of hard rock flowers with a purity of 50% or more. Hard rock flowers are special rocks that can blossom and are a rare tonic for rock-attributed elves when paired with certain ingredients. It can increase the level of rock-attributed elves. Insect-attracting scented nectar. Nectar made from purified pollen from 100 kinds of flowers. For some reason, the flavor is average, but if paired with certain materials, it can be made into a perfume that attracts rare elves. There were many others. Subai picked these 4 bottles of the most valued nectar and sealed them all when the giant 3 bees weren't paying attention. The giant 3 bees didn't care at all, and then brought Subai to another hive. Inside was even more remarkable. There were actually many young 3 bees and elf eggs. The wings of these 3 bees were all still wet and had obviously just hatched. After the 3 bees came over, they began to feed them nectar. Because Subai didn't understand the meaning of this huge 3 bees in front of him, he didn't make a move on these elf eggs for the time being, just silently observing the attitude of this 3 bees. From what he had seen so far, this huge 3 bees was like a little princess who didn't know what was going on in the world, and it maintained an extremely high level of enthusiasm for everything. It's a little princess because it's one of the few females among the 3 bees. It's easy to tell the difference between a male and a female 3 bee. Usually the female 3 honeybees have a triangular red spot on their foreheads while the males don't. As for the identity, it is based on the current location. A production room like this one, normally an ordinary 3 honeybee would not be qualified to enter unless it had a certain status. As for the queen bee, impossible. If it was the king bee, it should be able to share information from the 3 bees, and the moment it saw Subai, it would immediately know Subai's identity and then attack him. So after some elimination, Subai was basically sure that this huge 3 bees in front of him should be the princess of the swarm that was being cultivated by the bee king as a successor. Since he knew the identity of the other party, what Subai had to do was clear. Of course, it was to flirt and courtship After getting this little bee's favorability up, are you still worried about not being able to get something good in this hive? Thinking of this, Su-bai immediately offered the killer weapon. Elf food. Almost all elves would instinctively seek food. The vast majority of elves were not as materialistic as humans. What they craved for was often very simple. Having a share of food, it was easy to strike a good relationship with them. Chapter 43. Conquering the 3B Lords. Other things Su-bai might not have, but food, he would not have less on him. Combined with the crystal nectar collected along the way, this stuff was already appetizing to bug-type and grass-type elves, and then Su-bai added rolling beans to it. This stuff was also extremely tempting to the flying attribute elves. After combining the two and adding them to the baiting dough, all of a sudden, a baiting dough that was specifically tailored to the tastes of the 3 honeybees was born. Honeybean baiting dough, bug-type and flying-type elves have an instinctive desire for this baiting dough. Because he was afraid of attracting all the 3 bees around him, Su-bai even made a special deflavoring treatment. After doing so, he directly stuffed it into the mouth of the huge 3 bees. The 3 bees had a very low defense against Su-bai, because Su-bai was covered in the aroma of all kinds of honey, so it probably thought of Su-bai as a strange-looking kindred spirit. Seeing Su-bai handing over something for it to eat, it swallowed it without even thinking. Then, I saw it pause in place for a moment, and then a special effect of clothes blooming and cracking erupted behind it. Ahem, although the elf had no clothes, but from its 3 flushed faces and a look of reminiscence, it could be seen that it had completely sunk into the temptation of Su-bai's food. Beep beep, only to see the 3 bees constantly spinning in place, with a look of spiraling up to the sky. The giant 3 bees was the little princess in the hive. It had eaten nectar of various flavors, and there was no lack of things in it that were treasures even for humans. But even those superb nectars still couldn't be compared to the tantalizing mass that it had just eaten. 2 detailed words 3 bees little princess cannot describe it. Just feel the taste buds on the delicious impact is like a shocking wave. A wave after a wave. The 3B little princess was not a foodie, but after eating this, it really treated Su-bai as if he was the closest clan member. Leading Su-bai was about to take him on a tour of all parts of the hive. There were crystal-like honey waterfalls, soft and fragrant hive beds, all of which were the usual favorites of the little princess of the 3 bees. Su-bai, on the other hand, was like he was on a collision course with this little publicist. It recommended the delicious honey waterfall, so Su-bai took out the special, delicious tree fruit juice. Efficacy: a drink made from natural tree fruit juice after careful processing. Both elves and humans can drink it, with the effect of restoring physical strength. This thing came from crafting. It was a drink that combined elf efficacy and flavor into one. In terms of rarity alone, it wouldn't be as bad as honey falls. Comparing to the honeycomb bed, Su-bai took out the iron shell Kuan-style inverted sleeping bag. This thing was also one of Su-bai's special camping props. While the capacity is large, it also has the effects of constant temperature, waterproof, non-slip, etc. The most fun for the 3 bees is that it can sleep in the sleeping bag for swinging. And even the 3 bees' favorite care of the cub, Su-bai also compared to take out Coco Dora, said this food Dora also belongs to the cub, serious kind, just born not 2 days it. Simple 3 bees little male without human so many small, in some comparison down, it was Su-bai took out a variety of things to attract. 1 person and 1 pet also in a variety of games. Feelings quickly warmed up. During this time, the 3 bees also placed the rarest treasure props in the hive in front of Su-bai as if they were offering treasure as well. Item: Gemstone of Worms. Rating: F+. Description: a gem containing the power of insect attribute. After carrying it, it can release an insect attribute move that far exceeds its own power. However, the power stored within it can only be released once in a short period of time, and the next time it is released it will need to be stocked up in advance or naturally recovered after a long period of time. This level of props was indeed already at the top level in the F-class secret realm. However, Su-bai currently did not have an insect attribute elf. Thinking of this, he silently surveyed the 3 bees in front of him. Insect attribute 3 bees, female, can evolve. The key looks pretty good to cheat. Nah, 3 bees. Do you want to go to the outside world with me? Together? After the contact just now, Su-bai could obviously feel that this 3 bees in front of him was a typical simple little princess. All of its life trajectory was centered around the hive. Su-bai's initial intention was to get all the treasures in this hive. The 3 bees in front of him should obviously belong to the category of treasure. Beep! In the face of Su-bai's invitation, the 3 bees looked a little puzzled. No need to think too complicated. Or I can put it another way, that is, from now on, I want you to live with me. Saying that, Subai raised the elf ball. He didn't throw the ball directly, but gave the choice to the three bees. If you are willing, you can touch this ball. After saying that, Subai originally thought that the three bees would at least think about it. But who knew that this little male who didn't know the world wouldn't hesitate before dabbling and touching the elf ball. With a burst of red light enveloping it, its figure quickly turned into a point of light and absorbed into the elf ball. Unlike that time with her across, the three bees' little princess didn't struggle at all, and didn't even sway a bit after being absorbed into the elf ball. Soon Subai heard the dong sound of successful acceptance. This is even accepted? Subai always felt that he was a little bit like the strange uncle who tricked the little loli to see the goldfish. Ahem. Getting back to the topic, since he had successfully subdued it, he would just be responsible for these three bees in the future. Thinking of this, he checked the qualifications of these three bees. After all, it was an F-rank secret realm, so actually Subai didn't have much expectation on the qualifications of the three bees. Even if the size of these three bees looked a bit bigger than ordinary three bees, he just thought that the other party had eaten well from their diet and had excessive nutrition. However, when he really saw the attribute bar, Subai was immediately dumbfounded. Elf 3 Bees Lord. Level 10 100%. Qualification F+. Individual value Physical strength F+, Physical attack F+, Physical defense D, Special attack F+, Special defense D, Speed D. Status Good. Sex Female. Attributes Bug, Flight. Characteristics Honey gathering. Props Bugs Gem F+, Crystal Nectar. Beginner moves Sweet Scent Skilled Wind-Up Beginner, Insect Resistance Beginner. Medium Bug Bite Beginner. Lord. This 3 honeybee was actually a Lord class elf. After Subai came to this world, this was the first time he had seen a Lord class elf. The most crucial thing was that this Lord class elf had already been subdued by him, which was magical. There were many different types of elves, and their numbers and figures were all over every corner of the world. And among such a large number of elves, there would always be 1 or 2 elves that far exceeded their ordinary counterparts in terms of size, body shape, or appearance. Chapter 44. Sleeping Mushroom Picking. These elves whose strength far exceeds that of their ordinary counterparts. Usually, they were the leaders of their clans, or super strong existences that dominated a region. They were called Lord-level elves by the world. These types of elves were recorded in various elf books, and elf science experts would also mention them on TV from time to time, but not many people had actually seen them. At least in Subai's previous life memories, it had never appeared. In addition to being larger than an ordinary 3 bees, this individual value, it seems to be abnormal. Subai's expression was extraordinarily serious at this moment. He found that the F+ grade qualification of the 3 Bs above physical defense, special defense, and speed, the individual value was actually comparable to that of a level 20 elf. This was amazing. It wasn't that Subai hadn't seen a D-level individual value elf before. His Golden Carp King also had D-level individual values for physical defense and special defense. But that was a level 20 elf, and the Golden Carp King's qualifications also had D+, so it wasn't strange. On the contrary, the 3 Bs only had F+ level qualifications and were only level 10, but they also had this kind of individual value which was equivalent to being a child, but possessed a combat power that was comparable to that of an adult in some aspects. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Subai would really find it hard to believe. Is this the magical aspect of a Lord Elf? Subai didn't dare to ponder for too long. He was still in the hive at this time, not considered safe. Now that he had taken what he should have taken, it was time to retreat. Unlike how he sneaked around when he came, now that he had the little Duke 3 Bs leading the way, Subai easily blended out. Coming to the cave where he initially came in, Subai didn't forget to dig away some blue jade. Admittedly, even his backpack was starting to look a bit bulging at this moment. Bountiful harvest. It could be called a bumper harvest. Those honey props aside, these blue jades were enough to earn him 100,000 or so. When he climbed onto the ground again, it was already nightfall. For the first time, the 3B little princess saw the outside scenery. Whether it is the wind outside, the grass, the sky, the moon, are all so curious to it. It was like a simple little girl, surrounding Subai, letting out a flurry of silver bell laughter, looking so innocent and joyful. Subai smiled and pacified the 3 Bs. He was not in a hurry to return to the camp. It was rare for him to come to the secret realm. He still had many places he wanted to explore. The secret forest at night was very cool, and under the moonlight, there were sounds of insects everywhere. From time to time, A few clusters of light points could be seen in the depths of the forest, and most of these light points were released by night elves. Some of them were meant to attract companions, and some were meant to attract prey. In the former case, such as the electric glowworm and sweet glow, in the latter case, such as the pumpkin spirit and the smallwood spirit. Su by now had Meow Meow and 3 bees on him. As long as the number of people he faces is not too large, he is not afraid of any of them. He just wants to go over there to get a better understanding. Just to be on the safe side, he sprayed a layer of silence spray on his body again. Then, he carefully moved towards the direction of the point of light. Mushrooming. After he passed, Su-bai realized that it was a row of sleeping mushrooms rushing along. This was a glowing Pokemon that looked like a fungus body topped with 3 mushrooms. This kind of elf usually acted at night. During the day, they would just lean against the side of a huge tree root to absorb nutrients in a dark and humid place. And at night, they would travel in groups to find the next place to land. They don't have any fighting ability themselves, because when they are frightened, they will spray out glowing spores to make their enemies sleep. That's why they are called this name. Su-bai immediately became interested after learning that it was a sleeping mushroom. The mushroom umbrella on the head of the sleeping mushroom was edible. It was also said to be very nutritious and delicious, and it belonged to the growable resources. As long as the white mushroom body of the sleeping mushroom was fine, it would regenerate after one night. Su-bai and Meow Meow hung on the tree branch, careful not to make a single sound. Waiting for the sleeping mushrooms to pass by, they picked the last few in the group and plucked their mushrooms without moving. After those sleeping mushrooms walked for some distance, they touched their heads, perhaps feeling a cool chill on the top of their heads, and only then did they react. "Ha! Where are my mushrooms?" Su-bai thievishly hugged the loot, then let Meow Meow build a campfire with flame tooth, skewered the mushrooms and roasted them. This mushroom was suitable for both young and old, and both elves and humans could eat it. Su-bai just slightly added some salt grains, and it was a delicious dish. In the campground, contrary to Su-bai's side, he was feasting on the mushrooms. Su-bai's 3 teammates were almost repenting their intestines. What to do? Brother Bai still hasn't returned. Tian Dahai paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face. Zhou Zion, on the other hand, sat on the side, not saying a word, holding the elf ball in his hand, his face indescribably heavy. Just when the atmosphere of the duo was depressing to the extreme, only to see a girl quickly running towards them. The two immediately greeted the girl when they saw her coming over. "Song Tsongxuang, you're back." What did the instructor's side say? "Good news." Song Tsongxuang's small hand patted her slightly heaving chest, but her small mouth couldn't stop lifting. "Just now I went to find the instructor together with my class teacher. Our class students who didn't send out rescue notifications today. Currently there is indeed a student who didn't come back outside the camp, but has been on the move, and the bioelectric wave on his body is normal, which means that the person should be fine." Hearing this, the 2 men instantly relaxed and sat on their asses. "I knew it. Brother Bai is so powerful. How could he be okay? He should just be chased by those bugs, so he couldn't make it back for a while." Tian Dahai had the expression of a swamp-leaping fish that had seen through the truth. Song Tsongxuang nodded, her clear melon face filled with joy. "Then we'll gather more fruits tomorrow, so we can share them with him at that time and help Brother Bai get a ranking." Zhou Ziong patted his chest. "Haha, as long as Brother Bai is fine, I'll give him all my fruits." "Harjo." Su-bai wrinkled his nose. The night outside the secret realm was indeed quite cold. Anyway, having solved the problem of food and clothing, Su-bai found a place with relatively hidden terrain and set up a tent. Sprayed the surrounding area with bug spray. Meow Meow, Coco Dora, and the 3 bees were released, holding them 3 beautiful sleeping bags are certainly comfortable, but the elves can also help keep warm, and most crucially, they can also serve as a warning and reminder. If there was really something close, they would definitely wake up Su-bai immediately. Early in the morning, the sky had just blossomed into a white belly. A wormwood attribute elf with a punctual biological clock had already started its daily routine. When Su-bai woke up, he found that Meow Meow and Coco Dora were not around, and there was only a 3 honeybee that accompanied him obediently. Seeing himself wake up, immediately show his face to reveal a super idol did not use sweet smile. Then it beep, beep circled around Su-bai, seemingly asking Su-bai to get up quickly and play with it. "Okay. Get up now." Su-bai stretched his waist. Beep. Seeing Su-bai fully dressed, the 3 bees immediately held in the fresh nectar they had prepared early in the morning and handed it over to Su-bai. "Is this the breakfast that prepared for me?" Beep. The 3 bees happily spun around in place a few times, signaling the correct answer. Chapter 45, The Ground Snake 3Bs. Going out of the tent, Subai found that Meow Meow and Cocodora were both there. Looking at the things in their respective hands' mouths, Subai immediately realized that these little guys were all just preparing breakfast for him. Not sure if it was an illusion, Subai felt as if his own elves had some sense of competition today. What Meow Meow prepared was a fresh minnow, and Cocodora was a stone. Well, perhaps to it, this stone is indeed a delicious full meal. Subai covered his face. At least it was a token of appreciation. The last day, the end time of the event is noon. Subai is not ready to go back, intends to take advantage of the half-day time, and finally explore the 4 down properly again. This time he decided to focus on collecting fruits. After all, the theme of the event was this. If he got a place, he should be able to earn some scholarships more or less. Subai rummaged through his backpack. In fact, the only things in his bag that really belonged to the category of fruits were the ones he obtained when he teamed up with Zhou Xiong and the others 2 days ago. Sweet leaf manna fruit, flat cherry fruit. It seems like that's all there is. It's a bit difficult to rely on these to achieve the championship. Perhaps hearing the distress in Subai's words, the 3Bs began to circle around him. At first Subai didn't understand what the 3Bs meant, and slowly realized that it seemed to be trying to help itself. Are you saying that you can help me to find the fruit? The 3Bs nodded with a smile. Finding tree fruits and pollen-type things belonged to their racial talent. Besides, their clan had existed in this secret realm for many years. Eating the pollen nectar transported by the male bees, the 3Bs were more or less impressed with the taste of those tree fruits in the secret realm more or less. As long as they looked for them by following that smell, I believe that it would not be difficult to find some fruits. Very well. Knowing that the 3Bs were willing to help, Subai was very happy. He was generally clear about the identity of the 3Bs' landlord, and since the other party was so confident, he thought that he should have a certain degree of certainty. Afterward, following the 3Bs' footsteps, Subai and the others arrived at an apple forest. The apples in this place all seemed to be ordinary apples, but after the various energies in the secret wilderness, the nutritional value and flavor were far beyond ordinary fruits. Moreover, Subai had inadvertently discovered 2 rather peculiar apples. Sour apple. After giving it to a certain kind of elf, the elf will have a probability to evolve. It tastes sour, humans and other elves can eat it. However, it won't have any effect after consumption. Sweet apple. After giving it to a specific elf, there is a probability that the elf will evolve and eat it with a very sweet taste. Humans and other elves can also consume it, though it will not do anything after consuming it. I didn't expect to obtain 2 elf evolution props at the first stop led by the 3Bs. This was the apple that allowed the gnawing worm to evolve in a special way. Although I don't know if there are any fruit-gnawing worms in this place, I think I should be able to sell them for some money after gaining 2 evolution props for nothing. Normally speaking, the price of props used for evolution would not be too low. Similar to the evolution stone, even if the quality is relatively low, can be worth a few 100,000. I heard that the senior can be worth hundreds of millions because those things are said to have enhanced attributes against the odds of the efficacy of life. Subai hadn't seen it before, so he couldn't draw any conclusions. But these 2 apples are really too deceptive. Even Subai only saw it with his golden finger. To sell it, it must be sold to people who know what they are talking about. Ordinary people will only think you are crazy. Just 2 broken apples want to sell a heavenly price. After picking the apples, Subai and the others immediately traveled to the next stop. It was by a pond, and the 3Bs signaled a few floating leaves on the water, telling Subai that the target was in here. Fruit on the water? Kind of interesting. Subai released the Carp King and helped the 3Bs along to pick them. Although the Carp King was a salted fish, it could still do basic swimming. It's just that it made a mistake in transporting the target. Subai told it to go to the leaves on the surface of the river to get the fruit, and what it handed over to Subai was a pebble at the bottom of the river. Subai covered his head. It was his fault for expecting something from the salted fish king. Is it really just Aron in the water? Dare you be a bit more naive? But fortunately, little Princess 3Bs was reliable and smoothly helped Subai get 2 fu root lei. Lotus root buds. Lotus root fruit with magical vitality can be used as a material for making an ointment to restore elf vitality. This thing can be, Subai checked the crafting and found that it can replace the vitality bud to a certain extent. Although the ointment produced might not be able to restore as much energy as the energizing bud, it could indeed allow the elves to quickly replenish their vitality, achieving the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Just as Subai was about to leave and look for the next house, he suddenly realized that the salty fish king was entangled in 2 lotus leaves. Originally, Subai wanted to spit out that it was worthy of being the king of salted fish, but he couldn't even handle the lotus leaves. But soon realized that the situation was a bit off. That doesn't seem to be a lotus leaf. Taking a closer look, Subai realized that these 2 lotus leaves seemed to be 2 elves. Lotus leaf children? These 2 lotus leaf children seemed to be the guardian spirits of the lotus root lay just now. Their family's treasure had been harvested, so of course they wanted to find someone to vent their anger. The 3 bees flew in the air and moved quickly. They couldn't catch it, but it was still easy to pin down an unresponsive carp king. Although Subai disliked the carp king, he saw his own elves being bullied, and immediately greeted Meow Meow's group of elves. His elves, he could only bully himself. It was not someone else's turn to teach him a lesson. Meow Meow water wave. 3 bees. Rising wind. Considering the distance, Subai used special attack type moves this time. Water wave wasn't very powerful against grass plus water's lotus leaf child, but it was enough to bounce the target away from the carp king. It was the rising wind of the 3 bees that was the killing move. A small water tornado lifted up on the water surface, the 2 lotus leaf children were swept into the air, and then the 3 bees replenished their insect resistance, and they were immediately slapped to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. After resolving the 2 lotus leaf children, Subai skillfully searched out 2 experience candy XS from them, and immediately went up to check the status of the carp king. Finding that it was fine, he was relieved. Just as he was about to retrieve the naive carp king, he suddenly realized that these water plants wrapped around its body seemed to be props as well. Blue-orange mint leaf. After absorbing this mint, the elf special attack individual value will be increased, but the defense individual value will be decreased. It can be combined with other materials to create a nutrient and refined to remove the negative effects. Subai picked up the carp king from the water and said with a spring in his step, "My good naive fish, you're really capable. Come on, tell me, where was this hole? Can you straighten it out a little more for me?" Chapter 46. The carp king gazed at Subai. Then. There was no then. Subai slapped his forehead. Okay, winks thrown to the blind. He decisively gave up looking for clues on the carp king and simply used his golden finger to directly drum up the river bank. Within the 3-meter range detected by the golden finger, the whereabouts of the mint leaves were not found again. Subai currently didn't have the ability to explore underwater, and forcing a search in the water was somewhat dangerous, so after writing down the address, he went to the next one very decisively. This time, the fruit was a tree fruit durian fruit. Watching over the neighborhood of this tree fruit was a group of Karos. Karos almost wore the same pants as the 3 bees in this secret realm. They belonged to a symbiotic cooperative relationship. So when they saw the 3 bees come over to pick, they didn't have any difficulties and let it take 2 of them without any problems. Subai looked at the 2 red pomegranate fruits that were worth tens of thousands of dollars and felt that he had made no effort to find them. Previously, obtaining a few flat cherry fruits from the furball side almost killed him, but now the 3 bees were able to get 2 with ease. This is the power of connections. This wasn't the end of the story. After that, 3 bees had gotten 2 small cherry-like fruits from Cherry Blossom Treasure's side. On the side of the tropical dragon got a fruit similar to a banana. After weighing the harvest, seeing that there was only 1 hour left before the end of the competition, Subai did not drag his feet, put on his backpack, and rushed back towards the direction of the campsite in a nimble manner. At this time, inside the campground, the instructors had already started to help each class of students to accept their results. After 2.5 days of activities, the remaining students were now less than 50, which was half again less than on the second day. The main reason was still the fact that a bunch of students had gone to compete with the furballs for the flat cherry fruit. Despite paying a huge price, there were still only 2 people who managed to capture the flat cherry fruit. One of the students who succeeded was relying on his Toju ninjutsu to dig a hole in the ground and steal one quietly while the students were fighting with the furry ball. Another student, who was using a furry ball, also took advantage of the chaos to steal one and leave. Although the process was all a bit off the table, the crowd only saw the results. No, just as they took out the tree fruit for acceptance, they immediately became the hottest boys in the room. That Toju ninja student is Wang Jian from class 4, right? Usually I don't see him talking much, but this time he was actually able to take a tree fruit. Another one is Fei Banquet from class 6. His fur ball is really quite impressive. Next time I want to ask my dad to go buy me one. The crowd of students exchanged words below. Zhou Xiang snorted lightly in disdain. Only 1 coin is enough to fool them. Tiandahai also chimed in. Yeah, if it wasn't for brother by getting caught up in that swarm of bugs later, we could have completely crushed them. Now we can crush them too. Zhou Xiang dejectedly pawed his bag of tree fruits. We still have to give our fruits to brother Split Whites? Song Tsongxuang reminded weakly from the side. Well, I know, but then again, why hasn't brother Bai come back yet? Really worried to death. Just as a few people were spinning around anxiously, the instructor side called out. Who else is in class 5? Hurry up and come over to report your scores. We'll consider you guys to have automatically given up the game after the time has passed. What to do? Looking at the few students from his class who had already gone to report their scores, Zhou Xiang's few people looked at each other, a little out of ideas. And right at this moment, a palm tapped towards their shoulders. Why are you still frozen? Go. Hearing the familiar voice, the few people jerked their heads up, only to see Su Bai smiling, and he was standing right beside them. Brother Bai, when did you? Just now, time is quite tight. I thought I wouldn't be able to catch up. Then let's hurry. A few people looked at Su Bai, their expressions were still a bit dazed. Reasonably speaking, Su Bai rushed back so late, he must have encountered a lot of difficulties and setbacks. But looking at his current breezy appearance, the 3 people felt that something was wrong again. Su Bai's current appearance was more like he had gone to the park and returned from a walk. Seeing Song Tsongxuang on the side looking at himself with a dumbfounded face, Su Bai smiled and asked, What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? No, nothing. Song Tsongxuang's pretty face slightly reddened and hurriedly lowered her head, then added in a small voice, Brother Bai, do you have enough fruit? I can share some of mine with you. Yes, Brother Bai, you've probably been tossed around enough in the past 2 days, so I can give you all my fruits. Zhou Xiang said, immediately about to stuff his tree fruit bag into Su Bai's hand. Tian Dahai did the same. Of course Su Bai would not take it. I have also collected in the past 2 days, you guys handed in first. Not enough, I can still post some for you. The 3 people began to think that Su Bai was just being polite, but after waiting for Su Bai to show his results a little, the 3 people were instantly dumbfounded. Hey guys, look, someone else took out tree fruits again. It's someone from class 5. Tian Dahai, Song Tsongxuang, Zhou Ziyan? How 3 people at once? They still seemed to be on the same team. The surrounding melon eaters were instantly shocked collectively. Even the 2 students who had just similarly submitted their tree fruits, as well as the instructors, were stunned. It wasn't the first time that this kind of event had been organized by school authorities all over the world, so the Alliance Vigilantes had seen many successful examples, and it wasn't unheard of for the entire team to receive tree fruits. But most of them were those students in the big cities. Those students' elf levels were high, their strength was strong, and the education they received was also more comprehensive, so it was normal for the whole team to succeed. But for a student from an ordinary elf school in this Jiangxi city to succeed with a full team, it was a bit surprising. Not bad. There are other fruits as well, take them out, we'll count your scores together. The final scores came out. The 3 people's total scores directly became first, second, and third. After everyone exclaimed, they also put their eyes on the last person, that is, Su Bai. The matter of Su Bai not returning to camp yesterday was actually quite a big deal. Because this was, after all, only an event organized by the school administration, it was natural that they did not want anything to happen to any of the students. Yesterday, Su Bai was missing from the count, which immediately caused the school to pay attention. For the sake of Su Bai's safety, some school leaders even proposed to disqualify him from the competition and directly let the instructors bring him back. If it wasn't for the fact that an alliance official stated that this behavior was inconsistent with the rules of the competition and was not conducive to the growth of the students. After that, they provided Su Bai's bioelectric waves, signals, and other information status to ensure that Su Bai was fine, and then the school only stopped. So when the instructors saw Su Bai today, the first thing they said was, the young man's strength isn't bad. He can actually pass a night in the secret realm without any injuries. How's the harvest? Chapter 47, announcing the results, the first without any suspense. Su Bai humbly coughed lightly, smiled and said, it happened unexpectedly, letting the instructor and the teachers worry. Well, it's good that it's fine. Come on, take out the results and take a look. Su Bai's attitude was still quite pleasing, so the instructor didn't make things difficult for him. Because Su Bai was teamed up with the 3 people in front of him, he thought that he should have some tree fruits as well. This proved to be true. Su Bai initially took out a flat cherry fruit, then sweet leaf, mana fruit, and other fruits unique to the secret realm. Because of the limited capacity of his backpack, Subai's fruits were all of higher quality than quantity. Looking at people handing them up in big packs, he didn't have a clue in his heart, so apart from the 2 apples used for evolution and the rare medicinal fruit like the fu role, some other fruits picked from elves like the red pomegranate fruit and whatnot were all taken out of Subai's backpack. At first, when they saw Subai's flat sakura fruit, the instructors still showed an expression of, "I'm sure it's like that," but soon they couldn't calm down. "This is the fruit of the cherry blossom treasure. And the sweet fruit of the tropical dragon? There are 2 tree fruits in this damn thing?" Every time Subai took out one behind him, their bodies would come forward a bit, and their eyes widened a few points. Other than that, on the price alone, Subai's fruits were enough to have $70,000 to $80,000. Was this really a battle record that a student could have in 2.5 days? Even if they were to be replaced by these professional league police officers, they might not be able to collect this much, right? Instructor? Instructor? Are you watching? Seeing the other party frozen in place, Subai spoke out to remind him. "That's all I have, please comment." Cough. Noticing that he had lost his temper, the instructor coughed lightly. "Not bad. Although the fruits aren't the most numerous, there is no lack of some treasures among them." After seeing so many tree fruits and exotic fruits, even though the instructors already had an answer within their hearts, they still pretended to seemingly calculate fairly. A few moments later, only to see Subai's name on the scoreboard instantly leap to first place. And his score was still 7 times that of Zhou Xiong, who had just come in first place. The moment the scores came out, all the students' hearts trembled and countless gulping sounds rose and fell. After a few moments, a student couldn't help but burst out, "Oh my God! Is this still a competition? Isn't this the same guy named Subai who came to the secret realm to wholesale fruits?" His sentence immediately caused countless students to resonate. No one had ever thought that there was actually such a powerful number 1 in the same school. "I originally thought that Zhou Zion was already invincible, but I didn't expect this person to be even fiercer. Say, which village did this monster come out of?" Xiaoyu stated that this monster was from their refreshing village. But at this moment, she was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. It was like she was recognizing Subai for the first time. Didn't he just obtain Meow Meow a while ago? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Perhaps after calming down, they would feel that the fruit competition wasn't necessarily tied to trainer elf strength, but right now, each of them were really in deep shock. The chief instructor in charge of the event this time slowly walked towards Subai and smiled. "Congratulations, student Subai. You have successfully won the first place in this event of the Jiangxi Elf Academy. We will report the results to your school later. The top 10 students, wait to receive your awards." Once these words came out, no matter whether it was the students who had rankings or those who didn't, they all felt a big stone fall to the ground in their hearts. During these 2.5 days of activities, they were considered to have truly experienced the world of the secret realm. It wasn't necessarily true that they had grown, but it was impossible to say that they had no feelings at all. Sitting on the armored school bus going back to the school, several students basically fell asleep when they touched the seats. Subai looked out the window at the secret realm, inwardly counting the harvest this time. There were still some places that he had not been able to explore and had some regrets. He didn't realize that there was a person sitting beside him at some point. It wasn't until this person took the initiative to speak that Subai reacted. "Xiaoyu, a few of my friends have been eliminated and sent back to school. Here you're the only old town I'm more familiar with. Can I sit here?" Xiaoyu smiled faintly and tilted her head. "Oh, nothing, you sit," Subai casually replied, finished and continued to glance out the window, looking out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. "Just saw you two mesmerized. Didn't have the heart to disturb. What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. Just emptied my mind," Subai said back. Xiaoyu was obviously a little dissatisfied with this answer. Pouting her cherry lips, "Subai, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Seemingly recalling the past, a moment later, Xiaoyu sighed. "Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Talk about how you took first place this time." For this question there is nothing to avoid. Subai had long formulated an answer, reaching out and gently stroking the Meow Meow that was sleeping on his lap. "It's mainly just luck, plus it's relying on the Meow Meow's pickup characteristics." "That's right. Then what was the reason you didn't come back that night?" "Well, I was targeted by Karos and the others, and then I fled all the way and then by mistake I saw the red pomegranate fruit tree guarded by one of their clans and picked 2 by hand." Subai spoke half-truths and half-falsehoods, and it was hard to discern what was wrong. a fictional adventure heard Yi Xiaoyu repeatedly sked, and from time to time was Subai met on the road that naive carp king, as well as food Coco Dora amused giggle straight. In the front seat of the car, Song Tsongxuang glanced back at Subai and their seats from time to time, and then silently lowered her head, wiggling her spring onion fingers and the crustacean nymphs in her arms. The armored school bus drove smoothly, perhaps because she was too tired from the 2 days in the secret realm. Even after listening to Subai's interesting story, Yi Xiaoyu quickly fell asleep. As the vehicle traveled, her sleepy little head little by little, with a turn, all of a sudden, she bent towards the side, just resting on Su Wei's shoulder. Looking at the exquisite faceted young girl close at hand, Su Bai couldn't help but frown. He said that this Yi Xiaoyu how to be like this, not at all reserved. You say you listen to the story even if after listening to the story to sleep is still not honest, so pillow let people still how to jerk the cat. Chapter 48. Dean's Reward. As the winner of this competition, Su Bai was introduced to the dean by his homeroom teacher soon after returning to school. The dean of the Jiangxi Elf Academy was surnamed Xiao, an old man with some gray hair. When Su Bai met him, he was wearing a loose tang suit. Beside him was a tutu dog. One person and one pet were pointing at a landscape painting. Dean Xiao, this is Su Bai, the first place winner of this secret realm event. Upon hearing this, that old man stopped the pen and ink in his hand, turned around and looked at Su Bai with a smile, then looked at the meow on Su Bai's shoulder. A hero is a young man. I can see that you and your elf have a good relationship. Dean overpraised. Su Bai didn't put this kind of social language on his mind at all. He came over this time, simply because he wanted to receive a bonus. Last time, physical education teacher Niu Guangming bragged quite a bit, so he thought that the bonus shouldn't be that bad, right? Dean Xiao didn't drag his feet and quickly satisfied Su Bai's needs. He smiled faintly and then asked Tutu to take out a check from a safe, as well as 3 crystals of different colors. When Su Bai saw those 3 crystals, his entire complexion changed. Seeing Su Bai's expression change, Dean Xiao smiled and pushed that check in front of him first. This is a $100,000 bonus, which is considered as our school's little funding for outstanding students. As for these 3 skill stones, they are all things I obtained in a secret realm. Honestly, even I don't know what kind of moves are in them, and I haven't gone to anyone to appraise them. Student Su Bai, you can choose one of the pieces as your reward for successfully winning the championship this time. Su Bai looked at the 3 crystals in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then immediately opened his mouth and asked, Academy Dean, can I check these 3 crystals first? Dean Xiao graciously made a gesture of please go ahead. Seeing this, Su Bai was also not polite and used his golden finger to appraise them in front of him. These 3 moves were quite interesting. On the surface they were all general attribute moves, but in actuality they were all able to utilize the power of non-general attributes. The first one, Awakening Power. Effect. Depending on different elves' own individual values and physical conditions, they are able to utilize a variety of special magical powers with different attributes. This move logically possessed endless possibilities, and was the only move only available to the mysterious phantom beast Unknown Totem. If fully developed, it could even possess the ability to create life and create miracles. However, purely in terms of power, it should be a beginner move. The first skill stone move was so magical, Su Bai's interest in the next 2 skill stones also grew. The second skill stone was called Guard. This was directly not an attack move but a defense type move. However, this is a powerful move as long as the level strength is not too different. It can protect the elf from most of the effects of the move. Effects. Within the elf's own strength, it can completely withstand the opponent's attack, and it is easy to fail to break the defense by using it consecutively. This move logically belongs to the category of intermediate moves, but in terms of efficacy, it's no worse than some of the advanced moves. The third skill stone, Secret Power. This was a genuine intermediate move. Effect. Borrowing the energy of the field, it can use various moves with different attributes and additional effects. Although it was a general attribute move, it was almost ever-changing and a very practical move. Let's put it this way, these 3 skill stones of Dean Xiao, as long as they were appraised for their efficacy, the price of each of them probably wouldn't be less than $1 million. The cheapest Awakening Power was estimated to sell for $700,000 or $800,000. And now that he allowed Su Bai to pick one at will, this handwriting could not be described as not big. Seeing Su Bai standing there with a tangled look on his face, Dean Xiao smiled. Let's do it this way, Su Bai student. I see that you seem to be quite entangled. These 3 skill stones of mine can all be given to you, so you can take them back and slowly savor them. Su Bai. Dean, are you serious? Originally when he gave Su Bai one, Su Bai already felt that he had taken advantage of a great bargain, but who knew that he would actually give away all three now? Each one of these skill stones could almost be worth 1,000,000 ah. The Gold Master's father is above. Please accept the knee. Seeing Su Bai's touched look, Dean Xiao nodded with a smile. He had obtained this skill stone from an exchange association, and had heard that he had gotten it from an E-class relic. Thinking about the E-class relics will not be out of what good goods almost is also 3 primary skill stone only. 3 skill stones with no known origin and no identification are not worth a few dollars in his eyes. However, Dean Xiao also heard that this Su Bai student's family is not very good. Plainly get 3 primary skill stone will be so excited is also understandable. After all, primary skill stones should have a few $100,000 anyways. But my side is also attached to a little request. Su Bai student, I hope that you in the graduation season, as the school's players, in the middle school college league to try to fight for our school. For this request from Dean Xiao, Su Bai agreed without even thinking about it. How to say that people have already prepaid 1,000,000 appearance fees in advance, it's just a competition, and it's not like he's forced to get a ranking, so it would be too much of a loss of face if he didn't agree. Back home, Su Bai sat on the familiar sofa in the living room and took a long breath. Although he hadn't been home for 2 days, and the house was a bit messed up by Su Frost, the unique atmosphere of the house was still relaxing his mind. Without sitting for a long time, there was the sound of a lock being opened at the entrance foyer there. Su Frost was still shredding while opening the lock. Stinky Xiao Bai, dead Xiao Bai, leaving sister alone to go out for so long. Also don't know to send a message. Cursing who? Su Bai disliked from the living room through the air. Do you not want to eat dinner today? Hearing Su Bai's voice, Su Frost first froze, and then rejoiced. Hurriedly rushed in the direction of the living room. Then in front of the doorway of the living room, immediately like a face change master again, her pretty face hardened. Who are you? How come you came to my home without saying hello? Sweet Bamboo Bamboo. See off the guests. Bamboo Bamboo? Sweet Bamboo Bamboo cocked its head. It was just born and didn't understand too many things, but it also remembered that Su Bai had delivered it when it was born, and the elf food that it ate had the residual scent of his body. So in Sweet Bamboo Bamboo's eyes, Su Bai is actually half a master. Will the elf drive the master out? Obviously not. Not only did it not chase away, it also happily ran all the way and gave Su Bai a big hug. Yo, the little guy has grown up a bit. Looks like he has eaten properly, haha. After greeting Sweet Bamboo Bamboo, Su Bai looked at Su Frost again with a playful face. Since someone doesn't welcome me, I'll go? Witnessing the defection of her own elf with her own eyes, coupled with her brother's unrepentant face, sister instantly felt her authority was provoked, crying. She came at Su Bai with a crackling pink fist, while hitting also tugging him, seemingly truly afraid that he would leave home again. Su Bai of course will not be stupid to stand and wait to be hit. One hand on the sister held down the door of the head. The sister of a flurry of Wang Bao punch instantly all fall short. Chapter 49 Sale Harvest. Happy to mention 300,000. Although Su Frost was taught a lesson by his brother, but eating his cooking soon feel really fragrant. However, in order to maintain his sister's brother position, he still couldn't help but reiterate 2 sentences. Next time, you are not allowed to go out without answering the phone, and you must be on time to report to your family. Su Bai rolled his eyes. You think I really go camping? Ah, the secret world, where the signal? He was so reasonable I was speechless. Su Frost was momentarily speechless, but soon utilized his sister's advantage to be pampered. No matter, in any case, you just have to give me a peace report. Really convinced this old six, Su Bai was made to have no way, casually can only perfunctorily responded to the 2 sentences. Get brother promise. Su Frost also do not make a scene. Joyful come over to ask Su Bai this time in the secret realm what harvest. Su Bai he smile, directly in the hands of Dean Xiao today to get the bonus dumped out. Seeing the check, the sister immediately stared at the peach blossom eyes and counted the zeros several times, and after determining that it was 100,000, she immediately and excitedly hugged her brother and kissed him several times on the cheek. Su Bai pretended to be disgusted and wiped her saliva. Virtuous. Only this much and you're excited like this. All those fruits I picked this time are worth 100,000. And 100,000? Su Frost felt as if countless alliance banknotes flew by in front of her eyes, swallowed her saliva, and said with some disbelief, Xiao Bai, are we going to be rich? What's this amount of money? Buying a house in Jiangxi City is just enough for a down payment. Su Bai said, our family lives quite well and do not need to buy a house. We can buy some things that we wanted to buy before Sue Frost was not struck at all, and was vigorously fantasizing about a bright future. For example, we can change our cell phones, and the Pikachu brand computer you've been eyeing for a long time. We can also go shopping for some clothes this weekend. The Shield Armor Cocoon clothing store has come out with some really nice styles. We can also get a mobility scooter. Tomorrow we can also make a trip to Jiangxi City. The Big Tongue restaurant has a pretty good reputation, and the Baboon Dharma hot pot restaurant seems to be pretty good as well. Subai looked at Sue Frost. A sentence shattered her beautiful dream. Sorry, money, the vast majority of which I intend to use to strengthen the elves above. Sue Frost's beautiful fantasy was immediately interrupted. Subai continued to add without changing his face. Meow meow, sweet bamboo bamboo, they are the fundamentals to earn big money in the future. That said, you are 2 school years higher than me. That means you have to go out into society 2 years earlier than me. So there are still a few years left in school for you to waste? Sue Frost's fantasies at this point had been completely petrified and then gradually cracked. Save for a rainy day, less daydreaming, use the money on elf strengthening and breeding. That's the right way to use this money. But, Sue Frost was hit by Subai with a blow of reality, pitifully on the verge of crying. Subai saw that the hammering was almost done, and also took a slight step back. All right, except for the car that I can't afford. Other than that, I can actually buy it. Really? Sue Frost immediately broke into a smile. What's the point of lying to you? Hee, favorite little white. In the next 2 days, Subai either accompanied Sue Frost to go shopping and eat, or he was blindfolded at home making potions to enhance the elf strength. What he could sell from the Secret Realm harvest this time, he had already sold. The large-beaked gull, as always, painfully and happily contracted all of Subai's express deliveries. Sprinting along the way, the small wings fluttered with that screaming vigor. This situation has occurred several times. Fellow courier birds repeatedly see this scene, cannot help but also curious. Today took the opportunity, also followed the large-billed gull along to Subai's home. Just in time to see the scene of the big-billed gull and Subai PY transaction. At this moment, they realized, originally and they are the same, are playing soy sauce swinging rotten mixed life of the big mouth gulls, all of a sudden become so passionate about work. Feelings of the problem is out of this send courier people. Surprisingly robbed the rice bowl. The big-mouthed gulls were instantly wary of these peers. Subai is not concerned. See him hem and haw a smile. Said his future goods will certainly be more and more. The crowd of courier birds have the opportunity to come to him to mix a mouthful of food. Although the large-beaked gull was working hard, but in the future, when there were more things, there would definitely still be a drop in efficiency. At that time, it would naturally be better if there were more bird legs that could help him grab courier deliveries. When the crowd of courier birds heard this, one by one, they all ignited a burning fighting spirit. Of course, Subai wouldn't treat the large-billed gull that initially followed him poorly. This time, the work was mainly done by it, so the food naturally could not be avoided. In addition to the bean-induced dough, Subai even came up with some newly developed flight plus water attribute elf feed. This thing originally Subai is for the future salted fish king evolution Tyrannosaurus rex research preparation. Now just can let the big mouth gull first try taste. The big mouth gull just tasted the flavor. The big mouth gull just tasted the flavor and immediately felt that the elf feed he ate in the first half of his life was considered to have been in vain. Compared with this elf feed, the previous one is considered to eat. It is simply the difference between green vegetables and small tofu and bear's paw abalone. I love it. If it could spit out human words, the big-beaked gull was close to recognizing Subai as its father. After a bunch of courier birds left, Subai quickly received a transfer notice. Blue jade and some fruits that can be sold, both added up, sold almost 200,000 as well. Together with the check, the total harvest was 300,000. It sounded like a lot, but when it came to actual expenses, the money really wasn't well spent. Now Subai already had 4 elves. Not only did he need to strengthen Meow Meow, the newborn Cocodora, and the little princess 3 bees had to be taken care of. Carp King can be put aside. The dragon scale in its body has not yet been digested. Continue to let it stay in the bucket. Simply take care of 3 meals a day as well as digestive drugs can be. The most direct way to strengthen Meow Meow is to start with the individual value. This time with 300,000, Subai directly evened out 170,000. He produced primary physical attack enhancer, primary speed enhancer, and primary physical strength enhancer. The 3 aspects of Meow Meow's individual value were strengthened. Elf Meow Meow. Level 1811%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength E, physical attack E, physical defense F+, special attack F+, special defense F+, speed E. Condition, good. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Characteristics, picking up. Props, smoke ball F grade, metal film F+ grade. Primary moves, grab proficient, grunt introductory, palm strike proficient. Mid-pole moves, bite proficient, water wave introductory, flame teeth gang form proficient. After feeding some experience candies, there was an equally large increase in level. Chapter 50. Making potions, strengthening elves. Furthermore, in terms of moves, Meowth's proficiency in each of her moves had obviously grown because of the many times she had played in this event. After the proficiency of a move was increased, the most intuitive effect was an increase in power. For the same move, if the proficiency level was different, the additional effect would also be different. For example, the flame tooth. Its power in the use of the rigid form of the power of advanced moves, if the future proficiency to reach the perfect realm, that is with the power of advanced moves. The additional effect may also be from the small probability of opponents into the burn state, into a high probability of opponents into the burn state, or 100% into the burn state. Lastly, in terms of props, Subai had already started to let Meow fit the life pearl. As long as he was able to activate this B+ grade secret treasure, I believe that Meow's combat power would still be raised by more than 1 grade, and by then, fighting over the level was probably not a dream. After that, it would also be possible to transfer the metal film to Cocodora. Steel plus rocks of Cocodora using this prop, I think the effect will not be worse than Meow. Cocodora's potential was so great that, as of now, Subai didn't even need to pay much attention to it. After this event, Subai fed it some hard rock nectar every day. Paired with some iron or bought at a high price, Cocodora upgraded like a train ride after eating it. After feeding it for almost a week, the level was already 10, and the armor on the back was also bonkers hard, looking like it was about to undergo its first molt. After shedding its virgin iron shell, Cocodora's defense should rise another notch. All you need to do next is to take it out to brush monsters and upgrade, and it will be smooth sailing until it reaches level 40. After acquiring the head hammer move and refining it to perfection, you will be able to start the double blade headbutt, and in the future, Cocodora will be able to fight even if it goes up against a B ranked or even an A ranked elf. Lastly, there was the 3 Bs. As a lord, it was already an existence comparable to a D-class elf in terms of certain individual values. But that was still not enough. Subai planned to let it evolve into a queen bee as soon as possible. At that time, a single elf, it was equivalent to a colony. Whether it was in terms of combat or in terms of living and earning money, it was thought that it would be able to help him. In order to achieve this goal, Subai planned to use a large amount of experience candies for the 3 Bs. The experience candies harvested from the 100-flower mountain secret realm this time. It and Meow were almost splitting it in half. Currently, 3 Bs was level 13%. Because it had broken through the shackles of level 10, Subai felt that its body had gotten a bit bigger again. In addition to arranging his 3 elves in the past 2 days, Subai also took care of Su Frost's sweet bamboo. Zhou Xiang brought the little mushroom infected with cordyceps silk to Subai not more than a few days after the event. He told Subai that he had a cousin who raised a stinky flower and wanted to evolve into a bully flower before the college entrance exam. So the family put together a piece of average quality, stone of leaves, for her, spending more than 8 million, I think. However, after using it, it was discovered that stinky flower still couldn't evolve. Then I hired an alliance breeder to see what was going on. After checking, the other party told them that even though the stinking flower had used the stone of leaves, the grass attribute energy was still not enough to provide evolution. The situation now was either to get a leaf stone or to get some special herbs that could provide grass attribute energy. In terms of price, naturally, grass attribute herbs would be more cost-effective, but with something like herbs, there were a lot of uncertainties. Apothecaries with high success rates and good reputations asked for very expensive prices and were not always willing to go out of their way to make them. Those apothecaries who run stores on the side of the road are quite pitiful, and after spending money and receiving the herbs, it's not certain if they can make the finished product. What about buying another stone of leaves? The price is again really too expensive. Even with the financial strength of Zhou Xiang's relatives in his family, it would be a bit stressful. My aunt's family used to take care of me quite a bit, and after this happened, I was thinking if I could help out a bit. Speaking of this, Zhou Xiang was also a bit embarrassed. Brother, buy that mushroom last time, you said that it could be made into a medicine that enhances the strength of the grass attribute. So this time I'd like to ask for your help in making it. Of course. I'll pay for the crafting fee. How about $1,000,000? Su Bai. It was true that those who played elves had mines in their homes. The opening offer was $1,000,000. Of course, maybe the market for elf apothecaries was like this. However, Su Bai thought that he and Zhou Xiang were also acquaintances, and did not pit him. Still, according to the original idea, let him go to collect and buy herbs. When the collection of all and then come back to find their own, handmade fee did not charge more on the symbolic charge of 10,000 yuan, and then charge less if Su Bai is afraid of being pure pharmacists know to hit him. After hearing Su Bai's offer, Zhou Xiang was unsurprisingly grateful to him again. The next day at school, Zhou Xiang collected all the herbs and sent them to Su Bai. Su Bai didn't drag his feet in showing off his stink, and in the middle of the day during the big class period he got the potion out of the way. The entire process Zhou Xiang was watching from the sidelines, and his efficiency and professionalism of the maneuver made him look at it with a blank stare. While inwardly admiring it, he was also once again convinced that Su Bai was the most reliable golden thigh in his life. Throwing the produced portion of herbs to Zhou Xiang and looking at his bumbling back as he left, Su Bai shook his palm and instantly another bottle of potion appeared on his fingertips. This time, making medicine in front of people was actually an experiment for Su Bai. He wanted to see how ordinary people would react to him using his golden finger to make medicine, and judging from Zhou Xiang's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't feel the slightest bit strange. Left a copy of the potion for sweet bamboo as well. I think it should be able to help boost its strength a bit. Mycelium cordyceps potion. A strengthening tonic made with special cordyceps silk as the main medicinal material, paired with a variety of grass attribute materials. Effect. Provides grass attribute with a large amount of experience value. Strengthens the power of grass attribute elf aroma pollen type moves. Increases resistance to insect attribute moves, and probabilistically raises the individual value of physical attacks. The effect coverage was quite complete. Su Bai went back on the same day and used it on sweet bamboo. The original level 2 sweet bamboo was instantly upgraded to level 10, and it instantly comprehended the high-speed spin and flying leaf quick blade moves. How else could it be said that it was an A-ranked elf? Su Bai's Meow had followed him for so long. Its level was already 18, but because of its F+ grade qualification, it hadn't comprehended any moves on its own so far. Whereas an A-ranked elf would just casually grow naturally, and none of the moves that it should have comprehended on its own would be left behind. Su Frost could not see the change in sweet bamboo at first, until she fought against a round mage in a practical class at school and completely abused him. Only then did she react to the fact that sweet bamboo's current advantage against an insect attribute elf was just too obvious. Chapter 51. Black Jade Heavy Ball. Sweet bamboo couldn't say that it was completely immune to the power of the bug attribute moves, but at least the bug attribute moves didn't have the original restraining effect on it anymore. And sweet bamboo's one shot of green grass slide could completely reverse the attribute and hit someone else's round mage. Su Frost reacted quickly and instantly thought of the magical drug that Su Bai had fed sweet bamboo that day. In addition to cooking, Little White can also make potions? Just how many other things did this younger brother have that she didn't know about? Su Bai, who didn't care about anything after strengthening, didn't care in the slightest about the shock from his sister. After finishing a wave of strengthening the supplies in his hand, he started looking for a new breakthrough. Never would I have thought that fitting this life treasure pearl secret treasure would actually require something like Vitality Lei Yuan Qi Root. As Meow began to attune to the life treasure pearl, Su Bai realized that Meow's physical state had obviously declined. Once he used his golden finger to check the status, he immediately realized that it was caused by a lack of qi and blood vitality, due to the fact that a large amount of vitality was needed to fit the life treasure pearl. Sure enough, a B+ grade secret treasure is not so easy to maneuver well. For a secret treasure of this grade, the elf who activated it had to possess a strong life force itself. This kind of life force might not need to be borrowed from external forces for high-level elves, but for Meow, who was only level 18 now, it was clearly not enough to support it. Thinking about it, if a low-level elf only needed to be lucky to get a secret treasure to be able to challenge a high-level elf, then everyone would go and look for secret treasures and forget about it. Where else would they go to take in any highly qualified elves? Su Bai had already made a potion for Meow to use up the Fu Root Lei he collected last time, but he didn't expect that it would still be a drop in the bucket. He had no choice but to go online and look up the raw materials used to make those vitality fragments. It doesn't matter if you don't check, once you do, you'll be shocked. This vitality buds and other herbs price is simply sky high. Su Bai counted the zeros behind this material. Good guy, 6 figures. The money that Su-bai had exchanged for moving bricks the other day was only enough to buy 1 vitality bud. This didn't even count the other herbs. With Su-bai's current financial ability, he obviously still couldn't afford it. Meowth's individual value also has to find a way to continue to improve. The money in hand is just enough for it to raise its physical defense and special defense to E level. In the end, it's still about making money. Su-bai let out a bitter smile. This money really isn't enough to spend for as much as it comes. Su-bai also had thought about selling some of the honey that he had on him or the sour and sweet 2 apples used for the evolution of the gnawing fruit bugs, but all of them were the same as the previous fossil fish, and all of them couldn't find a buyer for the time being. Because unlike the fruit ores that were in great demand, these types of things were basically only collected by enthusiasts, and they were the only ones who would give high prices. Forget it. Let's just go to the surrounding wilderness and take a look. Su-bai spread out the map around the refreshing village that Zhou Lao had given him last time. He was now glad that his home was in such a small, undeveloped countryside. It was a barren wilderness area. It was located between the small hills and desert mountain areas near the refreshing village. It was by far the best place Su-bai could travel to and from in a day and was suitable for Kokodora's exercise. This place was often frequented by some rocky, ground attribute elves. These elves were currently the best special training targets for Meow and Kokodora. Roar boom! Accompanied by a roar as powerful as the sky. A sharp-horned rhinoceros-like elf like a small shovel, wrapped in gray armor, rushed towards Meow. Iron-armored rhinoceros, spiky elf, covered in armor that is invulnerable to swords and spears when it reaches adulthood, and the spiky horn on its head can easily pierce through steel plates. Su-bai's face was serious. Just as soon as it appeared on the field, Su-bai could tell that this iron-armored rhino strength was not bad. Close combat is a bit dangerous. Meow try to pull a long distance to launch an attack. Water wave. Getting injured in the wild would be very troublesome, so experienced trainers would not choose the head-on method of fighting. Utilizing one's elf strengths to the limit and striving for a one-strike victory was the correct way to start a battle in the field. When the ironclad rhino is at a low level, it doesn't know how to use long-range attacks. So as long as it could pull away, it would pretty much only take 2 or 3 shots of water wave to send it away. Just see Meow raise both hands in front of his chest. A ball of azure water wrapped in special ripples appeared in its palm. Just as Meow was about to launch it out, Su-bai from the rear once again gave an order. Shoot towards the ground. Without thinking, Meow instinctively chose to obey Su-bai's command. As the water fluctuation exploded on the ground, the range of the attack spread out immediately, and the iron-armored rhinoceros that rushed over had no place to hide and was drenched squarely. The iron-armored rhinoceros was infuriated, regrouping and preparing to charge again. However, it found that its hooves couldn't exert any force at all when stepping on the wet ground. When it raised its head again, only to see 2 water fluctuations have already expanded in its pupils. Iron-armored rhinoceros. Level 17. Qualification E. Individual value. Physical strength F. Physical attack F+. Physical defense F+. Special attack F, special defense F, speed F. Sure enough, the level was still quite high, and if it wasn't for the special defense not being too good, I guess Meow wouldn't have been able to finish it off so easily. After Su-bai searched for a while, he suddenly found a black jade stone on this iron-armored rhino. When he saw this thing, Su-bai raised his eyebrows. With this thing, it seemed like he would be able to craft a heavy ball. There were 2 types of heavy balls. A modern heavy ball that required the black ball fruit of the citrus fruit ball series in order to craft it. The effect was that the heavier the body weight of the elf, the easier it was to take in successfully. And in Su-bai's crafting, there was another kind of heavy ball. Its own weight was just like its name, like a lead ball. However, if this ball was used to successfully hit a defenseless elf, the rate of subjugation would be greatly increased. Because he hadn't succeeded in subduing the unconscious Heracross and Karos in the 100 Flowers Mountain secret realm some time ago, he was thinking at that time that it was time to make a more powerful elf ball. The elf ball above the normal red and white elf ball, that would naturally be the blue and white super ball. The vast majority of the materials for the super ball were the same as the elf ball, except for one material, fine iron stone. This thing sounded like an upgraded version of ordinary iron but in actuality it was completely something of 2 natures, just like water and mercury. Su-bai had counted on entering 2 or 3 mines so far, but never found the existence of this type of ore. And searching online for this fine iron stone, it was also sky high. The price of a super ball is almost $50,000, and the price of a caddy of it, fine iron stone, is more than $40,000. It was still the kind that had a price, basically only available at a few physical auctions. Once that kind of stone appeared, it would all be auctioned off with great speed. Chapter 52 The Wilderness Exercise Kokodora. At that time, Subai had probably already understood that this kind of fine ironstone ore was most likely controlled by the Alliance or a few large producer companies. Just like the diamonds in the previous world, maybe this thing isn't considered rare, but because of the capital operation, if ordinary people want to buy it, it would have to be a sky-high price, and all of them are still made to look like finished products. You could buy the super ball, but the raw material, the fine ironstone, you wouldn't be able to get it without a doorway. With Subai's current financial resources, it was impossible to buy a lot of super balls, so making heavy balls, which were more practical than elf balls, became a good choice. Subai had some raw materials for making elf balls. Together with this black jade stone, the materials for making heavy balls were gathered. After spending a few moments, a black heavy coal ball appeared in Subai's hand. This thing, even if you can't subdue an elf, smashing it up will be a bag of tricks. Subai couldn't help but think badly. The black jade stone on this iron-armored rhinoceros was enough for him to make 2 heavy balls. According to Subai's current harvesting requirements, he thought that it should be able to be used for a while. After scavenging the props on the iron-armored rhinoceros, Subai continued to explore this wilderness. As he walked, he realized that there was a sandy area in front of him. There was a mudfish and a sand hippopotamus flopping around chasing and fighting. These 2 elves sounded like they were both aquatic creatures from their names. After all, fish and hippos. But in actuality, they were both good predators in the quicksand zone. The mudfish had a flat body, with eyes and mouth facing the sky, lurking in the sand. And as soon as its prey approached, it would release a powerful electric shock, electrocuting it and then dragging it into the sand. That's right, this fish also comes with electric attributes, when really in addition to the water attribute, it can pull a little bit of everything. Another sand hippopotamus, do not look at it usually on the ground, a dumb and silly harmless appearance, but in fact it will only reveal a pair of eyes, sneaking in the sand, and so the prey is close to the mouth will be open to twice its current size. A mouth of the opponent along with the sand are swallowed into the stomach to go, followed by the nose, and the back of the holes will be like whales, will be sprayed out of the sand, only to stay in the belly of the prey to be slowly digested. After observing for a while, Subai realized that the combat power of these 2 elves was actually not high, as if they were both within 10 levels. This made his mind come alive. That said, Kokodora hasn't experienced a real live battle so far. Maybe this time we can let it experience it. Subai took advantage of the fact that when the 2 elves were tearing each other apart the most, he immediately asked Kokodora to release a cold arrow. Rock blockade. Mudfish. Sand hippo? Neither elf had time to react. They were caught squarely in the middle of several rock blocks that suddenly rose up from the sand. Ka-ching! It was like a vice clamping a walnut. The sand hippo was immediately pinched off a large fong. The mudfish fell back on its flattened body and quickly escaped. However, at this moment, it was still staring at Kokodora with extreme anger. Immediately, it opened its mouth and fired a mud throw. Kokodora had already been ordered by Subai to harden in advance before it struck. Although the mud throw attack quadrupled the attribute grams of it, the damage inflicted was still not great. Impact. Forcing herself against the mud, Kokodora charged in a burst. With her C+ qualification, Kokodora's individual value of physical attack had already broken through the F rank level at level 10. Now it was already at the E rank level. Adding to that, this mudfish was already much weaker after fighting with the sand hippo. After being hit by a round of impact, its mouth immediately slumped and it lost its ability to fight. At this time, the sand hippo that was blocked by the rocks finally managed to get out of the trap. The first thing it did after rushing out was to open its strongest weapon, its mouth. Utilizing its strongest physical attack bite, it rushed towards Kokodora. After defeating the mudfish, Kokodora's fighting instincts seemed to have been stimulated. Changing from its previous gluttonous and aggravated personality, its gaze became sharper and sharper. Subai looked at its appearance in front of him and nodded in relief. Not bad, growing fast. But in the face of an opponent that has gone crazy, it's not worth fighting it hard. Use the rock blockade to create a stone and stuff it into its mouth. Although the sand hippo's bite strength was amazing at this moment, because of its anger, it had clearly opened its mouth to its limit value. Using a rock blockade in this situation would easily gag it. Kokodora gave a low shout. Immediately, A large rock coalesced from rock energy appeared in the sand hippo's mouth. With Subai's precise judgment, it happened to hold up the sand hippo's mouth without any gaps. With its strongest weapon sealed, the sand hippo was already a fish on the chopping block. End it, Metal Claw. This was the move that Cocodora had comprehended when she upgraded to level 8. Only Cocodora stood on her front foot and stomped the ground violently with her back foot. Hiss! There was a sound of metal tearing. The sand river horse immediately lost its fighting ability. Subai immediately nimbly went up to touch 2. Sand hippo, level 8, qualification, E. Individual value, physical strength F+, physical attack F+, physical defense F+, special attack F, special defense F, speed F. Mudfish, level 9, qualification, F+. Individual value, physical strength F+, physical attack F, physical defense F+, special attack F, special defense F+, speed F. These 2 elves were quite rich. They each gave Subai a few handfuls of sand. The one on the sand hippo was Subai's familiar star sand. There was also item, soft sand. Evaluation, F. Effect, sand with a very delicate feel. Ground attribute elves like it very much. After carrying it, the elf's ground attribute moves will increase in power. This level of props can't be called a secret treasure, but if Cocodora acquires a ground attribute move, I think it can be used to enhance the power of the ground attribute move. On the other hand, Mudfish gave Subai a handful of struggle sand. When he saw this prop, Subai's gaze went straight. Since the last time that small fist stone, Subai had searched for a long time and had not seen the prop again. He didn't expect to find another one on the magical mudfish today. Subai was so excited that he hurriedly took out a storage bag and sealed all these sands, fearing that he would miss a single grain. Including the fangs that the sand hippo had just broken off, Subai also collected them. This thing was quite hard, and after processing it a bit, it could make a good dagger. Cocodora easily won her first battle, and it was still 2 elves. The level instantly popped from level 10 81% to level 11 9%. At this point, this little guy was considered to have broken through the level 10 barrier, officially arriving at the realm that only E-class elves could reach. Chapter 53, Exploitation starts with the doll. Cocodora herself was naturally not aware of the matter of her breaking through the barrier, and only acted very excited, constantly rolling around in place. Subai pitched in and gave a piece of its hometown's kin stone as a reward. The little thing immediately nibbled on it. After eating it, its body gradually underwent some changes. It only saw that it suddenly stayed in place. Then its body shivered and convulsed. Subai was startled by this symptom and rushed over to check the situation. It was only after the golden finger made contact that he sighed in relief, silently releasing the 3 bees and meow meow to help protect it at the side. Within a moment, it was seen that Cocodora was like a worm shedding its skin. The original shell gradually turned gray. The head of the shell cracked open, and Cocodora drilled out of it drenched in wetness. It looked like it had successfully molted. The body of Cocodora that had just finished molting was very soft. Subai didn't rush to touch it, and quietly waited for it to come into contact with the air for a while. While he was here, he could check Cocodora's molt. After weighing it, it was almost 50 pounds. If I sell it, I should be able to make a profit of about $5,000. After all, it's the first time it molted, so it's not too expensive. Every future molt, the price would increase exponentially. Adult Cordura armor is even harder to find for a heavy price, because they usually eat the old carapace directly after shedding their shells. In their opinion, no or will be more nutritious than their own shed shells. In this very role, the chances of humans obtaining their armor are naturally even smaller. However, it happens that certain rich people love this kind of iron armor material, and under the heavy gold, the market is naturally raised. Thinking of this, Subai hurriedly put away the molted shell. If this thing was seen by Cocodora, it would definitely be a disaster in a minute. Cocodora in the wild can't eat good food for the moment, but in Subai's place, the elf fodder, bait ball, and so on are endless. Recently, he was also ready to start researching all kinds of potions and energy cubes with both taste and effect, which were definitely enough to replenish the nutrition of Cocodora in all aspects. It is now eating this thing is to show off the desire of the mouth. Might as well let Subai sold to earn a few money. The most critical thing is that next time you still have to search it shell, this time eat, next time it habitually eat how to do. Exploitation should start from the time of the doll. After adapting to her new body, Cocodora gradually came back to her senses, and a gurgling sound came from her stomach. Coco. She immediately looked for Subai. Subai, who had just exploited someone's molted shell, didn't skimp this time either. With a smile on his face, he gave the foodie Dora a bowl full of elf feed. Coco Dora looked at it with glowing eyes and immediately fell headfirst into the food bowl. Although the elf food was still as delicious as before. But Coco Dora instinctively felt like she had lost something. But in front of the delicious food, why care so much? The fact that she didn't think of it only meant that it wasn't important at all. Elf, Coco Dora. Level 11. Qualification. C+. Personal. Physical strength F+. Physical attack E. Physical defense E+. Special attack F. Special defense F+. Speed F. Attributes. Steel, rock. Characteristics. Hard head. Beginner moves. Crash skilled, harden skilled. Intermediate moves. Stomp beginner. Metal claw beginner. Rock blockade skilled. After molting, Cocodora's physical defense had currently reached an appalling level. Only at level 11, the physical defense individual value had already reached the peak E rank level. Even the physical offense individual value had reached the E rank. The impact, hardening, and rock blockade moves that were commonly used had also become skilled without realizing it. Subai pondered, as long as this little thing continued to upgrade, sooner or later it would become the strongest in the team, and by then maybe Meow Meow wouldn't be a match for it. However, Coco Dora's character, in the future, no matter how strong it becomes, as long as it is with him, it will always be a cute and lovable foodie little brother. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but smile. Waiting for Coco Dora to eat her fill, she continued on her way. Subai in order to test the current Cocodora's strength. On the way, he was able to find a mountain-piercing rat to practice with it. This mountain-piercing rat was quite cautious, and after exchanging a move with Coco Dora, it felt unbeatable and immediately turned around and ran away. Subai had wanted to chase after it, but the next moment a sandstorm was raised on the wilderness. Is this an elf's move, or a natural disaster? Looking at the tornado-like sandstorm in front of him, Subai immediately put all the elves into the elf ball. Then he quickly found a rock that looked quite sturdy as a support, and pulled the hem of his clothes with both hands on both sides. The original seemingly ordinary mountaineering clothes suddenly turned into an all-around deathless wrapped airbag. This clothes Subai originally intended to be used to prevent wild elves' sneak attack and other unexpected situations. Dustproof, windproof, fireproof water seepage, and other effects. Now that the gas was released to the maximum extent, it could be used as a tent to ward off sandstorms. Shrinking in the gas bag, the sandstorm outside clattered. It was like covering the sky. Subai at this time can only look forward to his choice of rock wall is strong enough, otherwise even if he hides in the airbag is not injured, and so on the sandstorm passed, he will also do not know where to be blown to. Took out his cell phone and looked at the time signal. It is now 1 p.m. I don't know if I can rush back before dinner. This sandstorm seemed to be able to claustrophobia people in the darkness. In the middle of it, Meow Meow seemed to have sensed Subai's lonely mood, and autonomously popped out from the elf ball and drilled into his arms. Meow! It's fine, don't worry. Subai smiled and stroked Meow's forehead. This was its most valuable gold coin, and unfamiliar people who touched it would only get a faceful of paste from its claws. But facing Subai, it had no resistance. I don't know when it started. Meow Meow realized that what he saw in his eyes and thought in his head was all about Subai. Subai is also the same. He is considering how to make Meow Meow become stronger, normal situation. Meow Meow, if the qualification is enough, level 18, as a matter of fact, should have already comprehended the gathering treasure gong. This was a Meow Meow clan exclusive move. Although the power was still in the realm of beginner moves, learning it was also something that would allow Meow Meow to fight in a more diverse manner. Wow! The sandstorm lasted for almost more than 2 hours. It was only at 3 o'clock or so that it gradually showed signs of weakening. For insurance purposes, Subai had wanted to continue waiting before going out. But after waiting for another half an hour, the sandstorm was not weakening at all. Subai hesitated. He was worried that now might be the only chance to escape. This sandstorm will not be able to blow for several days and nights next. By then, even if he has food in his backpack, he will not be able to climb out because the airbag is covered by the sand. Chapter 54 Desert Lulon, Ghost in the Sands. Of the elves Subai had on hand, currently only Cocodora could move in the sand. However, it had not yet acquired the digging hole move, and was unable to bring Subai and his party to quickly escape. Thinking of this, Subai reached out and used his golden finger to estimate the strength of the sandstorm outside. After getting the answer that people could barely move, Subai immediately put on windproof swimming goggles and masks and other equipment, ready to rush out. As for Meow Meow, it didn't wait for Subai to put it into the elf ball. It drilled itself into Subai's arms at once. Subai laughed bitterly at the situation. It looked like Meow Meow was not ready to go back to the elf ball. There was no other way, so he took it with him. Now that he didn't have the airbag shield, having it on his body was also a defense measure. Subai just drilled out of the airbag, and the sand behind him instantly deflated the airbag. This is only 2 hours, the weight of the sand above the airbag is already so horrible. If you stay for a day or two, it's really no different from being buried alive. Subai found his center of gravity and slowly stood up. Although his face had been completely wrapped and blindfolded, the sand grains still blew his cheeks raw. Pulling out a compass that was not affected by the magnetic field, which he specially made with his golden fingers, Subai found the right direction and was ready to leave. But who knew, without taking 2 steps, he realized that a magnificent high-rise-like building made up of cohesive sand grains had appeared in front of him. This is... Subai was instantly shocked. He was sure that when he came, there was absolutely no such thing on the road. But what was this now? A sandy high-rise appeared out of nowhere? No, it definitely won't appear out of thin air. It should be a sandstorm that blew out this originally dusted-up building. Subai associated it with the gem version he played back in the day, whose desert map had a relic that hid fossils, and as long as he took away one of the fossils, the relic would collapse with a bang. Vaguely, Subai felt that 2 villains appeared in his mind. One villain was called Life is All About Waves, and he kept calling on Subai to go in and explore this place. The other villain was called Life is a... He told Subai from a rational point of view, this sandstorm can blow out the pyramid ruins, and may also cover it up unless Subai wants to go in as a mummy, or else it's better not to go in. Subai is not brainless. After analyzing, he felt that the villain of life-saving pussy was right. So he used his golden finger to touch the ruins, intending to memorize its features and location, and then come back to explore it next time he was able to. But in the next moment, such a message appeared in his mind. Dune Lulan. Lulan itself contains the blessing of prayer. Only exists in sandstorms. Sandstorms end. Lulan disappears. Detected a large amount of gold bead powder. Comet fragments within 3 meters. Blessing of prayer. Prayer pixie once in 1,000 years. Has the realization of human wishes. This Dune Lulan that is born from the prayers. The sudden message shook Subai's brain for a moment. He probably guessed what the praying Pokemon was, but right now he was more concerned about the sentence. There is a large amount of gold bead powder and comet fragments within 3 meters. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. After learning this news, Subai's mind, life is all about waves, immediately kicked life-conserving pussy away. Then, without saying a word, Subai sprayed animizing spray all over his body and took a big step towards the entrance. In his opinion, the things within 3 meters, he took it and ran away immediately. After 2 or 3 steps, Subai smoothly entered the ruins. He also saw the gold pearl powder as expected. These powders are like quicksand, spraying out from a desert dragonfly-like fountain at the ruins. Seeing this, Subai immediately collected it quickly. Pulling out a shovel, he immediately scavenged a large amount into the collection bag. However, while loading, he suddenly realized that a red shovel had appeared on the ground. This shovel looked like the shovels that children used to play with sand in the park. But Subai's heart thumped when he saw the shovel. When his fingertips came into contact with the ordinary grains of sand mixed with the golden sand, a message naturally surfaced in his mind. Sand Dune Baby. Level 19. Attribute Ghost, Ground. Qualification E. Individual values. Physical Strength F. Physical Attack F. Physical Defense E. Special Attack F+. Special Defense F. Speed F. Sandy. The Dune waif who was originally mixed in the golden sands instantly stormed up, controlling his body that was like quicksand and violently swept towards Subai. The Meow Meow in Subai's arms at the critical moment jumped up all of a sudden. With a move of grasp, it met the attack. However, after the sand was grabbed, it was not affected in the slightest and still attacked and swept towards Subai. Boom! Subai was smashed away. Meow! Meow's eyes instantly transformed into a dangerous vertical pupil shape, and his claws and teeth lit up in unison. Because of the extreme anger, at this moment, Meow actually comprehended a new move on its own, crazy messy grasp. Towards Duneva was a burst of playful attacks. The originally cohesive grains of sand shattered under its attack, but in a moment's time, they returned into a ball. Meow! Meow was shocked. It was the first time it had fought a ghost attribute elf, and it was completely unaware of the ferocity of it. Duneva waited for an opportunity to trap Meow Meow with sand all at once. This was quicksand hell. Meow Meow was anxious inside, and even though it was being attacked itself, its focus remained on Subai's side. Fortunately, living up to Meow Meow's expectations, Subai's voice soon came from behind him. Water wave. Meow! Meow was overjoyed at the sound, and immediately perked up and condensed a water ball. Boom! Quicksand Inferno came into contact with the water current and instantly turned into a wet mass of sand and mud. The opponent is a ghost attribute. Normal attribute moves are useless. Attack that red shovel directly with water wave. Although the red shovel was not Duneva's main body, its true body was definitely in its vicinity. The wave of water exploded near the red shovel. A cry of pain was heard coming from the ground. An elf with a hollow body and the appearance of a mound of dirt slowly emerged from the ground. It was seen looking at Subai and Meow Meow with a grudging gaze. In the next moment, it let out a long whistle. Sandy! Duneva's voice spread through the ruins. Subai immediately had a bad feeling. Pill! Meow Meow! Shut it up! Meow Meow continuously rubbed the ball with both paws. Boom boom! The water fluctuation continuously smashed on the Shichua. Duneva lost its ability to fight on the spot. Meow immediately ran towards Subai without looking back. Meow? Meow? Anxiously asking Subai if he was alright. Subai gave it a reassuring smile. Only a layer of red special scale armor clothes could be vaguely seen inside his clothes. Fish scale bug armor. A protective scale armor made using a large number of Carp King's hard scales, as well as the bug shells of the Heraclos Kuros, with surprisingly amazing defense, extremely resistant to steel, fire, water, ice, ground, fighting, and grass attribute attacks, and able to defend against the vast majority of attacks below level 20. Chapter 55, Ghosts Exploit Even. You could always trust Subai's Mao. He left no stone unturned when it came to saving his life. Meow Meow was relieved to see this scene. However, he realized that Subai's face was still grave at this moment. Meow! Meow Meow let out a soft cry, seemingly asking Subai what things he was fretting about. Subai stroked his chin. We seem to be trapped. Recently, the two of them have been communicating more and more easily, completely crossing the barrier of racial language. Each other often a look can read each other's meaning. Preferably, one person and one pet were unconcerned about this, completely looking like they were used to it. Meow Meow looked at the original exit in front of him, which had been completely buried by the sand. It temporarily stood upright on both feet, rubbed out a shot of water wave, and smashed towards the exit sand. Boom! The water flow instantly soaked the sand grains, then turned into sandy mud, just as it was about to fall off. In the next moment, however, more quicksand came out from all around, completely burying the just wetted mud. The special attack didn't work, so let's try the physical one. Subai released Kokodora and let it try to see if it could drill out from here. Kokodora tried digging, and its small claws just shoveled twice before it immediately shrunk back. Coco! Coco! The voice was urgent and surprised as it spoke to Subai. It found that this sand was like it had life. Every time it probed its claws into the sand, these sands would tug it and then try to swallow it up in general. Subai nodded. It looks like this sand is really weird. At a certain distance, Subai stretched out his hand and tried to use his golden finger to check the situation. Cursed sand. A part of the body manipulated by the elf Sand Eater Fort Master. The Sand Eater Fort Master loves biological essence, and will plunder the essence of its prey through contact with its body. Sand Eater Fort Master? This is troublesome. Subai staggered, not expecting to come across such a terrifying wild elf here. The sand-devouring Fort Master was the evolved form of the sand dune waif. Not only was its level extremely high, but it was also a ghost attribute elf. Ghost attribute elves, in the movies and television or game works of the previous world, perhaps they would still be considered to be elves with a bit of a special character who simply loved to play pranks. But in this world, ghost attribute elves were seriously linked to ghosts, monsters, and horrors. The vast majority of them are born in the negative emotions like to eat life essence, is a lot of elves and human nightmares. Take the sand-devouring castle master, for example. The people of this world generally consider it to be a devil that eats people without blinking an eye. They will swallow their prey into their bodies, suck them until they are dry, and then bury them under their sandcastle bodies. It is said that a large number of skeletons are buried underneath the sand-devouring fortress master, and these skeletons, because of their unwillingness and resentment when they are devoured, turn to form new Dunhwa. Subai hadn't seen this scene, but he wouldn't make a wild definition. But as of now, this kind of elf is still very dangerous to him. Because the normal Dune waifu evolution sand-devouring fortress master's level is 42. That is to say, this elf is very likely to be a qualification B level terrifying existence. At present, if Subai encountered this kind of elf head-on, he could really only kneel down and sing his conquest. Fortunately, he was also used to survival against the odds and obscene development. Previously, he and Meow Meow dared to break into the level 30 Cordura cave at less than level 10, and now Meow Meow is almost level 20. So what's wrong with breaking into the Sand Eater's lair? Subai quickly adjusted his mental quality. Now the first thing he had to do was to get away from this side as soon as possible. Because the battle between Meow Meow and Sand Dunhwa has already alarmed the sand-devouring castle master. The other party is probably on the way to come. Thinking of this, Subai immediately quickly searched the Sand Dunhwa. There were 3 things on it that could be taken away. One was the red shovel on top of its head. Cursed red shovel of Duniva. Containing a part of Duniva's essence, grabbing Duniva's shovel, there is a probability that it will be hit by hypnosis and then be manipulated by it, and the Duniva that loses its shovel will wander around looking for its own shovel. For the first time, Subai was repulsed by the scavenged props. It's really that this thing can't be wanted, a properly cursed thing. Taking it will most likely be searched for. Just as Subai was ready to skim over this prop in disgust, a light bulb suddenly lit up on his head. Meow, try to see if you can absorb the essence of the red shovel. Meow. Meow Meow also froze. It's a serious cat, How can it absorb any essence, It's not a demon cat. Subai rolled his eyes. It's not for you to absorb. It's for the life treasure pearl to absorb. After the reminder, he didn't forget to add. That said, you were originally a demon cat classification. Meow Meow slapped his meaty paw and also reacted. Right, isn't this essence equivalent to life force for ordinary elves? The cat's palm wiped from the gold coin on his forehead, and a purple-pink colored treasure pearl that contained extremely strong life force appeared out of thin air. Recently, Meow Meow had used a large amount of life force to nourish the pearl, so the aura of the pearl was much stronger than when it was first seen. Next, Meow Meow slowly approached the cursed red shovel with the precious pearl. The life treasure bead quickly reacted during this process, only to see a strong suction force released from the interior of the life treasure pearl. The red shovel was like being sucked over by a magnet. With a snap, it was attached to the pearl. In just a second's time, the cursed red shovel turned into an ordinary shovel. Subai he smiled, drained the essence on the shovel. He continued to go up and down a bit in the Sand Dunhwa. Golden beads. Flashing golden light, the sands perennial in the body of the Shikiwa, continue to purify gathered, and ultimately the formation of the purity of the very high golden beads. Sands because mixed with Sand Dunhwa body sand particles a short time cannot be removed, but the gold beads are not the same, just a single one, take completely no worries, not the slightest worry about mixing with sand by the Sand Dunhwa backstabbing. In addition to these 2 things, there was another thing that was very curious to Subai. It was a slate piece that depicted some routes. Lulan's slate map fragment. A slate fragment that recorded the internal structure of Dune Lulan. A map. Subai's eyes gurgled, feeling that this thing should come in handy. Anyway, let's put it away first. After scavenging everything, Subai hurriedly found a path to run away. The unfortunate Duniva had been eaten dry while unconscious. Not only was the cursed little shovel that had been contained for many years drained of its essence, even the other props on its body were scavenged clean. So it was estimated that the first thing it did after waking up was to find a corner and cry. Subai kept spraying the animizing spray all the way. From time to time, he also sprinkled out some insect-attracting perfume to mislead the direction of the wild elves. Chapter 56. Adventures in Sand City. This insect-attracting perfume Subai used the insect-attracting scented nectar given to him by the little princess 3 bees to dilute it and add other materials to make it. Its effect is the opposite of insect removal spray. It can attract elves to gather. Along the way, Subai utilized props paired with his golden fingers to avoid various powerful elves. The Sand Eater Castle Master, the giant nimble earth puppets, and the small group of mixed-up crocodiles, the ultrasonic larva swarm. All of these elves could abuse the current Subai hundreds of times just by bumping into one of them. especially the ultrasonic larva swarm, because these elves were good at using their wings to emit ultrasonic communication. Their senses were extremely sharp. Su-bai almost planted himself at one point. Luckily, he had prepared for this and casually passed by a pair of broken black glasses when he was passing through the territory of the Chaos Crocodile. This thing was a carry-on item of the Chaos Crocodile, and it was stained with the Chaos Crocodile's scent. The ultrasonic larvae immediately looked a bit flustered after sensing the mixed-up crocodile's aura. The reason why the ultrasound larvae were so afraid of the mixer crocodile was because the two were in a relationship between prey and hunter before they evolved. The black-eyed crocodile wasn't good at hunting, but because the jawed ants also hunted in the same guarded way, the black-eyed crocodile could often eat it without much effort after finding it. So for the supersonic larva, this fear was engraved in its genetic instincts. Perhaps after evolving into its final form, the desert dragonfly could forget and kill back the hybrid crocodile clan. But currently, the hybrid crocodile was still a nightmare that it could not escape. It is for this reason that Su-bai smoothly mixed over from the territory of the ultrasonic larva and took the opportunity to go along with the Lulan slate map fragment. On its territory, Su-bai patted his chest and calmed down. In his heart, he said, "What kind of divine relic is this?" After he went through the trials and tribulations, he realized that many of the decorative artifacts in this relic looked like they were designed for humans, but now for some reason they were all occupied by elves. Moreover, the turf distribution was very clear and had formed an ecosystem. The most crucial thing was that all the elves in here were not low-grade, and there were also high-grade elves. Su-bai's current situation, if he was not careful, it would be very easy for him to get out of the way. However, the good thing was that danger and chance existed at the same time. Su-bai had also picked up quite a few goodies when he had mixed through so many elves' territories. At the giant numinous earth puppet, Su-bai and the giant numinous earth puppet played extreme hide and seek. Shuttling in the dead center of each other's vision, he found some ancient copper coins, ancient silver coins, ancient copper coins, currency used by ancient civilizations about 3,000 years ago, ancient silver coins, high-priced currency used by ancient civilizations about 3,000 years ago. These are of great historical value and can be sold for money when you find someone who knows what they're doing. There were actually some ancient statue placements there at the giant Nianli clay dolls, but those were all too conspicuously located. If he forced his way over to take it, Su-bai was afraid that he would be discovered by the giant Nianli earth puppet, so he could only endure the pain and give up. The small group of mongrel crocodiles was actually the best to fool when these crocodiles were lying on the sand sleeping. Su-bai released the 3 bees to use sweet aroma to make their minds more relaxed and sleep more deeply. Then he took the opportunity to slip in and do some groping. In addition to the broken black glasses that he just threw away, Su-bai also collected 2 intact black glasses. Rating the effect. Wearing these sunglasses gives one the feeling of being fierce, evil attribute. Elves love them. After carrying them, the power of the elf's evil attribute move is increased. After obtaining plural black glasses, Su-bai also unlocked another way of opening in the golden finger crafting. Crafting props enhancement. Breaking up and reorganizing plural props can create props with stronger rating efficacy. This effect was very powerful. Su-bai also contacted a variety of props and treasures before learning that the original same kind of props, according to the different attribute energy contained within it, the rating will also be different. Take the black glasses in front of you. Perhaps in the mixer crocodile here Su-bai can only collect E-rated glasses, but in the mixer crocodile evolution form of the rogue crocodile there, it may be able to collect C-level or even B-level secret treasure level black glasses. And besides these black glasses, Su-bai also obtained another Lulan slate map fragment. Together with the Lulan slate map fragment from the ultrasonic larva, Su-bai found that this Lulan slate map was gradually about to be put together by him, and he could probably read out some messages from this map now. This was a slate map that recorded the topography of Dune Lulan. Perhaps the person who created this place also felt that this place was too big, so he deliberately carved such a map. On it was a detailed record of the location of the objects he had stored in this Dune Lulan. Although it was all recorded in ancient script, Su-bai, who had a golden finger, was fearless and could easily translate it. Some of the places he had already traveled, Su-bai didn't pay much attention to them because it was useless to look at them. He had already collected what he could in front of him, and what he couldn't collect he wouldn't turn back. It was too dangerous. The remaining things he mainly focused on were the escape exit, and the most precious thing in this Dune Lulan, the power of prayer. The reason why this Dune Lulan was able to stand like a miracle in the sandstorm was because of this power of prayer, and the genie that could unleash this power. In Su-bai's knowledge, there was also only one. That was the legendary prayer Pokemon Kira Pray. It was truly a phantom beast-class Pokemon. In addition to having an extremely high racial value, it also possessed a special ability that the vast majority of the world's elves could not match. When it awakened for 1,000 years, it would synchronize the power of the stars and open the Eye of Truth on its chest, releasing the power to make whatever wish come true. Su-bai probably guessed that this Dune Lulan should be a miracle created by someone wishing in a certain era in the previous millions of years. Of course, what kind of mentality and purpose did the person create this Dune Lulan, Su-bai doesn't know. Maybe because of the thought of a large amount of wealth? It could be that he wanted to create an eco-paradise for ground attribute elves? Or even just for the sake of winning the smile of a beauty is not impossible. Anyway, for Su-bai, since this thing was stumbled upon by him, there was no reason for him to let it go. Su-bai carefully observed the map, realizing that he was actually already at a relatively high-level stage of the Lulan ruins. And in this Dune Lulan, there was indeed another place where he could escape. It was in the highest part of this Dune Lulan. Inside the Lulan, because of the miracle of the power of prayer relationship, each area is a self-contained ecosphere. There is a source of light, a source of heat, a source of water. But only there is no windows and vents and such things. Chapter 57. Hippopotamus Beasts. Collecting glass shards. The space in Dune Lulan was as if it was isolated from the outside world. There were 2 exits engraved on the stone map. One was at the lowest level and the other was at the highest ceiling. Su-bai thought about it and felt that as long as he could get out, the rest would not be a problem. In terms of flying, he could ask the 3 bees. The little princess was still quite big, and it was no problem to take him a short distance. And coincidentally, the core of this prayer power also happened to be at the highest level. Su-bai checked out the lands that he was going to pass through next. Next, I'm going to pass through the Sand Hippo, the land of the Hippo Beast, and the Gopher, the tunnel of the 3 gophers. Just as he was looking towards the last floor, Su-bai suddenly realized that the stone slab over there happened to be broken. However, he didn't put it on his mind, thinking that there are so many more layers to come. Maybe it's the same as the front, walking around and collecting them as he goes along. The situation on the Sand Hippo Beast side was pretty much the same as the mixed crocodile side. They are all shrinking in the sand, snoring and snoring to sleep. Su-bai spent some time observing them a little, making sure that they were all sleeping, and then released the 3 bees to quietly make sweet aroma. It was the same as the mixed crocodile side as it was. After making sure that these sand hippos and hippo beasts all fell into a deep sleep, only then did he begin to catwalk and slowly bypass them. It wasn't that Su-bai hadn't considered taking them in during this period. After all, the way they looked when they were asleep was just too tempting. It was really like they were at your mercy. Moreover, the level of these sand hippo beasts were not low, conservatively estimating that the evolved hippo beasts should all be C-grade qualified. If a high-level elf is taken in, it's really like taking off from the same spot. Go back and report to the Alliance, mix a senior trainer certificate or something. That is directly the peak of life. House, car, girl, ticket, what you want to have what. At that time, it is estimated that the city lord of Jiangxi City will be shaken and personally come down to the countryside to receive Su-bai or something. That kind of scenery was definitely the kind that would smoke from the ancestors' graves. But I'm not afraid of accidents, but I'm afraid of the unexpected. Once Su-bai submissive did not succeed, then the next great probability that the hippopotamus beast will wake up. Then the fate, I'm afraid, that can only be described as a corpse. The hippo beast's teeth are no joke. Swallowing an adult in one gulp is definitely more than enough. This is not to accept the elves. This is a bet on life. Su-bai could not afford to gamble. Therefore, just like the previous situation with the mixed crocodile, this time he still chose to stay put and didn't think twice about these hippopotamus beasts. Similarly, these hippopotamus beasts didn't notice Su-bai's existence the entire time. This is... As he walked, Su-bai suddenly had some sand under his feet that shimmered with strange colors. Quartz fragments. Su-bai suspiciously touched it with his golden fingers. The gaze steeply condensed. This was no ordinary sand. Blue glass fragment. A magical quartz material. Collect a certain amount, and you can create a whistle that cures the sleeping state. Yellow glass shard. A magical quartz material. Collect a certain amount to create a whistle that can lift the state of confusion. Green glass shards. A magical quartz material. Collect a certain amount to create a whistle that can lift the hypnotized state. These glasses are extremely rare contraptions. It couldn't be found in normal sandy soil, and after processing, it could be made into whistles, and these whistles often had some magical effects. Of course, Su-bai also knew that he was pressed for time and didn't have the time to extract it in detail on the spot, so he simply pulled out a big sack, found the place with a lot of glass fragments and filled up a sack. Then, after moving away from the hippopotamus beast's territory and finding a relatively safe place, only then did he slowly drum up this glass shards, using Meowth's flame teeth to heat up the glass temperature to melt it, followed by a wave of water to cool it down and mold it. Although it sounded simple because there were no utensils here, it still took a bit of time to make it. Still, when it was made successfully, it was a great sense of accomplishment to watch. Blue glass whistle. A whistle made from special blue glass collected in the desert and burned. When blown, it can make targets within a certain range wake up from their slumber state. Yellow glass whistle. A whistle made of special yellow glass collected in the desert. When blown, it can make a target within a certain range out of its confused state. Green glass whistle. A whistle made of special green glass collected in the desert. When blown, it can release a target within a certain range from the state of hypnosis. 3 whistles of different colors and shimmering in the light appeared in Subai's hands. This was a set of convenient props that could be permanently preserved for use. Unlike potions, this thing was mainly expensive in its ability to be reused. Subai made the 3 whistles he had made shatterproof and put them into his backpack. Next was the ground of the gophers, which was actually a huge underground tunnel. Here, Subai saw 2 forms of gophers. One was the bald form of the gopher, and the other was the 3-haired form of the gopher. These were 2 different species of gophers that were born in different regions. Subai was also surprised to see 2 different types of gophers appearing on the same screen in his lifetime. Because under normal circumstances, due to the different habitats, the 2 different types of gophers would never meet. The bald gopher mainly inhabits the plains, where the land is more normal. The 3-hair gopher is more heavy-handed. They like to be in places with a harsher ecological climate, obviously with the steel attribute, but it likes to drill near the volcanic lava geology. Now, in this miraculous dune Lulan ecosystem, they are naturally in a peace. Compared to those deadly ground attribute elves in front of them, gophers were much cuter. They were relatively peaceful to both people and elves. News reports would often spread about bald gophers helping agricultural foresters with their farming. The 3-haired gophers would also often lend the holes in the ground they dug to other ground attribute elves to use, such as the earth dragon's younger brother, the piercing rat and whatnot. But also because of this latter reason, Subai in the tunnel still can only maintain vigilance, afraid of suddenly out of the other ground attribute elves, on their own a burst. Fortunately, the things that worry did not happen. Gopher tunnel all the way is very calm. Even a little too calm, he did not see a gopher. Subai nerves to maintain a high level of vigilance. The golden finger explored all the way in all directions, and the messages within 3 meters kept coming into his mind. Speed fertile soil. Containing special nutrients, you can use this soil to plant trees and fruits, which can make the seed plants grow fast. Fruitful fertile soil. Containing special nutrients, you can use this soil to plant tree fruits, which can increase the harvest of the seed plants. Chapter 58 Terrifying painted wall, crying mask and gophers. I didn't expect that even the dirt in this gopher tunnel is a treasure. Subai couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the dirt that the 3 gophers drilled through has a high crop yield should be because of these fertile soils. Seeing these fertile soils, Subai immediately raised the idea of planting tree fruits in his yard. The reason why this thing, tree fruit, was rare was naturally because it was difficult to grow. The nutrients it needed to grow were extremely large, and ordinary land simply couldn't afford to grow it. It was only in some wild places with special land veins, or people with rich families, that it was possible to grow tree fruits. Moreover, Subai also saw through the golden finger. In fact, just these fertile soil words were not enough to provide the nutrients needed for the growth of tree fruits. Subai wanted to plant tree fruits in his own yard, but he still had to rely on the crafting gold finger processing. Will speed fertile soil and fruit fertile soil curing into speed fertilizer and fruit fertilizer. Goldfinger notes explain that with these fertilizers, as long as it is not a man-made malicious scourge, otherwise the trees and fruits want not to survive are difficult. Subai took the shovel and shoveled a small half of the backpack. After that, he cautiously passed through the gopher's tunnel. During this period, he still a gopher have not seen. Finally, the next step was the highest level of this dune Lulan. After coming here, Subai found that this last floor was particularly empty. The whole time there was nothing to cover it, only a few pillars supporting the ceiling. All around were some fancy painted walls. Because there was no cover, Subai was worried about exposing his whereabouts, so the cat watched the entrance for a long time. But nothing happened. The surrounding objects were all farther away, and within 3 meters Goldfinger couldn't view anything. This quietness made Subai feel more and more that this place was weird. Meow meow. Meow Meow let out a soft cry. It was volunteering to help Subai go ahead and explore the path first. Even if it encountered something, it would be able to rely on the effect of the smoke orb and escape in the first place. Subai understood what Meow Meow meant, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally shook his head and rejected Meow Meow's request. I don't know why. I always feel that those painted walls on this last layer are a bit odd. Although Goldfinger was unable to view it, he could still barely make out a bit of the mural's content with his eyes. There were a lot of ghost-like contraptions carved on this mural, looking like a dinosaur. Are these all ancient elf murals? How come none of them are recognizable? Just when one person and one cat were at a loss, Subai's ears suddenly heard a daikuda sound. Is this the sound of a gopher? Subai still had a strong impression of the gopher's magical cry. After hearing the sound, he immediately used the rock climbing prop to hang upside down above the rock wall with Meow Meow. Under normal circumstances, the gophers that advance by making holes in the ground would not raise their heads. As long as the animizing spray was powerful and did not make any noise, they should not be able to discover Subai. The same as Subai's judgment, the gophers did not notice them at all, but just kept digging holes towards the mural floor above. Subai said just right, can let the gophers first explore the road. If there is any situation, he then find a way to run is. Just as he thought so, an extremely horrifying scene appeared in front of his eyes. Only to see a gopher came to the floor of the mural, then straight toward the mural penetrated into. Note that it was penetrate. It was not a hole. The wall was like a water surface. After a gopher drilled into it, a ripple was created. Then, Subai saw that the original dinosaur wall suddenly shed a black comma-like thing. Each of them had a small piece of mural hooked on its tail, and there was a pair of three-fingered hands on the left and right sides. This is the crying mask. Even if he didn't use his golden finger, Subai's knowledge reserve was enough for him to instantly recognize the elf in front of him. It's still the crying mask that comes with a cursed clay plate. Like the gopher, the crying mask was likewise currently found in two forms depending on the region. One was the one with a human face mask outlined on its tail. The other is one like the one in front of him, outlining a cursed clay plate. Looking at this densely packed mural on the last layer, Subai suddenly had a horrible guess. Could it be that this last layer is the lair of the crying mask and the death board? Gosh, still letting people live? Encountering the sand devourer on the way in was bad enough, and then the death plate on this side of the exit. This elf, like the sand devourer, is a ground plus ghost attribute elf. Legend has it that it is a kind of horrible ghost that can compel creatures to inhale the ancient paintings and then eat them. If you haven't just witnessed the scene of the gopher delivering food, Subai might still be skeptical, but now it's all true. Iya. At this moment, these little teasers were circling around in a circle, with a happy look on their faces, which was the exact opposite of their names. They should be celebrating the opening of the meal. Subai was filled with bitterness. It was obvious that the exit was right in front of him, but he just couldn't get out. Just as Subai was scratching his head to think of a way out, he suddenly saw several more daikuda sounds coming from behind the tunnel. Is this rushing over to deliver food again? Subai didn't think that the harmless gophers would be a match for Crying Mask. Surely they'll be hypnotized to be delivered to people's bowls again like just now. Then the next moment, Subai suddenly realized that this time, the cries were heck of a lot more mid-range, and the voices were rising and falling, not like the voices of ordinary gophers. Could it be an evolved type? Subai's eyes instantly lit up. Just as he guessed, several 3 halogen eggheads and 3 killmongers soon appeared in front of him. That's right, the 3 halogen eggheads were the evolved appearance of ordinary gophers. And the Killmart 3 gophers are the evolution of the ground plus steel attribute gophers. The hair of these gophers not only protects the head like a helmet, but also acts as a sensitive sensor. When Subai initially saw these gophers, he was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. But he soon realized that these gophers obviously didn't care about him. While passing underneath him, there was a slight pause, but they quickly left. Their target was the Crying Masks. One moment the Crying Masks were over there celebrating, but the next moment they saw the 3 gophers coming over. They were so scared that they fled in a hurry. Don't look at the gophers as weaklings. Their evolved forms, the 3 gophers were even worshipped as earth gods in some places. In terms of strength, they were naturally capable. With a powerful, heavy stomp, the whole thing was like a landslide, and the entire floor started to rumble and tremble. Chapter 59, Supergiant Deathplate Lord, Eye of Truth. The 3 gophers that struck out looked like they were quite high-ranked, and a few crying masks were quickly beaten to tears. Just as the three gophers wanted to capitalize on their victory, the entire last layer of murals began to tremble violently. Subai held his breath and hugged Meow Meow, one person and one cat minimizing their presence as much as possible. He had a premonition that something big was supposed to happen here. Click, click, click. As one piece of mural after another came off the wall, a single crying mask fell out of the mural one after another. This wasn't the end, only to see white mist rising in all directions. These murals that had originally fallen off were actually strung together by a bizarre black energy. Certain stone slabs are tails, certain stone slabs are hands and claws, and certain stone slabs are bodies. One after another, what kind of parts on the stone slabs are, what kind of body parts are connected by black energy. Finally, only a piece of dinosaur head mural pupils flashing eerie red light. All of the dislodged slate murals instantly came to life, transforming into a supergiant death slab. A huge wave of sound waves spread out like a missile bombing the ground, setting off gusts of smoke. Subai and Meow Meow covered their ears in death, looking at the super huge death plate in front of them, their faces pale. Is this still considered the realm of elves? One could never feel the shocking power of a real elf through a screen. Only the moment the eyes actually saw it could one tangibly experience this trembling from the depths of one's heart. Really is a monster, ah. Cold sweat slowly slid down Subai's forehead. Smoke and dust filled the air, and in a matter of moments, a huge figure like a swimming dragon slowly emerged. Normal death god board size should be around 1 meter 6, and this one in front of him was at least 5 or 6 times bigger. Subai frowned and analyzed. It feels a bit similar to the 3B's little princess. Of course, he didn't mean similarity in appearance. Rather, it was the aura, an aura far above that of an ordinary elf. Originally, Subai thought that the sand-devouring fort master was probably the most difficult elf in this Dune Lulan, but he didn't expect that a death plate had now appeared out of nowhere. Although he wasn't able to use his golden finger to check it out, Subai's initial speculation was that this death plate should also be a lord-level elf. The huge death god plate coldly looked at those three gophers that dared to offend its territory, and stretched out its terrifying slate claws, fiercely slapping down towards those three gophers. Dark Shadow Claw. Buzz. The sharp claws made of shadow energy seemed to be able to ignore all defenses, and with a buzzing sound of grasping through the air, they pressed towards the tops of the three gophers' heads. However, the three gophers were not made of flour. Only a few of the three gophers began to continuously scurry up and down on the ground. Daikada, daikada, accompanied by a magical cry. Subai realized that the ground began to tremble violently again. This time, the trembling was much stronger than the previous earthquake triggered by a single three gophers alone. Vaguely, Subai felt that the ground and even the ceiling were about to be shattered. Daikuda! With the most high-pitched burst of cries from several three gophers, Subai felt that his brain, and even the scene in front of him, became a white piece in an instant. This is at least a high-level shock level of 8 or more. This move, the shock level, was a relatively common move used by ground attribute elves. By definition, it could only be considered an intermediate-level move. However, the upper limit of this move was surprisingly high because at certain special moments, this move might trigger a power comparable to that of an Aeon, or even a final Aeon level. For example, the current shock level, this power was conservatively estimated to be at least at the Upanishad level. The moment the move was unleashed, all the other crying masks, except for the super huge Lord Deathplate, instantly lost their ability to fight amidst cries of pain. I didn't expect that the three ground rats that worked together could actually exert such a powerful force. Subai's face was pale, revealing his admiration without hiding it. This was the magic of nature. Certain elves might be weak on their own, but when grouped together, they were enough to rival the Transfiguration fantasy beasts. The Death Plate obviously didn't expect to be defeated by these gophers that it usually looked down on. After being set up, it decided to strike in earnest. Countless black line energy bodies manipulated the slate's painted walls, transforming into a sky full of shadows and swinging madly down towards the three gophers. This was the evil attribute move, Frenzied Dance Swing. Several killer three gophers scurried out in unison. Like dandelions, their hair instantly fluffed up and dispersed to meet the attack. Boom! Another violent wave of air rolled over. As the two gods fought, Subai in the distance knew that his chance had come. If you don't run away at this moment, when will you run away? Su-bai and Meow hurriedly rushed towards the depths of the interior of the ruins. As luck would have it, in the process, Su-bai also stumbled upon the last slate map. It was inlaid by a crying mask. However, at this time, this crying mask had already passed out due to the aftermath of the battle just now. Su-bai thought to himself, what kind of slate fragments does this broken comma not use, but what kind of map fragments? The last piece of the map he had searched for a long time. Without being polite to it, Su-bai used his golden finger to pull the map fragments off of it without hesitation. Gathering all the slate maps together, Su-bai finally knew the exact location of the exit as well as the location of the center energy of this Dune Lulan. Running furiously all the way, the nearby murals had all fallen off, which indicated that there should be no danger around. According to the map instructions, soon Su-bai came to the end. Raising his head to look, Su-bai found that at the end of this relic, there was actually another piece of mural, but instead of the weird red creature mural, it was a golden pupil about 10 feet in size. The pupil was like a living creature, with countless star points of light flowing on it. Su-bai instantly recognized that this should be the core energy hub of Dune Lulan. The power of prayer should be hidden inside. Su-bai looked a little excited, although he didn't know how much residual energy was left in this power of prayer after a long period of time. But this was, after all, a magical power that could fulfill one's heart's desire. As long as I obtain a little bit, wishing to become a billionaire shouldn't be too much, right? Su-bai licked the corners of his mouth and exchanged a glance with Meow, both smiling heartily. The next problem was how to take away this power of prayer. Su-bai habitually relied on his golden finger, wanting to check where this thing came from. By the way, he wanted to see if this thing could be extracted away directly like the props on the elves. But just after touching the true eye on the stone wall, the distant death god board immediately seemed to have sensed something. God movement suddenly intense, then just and the three rats fight even more crazy, only to see it roar up to the sky, and then all the stone plates of its body floated up in the air. The black energy connected in the middle of the stone slabs turned into streams of light, and immediately rushed towards the true eye at the end of the ruins with an extremely amazing speed. Chapter 60. The three ground rats battle the Lord's death plate. Although the three earth rats were surprised by the movement of the death god plate, they also relentlessly chased after it. Having lost so many of their clan members, if the death plate didn't have a say today, they would fight hard to the end. Don't think that a Lord-level elf is amazing, even a small gopher has a temper when pushed. Su-bai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How could he not feel the changes in the surrounding aura? The death god board had obviously locked them. But at this time, he still couldn't figure out how to catalyze the power of prayer on this stone wall. But in the end, out of safety considerations, he still gave up on this prayer mural at the first opportunity and immediately fled with Meow in the direction of the exit of the ruins. Damn! This damn thing is staring at us. Su-bai realized that even though he and Meow were far away from that Eye of Truth mural, that death plate was still chasing after them. In the meantime, Su-bai cast many means. Smoke bomb to confuse the line of sight, insect removal spray, insect attracting perfume, to mislead the direction. But it still didn't work. The death god board was still approaching them unswervingly. Su-bai's mind was racing, while his golden fingers were groping on himself and Meow. He was checking to see if his body was marked. But after checking, he found that it wasn't. That is to say, the other party locked onto us with their own abilities. Su-bai frowned. This situation could be said to be very bad. Of course, if he was really caught up, he wouldn't be like a silent lamb to be slaughtered. Only to see Su-bai slowly pull out a few small greenish-gray beads from the side of his backpack. This thing looked unimpressive, but it was actually a major killing weapon for Su-bai. When Su-bai and Meow were initially wandering around in the wilderness, they would think about making a few copies of flying scattered hazel pine nuts to save their lives. Now that they had all hung out in the secret realm, that means of saving their lives had definitely been upgraded. This small bead was called Burst Hazelnut Shell. It was made by Su-bai after he encountered the hazelnut ball self-detonation in the Hundred Flowers Mountain secret realm last time. Su-bai collected the detonating insect powder that was shed when the hazelnut ball self-detonated. After processing, the power was even greater than the hazelnut ball self-explosion move. This thing Su-bai so far do not dare to use casually, but today is also considered to force to the head of the bar. If that death board is aggressive again, he would use this thing to blow up Dune Lulan. Su-bai covered his face. Although it was spineless to say so, he wasn't sure if this thing could hurt the death god board. After all, this thing was, to put it bluntly, a prop created from the extraction of the self-explosion move. Its own concept was not detached from the general attribute moves, and it might not be able to bring actual damage to the ghost attribute Deathplate. So Subai felt that, instead of using this thing to fight with the Death God board, it would be better to use it to blow up Dun Lulan. By blowing a hole through the wall, he might be able to escape without any problems. Subai thought so and really did so. After throwing out the exploding hazelnut shell, Subai and Meow Meow took an arrow step and sprinted in the opposite direction. Rumble. As a violent blasting sound rang out, the air in this area was all tumbling up at this moment. As the air waves rolled, Subai and Meow Meow were tumbled in the opposite direction and brought out tens of meters. Dis! Behind them came the roar of the Death God board in full fury. It was fine with the violent explosion just now, but the real eye mural it was guarding cracked open. Because of its own characteristics, the Death Plate was able to absorb a small amount of the prayer power from the Eye of Truth after connecting to the mural by turning it into a mural. It was only by relying on this power that it had gradually transformed from an ordinary crying mask into the current Lord-level Shinigami board. This real eye mural can be said to be the foundation of its life, but today the little man not only coveted the mural, but also blew it up in an unscrupulous manner. The Shinigami board said it bought a watch last year. This wave, if it has no temper again, then really as a mural forget it. It's still a clay bodhisattva, not to mention that it's also a ghost attribute elf. The stone slabs of its body erupted with a strange crimson light. The Death Plate decided to use a wide-range attack move. The crimson light coalesced into a black cloud in mid-air, and a huge, terrifying ghostly face emerged from the black cloud. The auxiliary move, Black Mist, was paired with the intermediate move, Dark Night Demon Shadow. This was the strongest wide-range killing power move that the Reaper board had mastered so far. As long as the opponent comes into contact with the Black Mist, they will be affected by the Dark Night Demon Shadow. Not only was it able to trap the opponent's footsteps, it was also able to cause great damage to his body and mind. However, just when it was planning to release the move, Daikuda, the magical voice of the three gophers appeared once again. A swirling sand cavern floated beneath the feet of the Death Plate, sucking it in firmly. Then several layers of quicksand hell emerged from the sky. The Death Plate was completely trapped in place. Looking at this group of annoying rats, the Death Plate was already furious. It knew that it had been targeted by the sand cave trait of the three rats, and if it wanted to leave this place, it would have to defeat all of these three rats. Sand cave. When fighting an elf with this trait, you can't get rid of your opponent unless you have the floating trait, or use a special getaway move. But how would it have time to settle this group of annoying rats now? That damnable thief could escape at any time. Thinking of this, the Death Plate stole the sky. Utilizing the special characteristics of its body, it dispersed a few cursed stones and quietly escaped from the sand cave bindings. This way would temporarily weaken the Death God Plate's main body by a few points, but as long as it could solve that annoying thief, it was all worth it. Because of the Death Plate's massive size, only a part of it was missing, and the three gophers didn't even notice. While the main body and the three gophers fought to the death, the doppelganger went to find Subai to take out his anger. Although the split strength is not as strong as 1/12 of the main body, but the Death God board also noticed that the thief's strength is very weak. The strength may not be as strong as its split derived from the clan. Its split is strong enough to kill it. Of course, Subai didn't know what was happening on the Death God board's side. He only vaguely sensed that the biting killing aura that had just chased him had disappeared. Could it be that the exploding hazelnut shell worked? Subai felt very strange but did not dare to linger. For today's solution, hurrying to run is the best strategy. However, before running out 2 steps, Subai realized that the Meow beside him had a very grave face. Meow! Hiss ha! Ha! It slowly stopped, twisted its head, and rushed at an empty piece of wall with a constant intimidating ha-ha. Subai certainly wouldn't doubt Meow Meow's sensing ability, and under the alertness, he immediately took a big step back and quickly threw out the elf ball, releasing both Kokodora and the 3 bees. The 3 elves stood in strict wait against the empty wall. A few moments later, a bizarre painted wall less than a meter in height was seen slowly floating on the wall. The corner of Subai's eyes danced slightly uneasily. Chapter 61 Death Plate Split? Delivering energy. This painting wall made him feel a strong sense of unease. In the next moment, he only saw that painting wall fall off the wall. A black energy body appeared around it. Dis! The Death Plate Splitter let out a strange cry and made its official debut. Rising Wind. rock blockade, water wave. Subai didn't greet them at all. 3 bees, Kokodora, and Meow. The 3 elves instantly threw their best special attack moves over. Flying, rock, and water, the 3 attribute attacks landed on the split death board at once. Subai had once instructed his own elves to use this kind of joint attack moves. It wasn't just a blind release without any rules. Each type of move had a mutually exclusive relationship. For example, rock blockade and water wave. If rock blockade blocked the opponent first and water wave smashed into the rocks, it would in turn help the opponent get out of the trap. The best way was for rock blockade to control the opponent's movement and reserve a certain attack range for water wave, so as to maximize the effect of the move. His elves were also very competitive and memorized what Subai said. Rising wind accelerated water wave's attack speed, and rock blockade controlled the opponent's actions in advance. The 3 of them completely seized the opportunity to release it. Logically speaking, the power of this wave of attack was definitely not as simple as 1+1. But the reality was cruel. The level of the Death God's plate split was clearly far above the 3. No matter how skillfully the 3 attacks were matched to it, it was still just scratching an itch. Subai's heart chilled. Although he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the high-level elves, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to shake even one of the other party's doppelgangers. The Death Plate doppelganger was very smart, and after observing for a moment, it quickly discovered that the group of thieves was centered around that human. Therefore, it decided to give that human a little lesson first, only to see the lines on the wall of the Death Plate split's painting flashed with red light. In the next moment, Subai felt a violent beating of his heart. He knew that he had been hit. This is curse. The ghost attribute's move could be said to be released invisibly. Subai didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and was struck. There was a feeling of his heart being squeezed out, and his face emaciated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had the same effect as the curse in the game. Casting this trick, the elf would inflict persistent damage on the target at the cost of losing a portion of its physical strength. Noticing Subai's strange appearance, the 3 elves immediately worriedly tried to gather around. Don't look at me. Pay attention to the enemy in front of you. Don't let it leave your line of sight. I'm fine. A resounding voice came from behind. The 3 elves stiffly stopped their impulse to turn around, and under Subai's instructions, their gazes looked at the Death Plate detachment again. Subai was well aware of his status. Compared to the elves, the human body was too weak. He knew that he couldn't help in the battle, so at the very least, he didn't want to burden his own elf. Meow meow, teeth clenched, creaking sound. This is the second time. In this relic, this was the second time Subai was injured in front of him. It could only watch, and could do nothing. At this moment, Meow Meow was so self-condemned for its powerlessness. It was in the process of attuning to the life treasure pearl, so it was very sensitive to the thing called life force. At this moment, Subai's situation was dangerous and his life force was weakening, so it was necessary to defeat this thing in front of him as soon as possible. This is the only way to lift the curse at the moment. Thinking of this, Meow Meow no longer hesitated. At once, it stormed towards the Death Plate split. Subai was startled and immediately commanded, 3 bees Kokodora, take cover. He could see that Meow Meow was emotionally agitated at this time, so he immediately had 3 bees and Kokodora assist on the side. The 2 elves immediately used Rising Wind and Rock Blockade to try to control Death Plate's movements. The Death Plate's movements were hindered, but it didn't take it seriously at all. In its opinion, even if it stood still, the other party couldn't hurt it even if it was such a weak elf. It casually used Frenzied Dance Swing and prepared to crush its opponent. However, the next moment when it came into contact with Meow Meow, a look of horror appeared on its stone-like face. For some reason, just as soon as it made contact, it felt that a large portion of its essence had been drained away. Only a purple-red life treasure pearl in Meow Meow's hand emitted a flare of light. Meow Meow had decided to sacrifice this imperfectly fitted B-grade secret treasure in order to end the battle quickly. It was also a blind cat that happened to be blindfolded. This Death Plate split was actually a product of the life force given to it by a curse. This concept wasn't even considered a Pokemon, just a ball of life force energy. In this case, the life treasure pearl definitely shone. The previous Duniva had already done a test with its personalized shovel. For props with life force attached to them, the life pearl was really not polite at all. After just a small taste, the life treasure bead immediately attached itself to the Death Plate split and absorbed it in a big gulp. The black energy body tentacles of the god of death's plate detachment became dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, there was a plop and fell to the ground. No movement. The split body dissipated, and Subai suddenly felt relieved. The curse seemed to have disappeared. This point is different from the original game. In the game, the elf was cursed. Even if the elf who performed the move was knocked down, it cannot be lifted unless it is to return to the elf ball. Of course, humans couldn't return to the elf sphere, and originally Subai thought that he would be tossed around a few times by this curse. Good thing the matter was resolved. The death plate main body that was still battling with the 3 ground rats in the distance suddenly changed its expression. What had happened? Its doppelganger had actually lost contact with it. Could it have been defeated by that thief? This wasn't scientific. It wanted to immediately go check it out, but how would the 3 ground rats agree? It had no choice but to do as it was told. Once again, the death plate released a few doppelgangers to go check out the situation. But soon, also like the first doppelganger, the next few doppelgangers were out of contact. This really made Death Plate dumbfounded. How did that ordinary human thief in the district manage to wipe out all of its bilocations? The most crucial thing was that due to the large amount of dispersed energy and the release of the bilocations, at this time, Death Plate's strength was somewhat inferior to that of the 3 gophers. The current situation was really adding insult to injury for him. Although they didn't know why Death Plate had suddenly become weaker, the 3 gophers obviously wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat up the plate. The Death God Plate was forced to use its own cards, only to see the red light of the stone slabs flashing all over its body. The next moment, countless ripples of light appeared on the bare walls. A single gopher slowly drilled out from within the wall. The 3 gophers were originally quite happy to see this scene, but gradually, their expressions became a bit off. This was because they realized that these lost companions were all in a bit of a bad situation at this time. Chapter 62 Meowth's Wish, Changeable Characteristics. If one were to describe it in a hard way, it was like the feeling of a human turning into a zombie. It was as if these gophers released from the walls had lost their souls, obeying Death Plate's commands. Being commanded by the Shinigami board, they stood in opposition to their original companions. The expressions of the 3 gophers suddenly hesitated. As elves, they knew that their companions were still alive and had only been caught in the other party's mental manipulation, but they had no way to undo it, so they could only stare helplessly from the sidelines. Reaper Board did not acquire the hypnotism move, but simple mental manipulation is still easy. This kind of mental manipulation could be said to be the specialty of most ghost attribute elves. Death Plate looked at the retreating 3 ground rats who were unwilling to fight with their fellow clan members and revealed an evil smile. However, in the next moment, there was a strange whistle sound. At first, the elves present were strange, but gradually, they realized that as the whistle sound spread, the gophers that were originally present and being manipulated by Death Plate seemed to have slowly regained their sanity. Death Plate was dumbfounded. This again and again and again moths in the end are who gave it the whole thing? Of course Subai wouldn't jump out and admit it. He just silently hid behind a pillar and watched the show. 9ID, this Death Plate gripper actually dared to give him a curse. Then he must not get back to the scene. No, seeing the opportunity coming, he immediately came over to drop a stone. The green glass whistle can just lift the hypnotic effect of the Death Board. Now the last card of the Death God board is gone. Then wait for the 3 rats to be beaten up by the group of justice. Subai thought happily. Although the curse has just been a little miserable, but it is not without gain. After absorbing a large number of Death Plates, the Life Treasure Pearl was finally a perfect fit for Meow. From now on, Meow would be able to use B-rank secret treasures at will, and its combat power would definitely soar dramatically. That's not all, the Death Plate also gave Meow another good thing. Because it had absorbed a large amount of the Death Plate's split energy, Meow realized that it could also indirectly sense the power of prayer within the Eye of Truth. After learning about this, Subai immediately brought Meow back the same way. Anyway, the Death God board was being beaten up by the 3 rats right now, so there was no time to care about him. Bringing Meow back to the front of the Eye of Truth mural. After Meow touched the stone plate, he looked at Subai. Subai didn't comment from the side and just returned an encouraging smile. This power of prayer he could not use, and from his current observation, this wish was more like what Kira Prey had left specifically for the elves. So Subai didn't dream of a blue sky either. It's all up to Meow whatever it wants to wish for, so let's wish for it. Meow's gaze softly looked at Subai for a while, then took a deep breath. The flesh pads touched the painting wall, slowly hung its head, and tried to give the power of prayer to tell its wish. Its greatest wish is to accompany Subai. whether in the height of summer or the bitter winter, whether it's in the mountains or the seashore, the sky, the clouds, the breeze, the morning light, the warm sun, the evening sun, the starry sky. As long as one is with him, no matter what one experiences, one is happy. An elf's thoughts are always so simple. Humans might think about working hard to make money, improving their lives, traveling around the world, becoming the master of the world or whatever. But in their view, as long as you obtain its true heart, then you are its whole world. No matter what, Meow only wanted to always be by Subai's side, and it would be satisfied. But right now it is too weak. Just this Dune Lulan adventure alone, Subai has encountered danger twice under its eyes, and he would definitely encounter stronger opponents and more difficult situations in the future. Therefore, Meow felt that the first thing to do when accompanying him was to protect him. And if you want to protect him, then you have to become stronger. At this moment, Meow's gaze became very sharp. For the first time in its life, Meow wanted power so desperately. It wanted to obtain the power to protect Subai no matter what the situation was. At this moment, the Eye of Truth received its strong conviction, and the center of the stone wall's pupil began to release a shimmering light. Subai and the others surrounding the stone wall all heard an extremely tender voice at this moment. The stars heard your wish. Subai. 3 Bs. Kokodora. In an instant, the entirety of the shimmering light gathered by the Eye of Truth burst out and scattered onto Meow. Meow's entire sprite floated. The entire elf's aura, in this instant, was soaring. The death plate that was surrounded by the 3 gophers revealed extremely unwilling eyes at this moment, looking in the direction of the Eye of Truth and letting out roars repeatedly. One of the 3 gophers found it noisy and threw a round of throw mud at the death plate's face. If it could open its mouth and speak human language, it would have meant to tell the Shinigami board to stop beeping and be honest. The death god plate dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. At this time, it had lost the battle and was now being seeded. Not only do they have to return all the gopher people, but they also have to divide some of their land into gopher areas. Meow's wish ended. Subai looked at the Meow that slowly fell from mid-air and hurriedly ran over to catch it. Genie, Meow. Level, 1811%. Qualification, D+. Individual value, physical strength E, physical attack E+, physical defense E, special attack E, special defense E, speed E. Status, good. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Characteristics, pick up, change freely. Props, smoke ball F grade, life pearls. Primary moves, grasp proficient, scream introductory, palm strike proficient, treasure gathering introductory. Intermediate moves, bite proficient, water wave beginner, flame teeth gang form proficient. After Subai's finger checked Meow's current status, his expression was first stunned, then he was ecstatic. The qualification has improved. I didn't realize that this divine beast's ability could also allow qualifications to be boosted. This was something that even his golden finger couldn't do. Then he immediately checked the individual values out of habit, as well as the moves column. This was his current habit of looking at the elf status. In his opinion, these 2 abilities were the ones that most affected an elf's combat power. The results certainly made him wrong. The corner of Subai's mouth subconsciously lifted. Meow had gotten stronger, and it had also become much stronger all of a sudden. In this current situation, when Meow grew up, its strength would definitely not be weaker than the Carp King. Huh? Characteristics. How come there's one more? Subai froze. Normally, wasn't this trait only 1 per elf? And did Meow have the changeable trait? If he remembered correctly, Meow's trait had 3 kinds: pick up, master technician, and tension. But no matter which one of them, it doesn't fit with change of character. Chapter 63. The Gopher's Gift. Changing Invisible Dragon. One's own attributes change to the attributes of the move being used before the move is used. Theoretically, this was a hidden trait that only the Changing Hidden Dragon and the Koga Ninja Frog clan had. Could this also be an effect from Kira Prayer's prayer wish ability? Subai didn't know what kind of changes this trait would bring to Meow next. He just stared blankly at the Meow in his arms. Meow similarly looked at Subai with big flashing eyes. Looking at him in his arms, it was like asking, "Are you still satisfied with this kind of me?" Su-bai at this moment just felt that this divine beast's ability was too incredible. This venture into this dune Lulan city was definitely worth it. Regarding Meow Meow's other messages, he hadn't had time to look at them in detail yet either. The thing he was most concerned about right now was still how to escape from here. After looking around and realizing that there was nothing around them staring at them, Su-bai immediately took Meow Meow and prepared to run away. The Eye of Truth mural was not far from the exit. Relying on the map and the golden finger, Su-bai quickly found it. Hiding deep enough Su-bai had Kokodora peel back a moss-covered rock. At once, a unique air from the outside world drifted into his nostrils. Finally, we can go out. Su-bai brought a group of elves and immediately rolled and crawled out. A slight sandstorm was still blowing outside, but it was much smaller than the one that had just come. Su-bai slightly organized his clothes, covered his mouth and nose, and was about to run towards the outside of Lulan City against the stormy sand. But just at this time, he suddenly realized that there was a strange mass of sand below Lulan City that was diffusing towards the roof of the building. Master Sand Eater Fortress. Su-bai was startled. Originally, he thought that this thing had already given up chasing him, but he never expected that he was almost escaping. This thing still chased after him. As for that, isn't it just scavenging a shovel from your clan? Su-bai cursed the sand-devouring fort master for being careful while calculating how to escape. Directly letting the 3Bs fly was definitely impossible. The sand-devouring fort master would attack them in mid-air, and this sky-wide sandstorm was its best means of attack. As for a head-on confrontation, although Meow Meow's strength has now been improved, but against the Sand-Eater Fort Master's strength is still obviously insufficient. Just as he was about to drill back into Lulan City and think of other ways to escape, a magical cry was suddenly heard behind him. Gopher da! Gopher da! Gopher? Su-bai didn't know if the appearance of the gopher at this time was a good thing or a bad thing. It was true that the gophers had just helped him stop the death board, but they were also doing it for their own race. Now that the two hadn't handed over at all, Su-bai was now also equivalent to half a turf invader to them, having just taken over the Deathplate turf. Then what would happen next was unknown. The current situation could be described as a wolf in front and a tiger behind. With exploding hazelnut shell in his hand, Su-bai's worst-case scenario was to blow up the building, then create chaos and take the opportunity to run away. However, after a while, Su-bai realized that the two breaths he just felt did not come over. Curious, Su-bai went over to check, and found that the gophers were again entangled with the Sand-Eater Fort Master. What's going on? Are they having a turf dispute as well? Although Su-bai was puzzled, he wasn't prepared to mind his own business. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, he realized that the ground in front of him was bulging with a dirt bag. Gofirda. A gopher burrowed out of the ground. The three Meow Meow immediately blocked in front of Su-bai, revealing a strict waiting position. Wait! Su-bai realized that this gopher was also dragging a bag of stuff beside him. It wasn't like it came over to provoke. It was more like wanting to give this thing to him. This idea might be strange. A wild elf would be good if he didn't hit people. How could he still give away things? However, from the actions expressed by the gopher, it could only read this kind of meaning. Only the gopher slowly approached towards him, and in the process it showed a very friendly attitude. Even Meow Meow lowered its guard slightly. You mean to give this to me? Basement duh. The gopher nodded slightly before struggling to raise a bag of something high. The bag looked like it was made of some kind of animal skin, and from the outside, it looked like it was filled with something as heavy as some stones. Su-bai was surprised. Elves like gophers were too friendly to humans, right? Or did they already know that the whistle sound just now was blown by him? Receiving the bag, the golden finger immediately surfaced the message. The vast majority of the bag was some golden sands, comet fragments, and the like, estimating that it should roughly sell for a few 100,000 without a problem. In addition to that, there was also a gemstone prop. Item: ground gemstone. Rating: C+. Description: gemstone that contains the power of ground attribute. After carrying it, it can release a hit of level 40 power of intermediate move's shock level. However, the power stored within it can only be released once in a short period of time. The next time it is released, it needs to be stocked up in advance or naturally recovered after a long period of time. After carrying it normally, it can strengthen the power of ground attribute moves. This ground jewel not only had the ability to strengthen moves, but also had an accompanying skill, which was equivalent to giving Su-bai a killer move for nothing. Su-bai looked deeply at the ground rat in front of him, and was not a mama's boy. He really needed these things. So he accepted this favor from the ground rat. The two parties are also considered to be a payback for a payback. Subai had helped them recapture their clan, and they had helped Subai to hold back the two strong enemies, the Death Plate and the Sand-Eating Fortress Master. See you next time when you have the chance, Gophers. Gekuda. Waving his hand towards the Gophers, Subai released the 3 bees and carried it, leaving this Dune Lulon that had given him a lot of rewards. Ow! The voice of the Sand-Eater Fort Master's roar came from behind him, but more than anything else, it was helpless and unwilling. The Gophers in the Dune Lulon were really strong. Previously, it was because they had acted too peacefully that they had been bullied by the Death Plate like this. But after this incident, the other elves in Dune Lulon thought that they would re-examine the strength of the Gophers, and in the future, within Lulon City, the various races should adopt a more amicable way of existence. After leaving Dune Lulon City, the surrounding sandstorm had a tendency to intensify. Subai had to leave before the situation became worse. Luckily, after leaving Lulon City, the elves outside wouldn't be very high-leveled. The vast majority of them were in the teens, and the current Meow Meow could completely defeat them with ease. Nothing happened along the way. However, when they returned home, it was also late at night. Subai had already guessed that Sue Frost would make a mess at home, but he didn't expect that the actual situation would be more serious than he thought. Only just after entering the house, he heard voices coming from the head of the house. Is it Alliance Police? I want to call the police. My brother is missing. How much time has he been missing? Almost 16 hours without seeing him between daylight and now, right? What? It has to be 24 hours. If not, there has to be proof that the other person's personal safety is in danger so that the police can be called. But how can I prove this? Chapter 64. A new secret realm suddenly appears. He used to be very good. He would never go out for so long without coming back. It was after his last school camping trip. Sue Frost cried and wailed on the phone about her brother's rebellion. Hello? Hello? However, only halfway through her sentence, Sue Frost realized that her home phone had been cut off. Looking up, she found that Subai had pressed the cut-off button. Seeing Subai instantly, Sue Frost was immediately overjoyed and opened her arms to give Subai a hug. But breaking halfway, the pretty face immediately became like a volcano erupting. Since the last Dune Lulon matter, it had also been a month. During this period of time, because Sue Frost was angry, the consequences were serious. So Subai honestly stayed at home for a period of time, and by the way, it was also considered to digest the harvest obtained from the adventure. The first thing was naturally something that could be sold for money. Gold beads, golden sands, these kinds of things were better to sell. Like ancient copper coin, ancient silver coin, these kinds of things, Subai again can only be temporarily placed at home as a collection. However, the good thing was that the gold beads and these things were already enough for Subai to sell at a good price. Whether it was the previous world or the current elf world, this thing gold was quite valuable. And the gold in this world had other special uses in the circle of rich people. These people liked to use gold to build houses, and they would think that such a house would be especially secure. The reason for this was because they had heard that ghost attribute elves were particularly afraid of gold. To say that in the past, Subai wouldn't have believed it, but this gold bead of his was still scavenged from within the body of Duniva. Are you sure that this thing would be afraid of gold? Of course, everything cannot be generalized. Subai also just have doubts about this statement. It was possible that if Shichua wasn't afraid, other ghost attribute elves would be. It was also possible that Shichua could condense gold beads, but not penetrate them. Maybe the original meaning is that gold can defend against ghost attribute elves. Just in the word of mouth, the meaning changed. No matter what this problem, in any case, the large build gulls this transportation is very happy. Just need to transport a package, you can eat good food, but also do not have to worry about being peers to steal business. Subai was also very happy. This time he went out, more than his last trip to the 100 Flowers Mountain Secret Realm harvest. Unfortunately, after the end of the sandstorm, the Dune Lulon also completely disappeared. Because of the power of prayer, that Dune Lulon might not appear above the wilderness again in the future. It would still be like before, drifting around the world. Wherever large sandstorms appeared, there would be its figure. Subai remembered Lulon, and also missed the gophers there, and was even more haunted by the golden sands there. Pity, ah pity. Subai shook his head and continued the production at hand. He was making a whole, gold bumpy garbage. Although barring that, this thing was a bit dirty, but it could make money. Subai also expects to rely on these fertilizers to make a small tree and fruit forest in the backyard, and then he can make money lying down at home. But the smell did wash out a bit. Recently, the clean-loving Meow Meow didn't even really want to be near Subai. Kokodora, on the other hand, looked at Subai with a shocked face every day. It didn't expect Subai to be even more heavy-handed than it was. Actually, Yang, Salty Fish King, as usual, still has a wise look in his eyes. But occasionally when he sees Subai approaching over, he will choose to dive silently. The most well-behaved and adorable one is also the 3 bees, which didn't dislike Subai, but just silently picked all kinds of pollen for him every day, looked at Subai and let him eat it. It thinks that as long as this is done, Subai will be able to produce the same sweet honey as himself. Subai, who realized the meaning of the 3 bees, was unable to look directly at the honey for some time. Tree fruit seeds are not a problem. Before Subai had left tree fruit cores, orange fruit, flat cherry fruit, red pomegranate fruits, all have seeds. If it's not enough, it's okay to buy some other tree fruits directly online. Busy with the work at hand, Subai lazily lying on the lawn of his own yard, looking at the 4 elves that were not far away from his surroundings, he suddenly felt that life was very comfortable. In fact, he only needed this kind of life to be enough. A little bit of money can let his family and the elves live without worry. Planted a few fruit trees at home. When he wanted to eat, he picked and ate a couple. If he didn't want to eat, he sold them all for money. Maybe next you can go to take an Alliance Professional Trainer Qualification Certificate so you can also do tasks to earn money. In the future, after saving up some savings, you can marry a pretty wife. The requirements are not high. Looks not lose to the village flower Isiaoyu on the line. Then buy a house next door to Jiangxi City. Oh, have to buy 2 sets. Su Frost's set must be bought in the opposite door. That niece was too naive. Subai was worried that she wouldn't be able to live without him. She had to be under his watchful eye at all times. Boom! Just when Subai was leisurely daydreaming, a black cloud with no visible end suddenly emerged in the sky. A sound like scratching through glass exploded not far away, and the ground shook violently. Lying on the lawn, Subai felt like he was on a trampoline. Meow Meow, Kokodora, and the 3 bees all looked at the place where the black cloud was shrouded with a serious expression. What's the situation? Puzzled, Subai stood up and ran to the village. At this moment, many people in the village were talking to each other. So Subai casually called out to one of the better older ants inside the village. Aunt Shue, what's going on out there? Hearing a youngster talking to her, Aunt Shue looked back. Agu, this is the Su family's 2nd child, right? All grown so big. After a bit of catching up, Subai once again asked about the main topic. Si Shue and a face of fear. Su Erwa aunt, and you say, outside is now very dangerous, you must not go out. Oh. Subai looked like a curious baby. Auntie Shue didn't beat a dead horse, and immediately told Subai the whole story. A secret realm has appeared next to our village. A new secret realm actually appeared next to our village? Subai instantly went to the 100-Flower Mountain secret realm that the school organized to go to last time. That place was more like a tourist attraction to the current Subai. There weren't many good things to scavenge in there. The 3 bees lair was probably the biggest harvest from that secret realm. After all, F-class secret realm, the danger was very small. As long as it was an individual who could go in, being scavenged over and over again, the good stuff was long gone. The Elf Alliance is also therefore this level of secret realm, as a practice ground for novice student trainers. But now, looking at Aunt Shue's appearance, why did she seem to be nervous? Subai instantly thought, could it be an advanced secret realm? Aunt Shue squeezed her eyebrows and shook her head. I don't understand the things you guys engage in learning, but I vaguely heard old Joe say that this is at least a level 1 secret realm. Grade 1. Subai blinked his eyes. You mean Grady, right? Aang, it's level 1. Subai didn't bother to argue. You go on to say, Chapter 65 Grade E Secret Realm. That secret realm appeared in that part of our village's paddy field. At that time, the dark clouds enveloped it all at once. I was quite far away, so I escaped, but I still saw it clearly. A lot of people in our village didn't have time to leave, like the Li family's daughter-in-law, Zhao Danyang, and Lao Fong and their old couple. The village is just this big, they all look up and see each other. Even if a child was just born in any family, it would be quickly spread all over the countryside, so it's normal for a village pundit like Aunt Shue to be as knowledgeable as she is. But just now Lao Zhou has already gone in to save people. Xiao Bai, I tell you, that place is dangerous. Can stay away from as far away as possible. The people of the Alliance will soon come. It is best for us to stay at home. Huh? The first thing you need to do is to get out of the house and get out of the way. Aunt Shue's side was only halfway through her sentence, and in the effort of turning her head, she realized that Subai's person had disappeared. This child has already run home? Really smart, then the old mother still go, Su family 2 families back then if the child this realization, probably will not go so early. Aunt Shue stayed where she was and muttered to herself for a couple of sentences. Then she also ran home nimbly. In the eyes of ordinary people without elves, this secret realm is equivalent to a flood and fierce beast. As for Su Bai, he was really running home at this moment. However, he didn't go home to shiver under the quilt, but intended to take his clothes and go to the village to take a turn in the secret realm. Coming to this world, it was the first time he was this close to where the secret realm appeared. Go in and take a look. And if you come across anyone from the village, pick up a ride along the way. Having traveled over for a while, Su Bai could also see that the residents of the refreshing village were not bad people in general, and usually took care of the Su family siblings quite well. This was also one of the major reasons why the two of them had lost their parents back then and were still able to grow up smoothly. Rumble. When Su Bai got closer, he realized that the birth of the secret realm was even more shocking when viewed up close. The dark clouds in the sky were still erupting with thunder from time to time. There was a vague energy force field, if anything, around. These were all phenomena unique to the emergence of a secret realm. This should be the place. In front of Su Bai was a black spatial light wall that could not see the internal situation. This secret realm had just appeared, and the entrances and exits were all still very unstable. So as long as creatures approached this place, they would be teleported away. Therefore, in order to prevent people from getting close, Zhou Lao had put up a simple fence around the neighborhood. The words "No Approach" were hung all over it in big red letters. Su Bai naturally did not stop here. After spraying anonymizing spray on his body, he rushed in with an arrow step. It was like rushing into a curtain of water. For a moment Su Bai had a feeling of losing gravity. Then the picture in front of him suddenly became unfamiliar. Originally this area should have been a scene of farmland and rice. But now, it had turned into a gloomy and terrifying dense forest scene. Su Bai slowly raised his head to look at the sky again. The outside world was obviously still daytime, but the sky here had already hung a round of crescent moon with blood color. The huge environmental shift made Su Bai unable to react for a moment. The 100 Flowers mountain that he went to before was actually not too different from the outside world in general. There was normal day and night, and the mountains and water were very green and healthy. But this unknown secret realm in front of him completely overturned Su Bai's 3 views. It's really like coming to an alien world. Su Bai looked around and observed for a moment. Ga. A rush of crows cawing interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he only saw 3 dark crows staring at him in midair. These dark ravens looked much like the crows of his previous life, all black, with feathers on their heads and tails like a wizard's hat and broom. Although this kind of elf was small, it had a strong heart of struggle. As long as a passerby was carrying something shiny on his body, they would be the first to notice it and run over to snatch it. Su Bai's set of field equipment, all a piece of camouflage protective color, nothing to attract them, but the key is that he has Meowth by his side. The gold coin on Meowth's head was the biggest target to attract this group of dark crows. And when Meow saw the dark crows, his expression also became icy cold. Their 2 elves were considered natural enemies. The wild Meow and the dark crow would often fight over grabbing gold coins, babies, and whatnot. Su Bai, as Meowth's trainer, he didn't intend to restrain his own elf's instincts. On the contrary, he was the type that would help the fight. Seeing the 3 dark crows rushing towards him, he flung his hand and immediately threw out a smoke bomb, taking advantage of the moment when the smoke filled the air and the dark ravens hadn't reacted yet. Meow wiped both of his claws over the gold coins on his forehead and condensed 2 golden lights. Immediately it swung out. Wow! The golden rays were like phoenix flower seeds, scattering in all directions and smashing into the 3 dark crows in the smoke screen. This was Meowth's newly comprehended move, Gathering Treasure Kung Fu. It was a move in which the Meow clan utilized their own characteristics to condense gold coins in the form of energy, and then swung them to attack the enemy. Of course, because it was an energy-condensed gold coin, unlike in the game, this kind of gold coin could not be picked up and used by oneself after the battle. After knowing the principle, Su Bai was also once frustrated for this for a while. He had thought that if Meow comprehended this move, he would be able to lie down at home, but unfortunately, reality slapped him mercilessly and told him that this was trying to eat peaches. The dark crows were now covered in their favorite shiny treasure. Although the treasure-gathering technique was a beginner's move, they had already sensed the gap between their opponent's strength and their own, and immediately felt the urge to retreat, fluttering their wings and wanting to run away. Because of their flying attribute, it was really hard for a normal trainer to catch them. Unfortunately, what they encountered was Su-bai, who did not follow the rules at all. One moment they flapped their wings and used the wind-up move to blow away the smoke. The next moment they saw several huge rocks smashing down towards their heads. Nice coordination. Meow meow Kokodora. Su-bai complimented. The huge rocks that just wrapped up the battle were naturally Kokodora's. Rock blockade. As long as he could end the battle quickly, Su-bai didn't care if he stole or not. Dark Crow. Level 15. Tribute, Evil, Flight. Qualification, E. Individual value. Physical strength E. Physical attack E. Physical defense E. Special attack E. Special defense E. Speed E. The grades are pretty high, they're all E rank qualifications. According to this should really be an E grade copy. Su-bai roughly figured out the level qualifications of these 3 dark crows and began to fumble with the props on it. In his heart, he said that this dark crow liked shiny things so much, so it's not likely that it's quite full of oil. But after half a day of groping, he only pulled out 3 feathers and did not have the glittering treasures like gold beads that Su-bai had imagined. Some lost view of these feathers, and then the next second, Su-bai's eyes suddenly wide. Chapter 66 Rich Harvest. Blackbird Feather. An extremely special feather amongst the flying attribute elves. Very few can breed this feather. After special processing, it can produce a primary spirit feather. What was a spirit feather? It was a prop that had the same effect as a nutritional enhancer, and was one of the very few props that could directly enhance an elf's individual value. Because its production material had to be a special bird feather bred by a flying attribute elf as the main material, the cost and difficulty of collecting it was especially higher than that of a nutritional enhancer. Originally, Su-bai wasn't prepared to consider doing this, but he didn't expect to find 3 special bird feathers once he came to this secret realm today. Like the nutritional enhancer, the special bird feathers were also categorized into 6 types. The yellow bird feather was able to make the feather of stamina, which was able to enhance the individual value of the elf stamina. The red bird feather could create a feather of muscle strength, which could increase the individual value of the elf's physical attack. The blue feather can create a feather of resistance, which can increase the elf's defense value. A green feather can create a feather of intelligence, which increases an elf's attack value. Green bird feather can make instantaneous feather, can increase the elf speed individual value. There is also the black bird feather that Su-bai has harvested, which can make the spirit feather, which can increase the individual value of the elf's special defense. These bird feathers were the same as nutritional enhancers, they all had a reinforcement limit, as well as a minimum requirement standard for using elves. Like the ones plucked from the dark crow, they could only be used for EE+ level special defense individual value reinforcement. Any higher or any lower it wouldn't work. If it was a special bird feather from AD qualified flight attribute elf, it could be made into AD+D+ level individual value reinforcement, and so on. A black bird feather of this level would cost at least a few tens of thousands of dollars if acquired online, and it's still priced to sell. Having gained tens of thousands of dollars just as soon as he came in the relic, Su-bai was instantly exuberant. Thinking to himself that his judgment was really not wrong, this kind of secret realm that hadn't been explored yet, there were definitely much more treasures than the kind of F-ranked secret realm like 100 Flower Mountain. However, he didn't let the bountiful supplies affect his judgment, and in the next moment he thought calmly and analyzed the current situation. Currently, as soon as he had only entered the secret realm, he had encountered elves that were actively attacking people, which meant that the villagers of the refreshing village had most likely encountered the same danger. He had Meow Meow and the others, self-preservation was not yet a problem, but if the villagers were... After thinking about it, Su-bai finally decided to go and find them first. After making sure they are safe, I can feel more at ease when I explore. Thinking of this, he began to consider how to find them. Looking around, to his eyes was a gloomy forest and dark red sky. From time to time, there were bursts of hoarse bird chirps and the sound of tiny branches and leaves rubbing together. They shouldn't be in the same teleportation point as me. There isn't a single sign of people staying around. This was the result Su-bai got after probing with his golden finger. This is difficult to do. At this moment, even if Su-bai had a golden finger, it wouldn't help. The efficiency of finding people was too low. Have to think of a method. Right. Meow Meow, 3 bees, and Kokodora, can you sense people? Su-bai placed the breakthrough on his own elves. Meow Meow and Kokodora slowly shook their heads. In this unfamiliar environment, their sensing ability was pulled to a minimum. Kokodora was able to perceive sounds coming from the ground at a certain distance, but it was useless at too great a distance. Meow Meow, on the other hand, could at best produce a weak sense of some nearby props, and the sense of smell and hearing that it was so proud of could hardly be of any use in the unfamiliar dense forest. However, just as Subai was about to think of another way, the three bees stepped forward. Me beep. Subai was more or less surprised. Are you saying that you can find someone? The three bees nodded with certainty. It stated that it would often go over to the fields to pick some wildflower pollen, and those villagers who worked in the fields would more or less have some pollen odor on them. Even here, it could still vaguely sense it. Awesome bee. Subai had always trusted his own elves. Since the three bees were so sure, he naturally hurried to let it try. He only saw the two tentacle antennae-like things on top of the three bees shaking. Then it quickly locked onto a certain direction and fluttered its small wings and rushed over in that direction. Subai immediately followed closely behind. But perhaps it was a matter of habit. As he took 2 steps, he would naturally touch the perimeter with his golden fingers. Although he was rushing along the way, but by chance, he was still able to discover some good things. Under the shade of this tree, Subai quickly stepped over and touched down, quickly turning out 2 black snake grass. If this thing was made into medicine, it could make snake-type and insect-type elves' physique longer and thicker. And it also condenses a strange black mucus membrane around its body, which can play a certain protective role in the face of special attacks. For example, fire attribute type, ice attribute type, rock attribute type. And when the elf is in an abnormal state, there is a certain probability that it can accelerate the trigger of the peeling feature. This thing Subai can't use for the time being, but put on the internet is sure to be bought. Playing snake reptiles, bug trainers are quite a lot. The opening price should not be too cheap. A conservative estimate of $50,000 should be easy. If made into a finished potion, Subai thinks it's no problem to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars. After following the 3 bees through this shade, Subai came to a grassy swamp. Because of the lawn as a cover, ordinary people in this place couldn't really see any problems, but in actuality, as long as they took one wrong step, they would be plunged into a quagmire swamp and be unable to extricate themselves. Subai was also able to avoid it in time because of his golden finger. The terrain was treacherous, but Subai pulled out another ball of siltstone nearby. This thing was good for poison attribute elves. If it was processed into a potion and used, the poison attribute elves' bodies would form a special kind of swamp gas. This swamp gas was similar to water poison. Mixed with poisonous attribute moves or claws and teeth, it could play a miraculous role in battle. After passing this grassy swamp, Subai accelerated his pace to hurry. However, he didn't take 2 steps before stopping again. Because at this moment, the 3 bees were staring scornfully at a white-boned tree-hole bird's nest in front of them. Subai thought that there would be some kind of horrible man-eating elf living inside, but in reality, there were just 2 vulture girls living inside. Seeing something approaching their territory, the 2 vulture girls immediately jumped out of the tree hole. Spreading their wings, they let out a threatening shout at Subai and his group. The condor maid was known as a diaper Pokemon, the reason being because it would wear an eggshell-like skeleton underneath its body. Although the classification title sounded cute, it was actually a proper evil attribute elf. Chapter 67. Gluttony Dora's Recipe. The vulture girl's nature was still vicious and unapproachable, and it had an extremely strong sense of territory. Although it couldn't fly, as soon as it saw something enter its hunting range, it would immediately leap, and with sharp claws, fall from a high altitude, easily penetrating the intruder's skull. Its evolved form is a vulture Na, and among the flying attribute elves, its strength is considered to be the top kind. However, it is not dead. Today blocking the road actually blocked to the front of Subai, that naturally ended up being Meow Meow and Kokodora fat beat up. Looked at the head is full of bags. Eggshell also was Kokodora gnawed out teeth marks of the bald eagle girl. Subai also did not sympathize with the meaning, still iron claw mercilessly, on the hands of the scavenging, bald eagle girl. Level 14. Tribute, evil, flight. Qualification, E. Individual value, vulture girl. Attribute evil, flight. Qualification, E+. Individual value. Although they would be very strong after evolving, it was clear that these 2 condor maidens had no hope of evolving in this life. Because the vulture girl that can evolve into a vulture Na, the qualification must be at least A level upwards. This level of elves Subai has not seen in the wild yet. For these 2 little guys, Subai does not have the desire to take them in yet. After scavenging 2 layers of hard bone shell and a black bird feather on them, Subai then went to their bone nest in passing. That's right. How can you forget to rob a house when you're passing by a precious place? He went in and scavenged. The most valuable thing in the vulture girl's nest is naturally some bone products. For example, bone milk stone. Looks like a piece of skeleton, but actually chewing on it, there will be a milky flavor. After processing, it can be made into a potion to strengthen the hardness of bones. Subai pondered, this thing could be made into a medicine and given to the salted fish king. Although that fish would only jump in the bucket twice a day, Subai still loved it after all. No, with a suitable prop on hand, the first thing that came to mind was it. The body structure of the carp king was roughly nothing but bones and scales. So this kind of potion that could increase the hardness of the bones, for it was equivalent to directly increasing its defense, and maybe after eating it, it could also directly increase its individual value or something. In addition to some bone milkstone, Subai also dug out a piece of sharp claw in that nest. Rating E.
效果：携带着道具的精灵能够提升要害命中率。晚上对纽拉使用的话，纽拉有可能进化为马纽拉，特殊地域的纽拉，也能靠锐利之爪进化成其他形态。
This prop is kind of $1 million prop. As long as the elves with claws, almost all of them can carry it. The most crucial thing is that it can also allow the Nula clan to evolve. It is a rare prop that evolves and uses both. If someone really collected it, Subai estimated that it should be easy to sell a few 100,000. Coco! Subai was still scavenging vigorously in the bone nest when he heard Cocodora yelling blindly at the side and thought what was going on. Turning his head, he found that this thing had already gnawed on a piece of bone milk stone. Subai! This thing should not have been weaned yet. Starting from the bone nest gnawing on the bone milk stone, the Foodidora's mouth hasn't stopped on this journey. This is not rushing along the road. It in the roadside again saw a slippery kid faded skin. Immediately mouth-watering ran over to nibble onto Meowth. Not far away from the slippery boy saw the scene. Suddenly exploded mentally. Carrying a new pants immediately rushed over to find Cocodora Duel. Slippery boy was a lizard-type spirit that looked like a bipedal standing elf, and it would always carry its own skin pouch that had slipped down around its waist. This skin is its strongest means of defense. Its material is very flexible and can withstand many special attacks such as poisoning, paralysis, burns, and other conditions. It can rely on fading off their old skin to be able to heal themselves. It is said that the closer the skin is pulled to the head of the slippery boy, the higher the status of the group. This kind of status symbol of the skin bag was bitten. Even if it is faded off the old skin, Slippery Boy will still feel as provoked. Slippery Boy is evil plus fighting attribute. In terms of attributes, completely overcome Cocodora, and it seems that the level is also higher than Cocodora. Subai of course will not let Cocodora hard steal, no matter what that Slippery Boy think. He still not speak of martial arts, sent 3 bees to help. Cocodora used Rock Blockade to control the opponent's movement, and then let the 3 bees use the flying attribute move wind up to deliver a fatal blow. Slippery Kid. Level 17. Attribute Evil Fighting. Qualification E+. Individual value Physical Strength E+, Physical Attack E+, Physical Defense E+, Special Attack E+, Special Defense E+, Speed E+. After fighting this battle, Subai realized that Cocodora leveled up. It was currently level 13. A new move was mastered, Roar. This was considered a mid-level assist move. It didn't have much damage power, but as long as both sides didn't have too much of a difference in battle power, it was able to force back the opponent after using it, and could also be used in regular elf battles. After forcing back an elf with a roar, the opposing trainer must exchange other elves. If you can read what attribute the opponent is exchanging for an elf, and use this time to build up your strength to use a restraining move on the next elf, it can definitely have a surprising effect. 3 Bees was currently level 19. Because after Meowth's qualification had been raised, Subai had temporarily given it the majority of the experience candies, so in terms of level, it was currently just a hair weaker even compared to Meow. And currently, Meow's level was 20, 1 level short of officially entering the threshold of AD class elf. At that time, Subai would theoretically be considered a legitimate intermediate level trainer. After becoming an intermediate trainer, he can receive some field exploration missions in the Alliance Center, not to say how much money he can earn, at least he can travel at public expense, and the money he earns from his profession as a trainer can also sustain his life. This level of trainer also counted officially a novice, as well as the primary trainer to draw a watershed. Subai estimated that Zhou Lao should be a trainer of this level. There were mainly 2 pieces of skin on the Slippery Kid. One of them was the old leather bag that Subai had no trouble with holding from Cocodora's mouth. Old empty shell. The old skin that Slippery Kid shed missing moisture, but still very firm and chewy, with the saliva of the iron-armored elf Cocodora remaining on it. Elastic skin sac, slippery kid's skin, with rubbery elasticity and a certain amount of attribute resistance. The old carapace had been processed and was something that could be given to Cocodora as a teething snack. For the new skin pouch, Subai wanted to pair it with the hard bone shell to process it into a new protective suit. On the single light, previously a fish scale insect armor, Subai always feel uninsured. In addition to the 2 layers of skin, Subai also touched a layer of smooth liquid from the slippery kid is body. Chapter 68 Encounter Meow's changes. Effects. Slippery boy's special body fluid, very sticky and slippery. The biggest reason for being able to make the skin pouches particularly elastic. This thing. Subai hadn't thought about where to use it for the time being. In any case, let's put it away first. After that, Cocodora gnawed on many more things. For example, the double-pointed spine bone, steel blade helmet, and whatnot. The former is the remnants of the bones that faded from Dairubi's back, and it's fortunate that he didn't encounter Dairubi. Otherwise, Subai could only run away, because Dairubi elves like this tend to come in groups. If encountered 10 level 15 or more Dairubi, Subai estimates that it will be quite a mess because Dairubi as a canine elf, nose and ears are particularly sensitive. Even if Subai with the anonymity spray may not be able to avoid their pursuit, cannot be used to burst hazelnut shells to the world of the nuclear leveling. The latter steel blade helmet is the helmet on top of the head of the Colt Blade Soldier. This time, Cocodora directly caught people's heads and gnawed on them. The 2 Colt Blade Soldiers swung their claws and did a continuous slash. Of course, Subai couldn't just stand by and watch. He was like a monkey protecting the Tang monk. Fortunately, these 2 Colt Knife Soldier strength is not too strong. Attribute is steel plus evil. Meow go up came 2 rounds of flame teeth also successfully harvested. Pony Blade Soldier. Level 15. Attribute, evil, steel. Qualification, E. Individual value. Colt Blade Soldier was a humanoid elf whose body was full of all kinds of sharp blades. It was an elf that was very suitable for fighting. Different Colt Blade Soldiers had their own different favored ores. It was said that if the blades on their body were damaged, they would use the collected ores to polish a new blade by themselves. Subai touched 2 pieces of steel armor or 2 sharp alloy knives, and a ball of metal film from these 2 Colt Blade Soldiers. Steel armor or a rare or sought after by many collectors. Colt knife pawns like to make it into equipment after collecting it, arming themselves with it. This item can be sold for money or used to make special elf food for Cocodora. Sharp alloy knife. The alloy knife on the Colt Blade Soldier's body is so sharp that it can easily break through all kinds of rocks and ice-type things below E-rank quality. As for this thing, Subai planned to keep it for now. Recently he had collected a lot of materials that could be used to make dagger steel knives. When he had time, he wanted to see what props were available in crafting that could utilize all of these materials. Metal film. Rating E. Description: special metal liquid that is both flexible and hard. After carrying it, the use of moves can bring the power of steel attribute. If the steel attribute moves used by itself, the power of moves will also be increased. Some special elves will resonate with changes after carrying it. This thing is definitely familiar to Subai. Back in the day, Meow unknowingly dug up a ball of it in the Kodora cave. But the rating wasn't as good as the current one. I think it should have something to do with the quality, volume, and so on. The previous ball is now equipped on Cocodora. Subai thought about this group to give Meow to wear to try. Unlike Cocodora, Meow is very powerful, and is also followed all the way in the exploration. Meow then brought Subai one good thing after another. Fruits of gold, healing grass, bullet stalks, flower beer fruit, sweet truffle, wanted valley, ball fruit, a whole bunch of goodies. Subai saw that his backpack was almost too big to fit. The vast majority of these things can be useful in crafting. For example, the healing grass is the basic material for making wound medicine. The bullet stalks can make sticky pills, sound bombs, smoke bombs, and other triggered throwing props. The flower skin fruit and ball fruit are all grown on fruit trees, and the concept of their value is even more needless to say. Sweet truffle and want valley can be made into potions, and it's also excellent to be made into elf food. The fruit of gold is not considered a tree fruit, but it is one of the few wilderness fruits that can directly restore physical strength after consumption, and if it is used to make potions, it can even maximize its effectiveness. The rarest item is the poison needle. Rating E. Effects: a small poisonous needle that carries its own venom. When carrying its elves to use poisonous moves, the power is increased. Ordinary physical attacks can also be laced with venom, in addition to the poisonous attribute of the elves to pay attention to the way to carry, or else they will be poisoned as well. This is a prop. Subai intended to load it on the 3 Bs. It was currently the elf with the highest fit for poison needle in Subai's team. Its own belonged to the bug attribute. The bee with poison needle theoretically still had a certain resistance, and in the future, when using the bug bite move, it could also twist its butt and use the poison needle to secretly give the opponent a blow. How much distance is left? Seeing that he was almost halfway there, Subai asked the three bees. Me beep, me beep. The three bees signaled ahead with a bit of difficulty. Subai doubtfully turned over a piece of grass in front of him and looked ahead. A towering broken wall appeared right in front of him. Clear springs flowed down, accumulating a pool of water. Because of the reflection of the moonlight, it appeared more like a pool of blood. The fastest way to arrive was naturally to directly go over this mountain wall, but because of the water flow, the climbing difficulty was very high. Subai could only rely on the three bees to carry him up. However, this way was a little unsafe because in the process it was very likely to be attacked by the elves in the water or in the sky. Of course, it was also possible to choose a detour, but it took more time. The villagers in the meantime will have what variables also do not know. After thinking about it, Subai still chose to directly go over the clear spring small waterfall. Of course, he didn't go up directly without preparation. Instead, he first let the three bees and Meow fly up first to try. He is too heavy, maybe it will affect the three bees' speed and reaction, but Meow is less than 10 pounds, and the two pets will be much more dexterous. Subai and Cocodora squatted in a bush first, observing the situation, and could also assist from below if necessary. The two pets slowly floated, and when they were halfway up, everything was still normal and nothing unexpected happened. But Subai always felt that this situation was too quiet. There must be a demon when things go wrong. As expected, when flying halfway upwards, two squids floating in midair were immediately drilled out of the waterfall. Marika! Although this squid had a cute and cuddly appearance, when it saw the three bees, it didn't hesitate to use the extremely lethal illusion rays. Fortunately, Meow reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward. It unfolded the full efficacy of its newly acquired metal membrane and blocked all the attacks. Boom! The in-situ explosion raised smoke. Subai immediately drilled out from the grass, holding the sticky pill in his hand and preparing to smash it towards the sky. However, in the next moment his eyes snapped open. He realized that the Meow in the smoke, the appearance seemed to have changed a little. Chapter 69. Bait and Prey. He saw that Meow's original bright yellow fur was gradually becoming gray and black at this time. At first, Subai thought it was the smoke. But as the smoke dispersed, when Meow reappeared, Subai was stunned. He was sure that he hadn't seen it wrong. Meow's current appearance had clearly turned into the Meow stance of the evil attribute Alola region, although he didn't know if there were any regions like Alola in this world. But just now, Subai's Meow was still just an ordinary general attribute Meow. Even if there really was a change, it should have evolved towards the general attribute form of a cat boss. How could it not turn into another attribute? This kind of change is equivalent to a tiger suddenly becoming a lion, a turtle suddenly becoming an octopus, and your mom suddenly becoming your dad. Although the species was the same, the concept was completely different, and this change almost broke the common sense of the world. But Subai, after all, had spent time with Meow, and quickly realized the root cause of Meow becoming like this. It's because of that characteristic. Earlier, after using the power of prayer in the Dune ruins, Meow had an inexplicable extra trait out of thin air changeability. After going back, Subai had carefully studied this characteristic, but Meow was never abnormal during the process, so Subai gradually put it aside. But he didn't expect that this result on the eye would give him such a big surprise. A complete change in attributes could bring about changes that were more than simply a change in appearance. The most intuitive effect was the restraint of the superpower attribute. The illusion light that Hala Squid had just cast on Meow had no effect at all. Hala Squid and its buddies were stunned. Meow didn't let go of this opportunity. Huge evil attribute energy was condensed on its teeth. Bite transformed into a huge mouth of fangs in mid-air. Boom! A bite for a little friend. Hala Squid had no time to counterattack. On the other side, the three bees also made an attack. Vibrating its wings, it condensed insect resistance from its tentacles. The Hala Squid's resistance to insect attribute attacks was extremely weak itself. The other one was soon smashed down as well. Subai quickly ran to the place where they fell and scavenged towards them. Experience Candy XS, floating gas, and strange incense powder. The floating gas was a special gas inside the Hala Squid's body, a gas that helped them float like hydrogen balloons. Under the golden finger effect, this gas was easily extracted by Subai into a sealed parcel bag. There was also this strange smoking powder. Rating F. Effects. The smoky powder that emits a magical aroma when carried by an elf. It can enhance the power of superpower attribute moves. It can be ignited, and the power of the enhancement effect is doubled after it is ignited. However, it will burn out soon. If you can find the strange smoky incense burner and place the smoky powder in it, even if it is burnt to ashes, the strange smoky powder can be restored to its original state the next day. This is also a combination item. The incense burner that holds the incense powder is even a secret treasure level prop, divided into several types, each of which is an unattainable treasure. Subai hadn't encountered any of them yet. Quickly putting away the props on the hollow squid, Subai looked towards the sky. At this moment, Meow Meow and the 3 bees had already flown to the broken wall. This proved that there shouldn't be any danger. Subai wrapped the floating gas that he had just harvested up with Slippery Kid's elastic skin pouch. It was then processed by Goldfinger. Soon made out 2 simple version of floating wrist. Wear it on both hands, gently fluttering twice like a bird. The body will lightly float up. The 3 bees looked curious at the top and immediately flew down, curiously circling around Subai. While observing and smiling, they seemed to be very curious about how Subai also had wings like themselves. Flying to the broken wall, Subai put away his homemade, small wings, and Meow Meow immediately came over to greet him. After the battle just now, it had already changed back to its original appearance. Thinking about the situation just now, Subai curiously asked, Meow Meow, in that state just now, can you change freely? Meow Meow's ears perked up, hesitated, and slowly nodded. Can you show me? Subai wanted to confirm Meow Meow's ability. However, Meow Meow's eyes were a bit fluttering at this moment, obviously not too willing. Subai was good at understanding favor, and just assumed that the transformation needed to consume some kind of energy. Since Meow Meow was unwilling, he didn't force himself. After going out of this secret realm, there would be plenty of time for it to show itself. Climbing up this broken wall, the 3 bees' senses became more and more obvious. Subai thought that he would soon find the villagers. But the next moment, the picture that was seen was not so as expected. To be precise, he did see 2 villagers. However, these 2 villagers, at this time, were both wrapped into a sphere by thin and dense silk threads, hanging upside down on a tree branch. Only a pale face was exposed outside. Subai frowned, feeling that things were not simple, only to see a pair of crimson pupils flooding the surrounding woods. Edo. The number of pupils was quite large, and they were still approaching him. Subai knew that he should have been ambushed by the elves. Elves hunting sometimes also emphasized on sets. Just like jackals, wolves, and leopards in reality, when they hunt, they like to capture the prey cubs first, and then try to fish out the parents of the cubs. As long as the prey parents come out, they will catch them together. The current Subai is equivalent to the fish that was lured onto the hook by the bait. The hunters, on the other hand, had changed from jackals, wolves, and leopards to round silk spiders. Only one round silk spider appeared in front of him. Some of them were hanging upside-down silk threads, falling from the branches of trees, and some of them were slowly crawling out of the shadowy, dense forest. Behind them all grew a different form of face. This is used to intimidate the enemy, but also used to protect their soft abdomen. Then, no, at least 20. It was the first time Subai faced so many enemies in one breath. Facing this situation, the first thing Subai did was run. Joking aside, staying here to fight hard, even if he could win, he would have to pay a lot of price. How could someone as meticulous as Subai take this kind of risk? The round silk spiders, seeing Subai turn around and escape in one fell swoop, without the slightest hesitation, also froze in place, and then immediately poured out their nests and chased after Subai's direction. Subai ran in front. Seeing that the round silk spiders were chasing out, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Since the round silk spider used the villagers as bait to lure him in, then Subai could also use himself as bait and let his own elves hunt them, only to see that at some point, Subai's Meow Meow, Cocodora, and the 3 bees around him had all disappeared. In the next moment, the road that the round silk spider had chased them on came with a burst of explosions and the round silk spider's cries of pain. Chapter 73: Bees Evolution. Rising Wind, Flame Tooth, Rock Blockade. All of these moves had significant effects on the poisonous plus insects round silk spiders. Could be said that as long as they didn't fight hard and slowly consume to fight a guerrilla war, None of these round silk spiders were a single enemy of Subai's elves. What Subai wants to do now is to fly a kite with these round silk spiders. Playing with heart eyes? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Soon the round silk spiders realized that something was wrong, but at this time there were only 5 of their chasing force left. Meow, 3 bees, and Kokodora slowly encircled them from 3 angles. Subai also slowly stopped at this time, the corners of his mouth gangly and slightly raised. If he was given a horn at this time, he could definitely yell. A group of you have been surrounded by my family's 3 elves. If you don't want to pounce, obediently put down the hostages in your silk threads. The round silk spiders exchanged glances with each other, preparing to fight with their backs to the wall. The 5 bugs were back to back, and in the next moment they suddenly stormed up and pounced towards the 3 bees in unison. They already had some knowledge of all 3 of Subai's elves at this moment. Meow Meow was the most unappealing of the 3, with a high level, fast speed, and a move like Flame Tooth that was extremely lethal to them, and a steel attribute metal membrane on defense. It was practically flawless, and looking for it was like looking for arsenic for the old man. Although Kokodora's strength is much weaker, but this thing's defense is horrible. The steel attribute makes the round silk spiders feel despair. The insect attribute moves are equivalent to scratching. The poison attribute attack is even more immune. Only 3 bees. In the eyes of the round silk spiders, its attack power was the weakest of the 3. Often a move of wind does not give them fatal injuries, plus these 3 bees are insects. Flying attribute round silk spiders think they can kill. Spiders hunting small bees, no matter how they think about it, they think they will not lose. To summarize, they decided to pick a soft target to pinch. However, in the next moment, these round silk spiders realized that their plan was wrong. Admittedly, because of the qualification limitations, the individual values of the 3 bees' physical attack and special attack were indeed not high. But its physical defense, special defense, and speed were all comparable to that of a D-grade elf. That is to say, below level 20, unless attribute restraint, it would be difficult to break its defense below level 20, unless it used a preemptive move such as divine speed. Don't think about catching up with its speed. Therefore, the round silk spiders were doomed to tragedy. Only to see that the 3 bees, who were standing smilingly in front of them one moment, completely disappeared from their line of sight the next moment. As they looked around, they suddenly realized that the top of their heads were cool. A strong hurricane wind instantly blew them to the ground. One by one, they were dazed for a while before coming back to their senses. Mimi. The 3 bees were like children. Even when they launched their moves to attack, they were still in the mindset of having fun with someone. At first, when he had just taken in the 3 bees for a period of time, Subai had agonized over how to get the 3 bees to be ruthless enough to fight other elves with this kind of naive and innocent character. In the end, Subai came to the conclusion that there was no need to fight at all. In the 3 bees' conception, fighting between elves was more like a game to it. Since it thought so, then it would simply follow its wishes. Subai's request was to let the 3 bees have fun in every game. If it felt that it was a game, then it was a game. Regardless of any battle, it only needed to follow its own rhythm, release its own nature, and in this play, make sure that it didn't get hurt and win the game. Watching the 3 bees play with the round silk spider, Kokodora and Meow Meow instinctively wanted to go and help. But they were stopped by Subai, because he realized that in the process of this play, the appearance of the 3 bees seemed to be gradually changing. Its body had a tendency to expand more and more. At the same time, its body also became more and more crystal clear. As this burst of crystal light wrapped around his entire body, Subai immediately stared with wide eyes. Isn't this evolution? The 3 bees, whose level was only 19 today, had actually embarked on the path of evolution. Subai had only seen 2 elves evolve when he came to this world. Both were bug attribute elves. One was the evolution of Song Tsongxuang's stinging tail bug in the last secret realm. The other was his own 3 bees. However, compared to the gentle evolution of the stinging tail bug, the evolution of the 3 bees was even more drastic. Its own body, which was half the size of Subai's body, had become 2 meters tall. It was even taller than Subai. Its body had also changed from a hive shape to a humanoid appearance, with hands, a wasp waist, and a huge wasp nest that looked like a skirt support. Kuin Kuin. The fluorescent light of evolution disappeared, and at this moment, the aura of the 3 bees increased dramatically. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the queen bee at this time. After evolving, the queen bee was not imposing herself, and her ruby eyes swept towards the round silk spiders, and the 5 round silk spiders immediately trembled in fear. This was the suppression from bloodline and rank. Just then, The queen bee waved her hand and chopped out several ripples through the air. It's cleaving. Subai immediately recognized that the queen bee had learned a new move. The 5 round silk spiders that were hit instantly all lost their fighting ability. After resolving the battle, the queen bee was like a noble queen, scrutinizing the round silk spiders that had collapsed on top of her, completely incapacitated. After a moment, without looking back, she flew straight towards Subai slowly. I heard that after evolving, many elves would have a great change in character. To be honest, Subai hadn't thought about how to face the evolved queen bee for the time being. Just as he was about to say, "Long live the king," or something like that, he realized that the queen bee was still the same as before when she was a 3B. With a dumbfounded face, she jumped towards Subai's arms. Kuin Kuin, Kuin Kuin. The newly evolved hands held onto Subai's arm and swayed vigorously. From time to time, he even rubbed his head against Subai. Well, it looked like it was only the exterior that had become fierce. On the inside, the queen bee was still that simple and cute 3Bs. Good, good, good. I know you're happy that you've evolved. This is a reward for you. Subai stuffed the queen bee with 2 pieces of experience candy harvested from this secret realm as a reward for its good behavior. After calming the queen bee's emotions, he checked its status again in passing. Spirit. Queen bee lord. Level 1997%. Qualification F+. Individual values: physical strength D, physical attack D, physical defense D+, special attack D, special defense D+, speed D. Condition: good. Sex: female. Attributes: bug, flight. Characteristics: oppression. Props: insect gemstone F+, poison needle E grade. Beginner moves: sweet sense skilled, wind up skilled, insect resistance beginner, chop beginner, strange light beginner. Medium moves: bug bite beginner, split beginner. Advanced moves: aromatic mist beginner. Chapter 71 Desperate Villagers. Subai blinked his eyes. For a moment he thought he had misread it. What was with this individual value? Originally, the special defense, physical defense, and speed at the time of the 3Bs were already outside the specification, but after evolving, directly after the evolution, the entire individual values had become D-ranked. Could it be that this is also the special feature of the Lord Elf? Saying that there is no factor of Subai is not true because without Subai, this F+ grade qualification of the 3Bs can't evolve, but now this situation, there is ultimately the relationship of the identity of the Lord. The details were too late for Subai to study more. He just continued to observe the rest of the queen bee's state. It also learned a lot of new tricks. For example, the split it just used to tackle the round silk spiders. It directly all cleaved out the feeling of a vacuum wave. Without a doubt, the current queen bee was the strongest elf in Subai's team. Not only was it the strongest in the team, but in this E-rank secret realm it was also invincible. On the other hand, after arriving at the secret realm, Zhou Lao quickly found the majority of the villagers by virtue of his rich experience, and was planning to take them away when he met the round silk spider colony. Although they managed to escape, 2 of the villagers were captured by the round silk spiders. At that time, Zhou Lao definitely tried to rescue them, but he was unable to do so, and in the end, the 2 villagers were still dragged away by the round silk spiders. This was not the end of the story. The remaining villagers hadn't even had time to come out of their grief, and they were now being targeted by the other elf clans. Goohum! Goohum! In front of them were several bipedal standing blue toads. These toads had bandages on their bodies and orange poison sacs on their cheeks. Skillfully using the fighting move, retaliation, they were beating up on the little magnet monsters. The Magneto itself was a steel attribute spirit, and theoretically had an extremely strong defense when facing poison attribute and evil attribute attacks. But it has met the poison plus fighting attribute bad frog. And although Zhou Lao and the little magnet monster are well coordinated, but after all, they are taking care of the villagers while fighting, which allows the bad frogs to take advantage of the opportunity. These elves were just like their names, born to be connoisseurs of underhanded tricks, and every time the bad frogs made a false move and launched an attack on the villagers, Magneto could only switch from offense to defense and take a couple of hard hits for the villagers. Little Magneto! Zhou Lao's heart was dripping blood when he saw this scene. Although his old buddy usually didn't let him pay less for electricity, there were things that were really on. At this moment, when he looked at the little magnet monster who was bruised all over but still gritted his teeth, he couldn't tell you how hard it was in his heart. He even had the urge to personally roll up his sleeves and firefight with these bad frogs. Beep! But at the critical moment, the little magnet monster still stopped his master. Zhou Lao is not Xiaojiang, humans in front of the elves is really too fragile, like Zhou Lao this age, go up to the bad frog's touch, even if it is not the original place to ascend to heaven, but also at least have to lie in the hospital for a year and a half. Little magnetic monster you. Zhou old heart mixed feelings. The surrounding villagers are also gradually despairing. These bad frogs are even more difficult than the round silk spiders. They know how to work as a team. Once someone shows signs of escaping, they will immediately divide their manpower to block. And as soon as the little Magneto monster steps in to block the knife, they will even not hesitate to hit hard. They knew how to seize the weaknesses of human nature, truly acting like a delinquent syndicate. Mr. Zhou, what should we do now? A villager named Oldly led the way and asked with a pale face. Zhou Lao opened his mouth. Of course he knew that the situation was dangerous now, but he really couldn't bear to give up on this group of old friends who had lived together for decades. So he barely managed to squeeze out a smile that would put them at ease. Don't worry. Soon the Alliance will send people over to support us. Although the villagers were simple, they were not cuties. They were looking at the little magnet monster situation. It was obvious that it was already at the end of its strength at this moment, and to still be able to hold on and float was completely considered a miracle. Gritting his teeth, Oldly seriously said, Master Zhou, it is better to forget it. We all know that you and your elves have done your best. If this continues, we will all die here. If it's just you and your elf, there's a chance that you can still stand out. So, just leave us alone and hurry up. Yeah, old Zhou, you've already helped us to this extent. We can't drag you down anymore. If you can, just give my daughter-in-law an apology and say that I, Lu Qi, have apologized to her. Yes, Elder Zhou, we've already made the realization. The villagers, one by one, all stepped forward, saying their last words in front of Old Man Zhou and telling him to hurry up. Beep! The little magnet monster suddenly bellowed at this moment. Intense and radiant, electric light bloomed around its body. In one fell swoop, all the undesirable frogs in the surroundings were temporarily restrained. Beep! The little magnet monster twisted its head and desperately shouted at Zhou Lao. Little Magneto you! Zhou Lao immediately realized that at this moment, the little magnet monster was already fighting for its life. It was using its last strength to open up a path for the villagers and its favorite Zhou Lao. At this time, if we don't go, it would be a waste of the little magnet monster's determination. Go! Zhou Lao's eyes were red and filled with blood. Roaring, he led the villagers to break out in one direction. The undesirable frogs had the intention to stop them, but in the face of the little magnet monster that had thrown their own safety to the wind and completely fought to the death, they were powerless to do anything about it, and one counted as one, and all of them were in a state of paralysis. Seeing that they were out of the way, Zhou Lao and his party didn't have time to catch their breath, but suddenly they realized that around them, another and another purple skunk had appeared. These skunk poofs have just discovered Zhou Lao them, but in the way of the bad frog community, not good to grab. But at this time, the bad frogs had already been restrained by the small magnetic monster, so it was naturally their turn to take action. Zhou Lao and his group were really disheartened. Having just escaped from the wolf's den, they had entered the tiger's mouth again. Everyone's face was filled with miserable despair. Especially Zhou Lao, not only did he fail to protect the villagers, he also took his partner elf for nothing. Looking at the bright electric light that was still constantly flickering in the distance, Zhou Lao's eyes were filled with sadness. Old buddy, it seems that we can only meet up down there. The skunk poofs didn't give the villagers time to regret. Raising their tails and opening their claws, they swooped towards the crowd. However, just in the nick of time, a tall yellow and black shadow suddenly flashed in front of the crowd. Skunk poof! They instinctively sensed that the figure in front of them was dangerous. But it was simply too late to stop at this moment. The figure in front of them waved its hand and claw, and at once several chops that tore through the hurricane fell towards them. Chapter 72 Turnaround. Saving the day. There wasn't even a chance to scream miserably. With a crooked neck, the two skunk poofs that rushed at the front directly lost their fighting ability. The yellow and black figure couldn't see the slightest expression on its face, and a scarlet ferocious light flashed in its eyes. The few skunk poofs behind were scared out of their wits. PFFT. Puff! The puckered buttocks were unconsciously leaking air continuously. To be on the safe side, on his way here, Subai had stuffed all the experience candies he had collected in the secret realm this time to the queen bee in his head. The queen bee level directly jumped 21 levels, successfully advancing to a realm that could only be reached by a D-ranked qualified elf. coupled with her status as a lord, the current queen bee, just like her name, was truly an unrivaled queen in this E-class secret realm. The crushing of the rank, coupled with the miserable state of their companions. The several skunk poofs couldn't even think of resisting, and directly turned around and wanted to run away. Of course, before running away, they didn't forget to let out a customary poisonous gas fart. This flavor can usually force the enemy back so that they cannot pursue. Unfortunately, they encountered the queen bee. The sweet aroma and fragrant mist spread without wind, instantly dispersing the poisonous gas odor. The skunk poofs were still trying to fight back. However, in the next moment, the queen bee's pupils blossomed like rubies. Several streaks of strange light drifted out. The skunk poofs had already had their evasion rate lowered by the sweet aroma. They were unable to avoid the strange lights. After being struck, they were all dazed and confused like urchins who had stolen a drink. Queen bee rushed forward. Consecutive slashes several times. Her arms were like blades, one chop was better than the other. Within moments, all the skunk poofs lost their fighting strength. Both sides fought 3 or 4 times. But in the eyes of the villagers who had their brains down, it was just a matter of a few moments. Seeing that the queen bee easily finished off the skunk poofs and then slowly flew towards them, they were scared to death, thinking that the queen bee was also a wild elf and that she had defeated the skunk poofs just to cut off the villagers. However, the knowledgeable Zhou Lao was vaguely aware that this humanoid bee-like elf should have an owner, for the reason that he could not feel any hostility towards humans in it. That's right, the queen bee had a special posture, and Zhou Lao couldn't call out its name. This world also didn't seem to have such a thing as elf illustrations, and many people's knowledge of elves came from experience. It's like how ordinary people in the previous world knew about animals. Common animals might be known, but rare and uncommon animals, except for some scholars specializing in animal research, not many normal people would be able to call out their names. The queen bee is similar to the rare and uncommon animals in the previous life. The hives of the 3 bees were usually built in rare places, and the queen bee was normally an elf that didn't come out of her door, so it was only natural that the world was unfamiliar with it. Could it be that this elf belongs to an alliance trainer? Zhou Lao was about to go forward to negotiate, but he heard another burst of footsteps coming from the grass not far away. Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, Zhou Lao's eyes immediately widened. "Su Bai, why are you here?" Zhou Lao's voice immediately startled the other villagers. All of them were from the same village, and many people present immediately recognized Su Bai as well. "Su family Erwa-chan? Why is Su Erwa here? Lost as well. Child, come over quickly, it's dangerous here." Most of the villagers only thought that Su Bai had also accidentally stepped into the secret realm, not associating him with the mysterious queen bee at all. Su Bai also didn't explain anything and slowly walked towards the crowd. Only after getting closer did the crowd see that Su Bai was followed by 2 villagers. It's Lao Dong and De Zhuang. They're actually fine? Everyone was stunned. These 2 villagers were the ones they watched being dragged away by the round silk spider. The 2 people rubbed the back of their heads in embarrassment, and for a moment they didn't know where to explain. Only their gazes looked at Su Bai from time to time, with 3 parts surprise and 7 parts admiration in their eyes. Zhou Lao noticed the gaze of these 2 villagers, so he pulled Su Bai while the villagers were chattering. He could vaguely feel that all these strange things at the moment were related to this teenager in front of him. "Little Su Bai, did you just come here with the alliance trainers?" Su Bai smiled and shook his head. "I came all the way here and didn't see the alliance trainer. How could that be? Then what's up with that elf? Let's talk about this later. For now, let's go and take a look at the little magnet monster situation." After Su Bai finished speaking, he gave the order for the queen bee to stay in place to guard them in front of the crowd. Then, in the gazes of the villagers and Zhou Lao who were dumbfounded, he first ran towards the territory where the undesirable frog had just been. "Wait, danger!" Zhou Lao was startled by Su Bai's action. He couldn't even think about the relationship between Su Bai and the queen bee and hurriedly chased after him. "Elder Zhou doesn't need to be nervous. I think the battle over there is almost over. What ended pretty much, we just ran out from there." Before Zhou Lao could finish his sentence, his feet touched something. Looking down, it was a bad frog that had lost its ability to fight. Zhou Lao was instantly startled. However, right at this moment, not far away, a Meow Meow and Cocodora slowly walked over. Meow Meow was also holding a fainted little Magneto in her arms. Little Magneto. When Zhou Lao saw the little Magneto, he didn't care about the strange situation in front of him and hurriedly went forward to hug and check it out. At this moment, the little Magneto's condition was very bad. Normally an elf would not be able to move after losing the ability to fight, but as long as it rested for a while, it would still be able to regain its mobility. However, in order to let Zhou Lao and their successful escape directly overloaded their own energy, which led to, although temporarily dragged the bad frogs, but also their own oil-exhausted ordinary treatment simply cannot let it wake up, that is to say, is the true meaning of the near-death state, even if the small magnetism into the elf ball may not be able to prevent it from deteriorating. Little Magneto. Zhou Lao burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. But the next moment Su Bai interrupted him. His palm touched the little magnet monster, and a moment later he said, "Don't be anxious. The little magnet monster should still be saved." After saying that, he saw Su Bai calmly open his backpack and took out the life restoration potion made by Fu Root Lei that still had a drop left from last time. Combined with the homemade wound medicine, he evenly applied it on the little magnet monster. "Su Bai, what are you?" Zhou Lao had a puzzled look on his face, yet before he could finish his sentence, the next moment, the little magnet monster miraculously opened its eyes. Beep! Zhou Lao! Medical miracle! What just happened? Su Bai! What the hell is this? Oh, I learned a little bit of potion making means. Chapter 73 Alliance Prosecutor. A little bit? Zhou Lao were not going to be whole by Su Bai's light tone. The little magnet monster was injured like this, and the next second you resurrected it in place, and then you call this a little bit of potion making? This is a little bit or 100 million points. Su Bai did not give Zhou Lao the opportunity to spit back to the villagers' gathered place. Let them check each other, think about who may still be in the secret realm, and then have not found. At this time, the villagers had already learned a little bit about Su Bai from Lao Dong and Dezhuang. For this young teenager, they were amazed and admired. Hearing him ask this, they immediately checked carefully, eventually coming to the conclusion that no one else had fallen. Su Bai nodded and looked at Zhou Lao, who was still confused, and proposed, "Zhou Lao, since all the people are here, it's better for us to leave here as soon as possible." Huh? Good, good. Elder Zhou was not a little cutie. Just now the situation was so urgent that it was too late to think about it carefully. Now that it was safe, a lot of things made sense once he thought about it. That bee-like elf was obviously Su Bai's elf. Although there was no test paper, from the way the queen bee had just struck out, it could be seen. This queen bee's strength was definitely not below that of his own little magnet monster, and might even be stronger than his little magnet monster by a hair. How old is this Su Bai and he has this kind of strength? And there were those undesirable frogs. Although the little magnet monsters had held them back, it didn't mean that they had been defeated, and I thought that Su Bai's Meow Meow and Cocodora had done the final work. The more this was thought about, the more Zhou Lao felt incredulous. "Little Su, this skill of yours, where exactly did you learn it from?" Zhou Lao deliberated for half a day, but still couldn't help but ask. "You mean the potion? This is the prescription my father left behind back then. When I was a kid, he taught me a little bit about how to make it." Su Bai's tone was flat, pushing the excuse to the already deceased old Su, and the amount of who couldn't recognize the truth. This is not the case. Zhou Lao really revealed a look of the original So. The heart also cannot help but muttered, "Suwu, that boy originally also hid this hand." After that, Zhou Lao asked a lot of things about Su Bai's elves. Su Bai was also a mixture of truth and falsehood, picking up what he could say. When Zhou Lao heard that Su Bai's queen bee was collected in the secret realm, his face was filled with surprise. He told Su Bai that the elves in the secret realm, theoretically, were all extremely difficult to take in. Under the same qualifications, the elves in the secret realm would theoretically be much stronger than ordinary elves. Limited to technology, people nowadays didn't know that this was because the elves in the secret realm were all full of individual values. However, with experience, they also knew that it was extremely difficult to take in this kind of elf with just an ordinary elf ball. Hearing Elder Zhou say this, Su Bai quickly thought of the scene when he had subdued Heracross and also Karos. He then confessed that this queen bee had taken the initiative to follow him. Only then did Elder Zhou realize, and smiled as he praised Su Bai for his good luck. Just based on this elf alone, his future achievements would not be lower than that of a senior trainer. The queen bee accompanied him for the rest of the journey, and no ungrateful elves appeared along the way. The crowd successfully found the exit and got out safely. Not long after they came out, the Alliance side also sent someone over. It was a man and a woman, 2 trainers. Looking at the age is not very big, almost about 20 years old. Both of them were riding a large-billed finch to come over. This large-billed finch belonged to the evolved form of the flaming sparrow. Su Bai had seen Zhou Xiang's strong finch, but it was just the size of a pigeon. But these two large-billed finches, spreading their wings, were nearly 3 meters wide, but standing alone, they were nearly 1.5 meters in height, and with such a body type, they were definitely an excellent choice for flying and riding. The most crucial thing was that if a sparrow wanted to evolve into a large-billed sparrow, its normal level would have to be level 20. In other words, the strength of these two young men who had come was probably not even below that of Elder Zhou. Upon seeing these two, Zhou Lao was also very polite as he went forward to greet them and explained the situation. The other villagers also looked like they had survived the calamity, hugging and crying together with their families who had anxiously come to offer their condolences. Su Bai looked at the time. There was still an hour left before Su Frost came back from work. If he rushed back now, he should not be discovered by the latter. Thinking of this, he was ready to leave. But the next moment he was shouted at by Zhou Lao. "Come, little Su. Meet with the two prosecutors." Two prosecutors. This child is the biggest contributor to this incident. Not only did he save all of us at a critical time, he also brought us out safely. The two prosecutors naturally felt that Zhou Lao had exaggerated. This child looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, just the age of contacting an elf. How powerful could he be? But since Zhou Lao had said this, the two of them still patiently communicated with Su Bai. One of the women slowly came to Su Bai's front, slightly bending down, pulling her hair, a touch of easygoing smile on her pretty face, looked at Su Bai and said, "Su Bai student, right? I heard that you helped the villagers escape from the secret realm this time together with Mr. Zhou?" Su Bai looked at Zhou Lao. At this time Zhou Lao was secretly rubbing his eyebrows at him. Roughly, it should be for Su Bai to say something to make these two prosecutors pay attention to him. Maybe it is for the consideration of rights and interests, maybe you can get a little reward. Although Su Bai didn't care, but in the way of Zhou Lao's face, he still decided to play along a little. Just inside, he still couldn't help but secretly sigh, feeling that this matter was quite troublesome. By the time Su Bai turned his face to look at the two prosecutors, he had already changed into a gentle and humble demeanor. This incident is mainly due to Zhou Lao taking the credit. His little magnet monster even has the spirit of sacrificing himself for others. Having him so responsible trainer guarding our refreshing village is a blessing for all of our villagers. At the same time, also thank the Alliance to our village's many aspects of rescue, the reason why our village can so far peace and quiet, all inseparable from your management, and thank you to the two prosecutors, after learning that our village is in trouble, the first time to go out of their way to rushed over. I have some worthless small things here, but also some of the small specialties of our village. I hope that the two prosecutors do not mind. The future security of our village will certainly have to trouble the two prosecutors' care and supervision. As for the role I played in this incident, it is just some small assistance. Mainly thanks to Zhou Lao's experience and the two prosecutors' blessings, our villagers can be safe and sound. While speaking, Su Bai did not move and shoved 2 bottles of diluted, red pomegranate fruit honey into the hands of the two prosecutors respectively. The two young prosecutors and Zhou Lao were all dumbfounded in place. In their hearts, they were muttering, how did this kid speak in a more set way than they did? Chapter 74, Inventor, the Role of Stinky Farts. However, Su Bai this style also really caused them to pay attention. Ordinary children cannot say these words. These words also didn't seem like Zhou Zheng taught them, because at this time, Elder Zhou obviously froze as well. Finally, the woman prosecutor looked at the male prosecutor behind her as if for help. The male prosecutor nodded slightly. Only then did the woman prosecutor take a step back without leaving a trace. And the male prosecutor, who had just not yet opened his mouth, slowly stepped forward. He looked straight at Su Bai and said with a smile, "Student Su Bai is polite. We are just doing our duty. I heard Mr. Zhou say that you have a B-type elf. Can you release it for us to see?" After saying this, the man secretly observed Su Bai's expression. Unsurprisingly to him, Su Bai revealed a hint of hesitation, the expression of a wary person. But it was also human nature. As a trainer, everyone will have 1 or 2 small secrets, such as special training moves, private secret treasures, and secretly cultivated elves. Someone asking you to place these things in front of people was equivalent to someone in a previous life asking you to take out all the money you had on you and count it in public. A normal person would have some resistance. So the man prosecutor then added with a smile, "Don't worry, we're just taking a look as well. This will make it easier for us to submit our report. You probably don't know how much attention the people above will pay if a secret realm suddenly appears in a region. If it's determined to be an E-ranked secret realm, and it didn't cause any casualties, you and Mr. Zhou are both able to receive a generous reward. I see, no wonder Mr. Zhou was so active. Figuring out what happened, Su Bai no longer played with his mind. Those words just now were already enough to make the two prosecutors pay attention. Now he couldn't make any more small moves, because in their eyes, every move of Su Bai currently would be infinitely magnified. So Su Bai simply and frankly released the queen bee. And when they saw the queen bee, the two prosecutors' expressions were obviously baffled again. The woman prosecutor was because of doubt, while the man prosecutor was because of shock. Queen bee. In this small village in the middle of nowhere, there was actually a teenager who had subdued the queen bee. This kind of elf, at the very least, is a level 21. How old is he? It actually already had the strength to be on par with them. We have roughly understood what happened. Next, we will truthfully report the matter to the people above. Please wait patiently in the village for a day or two. By the way, Su Bai student, thank you for the specialties. Before leaving, the man prosecutor smiled and raised the red pomegranate fruit honey in his hand to Su Bai. On the way back, the woman prosecutor looked at the man holding the jar of honey with a precious face and couldn't help but wonder, Senior, isn't this just an ordinary jar of honey? As for holding it like a treasure, there's plenty of it there in my hometown as well. The man rolled his eyes. Do you know what that teenager's bee-like spirit is? The woman prosecutor shook her head honestly. It's called a queen bee. The woman's prosecutor was uncertain, but aware. It was rare to find an elf with a name like king, royal, or monarch in its name. But as long as they do, they are normally fully evolved elves with extraordinary strength. The man didn't play dumb with his juniors and honestly explained that elf is at least a level 20 or above, and this honey, 80% is itself produced fruit honey. The efficacy is comparable to medicinal herbs made by a senior pharmacist, and the taste is comparable to food made by a senior breeder. No matter if a person eats it or an elf eats it, it's not a problem. After explaining, the man looked at his junior oddly. Are you sure that there are a lot of this stuff in your hometown? The woman prosecutor was instantly dumbfounded, while her heart was filled with shock. After Su Bai went back, he couldn't wait to mess up his harvest in the secret realm this time, because this secret realm was biased towards being a region of evil attribute and poison attribute elves. Therefore, the vast majority of the things he harvested had unexpected effects. Not to mention the poison sac that he collected from those bad frogs at the end. There was also the skunk poof's intense gas stench. Both of these things were enough for Su Bai to drum up for a while. The venom ingested in the former's poison sacs had multifaceted use effects. For example, in terms of medicines, the bad frog's venom, when diluted, could have a significant healing effect on lumbar vertebrae and shoulder disc pain, among other things. It can also be made into a numbing agent. A few drops of the amount extracted can easily numb an adult African elephant. In addition to that, it could also make some small props for sneak attacks, creating some opportunities for Su Bai at critical times. As for the intense gas stench, it was an even more amazing thing. Could be used as fertilizer material. Could also be used as incense. Perhaps it sounded a bit crazy, but it was true, and in the spirit of science, Su Bai tried to partially remove the toxic gas from these stenches. It was then doubled and diluted, and after solidifying it with a special technique, a unique spice was obtained. After research, Su Bai found that this spice has remarkable effects in removing mosquitoes and repelling insects. Not only that, it can also be used as a cosmetic perfume. Su Frost this period of time is always huffing and puffing. Su Bai just take this opportunity. This skunk poof brand perfume to her. Su Frost is still disdainful at first, but after smelling the flavor, he instantly fell in love with it. Hugging Su Bai's arm was a cute wooing. Okay, little white sister is not angry well. Quickly give this perfume to people. Su Bai, oh, call daddy and give it to you. Su Bai, you're not a big boy. Oh, so you don't want it, huh? Su Frost was so angry that he grunted, pretending to be strong and slapping the table. Her mouth opened noiselessly in an ABA manner. After that, she looked at Su Bai with a grudging face. Su Bai cried and laughed, also thanks to her to think of this way to let himself off the stage. If you tease her again, you'll really have to go crazy. Su Bai gave her the perfume at the right time. Su Frost's pretty face suddenly cleared up, played with the perfume for a while, and then asked, by the way, Xiao Bai, where in the world did you get this perfume? This? You'd better not ask. If Su Frost knew that this was perfume extracted from the skunk poof's fart, she might have to collapse into what kind of a state, because at this moment, she had already sprayed several times in a row on herself. Of course, Su Bai could also guarantee that this stuff had been made by his golden fingers and was already completely non-toxic and harmless. so no matter where it was sprayed, it would not have any negative effects. Che, sister just thinks that if you have more of this stuff, you can totally consider selling it. I bet there are a lot of girls who like it. Subai nodded. Right now, the raw materials are not much, only a part of the trial product. Wait until there is a regular production in the future. Chapter 75 Meowth's Paw Kokodora's Shell. In the evening, after dinner, Subai continued to nestle in his bedroom to study the other gas ingredient in the skunk poof fart. He realized that this thing could be completely crafted into a weapon of mass destruction. Not only did it possess extreme destructive power, it also contained a highly toxic component. Although Subai wasn't going to use this thing to harm people, it was also excellent to keep it as a base card. In addition to these, Subai also planned to make some of the materials he collected this time into new defense props. Double-pointed spine bone, steel blade helmet, hard bone shell, steel armor or... With these items, along with the previous fish scale insect armor, we should be able to craft a good set of defensive props. After watching what happened to the villagers this time, Subai's defenses against the wilderness became even heavier. The world of the wilderness was really ever-changing, and if one wasn't careful, one might just flip the boat in the gutter. Right now, what Subai had come into contact with were actually still some low-level secret elves. If he wanted to continue to make money and earn big money in the future, he would definitely encounter some more dangerous elves or things. With his current means, he still felt a little uneasy. Slippery Kid's skin shrinkage is very good. It can completely make an entire close-fitting protective suit, and the outside can be paired with some anthropomorphic scale armor. There's enough material this time to make a safety helmet as well. Just missing a pair of shoes. Drumming up the equipment on his own body, Subai began to fumble with the carries on the elves again. First of all, sharp claws can be carried for Meow. Meow's attack path was actually a bit similar to Nula's. The main melee still relied on the claws. The sharp claws that would allow Nula to evolve in Meow's body could also bring a not insignificant battle power bonus. After equipping it, Subai also specially let Meow test the power of the current grasp. The target object was Kokodora's dinner today. Kin mine. This thing was just like its name, very hard. Normally Subai would have to polish it for a long half-day to make fodder with it. But today, Meow stretched out its claws and just made an easy stroke, and this stone was instantly like a block of tofu, easily shattering into several pieces. Meow's current claws were truly sharp. After covering the metal film plus the effect of the sharp claws, cutting gold and jade, cutting iron like mud was no big deal. And Subai also discovered a very interesting thing. When Meow activated the life treasure pearl, its claws were able to extend to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. It was as if it was a weapon, and it could also manipulate the contraction at will. However, the contraction speed was not fast and the claws were too long, which would also affect Meow's own play. The normal length of the claw that it could control perfectly was about 1 meter. This distance was exactly the length of a short sword. This scene couldn't help but remind Subai of Meow's other evolved form in the Galil region, the cat boss. The point of difference between this kind of elf and the cat boss was that it could walk upright and bipedal, and the nails that it kept, after stretching and coalescing, really looked like a short black sword. Meow had demonstrated its ability to change into an evil attribute in the secret realm this time, and Subai was curious if it could also change into a steel attribute form. He didn't know if he had sensed Subai's change in mood. Before he could say anything, the next moment Meow had already climbed on top of the bookcase, curled up and pretended to fake sleep. Before in the secret realm was rejected, and now also by the silent rejection, Subai bitterly smiled and scratched his head. After these 2 times, he roughly also felt, Meow does not seem to be very like to turn into other forms appearance. Reason unknown. However, Subai didn't force himself. It was true that the growth of an elf required the guidance of a trainer. But Meow was Subai's first elf, and Subai's attitude towards it had always been tolerant and doting. The decisions it made under normal circumstances, Subai would unconditionally give respect and support. Gently carrying Meow down from the bookshelf, and not caring if it was pretending to be asleep, Subai placed it on the soft bedside position and covered it with a small blanket. Only then did he continue to busy himself. Although Meow didn't open its eyes the entire time, the tip of its tail was gently swaying up and down on the bed from side to side without thinking. This was the movement expression of a cat-like elf who was happy and relaxed. After dealing with Meow's matter, Subai placed his gaze on Kokodora again. This foodie Dora had similarly progressed significantly in this secret realm. The level was already level 15. the various individual values were also steadily rising in an organized manner. According to this, it should be able to learn the head hammer move soon. In the supplies Subai had collected this time, there were likewise quite a few things that could be used on it. The first was the black snake grass. This thing had the most obvious effect when used on insect and snake-type elves, and Kokodora hadn't evolved yet, and just from its appearance alone, it wasn't really any different from a beetle. The same logic could be applied to this black snake grass. Just need to use Goldfinger to process it a little, extract some unwanted ingredients, and add in some or materials suitable for Kokodora to use. Then you can create an exclusive Kokodora's Spirit Rock molting agent. The effect was similar to a snake-type elf using the black snake grass potion. The effect is similar to the black snake grass potion used by snake-type elves. It can cause a special mucous membrane to coalesce around the elf's body, which strengthens its defenses and also triggers the molt feature, which helps to remove the elf's various abnormal states. Normally, it was impossible for Kokodora to have this characteristic. Subai also held the mentality of trying. Even if it failed, he had already prepared a powerful laxative that could help Kokodora instantly expel this potion. This potion was not made to sell well, a blackened mass of gooey objects. If the object wasn't Kokodora, Subai was really worried that the other party wouldn't eat it. Come on, Kokodora. Here's a good thing for you to eat. Subai had a face like he was coaxing a child, and he intentionally made this thing into N or block shape. As expected, Kokodora, after hearing Subai shouting that it had something good to eat, without even thinking about it, immediately farted and ran over, and gulped down this Spirit Rock molting agent. How is it? Kokodora smashed her mouth, looking as if she was enjoying herself. In less than a moment, the effects of this potion came out, only to see Kokodora's original glistening white armor start to become gray and dry again. Kokodora was clearly in the second molting state. Subai observed Kokodora at this time without blinking. If the other party was in a situation, he would immediately step in to instill a laxative, and if everything went well, he would be able to exploit Kokodora's molting again. This second molt, the price would definitely be twice as expensive as the first molt. In other words, it could be sold for $10,000 at the very least. That's right, Subai made medicine for Kokodora not only to make it stronger, but also to speed up the efficiency of its shell production. Chapter 76 10,000 Elephants Secret Realm. End of period. By the time Kokodora opened its eyes, it had already successfully completed its second shedding of skin. And in the characteristics column, it had also successfully added a molt pseudo characteristic. Subai used his golden finger to carefully interpret it. The reason why it was called molting pseudo was mainly because this characteristic was formed artificially by Subai's use of potions. However, the effect was similar to the real molt trait, only that if the trait wasn't used diligently in the afterlife, there would be a possibility of losing this trait. Awake-ah! After exploiting Kokodora's armor, Subai had a kind face. You say you're a child. You can fall asleep even in the middle of eating. Your face is buried in the grain. Kokodora was puzzled, thinking that it shouldn't be, with its enthusiasm for eating, it can't pass out halfway through eating. The most crucial thing is how this eating instead still a little hungry. If Subai knows what Kokodora is thinking, surely it will clearly tell it, the first thing that you need to do is to get rid of it. Molting this characteristic to use out is originally extremely consuming physical strength. What's more, Kokodora was still an artificial acquired characteristic. Of course, Subai didn't treat it poorly. At this moment, he had prepared a basin full of food for it. Theoretically, molting characteristics would not be harmful to the elf. On the contrary, as long as the nutrition is in place, like Kokodora, this kind of elf after molting, the defense power will only go up a level. After fooling the Foodie-Dora, Subai released the queen bee again. Looking at the strongest elf in his current team, Subai likewise had many thoughts. First, he wanted to strengthen the queen bee's toxicity. As an insect attribute elf, the queen bee had equally strong attainments in poison attribute moves. In the past, he didn't have the conditions to do so, but this time he went to the secret realm, harvested poison needles, and got a material prop like siltstone. Subai then thought of taking the queen bee's toxicity to the next level. Because his own attributes were very compatible with the poison attribute, the queen bee strengthened it without any problems, and it was successfully strengthened. Like Kokodora, the queen bee's trait column also has a bog gas stinger pseudo item. This trait Subai had never seen in his previous life. So when he was checking it out, his expression was also extraordinarily serious. Swamp gas poison stinger pseudo. Using a melee attack, or touching yourself, it is possible to turn your opponent into a state of swamp poison. This swamp poison was also considered a type of poisoning state. If there was an antidote made by Subai, or a magical prop or tree fruit like peach fruit, there shouldn't be any problems with treatment. However, if there were no such props and one only relied on ordinary medical instruments to treat it, it might not be so simple to lift this poison. But unfortunately, the current queen bee doesn't know any poison attribute moves. If there are corresponding poison attribute moves with this characteristic, I think the effect will be even higher. In the end, Subai looked towards the salted fish king in his own bucket. This time, Subai didn't bring it along on the village secret adventure, letting it stay at home for half a day as a fish. But it didn't have any complaints. Subai came back to see it, what it was like when he left, what it was like when he came back. The first time I saw it, I was very happy to see it. Subai's demand for the Carp King is really not high. As long as it does not do things, he has already burned high incense. In order to praise it, Subai took out the bone calcium soup. That was specially prepared for it this time. It is the soup that uses the golden finger and boils out all the nutrients in the bone milk stone. Originally, Subai was prepared to mix it directly in the bucket of water and let the king carp slowly absorb it. This way, although it will lose a little bit of nutrients, but at least it won't go wrong. But who knew that this salted fish actually saw Subai's intention? Seeing Subai come over to pour the soup, he directly raised his head above the water, smashing his mouth, signaling him to directly into the mouth hole. Do not pity it. Subai. Sometimes it really felt like this fish's usual naive demeanor was feigned. Taking care of all the elves in his house, and by the way, also organizing all the harvest this time, Subai collapsed and slept. Early the next morning, Zhou Lao ran over to find Subai. Good news, little Su, heavenly good news. The people above feel that you have been meritorious in saving people this time, and have specially invited you to enter the 10,000 Elephants secret realm for a trial. 10,000 Elephants secret realm? Subai was puzzled. You don't know? Elder Zhou's face was on the verge of smiling into a brilliant chrysanthemum. The 10,000 Elephants secret realm, that's a special secret realm for higher institutes to recruit students. I heard that this is a very magical secret realm. The elf qualification in it ranges from F grade to D grade, and their attributes are all kinds of different. The most crucial thing is that their grades are not too high, and it is a secret realm that is very suitable for the newbie trainers to practice. Elder Zhou looked towards Subai, his eyes filled with gratifying hope. The fact that the people above arranged for Subai to participate in this secret realm trial was that there was already a certain amount of recognition for his talent, and next Subai only needed to complete the trial tasks that they had set up in there, and then there was a possibility that he could be directly admitted by the prestigious colleges and universities. In the future, there was a great possibility that he could reach the sky in one step and become a noble senior trainer, or even an elite trainer. Trainers of that level were really the existence of honorable ancestors. Any one of them would be able to stir up the higher-ups of Jiangxi City, making them personally come out to greet them. If the refreshing village has such a trainer, all the villagers will surely follow the light, and when the city comes down with any resources, it will surely be the first to think of their refreshing village. Elf qualifications range from F rank to D rank? That's right, in addition to the elves, props are also quite a lot. I heard that there are people who have found secret treasure level props inside. Of course, the specific harvest all depends on how you fight for yourself. Under Zhou Lao's explanation, Subai was also interested in that 10,000 Elephants secret realm, so he asked about the opening time of the secret realm. That secret realm will open almost in July, just when your final exams are over. You totally have time to take your time to prepare. If there's anything you need during this period, you can come to me. The old man will answer any request. Sending off old man Zhou with her brother, Su Frost's mood was a bit complicated at this time. She had listened to all those words just now, although midway through knowing that Subai had gone behind her back to venture to the secret realm again, she was angry. But she felt proud of what Subai had done. In the end, when she heard that Subai was going to participate in the 10,000 Elephants secret realm, she was a little despondent again. In case Subai was really accepted by a prestigious college, then would she have to live separately from Subai? Near the end of the semester, various exams also started in school. Subai leisure down also have to do some homework to review exams and what is not afraid. Written exams down, Subai not to say top of the bar, can also be in the school within the top 50. Chapter 77 Practical Exam. Of course, this achievement is actually Subai deliberately control the results, or directly with the golden finger touch what answer cannot instantly know. Each written test full marks that is absolutely easy. The end of the written test after that is the actual test. Students who don't have an elf, this time will be transformed into a great injustice, silently toward the audience. As for the students who have elves, at the end of every semester, they will have to compete in a practical competition. After winning the match, a certain number of points would be added according to the ranking. Every time you win a match against your opponent, you will be greeted with the attention and cheers of the entire school, and win the right to prioritize the selection of future spouses. However, graduates were excluded. Just like Subai's class, they are already all about to graduate, and those who should form a CP have done so, and those who didn't, most of them just don't have the heart for it. In the competition won the admiration of the schoolgirls also do not have time to socialize. The actual test is also more for their own future. If the ranking is high, the school selection surface is naturally more. If you enter a key school, the future may even be in the alliance, the equivalent of an iron rice bowl. Subai didn't ignore this final exam because he was able to participate in the 10,000 elephant mysteries. Because he had already learned from his class teacher that getting a place in the final exam was likewise a certain scholarship. The first place could even be exempted from all enrollment fees, tuition and miscellaneous fees for the next 3 years. The Jiangxi Elf Academy promised that it was willing to bear all the costs of further education for the outstanding students. Because of today's exams, the main playground was particularly bustling. Almost all of the students of the Jiangxi Elf Academy had come here. Because in the eyes of the lower class students, it was still rare to see the graduates fighting. They similarly wanted to know how much stronger the older siblings, who were 1 or 2 classes higher than themselves, were than them. When Subai walked into the sparring playground, he was also surprised by the clamor of the scene. Looking at the black crowd under the stage, he couldn't help but smack his lips. In previous memories, it seemed that in previous years, there weren't so many people coming to watch the battle, right? Of course, it was also possible that the previous Subai was one of those sitting in the audience and eating melons, so there was no such profound feeling as Subai had now. Little Bai, go for it. A girl's delicate voice came from not far away. Subai's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have heard a voice that should not appear here. Eyes looking towards the direction of the voice, he saw Su Frost was sitting on the audience seat, waving her white wrist vigorously towards Subai here. Next to her was Yi Xiaoyu's mother Liang Hui. The two seemed to have come together in a group. The young girl looked so clear and absolutely beautiful, even in an environment like the Jiangxi Elf Academy, which was full of youthful and energetic young girls. She still had a charm that was unforgettable at a glance. Who is that sister in the audience? Good. So pretty. Mom, I seem to be in love. Who is he shouting at? Xiaobai? Is there such a person in our school? In the face of the crowd's heated discussion, Subai watched his eyes, nose and mouth, not saying a word. Zhou Xiangsong Tsongxuang and the others were standing not far from Subai and were curious to hear the name, their eyes hovering over Subai and Su Frost in the audience again and again. They were tempted to directly approach Subai to ask about the situation. They didn't dare to ask directly, so they simply surrounded Subai and went to Yi Xiaoyu from Subai's same village. Hey, Yi Xiaoyu, that pretty girl in the audience who called out to Xiao Bai. What's her relationship with Brother Bai? Yi Xiaoyu cocked her head and looked in the direction of the field suspiciously. When Liang Hui saw her looking over, she also smiled and waved. Didn't Subai tell you guys? This is his sister. It seems like she came over with my mom today to help Subai cheer. It's Bai's sister? Pro-sister. Tiandahai Zhou Zion staggered as you asked. Aha! No wonder it looks so pretty. Receiving the answer, the two of them hemmed and hawed and joked to Song Tsongxuang behind them. Song Tsongxuang. Now you can rest assured. Me, what am I relieved of? Song Tsongxuang didn't know that she could be shot even while lying down. Her small face suddenly turned scarlet. Yi Xiaoyu did not move and looked at these 3 people. Thinking to herself, when did Subai get along so well with these people? Zhou Xiang was a notorious prick in the class, a personality that defied no one. Tian Dahai, on the other hand, is the son of a famous aquatic merchant in Jiangxi City, who himself has inherited his father's shrewd character and has a knack for doing things. Song from the double is in the class's notorious social autism because look cute, usually want to contact with her to make friends with a lot of people, but the same class for so many years. In addition to answering questions in class and the necessary exchanges, she has still very little contact with people, and only the last time after the secret world, and the group of these people to talk to. But this is such a girl. Yi Xiaoyu accidentally found that recently she seems to often secretly look at Subai in private. After being discovered, she would also act as if nothing had happened with a panicked face. That look would be very cute even if Yi Xiaoyu looked at it. But thinking about it, Yi Xiaoyu's heart would again be somewhat inexplicably uncomfortable. for reasons she couldn't tell. In addition to the ordinary audience seats, the school had also set up some special positions. One could easily watch all the students on the opposing battlefield from this seat. The vast majority of the top management of the Jiangxi Elf Academy, almost a dozen people from the grade director to the vice dean, were all present. Sitting on the chief seat was Dean Xiao, who had a chance to meet Su Bai last time. I wonder how many Heavenly Pride scholars can come out of our school this year. Haha, Dean Xiao, I see that Class 4's Wang Solid Force is not bad. His Earth-dwelling ninja is an E-grade qualification very fast. It is very likely that it will evolve into an Iron Mask ninja in the future, and with a bit of luck, it is not likely that he will also be able to obtain a disembodied ninja at the moment of evolution. The one who spoke was a grayed head with thick eyeglass lenses. Quite knowledgeable, he estimated the potential of Wang Jian's elf in terms of what he might achieve in the future. The insect attribute elves are still too weak in all their abilities until they grow up. The one who spoke at this moment was a seemingly broad-minded vice dean, who evaluated a few students from an economic perspective. If you ask me, it has to be Class 1's Zhao Gui. His iron-armored rhinoceros is powerful. His family originally has a mineral family, and he also donates a lot of books to our school every year. Oh, there's also Class 5's Yi Xiaoyu. I heard that his father, Yi Rong, is getting promoted recently. Students like these are the stars of tomorrow in our school. Dean Xiao. What do you think? Chapter 78. Students versus students. It seemed that he had gotten used to this group of subordinates blowing awesome. The vast majority of the time Dean Xiao would nod his head with a smile on his face. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, the actual being the principal, he likewise has his own thoughts drops. Just see him at this moment seemingly closed his eyes. The actual gaze but all of a sudden fixed on a certain classmate in Class 5. Recently, he had heard a bit of news that an E-class secret realm had appeared in the refreshing village near Jiangxi City. Because of its sudden appearance, it had caused quite a bit of chaos in the local village. But when the Alliance prosecutor finally arrived, he found that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily. There were no casualties and a secret realm had been discovered for nothing, a result that made the higher-ups above very happy. They had immediately authorized a large amount of supplies to be given to the trainers stationed in the refreshing village, and also promised that the teenagers who had assisted in this incident would be shortlisted to run for the Wanxiang secret realm, although Dean Xiao didn't know the real name of the teenager that the Alliance had bestowed the honor on. But he knew that Su Bai was also from Refreshing Village. Dang jang jang. When the clamor on the sparring playground continued for a few moments, a crisp ringing bell interrupted the crowd. Then, countless gazes looked towards the empty high platform. Dean Xiao slowly rose. With a wave of his hand, he threw out an elf ball. In a flash, a big rock snake with a sturdy body appeared in front of the crowd. The great rock serpent was a kind of elf whose body was made up of boulders, with rocky horns on top of its head, and the adult great rock serpent's normal height was close to 9 meters. It was a behemoth in the true sense of the word. Dean Xiao stood lightly on top of the head of the big rock snake, and came to the high platform in a leisurely manner through the big rock snake's transportation. His gaze amiably looked around the circle, and then he smiled and opened his mouth. Thank you to friends inside and outside the school for taking time out of their busy schedules to come and accept the academics of our academy. Today is the practical examination session of our graduates on the stage, and I won't say much more than that so as not to annoy people. Let's leave more stage time for the young scholars. After saying that, Dean Xiao waved his hand, and one by one, the well-built academy teachers, with their elves, walked out of the preparatory classroom with a steady stride. They were all physical education teachers of the school, and the vast majority of the elves they carried were also fighting attributes. The referees for this match were made up of these people. As referees, they not only needed to have keen judgment, they also needed to have a certain amount of strength to back them up. After all, reality was not a game, and the students in school were often very inexperienced in actual combat, so it was very likely that an accident would occur if they were not careful when controlling the elves. Therefore, in order to prevent the sparring elves from hitting too hard and affecting the spectators, or if the elves get red-eyed and beat up the students and the referee usually carries an elf with him. Even if it wasn't a school battle, as long as it was a regular open battle, the referee would also bring a helping elf. Let's begin. Dean Xiao nodded to the physical education teacher leading the team. Niu Guangming immediately stepped forward, turned to the microphone, and began to read out the rules of this match. For this final exam, the total number of students participating in the exam is 552. All classes of students will be disrupted in order, divided into batches of battles, totaling a total of 8 rounds of battles, in which lots will be drawn to determine whose turn is empty. To determine the top 16, If anyone is unconvinced by the victorious player standing on the field, they can initiate a challenge, but each student will accept a maximum of 2 challenges, and the student who loses can only initiate a challenge at most. After saying the rules, Niu Guangming looked around at the students. Do you all understand? The participating students said in unison, Understood. Good. The first round of the promotion tournament is next. The computer randomly generates the opposing players. As the words fell, a series of randomized numbers flashed up on the exam card that each student had received before the match. Finally, the numbers slowly stopped. The students immediately all went to find their corresponding sparring ring. Su Bai looked at his number plate and it was the 4th ring. In other words, he was one of the earlier batch. The sparring grounds were also relatively easy to find, right at the top 2 venues. His opponent was already a bit impatient. It was a Class 6 student called Xiao Yan, dressed in a trendy way, and his family seemed to be quite rich. He grinned the first instant he saw Su Bai. I know you. You're the poor kid who won first place last time picking fruits in 100 Flowers Mountain, right? Su Bai looked at the complacent landlord's stupid son in front of him and smiled too. Unfortunately, I don't know you. Did you participate in the activity last time? Su Bai one sentence directly let the other party break defense. The last 100 Flowers Mountain activity Xiao Yan was participating, but it was equal to not participating because he was whisked back to school by the wild elves on the first day when he was just free to move around. I can't even look at the rewards of that kind of crappy activity. Shabby guy. Look at my elf ball. After saying that, Xiao Yan threw out his elf ball. The genie ball flashed with an arc of light, and what appeared was a genie with a huge tongue. Big tongue. Go teach that kid's elf a lesson. Su Bai cooperated by releasing the meow. If you have the ability, then come. The referee sports teacher watched the student elves on both sides take their positions, waved the flag and announced the start of the match. However, after waiting for a few moments, he suddenly realized that although Xiao Yan was imposing, his elf was not at all impressed. After coming out of the elf ball, he just looked around initially before playing with his own tongue. Tongue. Did you hear me? I told you to attack that kid's elf. Big tongue. Xiao Yan's voice was almost mute, perhaps because he was tired of being shouted at. The big tongue directly stretched out its tongue and licked towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was instantly covered in wetness, and the whole person was crying and laughing. The gym teacher immediately had his elf standing by, fearing that Xiao Yan's elf would do something out of the ordinary again. That student, can your elf still fight? If this happens again, I'm going to rule that your elf has no will to fight and disqualify you from the competition directly. Ah, Dona teacher. My elf, he's just being naughty. Isn't he? Big tongue. Please just listen to me for once and fight properly. Su Bai looked at the opposite side, a moment to cry, a moment to laugh, a moment to put a hard word, a moment to give the elf to kowtow to operations. For a moment, he hesitated whether he should make a move or not. It feels like if he makes a move at this moment, he is bullying the little cutie. The same. And the opposite side is still continuing the divine operation. Xiao Yan saw that no matter how he said, the big tongue refused to make a move. So he secretly had a plan, rushed to Su Bai, shouted, Although this is a sparring match, but don't blame me for not letting you, or else I will carry forward the spirit. Let your elves take the initiative to strike first, how about it? Chapter 79. Opponents are all vegetable stingy. The reason why Xiao Yan did this, of course it wouldn't be as good as what he said on his lips. In fact, he just wanted to let Meow pull the hate, and then when his big tongue got hit and hurt, he would naturally take the initiative to fight Meow. Su Bai had never heard such a cheap request before. The other party actually took the initiative to ask to hit him. If he didn't make a move again, he would be too disrespectful. Meow, grab. The simplest of attack commands brought the same simplest of seconds. Originally, when Xiao Yan saw Meow attacking, he was still showing a plan through expression. Yet the next moment he was dumbfounded. A big tongue. The referee looked at Su Bai and Xiao Yan with an odd look. The undoubted winners of this match were Su Bai and Meow. After reading out the results of the match and ending the farce, Xiao Yan and Big Tongue were dragged down. The reason why Xiao Yan's Big Tongue was disobedient was simple. It was because some people had taken the wrong side of the sword. In order to save money or in order to directly capture powerful elves, they would hire someone or let their family members, relatives, or whatever to help them fight on their behalf, and in the end, when the elves had lost the ability to fight, the elf ball was thrown out by the person himself in order to collect the elves. This operation may seem normal, but the actual elves are not cuties. They know who they are fighting against, and even if you are the one who finally throws the ball to subdue them, what they recognize is still the one who defeated them. When they recover their strength and wake up, they realize that the one who took them in is a weakling. If it were you, would you recognize the master in front of you? Maybe after a long time of bonding, some elves will finally open their hearts and be willing to accept that weakling master. But this will undoubtedly require a lot of time and energy. As short as 3 to 5 years, as long as 10 to 20 years are possible. Normal people simply couldn't afford to spend the time, so they might as well just rely on their skills to accept them initially. In a situation like Chao Yan's, it was clearly a case of cleverness against cleverness. The match continued. Su Bai at first thought that his classmates were hiding their clumsiness, because this was also the first time he had fought against people of his age and generation. But it was only after the later rounds that he realized that they were really stingy with their vegetables. Meow was yawning from all the fights on the court. There were also a few times when Meow hadn't even made a move yet, and the opposite side was already crying from fear. Is really crying. The opposite side is a young nonsense potted plant. This match played Su Bai was also confused, and he felt like he had entered a vegetable market. The face is full of vegetable pussy. Outside the field of the Su Frost, shouting cheering that is up, see Su Bai won the game, then she herself won the game is still happy. Every person will point to the field of Su Bai show off. See that number 4, that is my brother. The top 68 players were released, and all of them were allowed to take a turn. The list of lucky winners, coincidentally, fell into the hands of Zhao Gui, whose family has minerals. The opponent Su Bai faced this time was a popular seeded player named Li Kaiwen. He was using a Caracara. It was an elf with a skull on its head and a bone stick in its hand. Most of its battle tactics were activated by the bone stick in its hand, and as long as it had a bone stick in its hand, its battle power could be multiplied by several times. The students who fought against it in front of them often didn't even have a chance to get close to it before they were knocked out by the bone club. Abstain. As far as I know, low-ranked Meow doesn't know any long-range special attack moves at all. You, like the opponents in front of you, won't even have a chance to touch me Caracara. Li Kaiwen rested his eyeglass frames with an expression that it was all in the calculation. Su Bai. Well, it's another Pushin brother. It was too lazy to put words in these people's mouths. Su Bai silently let Meow step into the ring. Seeing this, Li Kaiwen hummed disdainfully. The guy who doesn't listen to advice. Caracara, use the bone stick. Caracara. Caracalla skillfully threw the bone stick. With average speed, Meow skimmed his head slightly and easily avoided it. The bone stick wasn't even considered a move. A normal Caracara would have to be at least level 25 to learn the throwing class, Bone Boomerang, and those with low qualifications might not even have the chance to learn this move. Obviously, Li Tsaiwen's Caracara didn't have this level. It was just relying on instinct to throw this bone stick out. Of course, there were redeeming features. This pair of master and servant spirit of exploration was still praiseworthy. Caracalla had at least learned to make the bone stick turn back. In terms of speed, it was still too slow. Meow could easily avoid the bone stick that slewed behind her even without looking. Li Kaiwen froze, one blow failed. He then continuously let Caracalla continuously run and throw the bone stick. While catching and throwing, the bone stick made trajectory after trajectory in the ring. The previous opponents, it was defeated under this kind of offense. But Meow and Su Bai were obviously not comparable to the opponents he had met before. Meow, under Su Bai's command, kicked the bone stick with precision, forcibly changing the trajectory of the bone stick, and then smashed it precisely on Caracalla's head. Caracalla couldn't fight. Easily defeating the top 68 seeded players, Su Bai also began to gradually be noticed. He's that 100-flower mountain event champion. I originally thought it was just a bit of luck in the tournament, but now it seems that there are still 2 tricks up his sleeve. In front of a few main seats, the Vice Dean Yun Kuan, who had been lazing around, slightly straightened his body at this time. His chubby face with a pair of narrowed eyes revealing a touch of curiosity as he looked towards the rather colorful teenager in the field. Dean Xiao on the side did not move, still with a smiling face. Vice Dean's discerning eyes are like a torch. This Su Bai only emerged this year. Listening to his homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu Min, this child also just gained the elf this year. To have such an achievement in such a short period of time is also considered a diamond in the rough. The grade director, Mr. Lu, mentioned all the information he knew. Only getting an elf this year. Yun Kuan was curious in his heart but did not continue to ask about it. The precipitation is still too little. An elf like Meow is too average like its attributes. It can only use the grasp move at low levels. I see that it doesn't even seem to use the strike palm strange attack. I think it should be because of its low qualifications that there's no comprehension of the relationship. I'm still more optimistic about classmate Zhao Gui, classmate Yi Xiaoyu, and the others. Mr. Lu smiled and nodded his head in agreement. he certainly wouldn't refute the leader's meaning. Su-bai successfully advanced to the top 34 match, while Yi Xiaoyu, who was in the same round, met an unexpected opponent, that is, Song Tsongxuang from the same class. This match was still quite eye-catching. After all, it was two pretty girls commanding elves in battle. Chapter 80. Chicken Little is only worthy of meowing out a move. Yi Xiaoyu's Mimosa Pod was up against Song Tsongxuang's Armored Chrysalis. In terms of attributes, Song Tsongxuang's Armored Chrysalis had a certain advantage. However, in terms of movement speed, the Chrysalis was still a step weaker. In the early stages, the Chrysalis relied on its sturdy defense, sometimes slowing down the opponent with Spit Silk, sometimes attacking with Poison Needle, shifting its offense and defense very quickly, giving people a sense of invulnerability. However, the Mimosa Pod relied on its speed and quickly began to counterattack. First, it used Paralyzing Powder to make the Armored Chrysalis unable to move. After a few grow moves, the attack power increased drastically. Even if the grass attribute was soft, the attack could still give a lot of damage after piling up a certain level. Of course, it wasn't as if the Chrysalis hadn't made an effort. Relying on its molt trait, it had once lifted its paralysis and attempted to counterattack, but the situation had already been driven by Mimosa Pod. Bashful Pod relies on its growth, suction move, which can completely compensate for the loss of physical strength brought about by the Chrysalis attack. In the end, the Mimosa Pods won the battle. Brother Bai, Song Tsongxuang just lost the match. Why don't you go comfort her? Tian Dehai and Zhou Xiang unintentionally mentioned this in their casual conversation. Su-bai had a puzzled look on his face. What's there to comfort? The two let out a sigh, thinking that it was right. Brother Bai's personality clearly didn't seem like the type that would comfort people. However, the next moment they heard Su-bai calmly say, "She performed very well, and has fully utilized the strength of the Armor Chrysalis, whether it's the offense and defense in the early stages, or the molting characteristic that the Armor Chrysalis makes in the later stages. The fact that an elf can be willing to unleash its characteristics for its master and fight for its life at a critical time is the greatest recognition for the trainer. The two of them can be said to be one of the few groups I've seen so far that are quite well matched. I feel that persuading her with boring consolations is instead an insult to her and her elves." After saying that, Su-bai didn't linger, holding Meow Meow in his arms. He ran off to the audience to find his pretty sister to nag at, and there was a period of rest after the top 68 were decided. Tian Dehai and Zhou Xiang were touched. Worthy of being Brother Bai, a random sentence made me come to a great realization. Having lost the match, Song Tsongxuang, who hid in the shadows and didn't dare to show herself, had a small scarlet face, and at this time she only felt her heart beating particularly fast. There was also a certain fellow villager who happened to pass by, although she won the match, but she wasn't happy because she felt that a certain fellow villager was biased. After the top 68, the students slightly started to get stronger. However, the strength was limited, probably just going from 5 or 6 levels to 7 or 8 levels. Su-bai realized that many people he was familiar with were shortlisted for this rank. For example, Zhou Xian, Tian Dehai, and Yi Xiaoyu. But the latter, for some reason, had been puffing up when they met in the audience today. After Su-bai thought about it carefully, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Everyone has been shortlisted in the top 68, so they are also considered rivals. In order to better motivate each other, a little provocative behavior is normal. So in order to better motivate her fighting spirit, while her mom Liang Hui did not pay attention, also returned a provocative smile. Yi Xiaoyu, I don't know why, her personality has always been gentle, but at this time, she always has an urge to knife people. Then in the afternoon half-day 2 matches, she was a drum, directly is to completely crush the momentum, directly to the 2 innocent opponents abused silly. Su-bai was more or less the same. The players he faced behind him, one was a go nyo-nyo, and the other was a hornbud. Both elves didn't go past 2 rounds in Meow Meow's hands. Of course, this is still the result of Su-bai's release of the sea, otherwise according to his means of fighting with the field elves. Usually it is the first photo instantly decide the winner. Successfully came to the top 16. At this time, his Meow Meow had officially come into the attention of all the contestants. There were already quite a few contestants who started to silently analyze Su-bai and Meow Meow's fighting style. However, after they watched Meow Meow's battle once again, they realized that it didn't seem like there was much tactics at all. Su-bai had commanded Meow Meow to use one move, Grasp. The entire match never saw it use a second move. The opponents usually just rolled their eyes and jumped to the street under Meow Meow's move. What could be analyzed from this? It should just be a bit faster. If it's just a physical attack, It won't be able to bring heavy damage to my elf at all. The opponent of Subai's top 16 match, Mao Hitai, calmly analyzed. The elf he used was Stinking Mud. Very few students would use a poison attribute genie, and it was heard that his family's condition was not very good initially, but he only encountered Stinking Mud by chance and managed to take it in, and then he started to slowly rise up. The last 100 Flowers Mountain Secret competition he actually made it to the last minute, just didn't get much of a ranking. However, he always firmly believed that it was just an event. Subai could get the first place, it should only be related to luck. If the real battle, his own Stinking Mud will not lose. The idea was good, and it was good to have confidence. But the reality of the battle still mercilessly gave him a slap in the face. Only to see Meow Meow Claws with a cold aura instantly appeared behind Stinking Mud. Stinking Mud's body instantly cracked open with 3 flat scratches, losing his fighting ability on the spot. On top of the high platform, Vice Dean Yun Kuan instantly stood up in shock. Due to the excessive movement, his rounded chin and stomach didn't react at once, and it rippled like a water balloon in several layers. "What's wrong?" Dean Xiao asked as he twisted his head with a smile. "Oh, nothing, I just think that Meow just used a scratch that seems a bit odd. It should be carrying some kind of props for sparring." "Battle props? Those things aren't cheap. Is this student's family rich? Why don't I know?" Student Subai is from a neighboring refreshing village, and his family doesn't seem to be very wealthy. The grade head immediately reported the information he knew. "Then what's with the prop?" Vice Academy Yun was puzzled. One should know that even the lowest level of carrying class sparring props were more expensive than ordinary F-class elf eggs, and high-level sparring props that was at least $1 million, and ordinary families simply couldn't supply this kind of props. It should be that this child has his own opportunities. Dean Xiao lightly summarized a sentence. "After all, this world is big, many things we may not have seen. Next is the top 8 promotion match. Little fatty Tian Dehai didn't get through. He bumped into his classmate's female classmate, Floating Jinjin, and the other party was using an elf that was walking grass, which happened to be a solid counter to his big pincer crab. After losing the match, he was about to look for Zhou Xiang to spit out his grievances, only to find that the latter's expression at the moment was not to mention how wonderful. Chapter 81. "Do you need me to call a doctor for you?" Tian Dehai was puzzled. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you successfully advance to the top 8? Why are you more torn up than me, the one who lost the match?" Zhou Xiang revealed a smile that was worse than tears and slowly raised his school number match card. "In your place, can you calm down?" The school number card showed that his next opponent was Subai. Tian Dehai was first stunned, and then there was a burst of laughter. After a long time, he slowed down and patted Zhou Xiang's shoulder, forcing back his laughter. "Brother, if you admit defeat now, it should not be too late." To be honest, with Zhou Xiang's current strength, no matter who he meets, he dares to touch. No matter if it is that Zhao Gui or Yi Xiaoyu or the Wang Jian of Class 4. He had the confidence to win. But the only face Subai, he is really no temper at all. Both people are not at the same level. Take the head to fight? Last time in the secret realm, he thought he already had a certain initial understanding of Subai's strength. But later returned to the school, his strength to Subai more and more began to blur. Without mentioning anything else, just that Han's miraculous pharmaceutical methods had already made Zhou Xiang throw his body into the ground. Last time, he took the mycelium wormwood herb medicine, given by Subai, and gave it to his cousin. At first, the family was still skeptical about the potion. After all, in their opinion, how good could a medicine made for $10,000 be? After hearing that Zhou Xiang's classmates had made this medicine, the family took it directly as a candy bean to fool the children. They also regarded the $10,000 as an IQ tax for Zhou Xiang and didn't pay attention to it. However, Zhou Xiang's softly coaxing he said that he had watched the whole process of making this potion. Even if his parents, uncles and aunts don't believe in others, they can't not believe in him, right? Under Zhou Xiang's strong recommendation, his family and cousin finally decided to use this sugar bean with a try attitude. At that time, they didn't expect this thing to let the stinky flower supplement evolutionary energy. Just expect the stinky flower not to eat bad stomach on the line. But who knows, when this thing was eaten, stinky flower's body directly erupted with bright light. Not only did it evolve on the spot, but also a series of pollen-based moves proficiency was also increased. After evolving, the overlord flower looked at the flower thief big and overbearing. That alliance breeder that they had paid to check out the situation saw this scene, and both of his eyes stared blankly, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. Seeing that his entire body was in a daze for a moment, he begged Zhou Xiang repeatedly, wanting to go and see the person who made this potion. That alliance breeder said that he had never seen such a miraculous drug. Even the senior apothecary who had once instructed him in some basic potion making did not have this kind of pharmaceutical attainment. At that time, Zhou Ziyan was hesitant, because he couldn't be sure what Subai meant. What if he casually brought the alliance breeder in front of him and made him angry? Subai had charged him $10,000 for this medicine alone for the production fee. Rounding it up would be equivalent to forfeiting the money. In Zhou Ziyang's opinion, Subai did this solely because he gave him face. This was definitely a great favor. If he were an ordinary person, it was estimated that millions of dollars might not be able to beg for such an efficacious potion. While Subai had this level of pharmaceuticals, he usually remained unobtrusive, which meant that he was most likely not too keen on letting others know about this ability of his. After some brainstorming, Zhou Ziyang decisively refused the alliance breeder's request. And although that alliance breeder regretted it, he also had a look of complete acceptance. In his opinion, that kind of person was an absolute high achiever, and it was normal that he didn't have the chance to meet them, but if he had the chance, he still asked Zhou Ziyang to be sure to introduce him to them. Zhou Ziyang's family asked about this matter later. Zhou Ziyang didn't hide it, and directly spoke out his concerns. Zhou Ziyang's father rubbed his stubble and pondered for a moment before quickly giving his son a thumbs up, stating that he was doing the right thing. To be able to make a student of a similar age to him become so good all of a sudden, there must be some reason for it, and it was not likely that there was a huge power or a hidden master trainer hiding behind it. For this kind of person must maintain respect, usually must also play good relations. Zhou Ziyang kept his father's words in mind, and was certain that the strength of Subai's abilities that he usually displayed were definitely all the tip of his iceberg. And these speculations of his were quickly confirmed in this final sparring exam. In this exam, others might think that Subai's Meow is only capable of one move, grasp. But Zhou Ziyang understands that it's obviously these people's elves that are only worthy of Meow's one move, grasp. Therefore, Zhou Ziyang was crushed inside after extracting the result of this matchup. He had considered whether he should just swing for the fences. Turning his head to look at Tian Dehai, who was smiling heartlessly beside him, Zhou Ziyang knew that this little fatty should have seen something as well. Otherwise, with his large pincer crab that was about the same strength as his own lai bird, it was impossible for him to be brushed off in the top 16. The probability is because this fatty knows that the moment Subai enters the competition, this examination, there is no longer a champion to say. However, Zhou Ziyan didn't want to be as salty as this fatty. I've decided to touch base with Brother Bai, Zhou Ziyan said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tian's laughter came to an abrupt end, and then he was seen sweeping Zhou Ziyang's entire body with an odd look. Afterwards, he even put his palm on his forehead. Are you all right? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Zhou Ziyang slapped his hand away in disgust, and said without a trace of humor, Off. I'm serious. Fatty Tian's expression became even more odd. Zhou Ziyang, I mean, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? You wouldn't be like those self-righteous fools who think that's all Bai's Meow is capable of, would you? Of course I don't think so. Zhou Ziyan rolled his eyes. I just think that the chances of fighting Brother Bai in the future will only become less and less. While we're all still students, all just starting out together, maybe with some effort, we can still touch him a little bit. Fatty Tian looked at Zhou Ziyang with a bit of surprise, perhaps really feeling the other party's determination. After a long time, only to see him touch his nose, spoke. You say so, actually also a little reasonable. But you shouldn't be going up against each other like you did in the previous few matches, right? A half-assed awareness wouldn't last a single round in front of Brother Bai. Regarding this, actually before I left the house today, I expected this to happen, so. Zhou Ziyang pulled out a broken fruit kernel from his bosom with a bad smile on his face, as well as a jewel that emitted a faint white light. Chapter 82, A Challenge to the Honored One. You're a cow. Fatty Tian gave Zhou Ziyang a thumbs up with a surprised face. Then he also squinted and smiled. Actually, I also brought something with the same purpose as you. The two of them smiled at each other and quickly reached some sort of PY agreement. On the other side, Subai was also considering how to give Zhou Ziyang a decent way to lose when he saw his sparring opponent. After all, knowing one another, it was more or less unreasonable to settle it as hastily as the others. Arriving at the competition venue in the huge arena, the atmosphere was very warm at this time, countless lines of sight with eager eyes, looking towards the two people who were about to go on stage in the center of the arena. Because it was already the school's final 8, every match afterward would be of great concern. A few moments later, Right there in the midst of all the attention, Su Bai and Zhou Xiang slowly went on stage. The two of them looked at each other. Su Bai's face was calm with a few peaceful smiles, while Zhou Xiang was tense with awe and reverence. After a long time, Zhou Xiang's voice trembled with excitement. Brother Bai, you have always been my Tao standard. Well, mutual encouragement. Su Bai couldn't think of any good words, and saying more felt like mockery. So he simply said one sentence and took the initiative to extend his hand towards Zhou Xiang. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly wiped his sweaty hands on his clothes before shaking it up. It's my honor to stand on the same arena stage with you today. Su Bai nodded. Cheer up. After the two greeted each other, they each came to one side of the arena. At this time, Zhou Xiang's parents were also at the venue. Seeing Zhou Xiang's demeanor, Mother Zhou looked puzzled. Son's father? Is Xiang he not feeling well today? Why does he, who is usually lawless at home, look so restrained today? Father Zhou frowned and said, How should I know? He looks as if he's nervous. Mother Zhou looked odd. Nervous? He's abused by his cousin every day at home and doesn't get nervous. He's nervous about facing a student his own age. Father Zhou shook his head in silence. In fact, he couldn't say for sure. The two of them could only continue to watch the match in confusion. Are both of you ready? The match begins. As the referee waved the flag, Su Bai and Zhou Xiang released their elves at the same time. Meow Meow and Blazing Sparrow came out at the same time. Starting the first round, Su Bai was still in the spirit of humility and let Zhou Xiang go first. However, Zhou Xiang did not launch an attack in his first turn, but instead, in front of everyone's astonished gazes, he directly threw a pill bottle to Blazing Sparrow. Lie bird. Take all of these. Wow! The entire arena was stunned. Su Bai and the referee recognized almost simultaneously that Zhou Xian was using a combat temporary enhancement series of pills. Su Bai had used this kind of pill before, similar to the strength strengthening pill LV1. Besides this, there was also the defense strengthening pill LV1, special attack strengthening pill LV1, and so on. As long as it is not stolen before the match, this kind of pill is actually recognized during the official match. It's just that it's easy to be interrupted when taking the pills, so the timing of taking the pills is the key. And Zhou Xiang just saw that Su Bai wouldn't make a move to interrupt him. So in the first round, he used it openly and honestly. The students who saw this scene, as well as the parents outside the arena, and the teachers were not so calm. This was because in Jiangxi City, especially the sparring matches between students, it was rare that they would spar to the point of getting high on medicine, or to do so right off the bat. The reason on the one hand was naturally that this medicine was very precious. You can't necessarily hire an apothecary to make it if you have money. The lowest level one would cost $10,000, and it still has a statute of limitations. On the other hand, there is a certain degree of danger. This medicine can indeed raise a large portion of the elf's strength in a short period of time, but the elf's strength skyrocketed all of a sudden, and the trainer may not be able to skillfully control it. When launching an attack, it is likely to bring risks to themselves or the opponent trainer, as well as innocent people outside the field. Therefore, in the Jiangxi Academy Common Exam sparring, this kind of drug behavior is actually not advocated. Of course, not advocated does not mean that it cannot be used. It would just leave a large portion of people as dumbfounded and confused as they were now. Many people just had one thought in their hearts: is this student as far as it goes? A sparring match that has only just begun and he's putting up such a fight? Su Bai's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise, but he still didn't make a move to stop it. The other party's bottle of pills was green and flowery with a total of 6 colors, each of which had eaten no less than 3. He thought that the Spirited Sparrow's current combat power would not be much weaker even compared to a 10th level elf. This student has a rich future. What's his name? Where do the parents work? Vice Dean Yun Kuan looked at Zhou Xiang, who had high-profilely knocked down at least $180,000 in the opening scene, and revealed an expression of appreciation. He was born with a great favor for this kind of rich student. The grade director in the back immediately opened his mouth to report. This student's name is Zhou Xiang. Although he's usually a bit noisy, but his elf sparring talent is really good, and in the last semester's sparring test, he was ranked within the top 20 of his age, and his father, Mr. Zhou Shang, is the vice president of Jiangxi City's Elf Garden Association. Like Jiangxi City, this kind of small town in the countryside, the surrounding garden agriculture is actually quite developed, and as the vice president of the association, Mr. Zhou Shang, not only get quite a lot of oil and water, some of the wild grass attribute, flying attribute elf eggs, but also from time to time to be able to get some. When Yun Kuan Vice Yard heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "So it's the son of Zhou Vice Association's family? No wonder." Compared to that Su by student, this Zhou Gongzi is more interesting. Dean Xiao, what do you think? Dean Xiao smiled faintly at his words and didn't refute them, still smiling and ambiguously responding, young people are really motivated. Just after the conversation between the two had ended, on the opposing battlefield, a powerful whirlwind had already erupted. Zhou Zion shouted, "Blazing Sparrow, lightning flash." Swish! The pigeon-sized blazing sparrow transformed into a flying arrow at this moment, wrapped in powerful flight attribute energy, and swept towards Meow Meow. Meow Meow didn't take evasive measures, but just leaned forward as if it was a small tiger, unavoidably opened its claws, and collided with the martyr bird head-on. Wow! The moment of collision. Berserk energy swept out from all around. The blazing sparrow actually knows electric flint. It should have been acquired with a skill stone. And there's a hint of flight attribute energy in electric lightning flint, which means that besides being high on drugs, Bird also carries some kind of flight attribute props on his body. Su Bai looked calm and analyzed secretly with interest. After the two figures made contact, they retreated at the touch of a button and each landed in front of their respective trainers. This is only a face-to-face. The power of the two elves erupted out, let the people present make countless clamor. Neither elf strength is below level 10. The key is that Meow hasn't taken its medicine yet, right? This reverse comparison instantly caused many more people to pay attention. Chapter 83 Smashing Battle. A new storm had appeared. How could the cheerleaders stagnate? Sue Frost in the audience saw that Su Bai had already advanced to the top 8. At this time, she only felt that her voice was a little bit not loud enough to be a cheerleader by herself, so even Sweet Bamboo Bamboo was pulled out to make up the numbers. One person and one pet shouted slogans in unison. Go Little White! Go Meow Meow! Bamboo Bamboo! Bamboo Bamboo Bamboo! And in actuality, there was no need for her to cheer at all. After the first photo collision, on Zhou Xiang's Lai Sparrow, a fishy long bloodstain had already appeared. At the sight of the scarlet dripping down on the field, the originally noisy ring, instantly came numerous sounds of astonishment. Why? Wasn't it a tie just now? Why is Lai Bird injured? Ignoring the clamor outside the arena, on the opposing field, Su Bai gazed at Zhou Xiang and asked, an effect like returning fist. Is it a prop? If one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that at this time, above Meow Meow's chest, there was actually a shallow scratch. Zhou Zion, on the other hand, let out a bitter smile. Originally, I was planning to use this as a killer weapon, but I didn't expect to use it up so quickly. As the words fell, one could only see the Lai Sparrow shaking its wings, and from within its feathers, it shook off a tattered tree fruit kernel. Tattered Jiaxin fruit kernel. After carrying it, when an elf is damaged by a physical attack activates, rebounding a portion of the opponent's damage. This was an extremely rare tree fruit, and even among the many tree fruits, it was one of the more precious ones. The high-quality Jiaxin fruit was rare, and it was said to have the effect of being able to rebound any physical damage without injury, while this tattered fruit kernel had the least effect, but it also had the effect of rebounding a portion of the physical damage. Su Bai catalyzed his golden finger to check the props in space, and his gaze once again showed a point of importance on his face when he looked at Zhou Xiang. Could be felt that Zhou Zion was serious about this battle. So what he had to do was to respond to this attitude. Other means, use them all together as well. Meow Meow and I, we will witness to the end. Zhou Zion's fighting spirit was high. Please! In the first clash, his blazing sparrow was injured, and he knew that the longer this match dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. So in the second round, he once again adopted a quick fighting tactic. Gah! Sensing his master's determination, the blazing sparrow lifted its wings and flew high, with a layer of intense water currents wrapped around his body at this moment. His figure shifted and instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes as the blazing sun shone. Where's the spirited sparrow? Just as everyone was searching for the Lai Bird's figure, they saw that it had already swooped down to parallel to the ground. Tearing through the air and wrapped in a stream of water, the spirited sparrow did not hesitate to strike straight towards Meow Meow. Is this water current jet? Why would the flight attribute blazing sparrow use this kind of move? Many people were dismayed at this scene. Completely broke many people's common sense. However, there was no lack of people with eyesight present, just like the few leaders on the high platform. Another prop, a water gem that stores one-time moves. Mr. Liu, the great head, stared with wide eyes. There's more than just the water jet. Vice Academy Yun's narrowed eyes glowed with a refined light. There's also the intermediate flying move, Yen Returns Shadow. He used 2 disposable gems at once. Under normal circumstances, this move of the Blazing Sparrow could completely kill the vast majority of elves below level 10. Boom! The 2 attribute powers of water and flight filled the field. Countless people watched this scene with bated breath. Was this really a battle that an ordinary student could do? Even if they were to be replaced by normal adults, this was all they could do, right? Underneath the scene, Tiandahai couldn't help but TSK and TSK as he watched the power of the 2 gemstones that he and Zhou Xiang had put together erupt together. Of course, he likewise did not expect that Zhou Xiang's Blazing Sparrow would be able to harness the moves unleashed by the 2 gems at the same time and use them both in a fusion. With such an attack, it should be impossible for Bai's Meow to remain unharmed, right? The smoke on the field slowly dispersed. The figures of Meow Meow and Blazing Sparrow slowly appeared in front of the crowd once again, only to see the Lai bird eject from the smoke first. Meow Meow, on the other hand, remained where it was, and as the breeze blew by, only a layer of majestic energy shield emerged around Meow Meow. Meow Meow in the energy shield, head high, hair still bright, not the slightest sign of injury. This was the first time Meow Meow had used a move other than grasp since the competition. Many people couldn't even tell what this strange energy cover was, and were only surprised at how Meow Meow remained unharmed in this situation. Only trainers at the level of Dean Xiao and Vice Dean Yun Kuan recognized the origin of this move. Guard! Where the hell did this kid learn this move from? Yun Kuan Vice Yard had been completely unable to calm down. One must know that this kind of move, even if you have a skill stone, it is still very difficult to acquire. At this time, even if someone told Yun Kuan that Su Bai's Meow Meow was a grade A qualification elf, he would still be convinced. How does this move feel so familiar? Dean Xiao was also shocked at this time, but he didn't act as obvious as Yun Kuan. Hiddenly, he even guessed that Su Bai learning this stance might have something to do with the 3 skill stones that he sent last time. Zhou Xiang was also blanched and smiled slightly bitterly after seeing this scene. It was really devastating that his opponent remained unharmed under the full force of the strike that he and Blazing Sparrow had used. At this moment, Zhou Xiang really wanted to just give up. However, in the next instant, his gaze met his Lai Sparrow. In the eyes of the Lai Sparrow, it was still filled with an oozing fighting spirit. The energy of the flight attribute was rampant. Zhou Xiang regained his composure. He knew that he had very few cards left. All he had to do now was to accompany the Lai bird and burn the last of his fighting spirit on this match. Lai Sparrow's attack speed remained the same, and his biting peck strikes kept coming at Meow Meow's vitals. But in return, Meow Meow calmly evaded and counterattacked again and again. In a short while, the spirited sparrow was already covered in wounds. Everyone present only felt their mouths dry. They were both shocked by Su Bai's strength that far exceeded that of his peers, and likewise impressed by Zhou Xiang and his Lai Sparrow's fighting spirit. It's almost time, Lai bird. Use the Zhili fruit. Only at the last moment, the Lai Sparrow once again shook off a tree fruit from its wings and stuffed it into its mouth. In an instant, the Blazing Sparrow's attack power once again skyrocketed. Branch Lai fruit. When carried, the elf stamina is below a certain level to take it. It can increase the attack power. This was the prop given by little fatty Tiandahai, and it was also Zhou Xian's last card. Last strike. Blazing Sparrow, use acrobatics. Gah! Acrobatics. A more powerful one amongst the primary moves of the flying attribute. When the elf performing this move does not carry props on him, it will exert even more power. Brush. Even though he was covered in wounds, under his master's command, the Blazing Sparrow's pupils remained fearless. Chapter 84 Champion, Exam Drop. Not everyone was cheering for the strong, and there would likewise be a portion of people who saw the efforts of the weak. This determination and perseverance of Zhou Xian and Lai Bird clearly moved a portion of the people present. Zhou's father and mother were cheering and shouting for their son, and there was no shortage of passers-by in the arena who were moved by their spirit. Amidst the chants, Zhou Xian and Lai Bird's enthusiasm and fighting spirit rose higher and higher. At this moment, they really resembled the inspirational protagonists in other novels. Unfortunately, this protagonist had met the great demon king in the novice village. The very next moment, Meow Meow similarly leapt in the air, facing the acrobatics that was comparable to an intermediate move. It similarly unleashed an intermediate move, Bite Hold. Powerful evil attribute energy condensed in the air to form a huge mouth with ferocious teeth. Ka-ching! As the two elves' attacks clashed, everyone in the audience exclaimed in shock, their eyes not daring to blink as they stared at the field. The breeze like flying attribute, acrobatics, and the brutal and immoral evil attribute, bite attack clashed against each other. Two rays of green and brown light, like beams of light, occupied both sides of the field. Boom! Astonishingly loud sounds spread out. It blossomed in mid-air like fireworks. The attacks of the two were not as evenly matched as the crowd had imagined, and soon the evil attribute power devastated the sky. The vicious giant Meowth soon engulfed the Qingfeng bird. Swoosh! A few breaths later, the spirited sparrow was smashed down from the heights like a bird with broken wings. Lie sparrow! Zhou Ziyan was heartbroken as he rushed to catch it. Seeing this scene, the referee also decisively announced the winner. Advancing to the quarterfinals of this tournament are Su Bai student and his Meow Meow. Clap! There was a round of applause and murmurs outside the arena. The corner of Zhou Ziyan's mouth was bitter. In the end, he still lost. Take it! Su Bai's voice came from his ears. Zhou Ziyang slowly raised his head, only to see Su Bai handing over a bottle of something like a spray. This is injury medicine. After spraying it on the Lai bird, should recover quickly. Thank you, Brother Bai. Looking at the breezy Su Bai, Zhou Ziyang couldn't help but ghostly ask, Brother Bai, I recognize losing to you, but can you tell me your Meow, what level is it now? His blazing sparrow had used so many auxiliary potions and tree fruits. Why did he feel that he still couldn't feel the bottom of Meow Meow at all? Perhaps it was because of Su Bai's operation. Meow Meow gave Zhou Ziyang the feeling that it was even more terrifying than his cousin's Overlord Flower. But who was his cousin? She was a senior student at the South River Elf Academy. His uncle's family had smashed no less than $10 million on her and the elves, which had led to the current heights. But what about Su Bai? She was only 14 years old. Hearing Zhou Ziyang's question, Su Bai waited up and felt that his mouth was still okay, so she answered roughly, It's not much higher, just level 20. Su Bai's words were like magic tones in his ears, constantly echoing in Zhou Ziyang's mind. Not much higher, 20 levels only? Although he had already known that Su Bai's strength wouldn't be too weak, when he really heard this Versailles sentence, he really had the feeling of exploding in place. Level 20 isn't much higher? This was almost the same level as his cousin Overlord Flower, right? It was completely qualified to enter an advanced academy. Zhou Ziyan was left to mess up in the wind. Su Bai continued to prepare for the next match. The next 4 matches were all familiar faces, like Zhao Gui Yi Xiaoyu and that class 4 Wang Jian who used the earth-dwelling ninjutsu. In the semifinals, Su Bai met Zhao Gui. After seeing Su Bai's previous match, this young master with a family of miners directly replicated Zhou Ziyang's style of play, thinking that Zhou Ziyang didn't have enough kryptonite and that's why he lost the match. Unfortunately, this young master's level of operation was not as skilled as Zhou Ziyang's, and the iron-armored rhinoceros, after the kryptonite, went into rampage mode with his eyes directly red. It was charging at anyone it caught. In the end, it was Meow Meow who took it away with 2 rounds of metal membrane grabs. As for the battle between Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Jian because of the attribute restraint, in the end it was Wang Jian who won. Su Bai avoided fighting against the class flower of the same village. Inwardly he was actually quite happy, so he didn't have to think of ways to put water in the water. However, in the latter 2 matches, he could always feel a grudging gaze staring at him. The owner of the gaze was naturally his classmate from the same village. Against the Toju ninja, Meow Meow was still easily taken away with a single grab move. Su Bai won the practical exam championship without any doubt. Summarizing, the opponent that made him remember the most in this exam was actually still Zhou Ziyang. The 2-day-long sparring exam came to an end, and Dean Xiao walked up to the ring under the gaze of those countless people and made a flurry of inspiring remarks. Today's practical examination, to this official end, behind our school will summarize the scores as soon as possible. I hope that all students can always pay attention to the various schools that they have applied for. The rest of the time, by your own arrangements, directly home can be, but after the results are released down, remember to come back to the school. After saying that, Dean Xiao didn't occupy more of the crowd's time. Waving his sleeves, he slowly left the high platform. The competition officially came to an end, and Su Bai brought his pretty sister back home leisurely. Along the way, her sister was very excited, constantly recounting with Su Bai the scenes of his battle, feeling even happier than if she had personally gone to win the match herself. But after speaking, the excitement suddenly dropped again. Xiaobai, if you really get into a good school, you can rest assured that you will go. Anyway, the holidays you come back is. Do not think of laziness, advanced college competition is very fierce. After you leave, sister will also work hard. Maybe the next time we meet. My sweet bamboo are more powerful than meow meow. Although Su Frost spoke in a very arrogant tone, but Su Bai only heard the meaning of loneliness from her words. Want to separate from me so badly? Su Bai propped his hand on his chin and looked at the girl beside him with a smiling face. Su Frost pouted and skimmed her head. What can I do then? It can't hinder a certain scholar boy's prospects, right? Well, that's also right. Su Bai nodded with a serious face. Su Frost's small hands clutched the hem of her lace skirt, and her heart seemed to become even harder. Just listen to Su Bai continued. In fact, I think that the prospects are still a small matter. The main thing is that you are by my side. Affecting my peach blossom luck. The end of the exam, you to my side one stop. No girl dares to come over to ask me for contact information. You say this is why. Su Frost's small face turned red, and she was suddenly speechless. When Su Bai saw Su Frost's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Su Bai, you're not big or small again. Between pouting, the girl swung her pink fist and was about to hit. Su Bai nimbly maneuvered his position, while not forgetting to observe the girl's expression. Seeing that she had slightly regained some vigor, his mood also became a bit soothed. Chapter 85 Going to the Wanxiang trial. Early in the morning, Su family. In Su Bai's room. At this moment, Su Bai was making his final adjustments at home. Later on, he was going to go to the 10,000 Elephants secret realm that was known as the most magical place around Jiangxi City. With his personality, he would naturally prepare everything that came to mind. After the last exam competition and using some more experience candies, Meow level had also successfully increased to level 21. Under Su Bai's careful care, all individual values had increased significantly. Elf, Meow Meow, level 21 1%. Qualification, D+. Individual values, physical strength E+, physical attack D, physical defense E, special attack E, special defense E, speed D. Condition, good. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Characteristics, pick up, change freely. Props, smoke orb F grade, life pearl B+, metal film E, sharp claws E. Primary moves, grass proficient, scream introductory, palm strike proficient, polyjuice kung fu introductory. Mid-pole moves, bite proficient, water wave introductory, flame teeth gang form proficient, guard introductory. The status was good, and the way things were going, Meow Meow wouldn't have to worry about anything more until it leveled up to level 30. After that, Su Bai checked the Queen Bee again. Elf, Queen Bee Lord. Level, 23 51%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength D, physical attack D, physical defense D+, special attack D, special defense D+, speed D. Condition, good. Sex, female. Attributes, bug, flight. Characteristics, oppression, swamp gas, stinger, pseudo. Props, insect gemstone F+, poison needle E. Beginner moves, sweet aroma skilled, rising wind skilled, insect resistance beginner, chopping chop beginner, strange light beginner. Medium moves, bug bite beginner, cleave beginner. Advanced moves, aromatic mist beginner. The Queen Bee was still Su Bai's strongest elf at the moment, but because of its qualifications, individual value and leveling up currently required Su Bai's input. After smashing down all the experience candies, the level was only then above Meow Meow. Cocodora was still level 15, and Su Bai had used the spirit feather made from the black feather on it, allowing its special defense to be raised to level E earlier. Nothing else had changed. There was good news on the Carp King's side. Su Bai realized that the dragon scales in its body should have finished digesting recently. The defense of its body was even more terrifying than before, and the physical defense individual value was even directly raised to full enough to be D+ grade. Not only that, but I don't know whether it was because of the bone calcium soup or the relationship between digesting the dragon scales. The Carp King's level was also dawdling. At this time, its level was surprisingly still the highest in Su Bai's team. It was at level 26. At first, Su Bai was a little worried when he saw that the Carp King had leveled up without evolving. But looking at the way it was still eating and sleeping, Su Bai knew that he should have been worried for nothing. This time, Su Bai planned to bring it along with him because he was going to go on a long trip, to see if he could encounter any opportunities on the way that belonged specifically to it. After checking the elf once more, Su-bai put his eyes on himself again. Some of the new equipment had already been made. For example, the carapace empty shell that he had attached to his body. This thing not only had the effect of defending against electric attributes, poison attributes, ghost attributes, supernatural attributes, and so on, but also had a very practical effect, that is, when he encountered danger, Su-bai could use the cicada shell function. The empty shell will stay in place and withstand the attack instead of Su-bai, while Su-bai himself will be able to instantly move to a range of 10 meters nearby. This thing was equivalent to a life preservation talisman. However, on the outside, Su-bai also had a layer of bone scale armor, which was equivalent to an upgraded version of the previous fish scale insect armor. Not only did it improve the defense in the face of the vast majority of attacks below level 30, it could easily withstand them, but it also improved the wearing comfort. Normal situation is like a breathable and silky jacket, but once subjected to a violent impact, the bone scales inside will instantly stretch out. Su-bai also put in some hard work. His recent research with flower beer grass, as well as floating gas, ultralight resin, and other materials to produce a pair of walking will not make the slightest sound, will not leave a smell. At the same time, light as a feather, able to float on the water surface, easy to climb the magical shoes, called the cloud feather boots. For self-protection, besides the previous exploding hazelnut shells, there are also the poison hemp bombs made by the bad frog poison sacs and bullet beads, and the gas explosion bombs made by strong gas sob. There were also a few more handy small daggers processed from some ores, as well as materials such as sand hippo fangs, sharp alloy knives from Colt knife pawns, and so on. This thing is very sharp. There are a few sharp daggers in the wild. There are a lot of uses for them. It can cut the vines that block the road, it can be used to take supplies, and it can blow itself up at critical moments. Several daggers Su-bai are open, hidden in various parts of the body, such as the bottom of the shoes inside law, and the sleeves of the coat. In short, it is to ensure that no matter when you want to draw out a knife to defend yourself, you can draw a hand. Food and water, or with the previous filtered water straws, there are also some reserves of dry food and other things. Under normal circumstances, Su-bai is still ready to slowly explore on the road, see what to eat. After checking everything on his body to make sure there were no mistakes, Su-bai also made breakfast for Su Frost by hand. After estimating the time, he went out. After leaving the village entrance, Su-bai saw Zhou Lao already waiting for him there. After seeing Su-bai, he immediately smiled and chimed in. Little Su has really excelled. The thing that you won the championship in the school, this old man of mine also knows about it. It looks like even without this 10,000 elephants mystic realm, it would be easy for you to get into a good school. Su-bai smiled at Zhou Lao and said, the exams in school can't give me the treasures in the secret realm and the rare elves. Oh, it's good to have confidence, but when you go into the secret realm, you must still pay attention to safety. Su-bai nodded his head obediently. After greeting him, Zhou Lao didn't waste any time and threw out 2 elf balls, and 2 large-billed finches immediately popped out from them. Zhou Lao let Su-bai choose one to ride on. This was a specially trained flying riding pet of the Alliance, specialized in taking people to the Wanxiang mysterious realm gathering point. Passing through the urban area of Jiangxi City, the scenery along the way suddenly became unfamiliar. Other than the time at 100 Flower Mountain, it was the first time Su-bai had traveled so far, riding the large beaked finch. He vaguely felt like breaking free from his shackles. Chapter 86. The Effectiveness of the Superpower Elf. White clouds drifted above the vast and boundless sky. From time to time, one could see some flying attribute elves that swept by. The vast majority of them were migratory bird-type flying elves, such as the bone swallow, the green meon bird, and so on. Similarly, from time to time, we could also see some elves that were not bird-type elves, but could also fly in the air. For example, the shuttlecock grass, yang ma, rain-winged moth, and so on. These elves are also elves that are more active during the summer season. Usually, when encountering these elves, Zhou Lao would take the initiative to steer the large-billed sparrow to avoid them. Although most of the time, these elves would not actively attack people, they were not afraid of accidents, but they were afraid of the unexpected. Because no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a high-level big brother elf amongst these elves. Fortunately, the air flight didn't last long, and after passing through a field, they soon arrived at their destination. This was a mountainous plateau, and although the roars of various powerful elves could be heard from time to time in the surroundings, not a single elf stepped into the vicinity of the mountain. The reason for this was that there were several very powerful trainers guarding the area. After seeing Su-bai and Zhou Lao approaching from the sky, there was soon a middle-aged trainer wearing special overalls, harnessing an armored bird and flying towards the two. In front is the special secret realm range circled by the Alliance. If you need to enter, Please show your documents. Zhou Lao stepped forward and handed over something similar to a document, and after the alliance trainer received it, he nodded towards Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao understood and came in front of Su Bai and said with a kind expression, "Little Su Ah, I can only send you this way, you can only rely on yourself to go up next. Thanks for taking care of Elder Zhou this way." After the last incident, Elder Zhou was indeed still quite assured of Su Bai's strength. However, in the end, he still couldn't help but remind, the students who participate in the Wanxiang secret realm are all equally the top group of strength in the southern cities. So in the secret realm, no matter who you meet, you have to be careful in dealing with them. Okay, I'll pay attention. Regardless of how strong he became, Su Bai, towards Elder Zhou, had always maintained his respect for his elders. After saying goodbye, under Zhou Lao's gaze, Su Bai quickly stepped up the mountain stone ladder, one step at a time, toward the highest high platform. This mountain stone ladder is quite long. Su Bai climbed a height of 20 to 30 meters in one breath, equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. If it were not for the regular exercise on weekdays, a different ordinary person at this moment, it is estimated that they are out of breath. At this time, Su Bai only felt like he was in the heavenly palace fairyland. Surrounded by clouds and mist, direction discrimination can only rely on the artificial setting of the guiding light. Meow. Meow lay on Su Bai's shoulder, raised his neck and sniffed the surrounding cloudy air, then turned to Su Bai and softly called out. Su Bai shook his head. "I'm not tired. I just feel that this place is quite rare and want to see more." Saying that, Su Bai then reached out and casually touched it. Don't mention it, it really gave him some clues. Clouds on mist, water mist filled with flight attribute energy, flying come water attribute elves can help improve their experience if they absorb it for a long period of time. You have this kind of good stuff before even entering the secret realm? Su Bai was more or less surprised, perhaps because no one had been near it for years. The ecological environment here was very suitable for elves to live. It's a pity that I just didn't bring a container that can seal the air. Su Bai sighed. There was no way out, since he couldn't collect it. He would just let the elves absorb it in place. Thinking of this, Su Bai directly released the salted fish king. Although the king carp's current attribute was only the water attribute, the evolved Tyrannosaurus rex was actually a water-come-flight attribute. Now absorbing some energy water mist, it is considered to be an early preparation for evolution. Salted fish king in this special air, not the slightest sign of lack of oxygen. All the way is very happy, from time to time and meow eye contact. Su Bai held the big fat fish and walked the rest of the way with some difficulty. Because of deliberately taking care of Salty Fish King, Su Bai walked for almost half an hour this way. This caused several groups of people behind him to look at Su Bai with odd eyes when they passed by him. Fortunately, Su Bai had a thick skin and didn't bother about it at all. Arriving on top of the platform, Su Bai found that there were many people who had already gathered here in advance. Seeing Su Bai carrying Meow Meow on his shoulder and holding a big salted fish in his hand with a silly and naive look, the vast majority of the people present couldn't bear to look away. Most of them were the top elite students in the city, and they all had their own arrogance. For someone like Su Bai, who had no real talent, they really didn't put it in their eyes. In their opinion, Meow Meow was synonymous with ordinary, while Carp King was directly equated with a weakling. How strong could a trainer who raised these two types of elves be? In addition to Su Bai, there was no shortage of trainers who had released their sprites. However, the elves of these trainers are all rare and uncommon species. For example, the little fire horse mongoose chopping unicorn chi or something. The trainers who used these sprites would often cause the people present to give them sideways glances. In their opinion, the trainers who used these kinds of elves were the ones who were important enough to be taken seriously by them. Su Bai looked around, and soon realized that the thing that was transmitting the strange symptoms was the stone slab under their feet. When everyone noticed this scene, the next moment, a trance passed before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in an unfamiliar space, and standing in front of them was a middle-aged alliance trainer. Without delaying anything, he directly and straightforwardly announced, "I am the promulgator of your trial for this 10,000 elements mysterious realm, as well as one of the regulators. Next, I will talk to you about those rules you need to abide by in this secret realm." Hearing the middle-aged man say this, everyone in the arena was silent, with a pair of gazes staring at the man in front of them. This space we are in now is a connection point between the Wanxiang secret realm and reality. The entrance to the secret realm itself cannot be passed through directly because it's in a volcanic lava crater, so it allowed the powerful supernatural elves to create a teleportation point using the supernatural ability, instantaneous movement, as a positioning benchmark. Subai was not too surprised. Although he knew that the superpowers of this world, ghost attribute Pokemon, were special, he didn't expect to be able to do this kind of thing. The other students were also wondering, how strong must the superpower attribute elf that made this positioning space be? This means completely broke their conventional thinking. Chapter 87, Methods of Raising Ratings. The middle-aged trainer didn't care what the students underneath thought. He continued to narrate unhurriedly to himself. I think you all have heard that this Wanxiang secret realm is the most magical secret realm in Jiangxi City, and there are quite a lot of resources in it, and some people have even found secret treasures in it and have seen Lord-class elves. The vast majority of you present are the top prides of Jiangxi City and the nearby colleges and universities, and some of you are young talents who have made outstanding contributions to our city. That's why the higher-ups have given special permission for you to enter here. The middle-aged trainer spoke in a light tone, but the expressions of the crowd of students were more serious than one another. They all knew that this opportunity was not easy to come by and had to be grasped. Hee, don't be too nervous. In fact, you guys can come here. You're already luckier than many of your peers. Even if you're brushed off here, I believe that during the period you can also harvest a lot of things in this secret realm. Next, I'll slightly introduce this Wanxiang secret realm. The spatial territory in this secret realm is extremely extensive. In addition to the various wilderness wetlands and grasses, there are also large tracts of mines, skies, and lakes. Hearing this, many students couldn't help but perk their ears up again. In addition to traversing these barricades, you will also have to deal with various powerful elves in them, as well as each other, and ultimately only then will you have the chance to come to the exit of the secret realm and win this trial. At first glance, the content of this trial didn't seem too difficult. As long as you find the exit of the secret realm, you will have a chance to win. Seeing the crowd's thoughts, the middle-aged trainer sneaked a teasing smile. Before the competition, all of you will be graded based on your elf qualifications. Generally, the most common F-grade qualification is the first grade, while the E-grade qualification is the second grade, and so on. Only students who have reached grade 5 or above will be able to know the exit of the secret realm and successfully pass the trial. The crowd of students immediately pondered. According to this middle-aged trainer's words, unless it was a trainer who possessed a B-rank elf qualification, it couldn't possibly be a rank 5. In that case, wouldn't one never pass the trial without a B-ranked elf? A student immediately raised the question. Don't be in a hurry, one question at a time. Let's test the elf qualifications first. The middle-aged trainer didn't immediately give the students a solution, but took out a bunch of cards from his arms, and then threw out the elf ball, and an elf with a pink pearl on its head popped out from it. This was called the Jumping Pig, and it was a rare superpower attribute elf. The middle-aged trainer let the Jumping Pig use his mind power and handed out the cards to each student. After getting the card, the crowd let their elves touch the card under the middle-aged trainer's instructions. Instantly, on top of the card, the qualifications of each elf were displayed. Subai had let Meow touch it. Therefore, the grade on top of the card was level 3. After all the grades were assessed, suddenly a student exclaimed, "Huh? How can I still see other people's grades on the card?" "Really? I can see it too." Subai similarly discovered this problem. The card material was not an ordinary thin piece of paper, but a high-tech card with a touch similar to a tempered film on a cell phone. Its initial interface was to display everyone's elf qualifications, and after sliding left and right, there would be a small piece of map. On this map, there were a lot of light spots, and in this light spot, there was a display of the grades rated by the people around them. There were very few people at level 1, and the light dots were a dull white color. Level 2 had the most people, and the dots of light were all in a light yellow color, a color that almost covered the area. However, there were still a few conspicuous splashes of dark blue that attracted the attention of many people. These dark blue markings were the people of the 3rd level rating. 3rd grade. This person's Meow is actually a D-rated qualification. After seeing the difference in color, many people in the vicinity instantly threw an incredulous expression towards Subai. Some were envious, while others were jealous. Facing the scrutiny of many people, Subai remained motionless, teasing the Meow on his shoulder and the fish in his arms by himself. In addition to Subai being a level 3 rated, there were likewise a few people present who were level 3 rated. Compared to Subai, they were much more high-profile. For example, that teenager who used the meerkat slash, facing the scrutiny of the crowd. His chin was raised high, his face was filled with undisguised arrogance, and his nose was almost up in the sky. Although the crowd was not happy with the teenager's overlooking attitude, but after looking at his meerkat chop, They also knew that this kind of person was indeed not to be messed with. There was also a little girl using an almost doll that was also rated at the 3rd level. Not only was the other party's strength outstanding, but her key looks were also cute. A youthful blue and white school-style dress, paired with a little face carved out of pink and jade and pitiful eyes like those of a small animal, instantly aroused the protective desire of many people. On top of that heterochromatic little fire horse, as well as the trainer of the Qilin Qi, all of them were 3rd level rated. With these people drawing attention, the number of people paying attention to Subai was not too many. With everyone obtaining their own ratings, the corner of the mouth of that middle-aged trainer in front also hooked up a wry smile. Since all of you have discovered the card's efficacy, then I'll explain it directly to you. Admittedly, according to the rules, none of you are now in line with the requirements for passing the trial. But the rating is not fixed but can be slowly raised. The way to raise it is not very difficult, as long as you have defeated the elves in the secret realm, or harvested rare medicinal herbs, props and whatnot. After touching it with the card will naturally sense the energy on it and record it. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved, so it turns out that just defeating elves and acquiring treasures can raise the rating. Although it was a bit difficult to fight against an unknown wild elf, the people present were all elites and didn't carry fear. Of course, this is actually not the fastest way to raise the rating. Speaking here, the middle-aged trainer's face smiled even more. At this time, he gave Subai a feeling like a child-stealing fox that lured people to commit crimes. The fastest way to raise is to seize someone else's rating card and transfer it to your own card. This way, your ratings will be able to rise by leaps and bounds. These words came out. The bodies of everyone present stiffened, and then they subconsciously pulled some distance away from the others. The higher the rating of the card, the higher the amount of enhancement. For example, some of the students are level 1 ratings, right? If you defeat those students who have level 3 ratings, then their rating qualifications will be yours, and you might even be able to upgrade to level 4 ratings in one fell swoop too, yo. Chapter 88. Fishing for Law Enforcement. The middle-aged trainer said with a voice full of compulsion. As soon as Subai heard that things were not good, he wanted to silently stand behind everyone. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Before he took his position, there were already people staring at him. These people's gazes were full of greed, not hiding it in the slightest. So it was because of this rule. Subai said in his heart that it was no wonder that this middle-aged regulator would list them their contestants each other as one of the difficulties of the competition as well. More than the dangerous terrain in this secret realm, and the ferocious elves aside, the biggest threatener still clearly belonged to each other, these trainee contestants. Subai silently raised his salted fish to cover his face. This action was a sign of Subai's cowardice in the eyes of the onlookers, so they felt more and more that Subai was a weakling. And in fact, this action of Subai is afraid that others will see the corners of his slightly raised mouth. He really wasn't afraid of others coming to his door. He was afraid that these people wouldn't come up. In the past, he had only had the opportunity to search for elves, and now he finally had a bright and honorable reason to search for trainers. Still a little exciting to think about it. Class, we made this rule also to give equal opportunity with anyone, even if your own elf qualification is not high. Here you can rely on hard work as well as wisdom to get your due achievement. And those students with high qualifications should also pay attention, although you currently have an advantage, but this kind of advantage will not be permanent. You have to keep vigilant at all times. This middle-aged trainer's tone sounded like he was following good advice, but Subai always felt that he was just watching the fun. The 5th level rating will be able to pass the trial test, but the higher the rating, the higher your ranking in this trial, naturally the higher, and the student who finally wins the championship will also be able to obtain a special reward issued down by the joint school. Oh yes, if special circumstances arise, this card in your hands is also equivalent to a transmitter. In the event of a life-threatening situation, you can choose to break this card at that time. There will be a regulator to step in and save you, but relatively at that time you will also lose the qualification for the competition and be directly eliminated. After saying this, the middle-aged trainer did not leave room for questions and answers for the crowd, and directly snapped his fingers. The eyes of the jumping pig beside him glowed with a strange light, and in the next moment, the crowd felt the scene in front of them change once again. The original light curtain area instantly dissipated, and what appeared in front of them at that moment was a very unfamiliar primitive jungle. Everyone first went through a brief moment of daze, and then quickly reacted. They should truly be in the Wanxiang mysterious realm at this moment. Some of them had flickering gazes as they quickly searched for certain figures in the crowd, and these people intended to look for the contestants as soon as they came up. Subai, as the weakest fat sheep, obviously had no reason to let go. A few of them reacted the fastest, looking at Subai's distant figure in the jungle. His face couldn't help but reveal a touch of the Dragon King's crooked smile. Subai held the Carp King in his arms away from the crowd, his calm face, as if he didn't notice that someone was following him in the slightest. Just like that, he walked all the way to the side of a stream, and only then did Subai slow down his pace. Then, as if he had found his destination, he slowly released the big fat fish in his arms into the stream. Let's rest in this stream first. I'll entertain the tail that's following us. Your main task in this secret realm is to observe the battle. Got it? Although the Carp King's level was the highest in Subai's team, it hadn't experienced any decent battles at the moment. Observing the sparring would help it grow. The Carp King smashed its mouth and didn't know if it had listened. Subai lightly laughed and shook his head, stood up and patted the dust on his body. Swish! It was at this time, only to see two flying leaves in the jungle shooting towards Subai's place. The target was Subai's feet, obviously wanting to make him directly incapacitated. This attack came very suddenly, and it was difficult for a normal person to react at all. Only to hear Subai cry out in pain, he lowered his body and made a movement to hold his legs. Seeing this, a whistle immediately came out from the woods. For students who looked somewhat similar, all with shaved inches, with their elves, scurried out from the woods. Hee. Second and third brothers, your coyote dog sense of smell is really sharp. You caught up with this kid so quickly. It's just a rookie who's never seen the market. So easy to get. A few people talked and laughed before slowly walking towards Subai. Why are you guys sneaking up on me for no reason? Subai raised his head with a frown. Haha. Big brother, this kid is really interesting. At this time of the day, he actually asked why he sneak attacked him? It's true that he's a student in the ivory tower of the lower grades. He doesn't understand anything. These few people spoke one word to another, looking like they were eating up Subai. In addition to the long-nosed leaves, there were two coyote dogs beside them, and a small lotta of the evil attribute plus general attribute exotic region. I really can't figure out how a lower grade student like you got in here. It was the same student who was leading the group. He stretched out his hand towards Subai with a disdainful face. Be a good boy and hand over the card, so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Here, even if we beat the snot out of you, no one will come and help you out. You guys won't be any better off if you take my ratings. Soon the others will come to rob you as well. Subai said with a hateful expression. Not to mention whether the others can catch up or not. Even if they do, they may not be a match for the four of us brothers. That is to say that there are no other people in this neighborhood for the time being. Nonsense, our brothers just have coyote dogs, which can track you so quickly. Other people do not have this ability. This looks like, acting for nothing. The words fell, Subai slowly stood up. For small flat heads? Then let's settle you guys as soon as possible and prepare to catch the next wave of fish. For little flat heads, didn't wait for the four to react. Behind them a coyote dog and a small lotta let out a wail. Meow slowly swept past behind the four people with elegant steps, and behind it were two elves that had completely lost their ability to fight. The cat's pupils were icy cold, looking at the remaining four people plus the two elves as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The oldest four and the oldest three elves were seconded. The one leading the group immediately reacted. Something's not right. There's something wrong with this kid's Meow. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Retreat. But before they could take 2 steps out, there were several huge rocks that abruptly rose up from the ground, blocking their way. Cocodora appeared behind the stone walls. First, I didn't pretend to be a pig. It's you guys who are blinded by large second. You guys can't even beat a kitten, so you're obviously not a tiger. Third, if you don't want to suffer from skin and flesh, obediently hand over all your cards. Subai skinned and smiled as he approached towards a few of them, for miserable cries for help resounded. When the rescue regulators came over, they found 4 elves lying neatly on the ground, and next to the elves, there were 4 trainers who only had their pants left. Chapter 89, Searching for Trainers' Happiness. Although he had seen many ferocious scrambles in previous years, it was really uncommon to see things that stripped people down to their pants. A few regulators were also speechless as their mouths twitched at the sight of this scene. Do we have to care about this matter? It doesn't seem to violate the rules. Turn a blind eye. After drawing the first vote, Subai immediately fell in love with this feeling of robbing the contestants. Because coming to money was too easy. 12 orange fruits, 2 alliance injury pills, 2 peach fruits, and 1 cherry Z fruit. Counting up the total will be more than 10,000. Originally, he thought that beating NPCs on the game console to give pocket money was just a legend, but today Subai practically experienced it. In addition to the money, there are also their ratings. Subai had already transferred all of their ratings to his card, and being a good person to the end, he helped them fold their cards and inform the supervisor. Nowadays, his ratings were already very close to level 4. It was estimated that it was just a matter of absorbing one more level 2 rating before he could successfully advance. He was ready for the next person to blackmail him. But I don't know what happened, but when I gave these people a chance, they were all useless. Subai waited not far away for half a day, but there was no one behind him. But there were a few elves that were eyeing Subai's side. It was a few monkey monsters. This kind of elf with a pig's nose, like a hairball, temper is not very good. Once they found something to intrude into their territory, they will immediately rage. And this kind of anger is also contagious. Often as long as there is a monkey monster in the group in a violent state, soon a group of monkey monsters will be in a violent state. Perhaps Subai had stepped into their territory unintentionally, causing these monkeys to gather together. Facing this kind of battle, Subai didn't panic. He directly released the queen bee. Today's queen bee had long since been no longer comparable to the 3 bees back then. In the face of the monkey monsters rushing over, it calmly used its strange light. The ones that rushed forward were instantly mesmerized by the strange light and foolishly spun around in place. From time to time, it also gave its teammates a dumbfounded smack in the mouth. Feeling that the hit wasn't hard enough, they would also give themselves a slap in the face as well. This was the confused state. An elf caught in this state was unable to think properly, and no matter who approached it, they might be injured by mistake. After that, the queen bee launched several winds and took them all away smoothly. Monkey monster. Level 1116. Attribute: Fighting. Qualification: EE. Individual value. After resolving the pouncing monkey monster, Subai realized that there was actually a reason why this monkey monster could remain in a state of anger at all times. From their pig snouts, Subai extracted a special saliva hormone. This hormone, if made into a potion, was able to make the elves turn into the dry pseudo trait for a short period of time. And there was also the effect of temporarily boosting attack power. Similar to strength-enhancing pill LV1. Oh, and because of the higher level of these monkey monsters, the pills made from their saliva hormones should have the efficacy of power-strengthening pill LV2. It can raise the elf's combat power by 2 levels, but of course, again, it requires the elf to be strong enough on its own, or else it will risk going berserk. In addition to this hormone liquid, this monkey monster also carried some exotic fruits on its body. Wild tree fruit, mixed with the genes of tree fruits, but not as demanding as tree fruit cultivation. After consuming it, it has the effect of restoring physical strength, and can be made into tree fruit juice if it is carried for jug. This thing is good, although the effect is not as obvious as the orange fruit, but it can still be a full meal. Today's lunch meal has a solution. After collecting the props, Subai didn't forget to use the card to touch these elves. And this contact is also smooth to let Subai's card from the 3rd level evaluation rose to the 4th level evaluation. The color of the 4th level evaluation on the card changed again, from dark blue to orange-red. This color was even more eye-catching. Appearing on the card map, it was like saying to everyone, "If you're a brother, come and cut me." It was also possible that because of the advancement into a 4th level rating, Subai next ushered in 2 waves of rating grabbers in a row. The strength was a bit more powerful than the 4 inches he initially encountered. The first wave was the combination of Carrying Tinker and Ishimaru. Carrying Tinker. Level 16. Attribute: Fighting. Qualification: E. Ishimaruko. Attribute: Rock. Qualification: E. There was nothing much to say. Before the Carrying Tinker had time to get close, he was dealt with by the queen bee hiding in the jungle with a move of wind up. And Stone Maruko was even worse, almost being directly gnawed by Kokodora. So scared that the other party directly burrowed back into its master's elf ball and refused to come out to death. There was also a lone warrior, using the evolved form of Nidoran Nidorino. Nidorino. Level 18. Attribute: Poison. Qualification: E+. Although Nidorino's strength was good, its level was still too low, so as long as you paid attention to its poisonous spikes, there was almost no danger the entire time, and Meow easily solved it. Subai easily puts them all down, then follows the usual exploitation and breaks the card. The supervisor arrived at the scene, and what he saw was another 3 bare-chested teenagers squatting in place and hiding their faces. I don't know if the news has leaked out, After these 3 waves of robbing, there are very few people coming to Subai to rob him later. This made him disappointed for a while, and he could only get bored and go around the stream, looking for any treasures in the neighborhood together with the Carp King. Every now and then, he also took out the things he had scavenged from those 3 people's bodies to see if there were any rare goods. Huh? This thing is a bit interesting. Under the rummaging, something was really found. Just for example, on the student who used the stone pill, there was a stone slate block made up of unknown totemic characters. It was memorized with a passage that looked like a poem. Clawless and toothless. To the elves, humans are so fragile. One day, thunder will strike down on 10 elves. That elf struck by the thunder will henceforth be a disaster to the fragile humans. This paragraph of text is still clear enough to be translated with Goldfinger, but those words after it are a bit incomplete. Ringing, calling, steel, man, sound. The relic that the steel giant is sleeping in is at the white-green junction? Seeing this, Subai's brows tightened slightly. He didn't move and placed this text tablet precious in the deepest part of his backpack. Then he looked at the other things. Oh, the owner of that carrying tinker actually had a fighting attribute skill stone on him. After checking it with his golden finger, Subai realized that it was an elementary skill stone, but the effect was good. It was called Vacuum Wave. Effect: compressing air with powerful energy to form a vacuum wave, with a pre-emptive power. Subai nodded. This skill stone had a good effect, and so far Subai's Meow and the queen bee were able to learn this move. In addition to these 2 things, Subai also scavenged a poison needle on Nidolino. Chapter 90 Fierce Reputation. The rating of this poison needle wasn't very high, only F grade, not as good as the one on the queen bee, but it could be used as an overlapping reinforcement and wouldn't go to waste. After roughly checking what these people were carrying, Subai looked at the time. It was almost noon. The weather of this 10,000 elephants mysterious realm was very similar to the outside world's climate, and the sun was particularly high right now, so if he continued to act, he would probably consume a lot of physical energy and water. Subai was not a true new Superman, and would be in trouble if he suffered heatstroke. So after thinking it over, he decided to first find a place nearby, set up a tent that could shade the sun and rest, and solve the problem of warmth and food. A place near the stream would be suitable, there would be no shortage of water, and the 3 people he had just eliminated had quite a lot of emergency food on them, and with the wild tree fruits he had just scavenged from the monkey monster, it would be a good lunch. Meow, Queen Bee, and Cocodora gathered around. Not far away in the creek, the king carp was also spitting bubbles. Giggle. Giggling. Every now and then a cry of an earth-dwelling ninja, or some other bug elf, came from the bushes. Every now and then there would also be a few bobble, trumpet bud, tail stand, or whatever elves that came together in groups to draw water from the creek. Usually, the elves at the water's edge would be very friendly and give up their positions, plus the majority of the water attribute elves in this river were Lulili, Coda Duck, Mosquito Tadpole, and other water attribute elves with a relatively good temperament. The figures of various elves walked back and forth in front of Subai, and he rarely made a sneak attack. The scene in front of him had a summer flavor, making him feel very healed. Although he had come to this world for a while, he had rarely relaxed like this. Some time ago, he was either making money or breeding elves and making props, and he hadn't rested at all. In his previous life, he had longed for the day when he could come and cut his teeth with the elves to enjoy the simplest life from nature. Just as Subai was squatting in the shade of the tree, silently lost in thought, in front of him came a slender and thin girl figure. The girl was wearing a red shirt and white skirt, which should be the exclusive uniform of a certain school, and looked a bit wretched, with a few more touches of dirt and dust on her originally delicate face. Originally, Subai thought that the other party was also coming for his rating, and as soon as he threw the rating card at the tent as bait, and himself and the elves quickly ambushed around. Queen Bee hid in the canopy. Cocodora dug a pit and drilled into the soil. Meow and Subai quietly hid behind a tree, just waiting for their prey to take the bait. Who knew that after seeing the stream in front of her, this girl didn't care about her surroundings at all, and directly jumped towards the stream with an excited face. Subai and the nearby elves were dumbfounded, reporting to send people's heads. Admittedly, under this kind of scorching heat, the elves would be very tolerant of the existence of fellow elves and share water resources. But they weren't so friendly towards humans, especially elves like those in the secret realm who didn't deal with humans for years. They would instinctively harbor a sense of hostility towards humans. When the girl approached, a few mosquito incense tadpoles, Lulili immediately opened her mouth and sprayed several rounds of water gun greeting. The girl was startled and did not react at all. Good thing that he was next to that Masha that reacted quickly. Eyes glared, the surrounding immediately coalesced around an invisible supernatural ability fluctuations. This was the supernatural ability attribute move, Nian Li. Mashana is a rare super ability plus fighting attribute elf. Not only does she have excellent melee combat abilities, she is also very accomplished in terms of her superpower moves. As long as the qualifications are sufficient, at a relatively low level, you can realize several fighting or superpower moves. The superpower attribute is a unique attribute comparable to the ghost attribute. Just like the ghost attribute moves, the superpower attribute moves are equally bizarre and untraceable. Moreover, the elves who mastered this attribute power often had a high level of intelligence. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, supernatural attribute elves, like ghost attribute elves, belong to the more dangerous class of elves. The vast majority of people would choose to stay away from powers that they could not understand. When Su Bai was in Jiangxi City, he hadn't seen a single person use a supernatural attribute elf. This moment, however, let him run into it. He only saw Na Mashana using his Nian Li to help his master block several shots of water gun. But after all, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and the elves in the secret realm were not weak. Soon Marshana was unable to defend herself and was sent flying along with her master. Just when one person and one pet were about to be surrounded by a large group of elves, suddenly a cat shadow scurried over. This cat shadow simply waved its claws, and in an instant, all of those few water attribute elves that had struck out were heavily injured. The remaining few mosquito tadpoles, Lulilai and whatnot, saw that the visitor was so powerful, and were immediately scared that they all dived into the water, not daring to show their heads. Luo Sisi curiously looked at the powerful Meow Meow in front of her, and froze in place for a moment. The next moment she saw a boy slowly walk out from the grass. She reacted that this Meow should belong to the boy in front of her. Under the reflection of the summer sunlight, the boy's warm face was as flawless as a beautiful jade. His eyes were dark and deep, precipitating an air of charm that was different from boys of their age. Perhaps it was the drawbridge effect. Luo Sisi felt that her heart was beating a bit fast at this moment, and her speech was a bit unsteady. Thank you for saving me. Oh, there's no need to thank. Su Bai's smile remained the same. Just hand over all the valuable things on you. Ah! Luo Sisi's pretty face was instantly filled with question marks. Could it be that I opened it the wrong way? Shouldn't it be a heroic rescue scene from the canon? After a long time, she seemed to remember something. Earlier on the way here, she saw a few supervisors dealing with a few students who had lost their qualifications for the competition. At that time, Luo Sisi still thought that it was nothing. It was normal for there to be elimination in a competition. But when she saw the way these students were dressed, her small face immediately turned red with shame. How did these few eliminated students have only one pair of pants left on their bodies? Curious, she hid aside and eavesdropped on the conversation between the supervisor and the students. What these students said all had one thing in common, and that was that they regretted not messing with the trainer with the Meow Meow. At that time, Luo Sisi hadn't been worried about it, but now that she thought about it, what they were talking about, couldn't it be the boy in front of her? He has a Meow by his side, and his strength is really strong. Easily drove away those water attribute elves that attacked her just now. I don't know if it was because she thought of certain images that were inappropriate for children. Luo Sisi instantly blushed as she tightly embraced her clothes with her cheeks flushed. You're that rogue? Chapter 91 Dragon's Lair. Su Bai's face twitched. What's with this name-calling? Little girl's family. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. He was a green and green 3 good young man. When did he get involved with a coarse hooligan? No way. Since he had been called so, if he didn't show it again, he would be at a great disadvantage. Thinking of this, Su Bai catalyzed his golden fingers and slowly stretched his hands towards the girl. In the forest, Su Bai looked at the one person and one pet who were holding the relief food and showing off madly like a starving ghost and sighed. So, are you sure you're not lying to me? Hearing Su Bai's question, the girl wiped her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Of course, I don't lie. There really is a dragon's lair inside this secret realm. I can show you the way. Just now when Su Bai was ready to get down to scavenging, Luo Sisi came to her senses in a hurry and said that as long as Su Bai didn't move her words, she would tell him a secret inside the 10,000 elephants' mysterious realm. This secret was the dragon's lair in the realm of 10,000 elephants. As the name suggests, the dragon's lair was the place where the dragon attribute elves resided. Among the many attributes of the elves, if you want to say which attribute is the rarest and has the most power to symbolize, then it is inevitable to bypass the mysterious dragon attribute elves. Dragon attribute elves have a long lifespan and are extremely gifted in battle, capable of learning most attribute moves. As long as a trainer takes them in, they will normally rise to great heights. If a trainer can cultivate them into their final evolved form, they will start as an elite trainer, the first echelon under the paramount Heavenly King. For this reason, there was almost no one who would not be interested in dragon attribute elves. Subai was no different. He hadn't seen a dragon attribute elf until he crossed over. This was because this kind of elf was simply too rare. Where did you know this information? For insurance purposes, Subai asked again. Luo Cece stammered, obviously somewhat unwilling to say. She was afraid that after she said it, she would have no value and Subai would just send her away. But when she saw Subai's look that said, "If you don't say it now, you won't have a chance to say it in the future," she could only lose the battle and confessed. He could only lose the battle and confessed. Actually, this is the information that our school told us. Luo Cece's academy was the Nanjiang Advanced Academy, which was not far from Jiangxi City. That city was much larger than Jiangxi City, and the South River Advanced Academy was considered the most famous advanced academy nearby. Recently, our school's results weren't too good, so our school leaders have specially told this information to us contestants in order to give us first-year, second-year students more room for improvement. So it was the school opening the back door. Subai looked at Luo Cece. In that case, all the students in your school actually know the destination? Hearing Subai say this, Luo Cece was a bit flustered, thinking that he wanted to not fulfill the agreement. Her small mouth deflated in aggravation, hesitating whether she should secretly break her card. If the card is broken in advance, the score will be directly cleared, and the person who grabbed the score can only be a basket of water. The truth is that Luo Cece is more or less a bit paranoid. Subai asked, just wanting to know how many people would enter that dragon's lair. If there were many people, he was prepared to fish in troubled waters. And if there were fewer people, he would be prepared to enter the cave after. Loot all the other people's ratings. It's useless for you to look for other people. I still know some insiders, for example. I know where there are dragon attribute moves engraved in there. Luo Cece showed her value as much as possible. Move engraving? Subai was still hearing about this term for the first time. Luo Cece's voice was soft as she explained it to Subai. This stance imprint is an energy imprint that a powerful elf directly imprints on a certain place, which can be used for the subsequent generation of elves to learn in a circular manner. There is no limit to the number of times, as long as the elf's qualification is sufficient. He can comprehend it over and over again until he acquires it. Subai nodded. Quite an interesting thing indeed. But how do you guarantee that others won't know about it? Luo Cece's small face tightened, and she muttered in a small voice that this was the information told to her by one of her graduation schoolmates who had played relatively well together. This schoolmate was because of this strange encounter in the 10,000 Elephants mysterious realm, which was why her 3 years in Nanjiang Academy had been smooth sailing and she had become a top elite student within the academy. Then what is the move engraved in the dragon's lair? Luo Cece shook her head. Not telling you. Subai expressionlessly stretched out his magic claws towards Luo Cece. The girl immediately swung down and cried, "There's no use for you to know now. The dragon's lair will only open when the water rises." When the water rises? Aha. Every year at this time there will be elves using the pray for rain move. It is said that when the water rises, it will float out of the water along with the dragon lair. Halfway through her sentence, Roxy covered her mouth again. She felt that she had said too much, but in actuality in the end none of the things she was worried about happened. Subai didn't ask any more questions after roughly understanding what happened. Instead, she got up on her own and prepared to go out for a spin. Just now when he was nagging Luo Cece, the sunlight was no longer as poisonous as it was just now, and now was just the perfect time to go out and explore. Luo Cece subconsciously followed Subai. After some contact just now, she became very interested in Subai. The other party looked as if he was a little younger than her, and that clothing didn't look like the uniforms of the several advanced academies around. That could only mean that it was a reward student who had specially joined midway. Reward students either had a great backstage background, or a very excellent ability or contribution. Looking at the way Subai's Meow Meow and the water attribute elf fought just now, it didn't look like an uneducated second-generation ancestor. This would show that his personal ability was very outstanding. No, she had only left Subai with her gaze for a moment. And at the other end of the grass, Subai had already easily resolved a group of earth-dwelling ninjas. Looking at Subai, who was bending down and groping for something on the earth-dwelling ninjas, Luo Cece couldn't help but sigh. You're so powerful. It feels like you're almost as powerful as those elite society people in our academy. Their elf level is also very high. Almost all of them have the strength of about 20 levels. Normally they will help the academy to deal with all kinds of tasks assigned down by the alliance, and all kinds of small and large tournaments are also their appearance. From Luo Cece's description, Subai guessed that this Nanjiang Academy's elite club is probably the same concept as the student union in the previous life. It was the college organization that was formed by a group of young people with outstanding talent gathering together. There are students who, if they join this elite association on campus, will be equivalent to plating a layer of gold when they go out of school in the future and work in the trainer industry, or in the alliance. Chapter 92. Searching for material. That said, the gold content of this advanced academy was indeed much higher than Subai's current Jiangxi Academy. An ordinary elite society member elf has level 20 strength? One should know that Subai's Meowth's level had only just risen to level 22 after entering this 10,000 elephants mysterious realm. Of course, Meowth's strength couldn't be measured conventionally. Counting the series of secret treasures and props that it carried on its body, as well as its tricks and means, a conservative estimate should be able to level up with a level 25 elf. However, listening to Roxy describe her like this, she should be considered a weaker type in the academy, right? No wonder she was so miserable when she just entered the secret realm. Luo Cece was puzzled. Why was Subai suddenly looking at herself with such compassionate eyes when she was talking, feeling offended? That said, what are you groping for something on these earth-dwelling ninjas since just now? Luo Cece curiously came over to Subai's side, her hair hanging down, emitting a faint fragrance, and her body also smelled of a nice perfume. Most of the girls in the big city, if their family was good, would come into contact with cosmetics very early. Subai didn't care. Living with a pretty sister for years made him extremely resistant to women. Casually explained, Tuju Ninja every once in a while will fade off a layer of old skin. This layer of old skin can be used as medicine, to brighten the eyes and relieve fever. Analgesic and antispasmodic have a certain effect. In this particular weather, finding some antipyretic herbs to keep on hand can be a precautionary measure. They will often drill inside the soil, looking for some nutrient sources to suck on, so as long as they are carefully inspected, they can find that they will always have some bits and pieces of material props on their bodies, such as this one. Saying that, Subai shook his fingertips and touched out some slimy gray-brown stuff from an earth-dwelling ninja. Girls were naturally averse to such dirty things, and Luo Cece was no exception. Although curious, she still couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This? What is this? Earth slime. Earth slime. A kind of slime formed with a probability in lands with higher ground attribute energy. Given to ground attribute elves, there is a certain probability of being able to raise their defense, raising the proficiency of ground attribute moves. A large amount of earth slime coalesces and has the probability of forming a large earth film, which inherits and strengthens the efficacy of the earth slime, and the use of field moves can also enhance the ability to control the field, making the effects and duration of the moves longer. Saying this to Luo Cece she might not understand, but although it was unknown, she realized it. She quickly realized that besides being able to spar, Subai also seemed to know a lot about elves and medicine. An all-round talent like this, it felt like it was rare even in the South River Advanced Academy. Watching Subai easily wandering through the various elf groups in the neighborhood, Luo Cece was also a bit eager to try, but she never dared to make a move. However, accidents just happened inadvertently. When she followed Subai and crossed a patch of grass, she accidentally stepped on the tail of an arbor snake. Abba! The able snake instantly jumped up and bit at her ankle. It was fortunate that Mashana, who was beside Rosie Sai, was alert and saved her life with her mind power when it mattered. But that annoyed able snake didn't let up. Flicking the tip of its tail, it immediately started shaking people. Subai and Meow didn't intervene. One person and one cat lightly leaped onto a tree branch, gazing down at Luo Cece below, entering the watching mode in advance. 3 purple-colored, tail swish and rattle able snakes drilled out from the grass. With sharp vertical pupils, they instantly locked onto Luo Cece as well as her elf Mashana. Subai, help me! Luo Cece's voice was tinged with tears, but Subai was unmoved. It's true that I'm cooperating with you, but I'm not obligated to take the blame for you. He also had the mindset of testing the other party. The opponent's manhwa qualification he had checked was sufficiently C-ranked, and his level was also 18. There were also restraints on the attributes. Supernatural ability grams of poison. Combined, it was much stronger than those 4 level 13 able snakes. Theoretically, this battle wasn't that difficult. If Luo Cc didn't manage to cope with it like this, then it would prove to be really too weak. Even if he didn't make a move against Luo Cc due to the agreement, he would still consider whether or not to move with her next. This time, the secret realm is not like the 100 Flowers Mountain. There is no one who will ask you to force a team, Subai and Luo Cc, to put it bluntly, just meet each other. If the other party's ability was too weak, it was only natural that they would be left behind. As for how to find the dragon lair in the back, recapture A. Ono is to find a Nanjiang College students to inquire about, not just end. Seeing that Subai did not have the intention to make a move, Luo Cc also had no choice but to tough it out and maneuver the manhwa to fight. Subai also took the opportunity to observe the fighting style of the Advanced Academy students. At first glance, Subai felt that Luo Cc was a bit frazzled and unable to get the hang of things in terms of commanding, but gradually he realized that manhwa was always able to get the master's meaning just right. From them, Subai could see a kind of tacit understanding of being partnered together for years. Often, when Luo Cc came down with an order, manhwa was able to cite one and follow Luo Cc's order to come up with a beautiful set of chain moves. Subai didn't have the habit of commenting too much on other people's fighting styles. In his opinion, 100 people had 100 ways of getting along with elves. Although Luo Cc didn't look mature, her tacit understanding with the elves was genuine. The most crucial thing was that Subai could feel that Luo Cc was loved by her elf. As long as she reached this point, she had actually passed Subai's test. After settling this, you can go to the camp and wait for me, of course. You can also go explore the neighborhood and prepare today's dinner. After saying that, he didn't care about Luo Cc's call, turned around and prepared to leave. Walking out for a distance, Subai silently released Kokodora again. Explained Kokodora. Slightly help watch over. From Luo Cc's description just now, he probably guessed that the dragon's lair should be a place similar to an island. Then it was natural to prepare some props that could waterproof or could act under the water. Similar things, in fact, when he was at home, Subai had already started to prepare, such as the cloud feather boots he was wearing now, and the portable airbag mountaineering suit he was wearing. But these are obviously not enough in order to be prepared for emergencies. Subai is also prepared to find some material in the neighborhood. Just happened to see some cottonwood balls in the neighborhood. Because of the geographical problem, this kind of elf is still very rare in the wild of Jiangxi City, and the fluffy cotton produced on its body is similar to shuttlecock cotton, both of which have the efficacy of making warm clothes as well as floating bags. Shuttlecock cotton, a fully evolved elf, was harder to find and stronger, while the cottonwood balls were just right for Subai's needs in all aspects. Chapter 93, Preparation before a rainstorm. Just a short distance away in a jungle, the kapok balls were quietly cowering under the shade of the trees in order to avoid the hot midday sun. Subai's approach did not cause them to be alerted. After measuring the distance, Subai immediately commanded Meowth to surprise attack from the back. The mouth was overflowing with fire, flame teeth. Subai didn't have the habit of taking the enemy lightly, and when facing plural enemies, he let Meowth use his strongest move right off the bat. Flame fangs whistled and exploded. One of the cottonwood balls closest to Meowth instantly cried out in pain and fainted. Because of their innate fear of the fire attribute, the other cottonwood balls also instantly panicked and started running around randomly. Queen Bee, it's up to you. Subai hid in the shadows and gave the Queen Bee a wink. The Queen Bee in midair immediately understood. It slowly landed. Her eyes glowed red and she opened her arms. The wings behind her back instantly rolled up a hurricane. Rising wind. The flames spread out in place all of a sudden. The vast majority of the cottonwood balls were hit in their panic and fell into a burning state. Since Subai's wave of sneak attack was too sudden, these kapok balls didn't even have time to resist. They didn't even have time to see the enemy's shadow. They just wanted to hurry and find a way to escape. Theoretically, this battle wasn't favorable for Subai, because he had a small number of elves, and the level of these kapok balls wasn't low either, with the vast majority of them being above level 16. Facing the high-level elves, the only ones who could make a move were Meowth and Queen Bee, but because of the head start, they still won in the end. Even if there were a few that escaped occasionally, they didn't dare to look back at Subai and the others. Subai will smile. Looking at the ground, all fell into the stunned state of the cottonwood ball. Directly on the hand began to search the cottonwood ball props. Kapok ball. Level 1621. Attribute grass, goblin. Qualification EE+. In addition to the most common experience candy XS, this time, Subai also saw an experience candy S, as it really did contain an existence with a level above 20. When Subai was in the refreshing village, he had to go through a lot of trouble to get a piece of the golden fatty fish, but now he was able to get it without any trouble at all. Experience candy S, in addition to giving it to the elves directly, there are some other requirements for making it, so Subai saved it for the time being. Then there was the hardcore demand this time. Somewhat scorched cotton. Natural cotton after being scorched by flames, although it is somewhat scorched, it doesn't affect its use. It still feels very good to the touch after being cleaned up. It possesses the efficacy of floating on the wind and has an uncommonly high level of physical stress resistance, and can be processed industrially to create a lot of high-level commodities. These cotton were enough for Subai to make several portions of floating equipment. Subai put them all away because of the experience of making the floating wrist last time. It didn't take too much time to make the floating equipment this time. In addition to these cotton materials, Subai also scavenged a ball root from that highest graded cottonwood ball. Rating F. Effect: a one-time use prop. After carrying it, the elf's special attack will increase slightly if it is attacked by a water attribute. This thing can always be used as well. Subai put all these props away silently, and in the end, he didn't forget to use the rating card to contact these elves. Because of the existence of elves that were rated above level 20, a lot of ratings had been harvested this time as well. Subai estimated that almost after solving 3 elf clusters like the cottonwood balls, his rating would be easily raised to level 5. At that time, he would even successfully pass this 10,000 elephants secret realm examination. Of course, even if the rating passed, he wasn't prepared to go out early. Having the opportunity to come to such a secret realm, the one who didn't properly grasp the opportunity would be a little cutie. On the other side, after some struggles, Luo Sisi and Masha finally managed to defeat the 3 arbor snakes. One person and one pet embraced each other. Marsha, that you're awesome. Luo Sisi didn't mince words as she praised her partner. Shana. Marshana smiled and enjoyed the trust from her master. The relationship between this person and her pet was more like that of a handicapped sister and a capable sister than a master and servant. All right, the arbor snake is also settled, so let's go see if there's anything to eat in the neighborhood. Saying that, Luo Sisi was ready to leave. Only before she left, she suddenly remembered something. These able snakes, their strength doesn't seem to be weak yet. Although her appearance looked a bit unappealing to a girl's aesthetics. Roxy Xie hesitated and finally threw a blue and white super ball. Subai's side didn't expect Rosie C to really prepare dinner, so at this moment he was also collecting some ingredients that he could eat at night. There were some morel mushrooms at the roots of the big trees in the woods. This kind of high-level ingredient that was originally present in the world was directly comparable to exotic fruits when it was grown in the secret realm of the elf world. It felt even more suitable than glutinous mushroom to be the raw material for the mushroom tantalizing dough. Subai was not polite and directly collected a large handful of them. Not only could he eat them in the secret realm, but he could also breed and grow some by himself with the mycelium after taking them out. In addition to these mushroom plants, Subai also collected quite a few dried mosses by hand, which could be used to make fire conveniently. Because just now, Subai realized that the sky not far from here had started to pile up thick thunderstorm clouds. After a heavy rain, fuel was likewise something that was harder to find, and at the same time an indispensable thing in the wilderness. In Subai's opinion, survival in the wilderness was like a blind box. You never knew what would happen the next moment. Yo, there's some mountain hairy bamboo cotyledons, and hey, there's some sweet syrup grass over here. Mountain mulberry leaves, possessing the effects of meditating and diuretic, clearing heat and removing dampness and toxins. It contains various vitamins, as well as a small amount of grass attribute energy, and is the favorite of many insect attribute elves. Sweet syrup grass, naturally sweet grass leaves, mixed in the elf food, can meet the taste of some elves who love to eat sweet food. Humans can also eat, can replenish the calorie energy. Subai specially picked a few strands that looked relatively green and clean. Things like meat were relatively rare, especially in an environment like the secret realm. For a while Subai couldn't find any wild animals, so he could only find some alternatives, such as some small fishes and shrimps in the creek or something. Insects can also be snails, locusts, and the like are available both in this world and in the previous world, and the nutrition is also several times that of beef. With the aid of the golden fingers effect, Subai was not afraid of eating something poisonous. After collecting almost all of the dinner, Subai was ready to go back to the campground. Only just going back, he realized that Luo Sisi was already there waiting with bated breath. Seeing Subai return, she immediately ran over very happily. Subai, Subai, I'm telling you, I've subjugated an arbor snake. Subai? You subdued the elf in the secret realm? Subai still remembered the failure when 100 Flower Mountain subdued her across. Couldn't be subdued? Rosy Sissy cocked her head, took out the blue and white super ball in her hand, and then released the able snake. The able snake was defeated and subdued head-on by Luo Sisi, so it was still quite recognized by Luo Sisi as its master, and after coming out, it changed its previous ferocious appearance and swam to Luo Sisi's side in a well-behaved manner. Chapter 94 Warm Tent. Subai saw the super ball and understood. Okay, you have the ability to pay money, you're awesome. Don't look at Subai recently earned a lot of money by selling ores and stuff, but the vast majority of them by elf feeds and intermediate learning devices and all kinds of household subsidies, experimental tools and other things. After all, after having money, it's impossible to say no without upgrading the conditions of the family. So the rest of the money, in fact, there are not many. A super ball of $50,000. Subai really can't afford to spend so much money at once, and anyway, he also has a special heavy ball. When he encounters a desired elf, he can likewise take it in. When I didn't say it, come over and give me a hand. Looking at this weather, it seems like it's going to rain soon. Oh! The two had just straightened and fortified the shelter camp. A bullet-like slapping sound came from outside, and the pouring rain soon covered the entire mountainous area, and there was even muffled thunder faintly ringing out. Hello! The heavy rain caused the vast majority of elves to hide, and only a few elves that possessed the characteristic of leisurely breezy, like the lotus hat child and the mosquito tadpole, would happily poke their heads up, humming a song. Contrary to the mood of these elves, Rosie's face took on a bit of fear. The young girl estimated that if she hadn't met Subai and was left to ride out this rainstorm on her own, the result would have been quite miserable. She would have had to find a tree or cave or something to hide in. At that time, not to mention going to the dragon's lair to explore, she would already be thankful if she could continue the race without catching a cold. It's not like now where you can have whatever you want. At this moment, the two of them plus the two favorites were holding a charcoal heater in their hands, and on top of the big heater in the middle were roasting a few grilled fish skewers that looked in pretty good shape, and next to them was a big water cup with hot tea made of mozo bamboo leaves. Spooning on a cup, their bodies were hot. In contrast to the intense rain outside, Luo Sisi felt that the life inside the tent was like the retirement life of an old lady and grandfather. Luo Sisi felt that Subai was like a prophet who had prepared everything in advance. The heavy rain lasted almost all night. Subai was holding Meow Meow in his arms. Luo Sisi at some point also came over, found a comfortable position, and steadily pillowed onto Subai's shoulder. Looking at the girl who sweetly slept over, Subai gently pushed twice. Unfortunately, the latter has no self-awareness at all, and is still sweetly smashing his mouth. Subai breathlessly rolled his eyes. In fact, this Luo Sisi, she looks really quite beautiful because it is the age of exactly 16 or 17 looks, so the figure and appearance are more than Subai's schoolgirls to grow open some. But long ago experienced sister baptized Subai Mo get feelings. After admiring the other party's defenseless sleeping face, all of a sudden stood up. Compassion or something does not exist. Luo Sisi was woken up in a flash, rubbing her eyes, aggression written all over her small face. What's wrong? Didn't you say that after the water rises, that dragon's lair will open? Now should be the perfect time. Saying that, Subai mercilessly opened the tent zipper. A cold wind immediately blew in from outside, mixed with raindrops coldly slapping her face, and Luo Sisi instantly sobered up. Oh, right. But how are we going to get there? Although Luo Sisi knew that the dragon's lair would surface during a heavy rain, she obviously hadn't expected the heavy rain in this wild secret realm to be so terrifying. Going out right now and getting drenched in the rain and then blowing down the cold wind, one would definitely get sick in minutes. And once one got sick, it was equivalent to directly losing the qualification for the competition. For the vast majority of the players, compared to going to that dragon's lair, being able to continue staying in the Wanxiang secret realm was the priority. However, Subai had prepared for this. He took the clothes of the few contestants who attacked him during the day and paired them with some old empty shells of Slippery Kid to make a few full-body wrapped special raincoats. Because of the cottonwood balls, scorched black cotton, it was still a particularly light kind to wear, and it didn't affect movement at all. Subai casually threw one to the other party. Is this raincoat? Luo Sisi was a bit surprised. This man even prepared a raincoat? But with such heavy rain, an ordinary raincoat won't work, right? Try it. Subai didn't talk nonsense, took the lead to put on the clothes, and didn't say anything to Luo Sisi, and went straight into the rain head first. The next moment, the pouring rain instantly swallowed Subai's figure. Because it was darker outside, Luo Sisi couldn't see anyone at once. Subai! The girl was startled and hurriedly scrambled to put on her clothes and follow her. However, when she put on her own clothes and ran out, she immediately realized that this raincoat was very different from ordinary raincoats. Wearing an ordinary raincoat and rushing into this level of horrific rainstorm would definitely be smashed by the raindrops to the point of raw pain, and the raindrops would also soak in along the seams of the raincoat, so it was inevitable that the clothes and hair inside would be wetted down a little bit. At that time to cover what surely thieves difficult. But Subai, this raincoat is different. The storm smashed into the body, completely no sense of pain. At best, there is the degree of touch, not only that, but also very light, obviously attached to the raindrops, should become heavy only right, but actually feel lighter than the clothes they wear. The transparent windshield on the face has breathing holes, so you can breathe and not get stuffy while also isolating the raindrops. This kind of clothing felt like it was inherently designed for this kind of stormy weather. Simply amazing. I also don't know where this clothing was bought. I'll have the chance to ask about it later. Luo Sisi couldn't help but sigh to herself. After running 2 steps, she realized that Subai and Meow Meow were leaning right next to a big tree in front of her, as if they were just specifically waiting for her. All right, I'll honor the agreement and won't drag you down. Luo Sisi could see that Subai was deliberately testing her. Subai smiled non-committally, and without saying anything, he made a gesture of please, letting her lead the way in front. Luo Sisi's tool for leading the way was a special incense. This incense could be lit even on a rainy day, and after it was lit, the incense would float away in a fixed direction. Subai also felt curious. This was the first time he had seen this kind of probing method. Luo Sisi raised her snow-white neck a bit proudly. She couldn't see it even if the raincoat was in the way. Looking at Subai, she explained, "This incense is called Long Jin Xiang. It's an incense made from the special mucus secreted by one of our school's academy heads, Sticky Beauty. After lighting it, you can look for places where the dragon attribute scent is strong. A slime ball? Their academy leader even had an elf of this level? You know, for a sticky baby to evolve into a sticky beauty at the minimum level, it should be level 40, right? An elf of this level would have a minimum qualification of peak C grade. One could only say that it was worthy of being the dean of an advanced academy." Chapter 95. Dragon's Lair Island Adventure. Following the smoky incense all the way, after almost a quarter of an hour or so, Subai and the others realized that there was no way out in front of them. In front of them was a lake that was densely covered with mist. The raindrops smashed on the surface of the lake, turning this originally calm lake into a boiling pot of water. Together with the white mist, it was now a white blur 3 meters away from Subai and them. Subai and Luo Sisi exchanged glances. The latter's eyes were full of certainty. "It's in this direction, there's no mistake. I have a way to take you to fly there." Saying that, Luo Sisi demonstrated and let Mashana take herself up in the air and fly with her Nianli. It also circled around Subai. It could be seen that Luo Sisi was still quite proud of her own elf's hand in taking off into the air with her Nianli. Although it looked a bit shaky, it did succeed in flying. To be able to manipulate a person to fly out with this level of Nianli was a great challenge for Mashana, as well as for Luo Sisi herself. But as far as Subai's cautious character was concerned, he naturally didn't want to use this way to cross the lake. In case there was an ambush in the water or in the air halfway across the lake, if he relied on this kind of Nianli to float, he wouldn't even be able to avoid it. So he took out the pair of processed and improved floating wrists. When he was in the village secret realm, Subai was too late to process it in detail and could only barely fly, but now after processing and research, it was already a very good flying prop. It was just that the speed was a bit slower and the height was only about 10 meters. The appearance of this thing looked like 2 ice sleeve gloves. After putting them on, as long as the arms gently wave, the whole person can easily float up, want to fly by the left side, then flap the right wing, fly by the right side, then flap the left wing. When Luo Sisi saw Subai take out this prop, the whole person was dumbfounded. There are many people in this world who rely on elves to fly, but those who use props to fly have never been seen. She didn't quite believe that this thing would be available for purchase on the market. Then there was only one possibility. This thing was customized by someone specifically for Subai, or rather, this thing was made by Subai himself. The former was honestly acceptable to Luo Sisi, but in case it was the latter, this would be very shocking. You have to know how old Subai is. To be able to skillfully manipulate elves to fight, to skillfully collect medicinal materials, and to know all sorts of wilderness survival tips. These are already jaw-dropping. Now you're saying that you can make small props and are a senior props master. Then that really doesn't give people a chance to live. The shock was Luo Cece's. Su-bai just continued to pretend. Loading the floating wrist, Su-bai also specially released the Carp King inside the water, letting it help pay attention to whether there were any special circumstances underwater. Above the sky, a bee of equal size was similarly hovering above Su-bai and the others. After ensuring that everything was safe, Su-bai followed Luo Cece and flew towards the center of the lake. The more they flew inside, the thicker the mist became. In order to avoid falling behind halfway, Su-bai also specially tied a tow rope to Mashana, Luo Cece, and himself. Soon, the shadow of a small island appeared in front of them. The appearance of this island in the lake was amazing. The entire island was suspended in mid-air, and a light mist filled almost every corner. This is it. Just as Luo Cece was about to lead Su-bai to land, suddenly Su-bai pulled her back, then forcibly pulled her towards the shore at the other end of the island. Luo Cece? Without waiting for her to react, she saw that just as they hid with their front feet, several students in flying elves emerged from the clouds behind them. At the same time, on top of the island, several silhouettes slowly walked out. Although they were wearing handmade straw raincoats and looked a bit lousy, one by one, their faces were still full of pride, and the level of the elves that were following them all looked similarly not low. Iron Armgun Shrimp, Pink Fragrance, Sun Coral, Nidona, the levels of these elves were not low. Among them, a man and a woman who looked like leaders slowly walked out. The man had an icy expression, but his face beneath the brim of his hat was jade-like. He carries a large wolfhound by his side. This is a kind of canine biting elves. Its hair is exuberant, heavy rain fell on the body. Its hair did not have the slightest meaning of being drenched in water. The wolf pupil, such as a torch, even if separated by 100 meters, is still like 2 infrared rays. The pace of the steady, tread on the ground, vaguely surrounded by the dust flying, so people dare not look down on it. The woman is also a pretty girl, compared to the man's cold. She gives people a very gentle feeling, like a neighboring sister in general. Even if wearing rough straw clothes, still looks outstanding temperament, slender and moving. She was followed by a long-eared rabbit that matched her temperament. This was an elf that looked like a human girl in appearance, an evolved form of curly ears. It had a pair of long ears that looked like twin ponytails, and it looked like a soft and cute rabbit girl image on the outside, but the instantaneous outburst of its leg strength could easily kick several tons of boulders into smithereens. None of the levels are low. Su-bai surveyed from the side the grade of these elves. At the very least, all of them were at the level of Rosie Sigma Sha. Shang Chang. There's also Meowth senior sister here. Hearing Luo Cece report these people's names as if they were counting, Su-bai immediately reacted. You know them all? Well, they are all the senior sisters who are 1 year above me in Nanjiang Academy. Then he looked at the several flying attribute elves that flew over. The vast majority of them were BB Bird, Bada Foundation, Dragonfly Yang Ma, and other types of elves. These elves were all a bit more strenuous in flying with people. Trainers could only barely grasp the elf's claws or a certain part of its body and fly over with a wobble. However, the 2 students leading the way were riding 2 large-billed finches on all 4s. Showing off their status, they were also showing off their strength. It's Zhao Tsong and Eugene and them. They're all from the Dragonling Academy. The only ones who know about this dragon's nest are us from Nanjiang Academy and the gang from Longling Academy. Looking at this, it seems like the people from our school are competing with the people from Longling Academy for the resources of the dragon's nest. Saying that, Luo Cece subconsciously wanted to run over to join in the fun. Su-bai yanked her back. What are you doing? Luo Cece responded rightfully. Of course I'm going over to say hello. Don't worry, other people don't say anything. I know Sister Moo Moo. After we go over there, she will definitely take care of us. Is she serious? Due to the other party's words being so unintelligent, for a moment it caused Su-bai to freeze. Brains were a good thing, I wish she had them. He didn't know if Luo Cece was really stupid or not. Chapter 96. Where mushrooms abound. To actually suggest wanting to go back to the same school in this situation. This was clearly trying to push him into the fire. The reason why the students of these 2 academies were fighting was to compete for resources. Now that he was a lone wolf, not to mention whether or not Luo Cece would honor her agreement to show him the way after she made contact with her fellow students, whether or not those people from Nanjiang Academy would let him stay on the island was an unknown. Su-bai did not think that Luo Cece had the ability to convince everyone in their school. At that time, he would not only have to face the wild elves on the island, but he would also have to be wary of whether or not there was anyone behind him to backstab him. This was obviously not the result he wanted. He was counting on the two academies to fight to the death, and then he would have a wave of peerless harvesting. As a result, now the fisherman hadn't made it, and instead, a traitor had been neutralized. Luo Cece? Although Luo Cece didn't know what Su-bai was thinking, she always felt that his eyes were dangerous now, like he would knife her at any time. So in order to save her life doghead, Luo Cece very submissively gave up the idea of going over to greet people from the same school. Su-bai's face color, which was slightly better. After that, the two of them avoided the line of sight of the crowd all the way and slowly dived towards the depths of this small island. It was only after getting close that one could feel that this island in the lake was much larger than imagined. Above the huge area, everywhere is filled with dense visible elemental energy. After Su-bai used his golden finger to check it out, he found that the smoke was all mixed with a large amount of water attribute energy. Incredible! After exclaiming, Su-bai threw out the Carp King elf ball. Holding it all the way, he moved forward while absorbing the energy elements on the island. Recently, the food was good, and this salted fish weighed almost more than 30 pounds, a little heavier than an ordinary Carp King. To be honest, it was quite heavy, but it was much friendlier than a certain silver-colored beetle. This time in the Wanxiang mysterious realm, Su-bai had adopted a free-range mode for the Carp King along the way. It was only under the contact of Gold Finger at this moment that he realized that the level of the Carp King had risen a great deal like a rocket. Without even taking much care of it, without realizing it, it was already level 27. This was mainly attributed to the fact that the dragon scale in the Carp King's body was still continuing to be digested. On the other hand, it was naturally due to this ground factor. Su-bai would walk around from time to time, a bit of groping at the roadside. Small mushrooms, large mushrooms, and aromatic mushrooms. How did this island abound with so many mushrooms? Su-bai was more or less surprised. These things were all good raw materials to be mixed into elf food. Especially the aromatic mushroom, this thing was not only rare to elves, but also sought after by girls because it was naturally an excellent spice and could be applied to all kinds of decorations and cosmetics. Aromatic mushroom. It is an ordinary mushroom, but it is infiltrated with the dragon attribute elf scent, so it has undergone a special mutation, and the mushroom itself emits a very good smell. And when combined with special materials to make medicinal herbs, there is a probability that the elf will acquire dragon attribute moves, and there is a very small probability that the elf will be able to attach dragon attributes. Oh, I didn't expect this mushroom to have such a magical effect, not being able to enhance the elf's ability to comprehend, but actually having the probability of allowing the elf to directly attach a dragon attribute. This was equivalent to tampering with an elf's normal development direction out of thin air. If this effect is triggered, Su-bai has a premonition that he may create a new species of elves. Just as Su-bai was checking out the introduction with his golden finger to get up and running, the eyes of the Carp King in his arms instantly lit up. Swish a bite, a mushroom directly dazzled half of it. Su-bai. He realized that this salted fish king of his home was truly fond of things with dragon attributes. It ate the dragon's scale before it wasn't taken in, and it hadn't been able to digest it until now. Now that it's so hard to almost look forward to it, it's Angie swallowed half of an aromatic mushroom. For me again, this fish is a real show. Why are you eating this? You're a fish, not a dragon. Even after evolution, you're still just a flying fish. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Cece was still staring at him, Su-bai would have grabbed him by the beard and given him a lecture. One person and one fish stared at each other for half a day. 1,000 words could only be turned into helplessness in the end. Promise me, in the future, in the dragon attribute material, we obediently eat fish feed. Okay? In the face of Su-bai's earnest teachings, in the end, the Carp King symbolically flicked his tail to express his agreement, but his eyes were still gently staring at the aromatic mushroom. Seeing this, Su-bai sighed. What can be done? The fish that he had taken in, he could only continue to raise it with tears in his eyes. He carefully put away the remaining half of the aromatic mushroom, and then used his golden finger to observe the king carp. Missing half of the aromatic mushroom was not a big deal, but it was a big deal that the stomach was ruined. Under the observation, Su-bai's expression suddenly became odd again. It was a mixture of good and bad things. The good thing was naturally that the Carp King was fine, The aromatic mushroom that he had eaten had already been turned into energy and mixed with the dragon scale energy that hadn't been fully digested yet, so it was estimated that after digestion it would still be able to provide it with quite a bit of experience. The bad thing is that because the aromatic mushroom contains too much dragon attribute energy, the evolution time of the king carp will have to be postponed again. Because he was worried that the carp king would do something wrong again, Subai could only take it back to the elf ball temporarily. Of course, on the one hand, it was also because his arm's durability was about to run out. Looking at the mushroom-picking boy with a complicated expression, Luo Cece felt a bit funny. She was also very curious about the mushrooms that Subai had picked, but she didn't come up to ask more questions because Subai knew too many strange things. She might not be able to remember it even if she inquired. According to that senior sister of mine, going through that coconut grove in front of us, we can get to the deepest underground water cave in the dragon's lair. Ha, ha. Ha-yo. Halfway through her words, Luo Cece couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Subai glanced at her. Although silly, the girl was still quite conscious of her image. Subai's gaze made her feel a little shy. However, the former was clearly not at ease. Without a word, he threw the other party a bottle of tea. This tea was still boiled while in the tent. In addition to the leaves of the mountain hairy bamboo seeds, there were some herbs mixed inside, such as the old skin of the earth-dwelling ninja or something. Drinking it would prevent colds. Thanks. The girl silently picked up the teacup and took 2 sips. Felt like Subai was still very sweet sometimes. In addition to the move engravings there is also the possibility of encountering a dragon attribute elf. Listening to that school sister of mine leaking back then, our academy president Sticky Beauty was also caught in that underground water cave. At that time, Sticky Mire seemed to still be Sticky Treasure. Subai nodded. The terrain here was relatively wet, and it was indeed suitable for a sticky treasure to survive. Chapter 97. Elf vs. Elf, Coconut Egg Tree Fruit. Subai wasn't really interested in the sticky treasure. Although it was also a quasi-divine level dragon, a tribute elf of the late bloomer category, its attack ability wasn't outstanding. But its attack ability is not outstanding, compared to the same level of Bloodwings Tyrannosaurus Rex, as well as the baby-smashing multi-dragon Boruto, Sticky Dragon more or less almost interesting. Of course, if there is really a chance to take in the sticky treasure, Subai will definitely be too much in the mouth to throw out the elf ball immediately. There are quasi-god elves in front, but also dead pretentious to accept not to accept. That is definitely the head has a pit. Continue. In the next coconut forest, Subai similarly found quite a few good things. Just for example, the fruit of the dragon attribute coconut egg tree. The coconut egg tree was a kind of leaf Pokemon with a face on top of its fruit, and often there would be 3 to 6 faces growing on a single tree. They are 2 types of Pokemon with very different attributes that evolved from the use of leaf stones by eggs, depending on the local environment. Grass plus the egg tree with the superpower attribute is relatively common. This kind of coconut egg tree is about 2 meters tall. Each coconut egg fruit has a different expression, also has a different thinking circuit. Perhaps it is because each brain is thinking about different things that they have mastered the superpower telepathy, which is used to communicate with each other to decide what to do. There is also a less common type of coconut egg tree, which is grass plus dragon attribute. They can be more than 10 meters long, several times taller than the grass plus superpower attribute coconut egg trees. The neck is like a giraffe's, taking up most of its length. Not only is there an expression fruit on the neck, but there is also an expression fruit hanging from the tail. Because it only appears in certain special areas, not many people in this world have seen it. However, many of the locals who have grown this coconut egg tree consider it to be the true form of the coconut egg tree. Of course, no matter which attribute of the coconut egg tree, its fruits are items that are hard to find for thousands of dollars. They grow as a result of prolonged exposure to sunlight, and on very occasional occasions, scholars have found that the heads of these trees suddenly fall off. These fallen heads may turn into eggs again, and then form a new individual with other fallen eggs, or they may be like the fruit in Subai's hand, completely reduced to ordinary fruit. Coconut egg tree fruit. Growth of new fruit at the same time, shedding of the old fruit, the skin is exceptionally strong. If opened indiscriminately will cause an explosion. It's rich in a large number of grass attribute, dragon attribute energy, can be eaten directly. The same can also be the nutrient pulp coconut juice water with materials, made of the dragon attribute move proficiency, grass attribute move proficiency increase props. Subai touched his chin. I didn't expect this coconut egg tree fruit to come with an explosion. No wonder this kind of material was rarely seen in the Alliance store. However, this actually made sense. This kind of elf, the coconut egg tree, was good at using seed bombs, and it was normal for the fruit to contain explosive elements. This kind of defense measures can also protect the continuation of their race, so that natural enemies and humans do not dare to easily touch their fruit, because these fruits have a certain probability that they can be regrouped and turn into new eggs. But Subai is not afraid of with his golden finger, completely can do the coconut egg tree inside the pulp and shell. No injury, perfect separation out, it has no chance to self-detonation. But then again, Subai realized that since he came to this island, he didn't seem to see any elves, which was obviously very abnormal. He had the intention to ask Luo Sisi about this aspect. But looking at the other party's heartless, happy-go-lucky look, he thought that it would be futile to ask, so he simply stopped asking. Although she didn't know what Subai was thinking, but sensing Subai's gaze, Luo Sisi felt offended. Boom! Just as the two of them were searching for a route in silence, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly erupted behind them. What sound? Luo Sisi turned her head in shock. Subai squinted his eyes and observed the direction in which the energy aftershock spread, probably guessing that it was students from two schools fighting. Using his floating wrist, he easily flew up to the top of a relatively high tree and took out his homemade ultra-high magnification binoculars. Sweeping his eyes across the circle, he quickly discovered the scene of the explosion. Much like he had guessed, at this time, the two sides of the elf war had already entered a white heat. The slightly weaker elves had already collapsed on the ground. On the field, there were only 4 elves who were constantly using their moves to fight. The big wolf dog and the long-eared rabbit belonged to the 2 elder siblings of Luo Sisi Academy, and Luo Sisi had just talked to Subai. On the opposite side was a night pirate fire lizard with a cunning appearance, covered in black and gray, with a lava-like pattern on its tail. The other elf was a rare snake-type elf, the rice spoon snake. Its most notable features were 2 long and terrifying fangs and a tail blade that looked like a scarlet dagger. Woof-oh! A big wolfhound was seen roaring out in an open manner. A burst of black light erupted from its mouth. The fluctuation of sound tore through the air and scattered in all directions. It lifted up all the dust within the surrounding 10 meters. This was an intermediate move that only had a probability of being able to comprehend after the evolution of the great wolfhound when it met a certain qualification. Loud roar. The night pirate fire lizard crawled quickly against the ground while continuously spitting purple poisonous gas, turbid mist from its mouth. The rice spoon snake was a bit more rigid, throwing out its sharp dagger-like tail blade and slamming it hard on top of the roaring energy gas wave. Poison tail. The 3 attacks collided together, once again sending out a strong aftershock. Even after such a long distance, Subai could still feel that intense energy aftershock. The smoke and dust dispersed. The rice spoon snake and the night pirate fire lizard had slightly fallen into the wind. Although the levels of the 4 elves were similar, this loud roar was an intermediate move that was more powerful than the 2 primary moves. Just as the rice spoon snake and the night pirate fire lizard were catching their breath, the long-eared rabbit suddenly rushed to the night pirate fire lizard and the rice spoon snake in a flash of lightning. A move of 2 consecutive kicks, a kick flying a night pirate fire lizard and rice key snake. The figures of the night pirate fire lizard and the rice spoon snake smashed into the giant rock behind them like arrows. The rocks crumbled and smoke rose in all directions. Subai put down his binoculars. The battle had already been decided. The winner was the elf on the side of Nanjiang Academy. Of course, it didn't mean that the night pirate fire lizard and rice spoon snake were weak. According to Subai's observation, these 4 elves should be of similar levels. The main reason why night pirate fire lizard and rice spoon snake would fall into a disadvantage was because of the great wolf dog's intermediate move loud roar. Climbing down the tree, Luo Sisi immediately came over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? You 2 colleges are fighting!" Exclamation point. Chapter 98. Assassin at the Cave. Luo Sisi froze, then immediately asked, "Which side won?" "According to this, it should be your academy's side that will win. In that case, Meowth-senpai and the girls are really strong. Hurry up and lead the way while you can," Subai urged. Both academies' people couldn't spare their hands right now. It was just the perfect opportunity to dive into that underground water cave. Luo Sisi nodded, and the 2 of them accelerated their pace. The incense didn't work when they arrived at the dragon's lair. The next thing that Rosie Sissy was looking for was entirely based on her memory of the few key spots that her schoolmate had told her about. I remember her saying that if you go north through the coconut grove, you'll see a very large waterfall, and behind the waterfall there's that underground water cave. The 2 of them walked for almost 10 minutes after that, and soon they saw the waterfall that Rosie C was talking about. Wow! Above the mountain, the source of the waterfall seemed like it was spilling down from the heavenly river, turbulent and raging. Compared to this waterfall, the torrential rain that was falling now was in turn not worth mentioning. Luo Cece led Subai to hurry towards the inside at a fast pace. But halfway there, Subai's pace suddenly stopped, because Meow felt a strange ice attribute energy coalescing around her at this moment. It was something trying to launch a sneak attack. Giggling, without any sign, several ice cones that were as sharp as spikes coalesced around Subai, Luo Cece, and Meow out of nowhere. Then they swept towards Subai and Luo Cece's limbs and Meow's vitals like lightning. However, just as the attack hit, Meow suddenly released an orb energy field. All of the attacks were resisted outside of the circular arc. Guard! The ice pick! All turned into ice crystals the moment they touched the energy shield. Ha! The instant the attacks were resisted, Subai immediately heard a subtle eep. At the same time, the white mist spread, and an elf with the appearance of a mountain-piercing armor loomed in the white mist, rapidly approaching towards them. Subai frowned and whispered to the Meow beside him, "Do it!" Whoosh! Meow instantly stormed up. His figure was like a bird of prey, jumping to the highest altitude in one go, and then the gold coins on his forehead flashed. Treasure-gathering merit. A golden coin smashed down into the white mist like a storm. The pangolin-like elf immediately let out a pain sound. The white mist dispersed, revealing an ice crystal mouse elf that was covered in ice armor and stood inside on 2 feet. This was an extremely rare local ice attribute piercing rat. In Subai's previous life, many people called it the Alola Mountain piercing rat. Luo Cece released Mashana. Originally, she had sensed someone sneaking up on her and was ready to join the battle as well. But when she saw this elf, she suddenly remembered something at this moment. An ice cone, white mist, and an ice attribute mountain-piercing rat? Wait, it shouldn't be Park Juinshio? Hearing Roxy call out her name, a silhouette hiding behind a rock slowly poked its head out. It was a pale-faced teenager with a face as bloodless as his elf, the mountain-piercing mouse. When he saw that Subai and Luo Cece were both wearing a strange raincoat, he immediately revealed a wary expression again. Oops, it's me. Luo Cece took off her rain poncho mask, revealing her delicate little face. Seeing Luo Cece, the ice cube-faced teenager immediately froze. Shishi? Why did you come here as well? It could be seen that the ice cube-faced teenager had a very favorable impression of Luo Cece. Seeing the latter's appearance caused a touch of redness to appear on his originally pale face. Aya, it's a long story. But just as Luo Cece was about to climb into a conversation with the ice cube-faced teenager, suddenly Meow appeared behind the ice cube-faced teenager like a ghost. Then, as the cat's paw landed on top of the teenager's brain, immediately, the ice cube-face's eyes rolled white and he fainted all of a sudden. Strike palm strange attack. The mountain-piercing mouse was dumbfounded. Roxy was dumbfounded, and Mashana was dumbfounded. Only Subai and Meow Earth were awake. After easily putting down the ice cube-faced teenager Park Juinshio, Meow instantly came back in front of the mountain-piercing rat. Without his master's instructions, the mountain-piercing rat didn't react at once. Meow went down with a flaming teeth move. Immediately, the rat received 4 times the bonus damage. It lost its ability to fight in an instant. Luo Cece. This Meow actually knew intermediate moves. Although she was slow to react, it didn't mean stupid. She still knew a little bit about famous intermediate fire attribute moves like Teeth of Fire. It was impossible for Meow herself to learn this kind of intermediate level move. If she wanted to learn it, skill stones and qualifications were indispensable. If Luo Cece previously said that Subai's elf strength was still only stuck in the concept of a little powerful, then now this kind of strength, it is obvious that there is a further deeper perception. Subai's strength is completely comparable to that of an elite student of a senior academy. After solving the opponent, Subai skillfully went forward and touched it. Mountain Penetrating Mouse. Grade, Level 20. Attribute, Ice Steel. Qualification, D. Individual value. There wasn't anything good on this mountain-piercing rat. Only 1 fruit of gold, and the rest was an experience candy. Yes. Subai, is he all right? Luo Cece couldn't help but come over and ask when she saw Park Juinshio fall to the ground. It's not a big problem, just a concussion. Luo Cece, is this sure it's not a big problem? Subai looked at Luo Cece, who was a bit worried. You guys know each other? Well, from the same class. Oh, then let him off the hook. After saying that, he saw Su-bai skillfully touch the rating card from Park Juincho's body. Without any mercy, he brushed away all the ratings on his card, and the other party instantly dropped from a 3rd grade rating to a 0 rating. Next, Su-bai nimbly took away everything that could be taken away from the backpack on his body, looked at the clothes on the other side, and then looked at Luo Cece. Slightly regretful sigh. Forget it, there is the presence of the opposite sex. Give him some privacy. Luo Cece's thin red lips drew down, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Do you call this letting him off the hook? Su-bai had a face of losing a lot of money. Sure, the card is not folded, the clothes I have left for him. Luo Cece sighed and mourned 3 seconds of silence for this fellow classmate of hers. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with Su-bai. Park Juincho seems to be specialized in guarding the underground water cave here. Now that he fainted, it's best to take advantage of now if you want to go in. When Luo Cece saw Park Juincho, she finally realized the intention of the students from their school, which was to have exclusive access to the resources on this island. It would indeed be dangerous for Su-bai, an outsider of the school, to be here. Su-bai didn't hesitate and walked straight in towards the back of the waterfall. Before leaving, Luo Cece took one last look at her classmate. Hopefully, nothing would happen to him when he fainted. Chapter 99. The Snake Path. Although this waterfall was turbulent, there was a path behind it, and the poncho-wearing Su-bai duo easily passed through it with little effort. Very different from the outside world, this cave was out of reach, not even a few steps inside. Su-bai unexpectedly realized that the sound of the waterfall outside seemed to be inaudible. The soundproofing effect is so good? Or is this place itself even some kind of special venue or space? Taking out the flashlight could only barely illuminate the front of his eyes, and further away, the light seemed to be directly swallowed up. Meow. Meow Meow at this time also doubtfully fed back some information to Su-bai. It found that the smoke ball, metal film, and other props on its body seemed to be out of order. This situation was very much in line with a certain kind of field or space move. Powerful elves were fully capable of creating their own survival grounds. Similarly, the electric attribute had electricity ground, and the grass attribute had grass ground. In these special venues and spaces, the user, or the corresponding attribute of the elf, could exert extremely strong combat abilities. Su-bai couldn't understand the current situation, and could only use his golden fingers to feel around. The next moment a message came from within his mind, prompting him that he was now in a magic space. Hearing this prompt, Su-bai's expression was a bit gloomy. This was an advanced superpower attribute move. Inside the space, all prop abilities carried would disappear. This was why the flashlight light was restricted just now, and the props on Meow Meow's body were disabled. Are there any dragon attribute elves that can use this move? As far as Su-bai knew, there were very few dragon attribute elves that could use the superpower attribute, magic space. Just as Su-bai was searching for the reason, in the depths of the underground water cavern, a hissing sound was faintly heard. Arbor. Accompanying the roar, a pair of vertical pupil eyes flashed in the gloom. This is the arbor snake? Because it had just been seen not long ago. So even if he didn't use his golden finger, just by listening to their cries, Su-bai could roughly guess it. Due to the large number of opponents, coupled with the fact that this ground wasn't too suitable for fighting, Su-bai tried to let Rosie Sissy release her able snake to communicate and exchange ideas. Although Luo Cece was hesitant, she had no other choice but to do so. Not to mention, it really worked. Maybe it was because Luo Cece's able snake was also in the relationship of the 10,000 elephants' mysterious realm. Both sides belonged to the local snakes. Luo Cece's able snake went up to the front and hissed, and exchanged a few moments, and these able snakes hiding in the shadows really gave Su-bai a free pass. The able snakes are awesome. Luo Cece was very happy to see that the able snake she had just taken in was put to great use. Aber Tilde. The able snake responded softly, looking happy because it could help Rosie C's favor, the scales on its tail rattling non-stop. As they walked through the territory of the able snake, the two of them noticed that it was littered with some animal carcasses and feces. A spirit like the able snake was originally a natural hunter, although she knew that nature was very cruel, but seeing this scene Luo Cece was more or less a little uncomfortable. Her small hand tightly tugged at the hem of Su-bai's coat, her body slightly trembling. Su-bai looks immobile on the surface. His pace is normal, but in reality, his hands are tightly holding smoke bomb, sound bomb, sticky pill, exploding hazelnut shells. These things are all artificial props made from natural materials, and are not considered to be in the category of portable props. I don't think they should be considered in this category, right? In fact, Subai is not sure, but holding on to these things can at least give him courage. Of course, in case of accidents, Subai also set up a double defense measures. Once found that the smoke bomb, this kind of props failure, he also has a bad frog poison capsule, this kind of pure material throwing props.
同时，喵喵也会第一时间释放守住招式，替他挡下一波攻击。
Saying all this was actually a thought preparation. Theoretically, elves didn't have as many petty concerns as humans, and it was unlikely that they would go back on their promises. It was also true that the able snakes didn't make any movements next. In the spirit of the habit of plucking feathers from geese, even at this time, Subai did not forget to use his golden finger to collect some snake scales, venom and other things from the able snake. The former could be used to make self-defense props. The latter, in this particular case, can use a plastic bag, bottle, or something loaded up instead of sound bomb, temporarily as a throwing weapon. Passing through the snake path, Subai and his duo finally arrived at the underground water cave of the dragon's lair, and the scene in front of them enlightened them. It was a huge underground water lake. Perhaps it was the relationship between the surrounding gems and jewels that emitted light. Reflecting this underground water lake was exceptionally clean and clear. Although Luo Sisi was leading the way for Subai, it was also her first time coming to this underground water lake. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was instantly stunned. One after another, she exclaimed and sighed in place. On the contrary, Subai, this guy had already run to the stone wall to pick out those precious stones and jewels. Indigo precious jade, white jade, blue fragments. Money, it's all money. Subai was absolutely familiar with digging ores. Taking out his multifunctional small hoe, he easily dug down 2 large pieces. Blue debris. Ancient people making props with the debris collect a certain number of chi, can be pieced together into a whole piece, has a very high collection value at the same time, but also be able to go through the processing, the production of a number of jewelry handicrafts. I remember that in the game in my previous life, no matter which generation these fragments could be exchanged for some move learners. I also don't know if this world will have those legendary masters who teach the ultimate Upanishad moves. A little lost in thought, Subai subconsciously swept the underground lake out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, he suddenly realized that in the lake, there seemed to be a few lantern-sized points of light. Would there be lanterns in the water? This scene instantly awakened Subai. He seemed to have thought of something, and a cold sweat vaguely slipped from his forehead. Just in time, he saw Luo Sisi come to the edge of the water, bending down, ready to wash her face. Subai immediately rushed over, yanked on her white wrist, and pulled her away without saying a word. Subai, what are you doing? Luo Sisi, who didn't know Subai's intentions, had bewilderment and confusion hanging on her face. Then just at this time, the water surface was suddenly torn apart. 3 huge water tornadoes whistled and drilled out. Roar, oh, oh, oh. Roars resounded, carrying a powerful dragon's might. The 3 azure blue dragon heads broke through the water dragon scrolls, revealing its hideous and gigantic figure. When Luo Sisi saw clearly the huge water beast that appeared, her pretty face was filled with fear, and if it wasn't for Subai's support, she almost sat on the ground with a duck's ass. Similar to the dragon's snake-like figure, its back grew several macro-shaped armor plate blocks. Triangular red pupil flashed with ferocious light, mouth opened wide, revealing 4 sharp fangs that could easily bite through steel. Chapter 100, Social Cowfish. This was the water bully whose reputation had shaken the world. The vicious spirit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Extremely violent energy emanated from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, making people not dare to look directly at it. This was the Tyrannosaurus Rex's own characteristic, intimidation. At first sight, there were very few people who wouldn't be frightened by its appearance. Luo Sisi's face paled. I haven't heard of a Tyrannosaurus Rex over here, Subai stared at the 3 azure dragons, his face equally very serious at the moment. Tyrannosaurus Rex's combat power was very amazing. In a head-on confrontation, few elves in the same level could compete with them. Having a Tyrannosaurus Rex was equivalent to not being able to pass through. This kind of big ferocious elf was simply not something that their current stage elves could fight against. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Subai's brain was also spinning frantically. Just after they moved away from that lake, those 3 big guys didn't come any closer. Just now, poking out of the water, it was more like giving Subai and his duo a little warning, letting them know what to do. It wasn't hard to imagine. If Subai didn't approach any closer, what he would face would definitely be the crazy attack of the 3 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Don't ever think that the Tyrannosaurus rex can't get away from the water, although this kind of elf is the evolution of the king carp, but it's completely two very different species. After the evolution of the Tyrannosaurus rex, the attribute of flight was added to its attributes. This attribute is not just for show, it is fully capable of living on land, and even soaring in the sky. This is because the archetype of this sprite is originally derived from the carp flag. They are not only perfectly adapted to the sky and land, but also have the ability to move slowly. With a body length of 6 meters, if they wanted to catch up with Subai, it was just a matter of flicking their tails twice. Although Subai was very clear about the gap between the enemies and our strengths, but all the way here, wanting him to return home directly like this but also unwilling. Therefore, after agonizing for a while, he decided to release the Carp King to deal with these 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes. Carp King is also the form of Tyrannosaurus rex before it evolved. According to reason, these two kinds of elves should have a lot of common topics. Didn't Rosie's able snake also persuade the able snakes in the tunnel? Although it may be because of the same local snake relationship, but the king carp is still a different color. The color of gold can improve human relations, theoretically can also improve the fish relations. Well, Subai said he couldn't make it up anymore. He didn't lie to himself anymore. He simply wanted to try to see if he could pass through here without bloodshed. Of course, he wasn't really letting the Carp King go to his death. If these Tyrannosaurus rexes really didn't abide by the fish way of fighting each other, then he would use the elf ball to retrieve the Carp King at the first time, and the Tyrannosaurus rexes wouldn't be able to use the chase and beat move anyway. Carp King go. Raise a fish for 1,000 days, use it for a moment. Throwing the elf ball, the Carp King steadily fell into the water. Luo Cc, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Subai you are? Subai mused. Whether or not I can pass through here safely depends on whether or not my Carp King is a social cow. Whether the Carp King was a social cow or not, Luo Cc didn't know, but she felt that the Carp King would have to take a social beating in 80% of cases. The Carp King was put into the underground lake by Subai before he had time to react to what was happening. In front of him there were 3 extremely oppressive dragon heads coming towards it. Each head was bigger than its whole fish. This scene, seeking the psychological shadow area of the Carp King at that time. Fortunately, Subai's Carp King was really not an ordinary fish. In the face of this very oppressive scene, it froze and didn't move. The 2 fish pupils were unperturbed and the 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes stared at each other. This scene lasted for a few moments, during which even Subai couldn't help but clutch a cold sweat on his palm. However, the Carp King's posture remained unchanged, which in turn made the 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes unable to straighten out. Bending each other's heads seemed to be discussing something. A few moments later, the 3 Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly revealed a pleasant expression in unison. Oh! And the Carp King climbed up. It had to be said that the Carp King would always bring surprises to Subai. This scene was unforeseen even by himself, the one who came up with the idea. One can only say that characteristic, timid, does not mean that the character is timid. Subai, the Carp King, obviously had great wisdom. Looking at the Carp King and the 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes getting along, Subai planned to take the opportunity to retrieve the Carp King and prepared to continue walking towards the deeper part of the cave. However, when Subai had just taken out his elf ball to retrieve the Carp King, the 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes immediately stared viciously at Subai. Subai silently released the Carp King again. The 3 tyrannical carp dragons climbed into a peace with the Carp King again in a pleasant manner. Subai retracted. The tyrannical carp dragons glared angrily. Subai released. The Tyrannosaurus rex talked and laughed. Retract. Rage. Release. Laugh. Several times in a row, Subai was speechless. What did these 3 tyrannical carp dragons mean? If you want to pass here, you still have to leave the Carp King behind as a human fish hostage. Of course, Subai was not happy. Playing is playing, fooling around is fooling around. Don't make fun of salted fish. If he wanted to put the bean fish alone in an unfamiliar environment, he was 100% against it. Just as he raised the exploding hazelnut shell, intending to nuke the world and break the pot, Meow Meow stepped forward. Meow stood out. Meow Meow whispered a few words in Subai's ear. You want to go over and find out what's going on? Meow. Meow Meow nodded affirmatively. Immediately, he was approaching towards the Carp King's side with firm steps. The Tyrannosaurus rexes were a bit wary of Meow Meow at first, but the Carp King seemed to say something to them, and soon they were cracking up again. Before long, Meow Meow had successfully poked around and ran back to Subai's side and meowed. The Carp King said for me not to worry. It is learning moves with those 3 tyrannical carp dragons. And let me come back here to pick it up when I come back? Meow. Meow nodded, indicating the end of the debriefing. Although Subai was still a bit puzzled as to what means the self-same Carp King had used to make those 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex look so favorably on it. But based on his trust in his own elf, Subai still decided to respect its opinion. Holding a belly full of doubts, he continued to walk deeper into the underground water cave. Soon he arrived at the place where Luosisi said the dragon attribute stance engraving was. It can't be wrong. The place my senior sister told me about is here. Saying that, Luosisi opened her arms, showing off as if she was showing Subai. This was a relatively vast place, surrounded by tree-like crystals. This kind of crystallization was very much like the color of ice, but it was neither cold nor would it melt. After being refracted by light, it would also emerge in 7 colors. As soon as an elf approached, a trail left behind by a move would blossom on it. Chapter 101, The World Under the Water Cave. An elf with a high level of enlightenment would be able to comprehend these traces and thus learn the moves on it. This crystallized pillar was somewhat like a simplified version of the Flower of Time. The Flower of Time is a crystal flower that is unique to a certain Western realm. This crystal flower allows one to see the images stored within it that actually happened, and its level of realism far exceeds that of VR. However, it was only open to waveguide users, and civilian players like Subai basically had no access to it. Luosisi was very excited to release her Mashana and Able Snake, and began to let them learn the moves above the mural. Subai didn't rush it, but used his gold finger to look around. Time-storing crystal pillar. A crystal pillar that holds a certain amount of stance energy and contains ice attribute energy. Engraved stance. Ice cone. Stored time crystal pillar. Engraved move. Fine snow. Crystal pillar of stored time. Contains fire energy. Imprinted move. Spark. Stored time crystal pillar. Contains grass energy. Imprinted move. Seed machine gun. This thing was originally called a time-storing crystal pillar. As a material, this thing was quite interesting to Subai, but the moves engraved on it felt a bit poor. The vast majority of them were elementary moves with a relatively small power, and learning them also required wasting the elementary learning device and time costs, so it wasn't quite worth learning. After all this effort, is it just to come over and take a look at these elementary moves engraved? Didn't Roxy say that there are many more elves here? Where's the sticky treasure? Where are the dragon attribute elves? Why have I only seen the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Able Snake so far? Just when Subai was feeling a bit overwhelmed, Goldfinger happened to touch a strange crystal pillar. Unlike other time-storing crystal pillars, this crystal pillar didn't have any engraved moves, but instead, it instantly sucked Subai in silently with his cat. Luosisi's attention was on her 2 elves at the time, completely unaware that Subai had disappeared right in front of her eyes. The scenery in front of his eyes shook. When Subai regained his footing, he realized that he had come to a very dark place. A fluffy feeling was felt under his feet. Is this sand? Meow. Meow, who noticed the abnormality, immediately alertly reminded Subai. It looks like we've broken into another troublesome place. Subai subconsciously took out the lighting lamp in his hand, but the light irradiation distance was still limited. I'm still in that magic space range? Just as he was about to check the situation, suddenly a large mouth came out by his feet. Meow! Meow meow was like a thunderbolt, jumping down from Subai's shoulder in a flash, a grasp in the air, and slapped heavily on the big mouth head. The big mouth immediately ate the pain and prepared to run away. But Meow Meow didn't let it go. Without Subai's command, Meow Meow used its own judgment to use water fluctuation to easily take away the black shadow of the big mouth. After resolving the sneak attack enemy, Subai first spread a wave of electric glowworms fluorescent powder under his feet. This thing didn't belong to the category of props, it was the natural light of the creature, so the magic space couldn't intervene. The light powder quickly spread out after it was sprinkled. At this moment Subai finally saw the place he was in. It was a tunnel that was densely covered with funnel-shaped sandy crypts. Each funnel-shaped sand burrow was inhabited by a jawed ant. Subai came to the side of the jawed ant that Meow Meow had just defeated. Jawed ant. Level 14. Attribute, ground. Qualification, E. Individual value. The reason why elves like the jawed ants can come and go freely in sand caves is partly due to the ground attribute energy, and partly due to the advantage of their body's construction. The epidermis of their body would constantly secrete layers of floating sand skin. This floating sand skin would increase the friction with the sand cave, thus making it easier for the jaws ant to move around. Subai simply wiped this layer of floating sand skin on the cloud feather boots for the time being. With Meow Meow as a cover along the way, and then the new version of cloud feather boots, the sandy cave was easy to pass through. The back tunnel was still long, and after that, Subai found a few more umbrella electric lizards. This kind of Pokemon looks like a yellow lizard with its ears hanging down. When it is angry or feels dangerous, it will open its two ears, deterring the enemy, and at the same time, it will also use electricity as a counterattack. The appearance was quite cute. If it wasn't for the fact that the qualification was only E, Subai would have planned to take in one for fun. Facing the umbrella electric lizard's electric grid encirclement, Subai did not hold back. He released Cocodora and the Queen Bee. Queen Bee was the first to use Aromatic Mist. A group buff was activated. The entire team's special defense rose. Cocodora attacked and defended using Rock Blockade. Meow Meow acted as an AoE, activating Life Pearl, and the killing power of any attack collectively skyrocketed. Rushing into the crowd of umbrella electric lizards trapped by the Rock Blockade, the claws covered with metal film, like short swords, were waved recklessly, as if they were in no man's land. In a short while, the group of umbrella electric lizards were all knocked down. Subai gave Meow Meow injury medicine to replenish his strength while fumbling for props on the umbrella electric lizard's body. Umbrella electric lizard. Level 18. Attribute: Electricity. General. Qualification: E. Individual value: Umbrella electricity lizard scales. The fine scales shed from the folds on both sides of the umbrella electricity lizard's ears. Although they look like ordinary scales, when organized in multiple pieces, they accidentally possess a very strong efficacy in condensing the sun's rays. In the wild, if one couldn't find a power source or something for a while, solar energy was definitely the first choice. One can consider using these scales to make a solar energy reserve or something. There was no shortage of difficult mechanical props in Subai's crafting. In the beginning, because of the lack of economic strength, Subai hadn't considered it, but with the last time Dune Lulan came back and sold those gold bead comet fragments, the money in his pocket temporarily bulged a little. So the idea naturally also lively up. Of course, now that it was still in this 10,000 elephants mysterious realm, there was no way to utilize it. After solving the umbrella electric lizard, Subai came to a fork in the road. At this moment, Subai once again clearly recognized that he should be lost. The tunnel in front of him was in all directions. The large tunnel entrance could pass through a great king copper elephant, while the small ones could only pass through a Lada. The most crucial thing was that no matter if it was a big tunnel or a small tunnel, one looked deep and bottomless. Some cave entrances were as dry as sand, while others were as wet as a swamp. This 10,000 elephants mysterious realm really lives up to its name. Subai sighed. Just one of the dragon nests alone gave one the feeling of a party of the world that could not be explored at all. And I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Subai always felt that the elves he just encountered were all hindering his progress. It didn't matter if it was the sand cave of the jawed ant or the grid umbrella of the umbrella electric lizard. Chapter 102. Performance art in the deepest part of the dragon's lair. The behavior of these elves was more like they were protecting something than self-defense. But if you think about it in reverse, in a sense, am I not counting on finding the right path? That's why they're trying to block me. Although Meow Meow didn't speak, it was likewise helping Subai find the way in its own way, only to see it lick its tail twice, wetting its tail hair before putting it up to sense the direction of the wind in the surroundings. Normally the direction leading to the exit would have a weak wind blowing over. Meow! A moment later, Meow's ears flinched. What's wrong? Subai was curious. Meow pointed at a certain passageway, then took the lead and walked quickly in front, leading the way for Subai. Subai quickly followed. This tunnel was very wet to walk up, and the dirt under his feet was sticky and wet. If it wasn't for the fact that Subai had put some effort into his shoes this time, it was possible to get stuck in the mud at this moment. Looking at Meow Meow walking in front of him, Subai went up and took a big hand and held its small stomach. Meow Meow at first did not react, still keep walking posture. Lim's small feet in midair scratched twice. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Subai in confusion. Meow! Subai smiled, did not say anything, just silently placed it on his shoulder. Meow looked at the face that was close at hand, and its movements became obviously gentle. The fleshy paw gently stepped on Subai's shoulder before lying down softly, the curved tip of its tail slowly wagging up and down. Meow! I'll let you down after walking this way first. Holding the precious jade that emitted natural fluorescence in his hand, Subai led Meow to walk a distance in the mud. Then gradually, he realized that various kinds of footprints began to appear on this ground. These footprints were both large and small, and some even only left a curved line. With his golden finger, Subai could easily decipher what the owner who left these marks was. Arbor snake, slippery kid, fruit-gnawing dragon, coconut egg tree, old man dragon. Good lord! There really are slimy treasures. After Subai deciphered it, he immediately repeated spraying a burst of anonymizing spray on himself. Immediately, he catapulted his body and carefully walked forward. If that jeweled underground lake outside was stunning, the scene in front of him was nothing short of spectacular. This place was like the meteor waterfall Subai had seen in the game back then. Inside and outside the tunnel were two worlds altogether. There was warm light emanating from every corner here, and all of this warm light was emanated by the sun rock and moon rock. These two sprites could simulate the morning light of the sun and the moonlight of the moon, respectively. The two types of elves alternately emitted light, alternately changing the day and night in the underground water cave. The first thing that caught my eye was a swampy water field, where many water attribute, dragon egg group elves were playing in the swampy water field. The ink seahorses, the slimy treasure, the Yubo, the marsh king, the two-tailed floating weasel, and so on could all be seen here. Especially Wibo, here Subai actually saw two different forms. One is naturally the ordinary light blue-skinned wubwa that the world is familiar with. And the other kind of wubwa, its original light blue body turned into a silt-like gray-black color, and the horns on both sides of its head, which looked like fish bones, also turned into two things that looked like bone sticks. Compared to the ordinary wubwa, this kind of wubwa from a different region preferred to stay on the shore. Subai remembered that this kind of Wibo was a unique form of the previous life Paddy Asia region, and it was considered one of the newly discovered foreign region elves. Poison attribute Wibo also don't know what it will become after evolving. Although curious, Subai naturally couldn't be stupid enough to directly launch a direct attack on these elves. There was no lack of high-level elves in this marshy water field, and with such a large number, even if each one spat at Subai, it could drown him. Rushing out now was almost like looking for in a toilet with a light. In the basin, there were also some strange and weird elves that the outside world couldn't see. For example, the pig elves love eating dolphin. This kind of elf was also the newest species found in the Padilla region. Although it had a general attribute, it would often apply some swamp mud on its skin, so it wasn't uncommon to see it in this kind of swampy paddy field. In addition to this, there is also the ground and water attribute blue toad, the goblin pixie's pippy, the most common abersnake in the dragon's lair, the dragon egg group slippery kid, the dragon plus grass attribute coconut egg tree, as well as the fruit-gnawing bug that hides in the crown of the coconut egg tree, quietly revealing only two leaf-like eyes. Even without the use of the golden finger, Subai was able to call out the names of these elves. Because some of them have evolved, some have not evolved, most of them have different levels of strength, but they all get along peacefully here. Gazing far into the distance, the water mist was dazzling, only to see that at the end of that swampy water field, in the midst of that water mist, a huge and incomparable waterfall rolled and rushed down from the cave entrance above. The river shimmered with a strange luster, and it clearly looked turbulent, but when it fell below the pool of water, it was so calm that it did not ripple in the slightest. Although this underground space looked normal, it actually gave off an unfathomable feeling. Especially that hole above the waterfall. Subai always felt like there was something hidden inside. Meow! Meow looked there with the same grave expression. You also think there's something wrong there? Meow nodded affirmatively. Meow. Then, find a way to go over there and take a look. Subai was still some distance away from the cave entrance above the waterfall, and although there was a concealment spray on his body, it wasn't stealthy, so if he wanted to go over there, he had to bypass the gazes of the many elves. As for this point, it wasn't like Subai hadn't considered it, only to see him pull out from his backpack. Happily, he flipped out a slippery kid's leather pouch. Looking at the skin bag, Subai revealed a wacky smile. Drawing skin, this ability is not just a privilege of mini-Q, humans can also. With a leather cap mixed with the smell of Slippery Kid on his head, and wearing a modified version of Slippery Kid's elastic leather bag on his body, Subai riveted all of his strength to carry his leather pants and shuttled between the many elves. Most of the elves did not care about Subai, only a very few elves will pay attention to him. For example, the wise eyes of Wubwa and the Marsh Kings. Their green bean-sized eyes were full of questions when they looked at Subai. The peeps, on the other hand, found Subai amusing, watching him struggle to lift his pants and letting out a burst of light laughter. The local slippery boys have defiance written all over their faces. This kid from out of town actually attracts more attention from the elves than they do. They want to go up and provoke, but when they see that Subai is so big, they are a little bit abashed. Subai knew that his current behavior was enough to go down in the black history of his life, but he couldn't show his face even if he gambled his life's integrity. He is now playing behavioral art with his life. Chapter 103. Struggle Gravel, Increase Proficiency. Fortunately, the elves in this place had a more peaceful character and didn't fight with Subai, so there was no danger along the way. Meow followed behind Subai, always keeping an eye on whether there were any elves following them behind. Only after ensuring that there was no danger did Subai stop. At this time, they were already under the waterfall. The mist here was very thick. Under normal circumstances, it was hard for the elves outside to see the situation on this side of the waterfall. Subai used his golden finger to check the waterfall water source. Rootless water. Effects. When water attribute elves drink it, it has the effect of increasing the experience value and the proficiency of water attribute moves, and it can also be paired with a variety of food herbs that need to be neutralized in the water to increase the effect of the food herbs themselves. Description. Various water attribute moves coalesce to form a water source, which is in turn quenched by the power of the heart's water droplets, circulating and flowing to converge into a waterfall. When Subai first saw that this rootless water could raise the water attribute experience value, he immediately took out a kettle and frantically filled it. However, when he saw how this water was formed in the next description, the entire person froze in place again. Water droplets of the heart. Subai's eyes instantly widened. Why would there be a prop of this level here? Perhaps the vast majority of people in this world didn't know the concept of this thing. But Subai, who was a traveler, was clear about this thing. Ordinary props being rated usually weren't very high, and anything carried below D grade could be collectively called a prop. However, props above D level, such as the life pearl on Meowth's body, can be called secret treasures. Secret treasures needed to be fitted in order to be used, and were usually not seen in circulation on the market. Only large auction houses or certain organizations can see them internally. High-level secret treasure is even more precious than an elf with the same qualifications. And above the secret treasure is the holy relic. This is a kind of prop that only phantom beasts can harbor and give birth to. Without the need for an elf to mobilize it, the power it contains is enough to easily destroy a high-level human city. Some countries were even recognized by the world because of the existence of the holy relic. Could there really be a treasure of this level in this place? Subai suddenly thought of the magical space that he came into contact with when he entered this underground lair. Under normal circumstances, very few dragon attribute elves would know this move. However, this move was the specialty of a certain infinite elf. Subai pondered in place for a moment, and his eyes instantly rested on the location of the cave where the waterfall flowed out from. If it was most likely that there were props hidden on either side of this place, it was only in this cave. Just in case, Subai released the queen bee and had it release the aromatic mist to confuse his vision. This waterfall water mist is too heavy. The smoke bomb effect is not obvious. The smoke will soon be washed away by the water mist, and artificial props, on the contrary, will make the elves suspicious. But aromatic mist is different. This is also a water mist. The two confused together can effectively make the waterfall visibility reduced. Subai took out the floating wrist, gently waved it, and found that the prop still worked. This made Subai slightly relieved. This thing works. The vast majority of his life preserving props theoretically should work. Queen Bee and Meow were on the side to cover for him. One person and two pets slowly flew towards the cave like this. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, the first thing Subai saw was a mass of white vines. At first, he didn't care, and reached out with his hand with the intention of setting aside this vine. But when his golden finger touched it, it immediately displayed an appalling message. Old Wonglong Lord. Level 30. Qualification: D+. Individual values: Physical Strength C+, Physical Attack C+, Physical Defense C+, Special Attack C+, Special Defense C+, Speed C. Individual values that far exceed qualifications. This is the most intuitive message of a Lord Elf. But why did touching the vine bring out the message of a Lord? Subai revealed a strange expression and slowly raised his head, only to see that above his head, covered by more white vines, there was a hidden green pillar. This pillar curled up in a very regular way, slightly drumming. The answer is already obvious. This touch like vines should be the hair of the old Wonglong after being wet by the fog. And that green pillar-like thing should be the old Wonglong's neck. Tian. Another behemoth, estimated to be around 6 meters in length at the very least. When these Lord-level elves were not moving at all, one couldn't tell that it was an elf at all, and it completely blended in with the surrounding scenery. If it wasn't for Subai's golden finger, a normal person wouldn't have realized that it was an elf when they didn't see the elf's entire body. Subai was glad that this thing seemed to be sleeping, otherwise he wouldn't even need to make a move, he could just roll over and crush him. Retrieving the queen bee back into the elf sphere, Subai and Meow Meow were thinking about how to squeeze into the cave. This old Wonglong was like a gatekeeper. His whole body was curled up in the doorway, except for the waterfall which could barely flow underneath it. It was not easy to squeeze someone in and not let it find out. Suddenly a light bulb lit up on Subai's head. Right, there it is. Subai suddenly tried to remember the special body fluid, smooth liquid, that he had collected on Slippery Kid last time. This was paired with its skin and applied to the body, instantly making a person slippery, like a mud skipper. Subai coated himself and Meow Meow with smooth liquid and immediately started trying to squeeze into the cave. Not to mention, originally, Subai thought that it would be hard enough to squeeze in, but who knows, as long as he gently exerted himself, his body squeezed in half. With a little more force, the whole person successfully passed through. Meow Meow body softness than Subai is too strong. Subai can squeeze in it naturally, even more needless to say. After one person and one pet entered the cave, they found that the space inside the cave was not much more spacious than outside. Didn't go far. Found in front of a rocky beach, crystal like jade water in this rocky beach ground pattering flow. Convergence of a certain size will flow out from the cave entrance. There were many thigh-thick stalactites dangling above the roof of the cave. Subai touched it with his golden fingers, discovering that this stalactite was actually laced with quite a lot of struggle gravel. Struggle gravel, a very incredible gravel that can make an elf's originally skillful moves go to the next level. This struggle gravel is equivalent to the advanced version of struggle sand. The qualification requirement for a move's proficiency level from beginner to proficient does not need to be very high, as any F-qualified elf can do it. However, if one wanted to go from proficient to proficient, it was basically impossible to do so if one wasn't an elf with D-rank qualifications or above. Chapter 104, Water Drops of the Broken Heart. Of course, it was also possible to use external forces, and this struggle gravel was one of those external force props. This struggle gravel was one of the external force props. In terms of polishing the proficiency of physical type moves, this struggle gravel could be said to be the first choice. Subai utilized his golden finger to extract all the gravel. The height of the pile was almost enough to reach his knees. I can't take it with me, but I don't want to waste it, so Subai released Cocodora and Queen Bee's Meow Meow, intending to give them live use to improve their move proficiency. The Queen Bee polished its arms. Its evolved arms were its most commonly used means of attack. Whether it was split or chop, it needed its arms to perform. After some polishing at the scene, the primary move chopping was directly raised to the proficient level, but the intermediate move splitting was not so smooth and was only raised to the proficient level. Meow Meow was mainly polishing its teeth and claws. However, grasp was already at the proficient level, so polishing it wouldn't have much effect, so it mainly strengthened its teeth, while bite was also already at the proficient level, so the direction of strengthening it naturally became Teeth of Fire. This move was currently Meow Meow's strongest attack move. Last time, after using Seeds of Proficiency to develop its fierce form, its proficiency level was directly increased to the proficient level. This time, if he could use Struggle Gravel to increase his proficiency to the proficient level, then his power would be completely comparable to advanced moves. Click, click, click. The speed of polishing couldn't be achieved overnight, and Meow Meow's body temperature was climbing rapidly while he was raising his flame tooth proficiency. Fortunately, there was enough rootless water here that it was more than enough to lower Meow's temperature. Lying in the water, Meow Meow practiced flame tooth, and it was really half the work with half the effort, and after spending a lot of struggle gravel, the flame tooth proficiency was finally successfully raised to the proficient level. In fact, Subai was relatively assured about Meow Meow and Queen Bee. Even if he didn't keep an eye on them, they wouldn't have any problems. His main focus was still on Cocodora. This baby, it really stood out with one word: absolute. As long as one wasn't paying attention, it would be able to do tricks for you. You said that the other two elves were refining their move proficiency. But what about it? It directly holds up a piece of struggle gravel and builds it for you to gnaw on. If you say that it has a gnawing move like Meow Meow, then gnawing is fine, but it doesn't have one at all. It's just greedy, like it hadn't had enough to eat in 8 lifetimes. In the end, forced by Subai's kind gaze, Kokodora was a little more restrained and took a few pieces of struggle gravel and symbolically practiced its claws and brain impact, paws stomp and epidermis harden. The results are average. The impact and hardening have been successfully raised to the proficient level. The metal claws were upgraded to the proficient level. Then when Subai turned around and went to look at Meow and the others, he showed off the struggle gravel. No matter what, the struggle gravel had finally been used up. Subai put the queen bee and Kokodora back together and followed Meow to continue exploring. As he went deeper and deeper, Subai realized that without realizing it, the water level had already reached his waist. If it wasn't for this special raincoat on his body, the paws of his feet would probably be soaked white. Of course, although he avoided direct contact with the water, but the cold and piercing rootless water still took away a lot of his body temperature, and now he began to gradually shiver a little at the same time. Although this water flow seems to be calm on the surface, but in the end, it is still flowing live water. Walking inside the water, there will still be some resistance. Subai also has his own considerations. If he can't find anything in the investigation for a few moments, he is ready to go back the same way and look for the exit in other places. Although the holy relics were good, they had to have the life to enjoy them. Meow stood at Subai's shoulder position, observing something in the surroundings one by one. Meow! Only Meow suddenly shouted. Then with a swish, it jumped down from Subai's body. Then with a plop, it fell into the water. Meow! Subai called out worriedly. Meow did not respond and seemed to be fishing for something in the water. Subai was missing the little salty fish that stayed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's side. Even if the salty fish king was no longer useful, it was at least a water attribute spirit, and if it was here, it would at least be able to help him observe the situation under the water. Of course, it was useless to think about this now. Taking 2 deep breaths, Subai then sealed the breathing holes on his poncho's face completely, and with a jerk, he also went towards the side where Meow jumped into the water. This water source was really very clean. Subai was holding the precious jade that emitted natural light, and with a glance, he could see more than 10 meters away. After looking around, he soon saw Meow's figure. It was over at a hollowed-out stone carving platform. This stone carving platform was quite ornate, with many carved patterns etched in a circle on the outside. Inside, it was emitting a blurry white bright light. Meow at this moment was sticking its palm into the stone carving table, looking like it was groping for something. Subai swung his hands, paddled the water, and swam a little distance towards the front. After approaching a certain distance, Subai stretched out his hand and used his golden finger to check the stone carving table. Being able to make Meow so attached, there should be something hidden inside this stone carving table. Dragon-patterned lotus flower adamant and jade stone carving table. A carving table made of adamant and jade throughout, with 1,000 years of history, which contains a portion of the water droplets of the heart mutilated. Subai, there really was a droplet of water of the heart? Subai's heart beat furiously. Immediately, he rushed towards there with a paddle. Meow had a grave expression at this time, and seemed to be desperately trying to take out the droplet of water of the heart. But the carved platform-patterned card hole was too small, and when it reached in to retrieve something, it seemed to be stuck and couldn't get it out. This was not difficult for Subai. The most basic effect of his golden finger was to extract props. In the past, he easily took out half of the broken heart's water drops in 3 tries. Reaching his goal, 1 person and 1 cat looked at each other, and without saying a word, they immediately prepared to bolt. During this process, Subai didn't even have time to take a look at the heart's water droplet, because he had a premonition that this place would probably undergo a great change next. The droplet of the heart had been in this dragon's lair for so many years, and had completely fit in with the environment here. It could even be said that the reason why there were so many dragon egg sets, dragon attributes, and sub-dragon form elves gathered here was entirely because of this broken heart's water drop. Taking this away now, other than that, the rootless water would definitely be the first to be affected. It was just as Subai had guessed. After taking away the heart's water droplet in just a few breaths of time, the water flow suddenly began to turbulence. The water level rapidly rose high. Subai clenched his teeth and tried to adjust his balance in the water, but it was still being lapped by the rapids. At the critical moment, Subai realized that Meow's appearance seemed to have changed again. Chapter 105. Surrounded. Meow's fur around his body instantly turned light blue, and his attribute also changed from general attribute to water attribute. It was the effect of the change of appearance again. Because of being in the water, Subai was unable to see what Meow looked like right now. It was just that with Meow's help, the figure gradually smoothed out. Originally, Subai thought that they would follow the current and lead to the mouth of the waterfall that the old Wonglong was guarding. But the actual water level kept rising. This showed that the old Wong dragon had no intention of getting out of the way. It was still firmly blocking the mouth of that waterfall. This is difficult, this way there is no way to get out. Seeing that the water level in the cave was about to be filled up, Subai suddenly looked towards the high part of the cave, one of the circulating water flow ports. If there is water coming through, it means that there should be other waterways. So it was riveted to swim there. Meow and Subai shared the same mind. After noticing Subai's movements, he quickly realized what he wanted to do. His palm wiped across his forehead, and several gold coins were smashed out like a hand sword. Ka-ching! The stone wall cracked. Clatter! The rubble was instantly washed away by the current. Subai and Meow tightly grabbed onto each other and swam together towards the water current rift. Just as they got close, they felt a powerful suction force. One person and one cat were instantly sucked over in an uncontrollable manner. Along with the water current nearly washed for 5 minutes. If it wasn't for the air sac inside Subai's clothes that had air in it, it was estimated that he would have suffocated to death. Meow was fine because she had changed her attributes with transform freely. After finally surviving the water flow, Subai felt that there was a point of light in the direction of his head. So he and Meow stomped on the water together and floated up. At the moment of piercing through the water, Subai only felt that the pressure on his head was greatly reduced. Opening his poncho mask, he took a big breath of the outside air. Before Subai could react to where he was, a golden fat fish figure swam in front of him. Nako, King Carp. This was clearly the salted fish from his own home. But how could it be here? Subai quickly reacted that he should be in the same underground lake that he initially came from right now. Ow, oh. Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice came from behind. Subai immediately hugged the Carp King as a fish hostage. What's so fierce about it? With this salted fish here, you guys still dare to touch me? Carp King. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Subai safely went ashore. At this time, he had almost cleared his thoughts. He thought that that rootless waterfall should be connected to this underground lake. That's why he was washed here. However, since it was connected, it was likely that this side would also be affected after the loss of the droplet of heart. So it would be better to run away before something happens to the east. Just as he raised his elf ball, he intended to retrieve the Carp King and Meow and run away. A girl's voice called out to him. Subai! Subai looked up and realized that there was a delicate woman standing on the bank. It was none other than Luo who had come in with himself. Great, you're really here. Just now, Luo was learning moves at the move engraving place. As she was learning, she realized that Subai had disappeared, so she started looking around for someone. Why did you run here without saying a word? No time to explain, hurry up. Subai climbed out of the water and didn't fool around with those 3 Tyrannosaurus Rexes anymore. Hurriedly, he took Luo and ran towards the exit. Subai, what's wrong with you? Don't care so much, just go. There was no way to explain this thing, the droplets of the heart, and one less person knowing about it would be one less point of danger. Even if Luo was stupid and didn't have much heart, she couldn't say anything. Although Luo was confused, she didn't ask. She had also gained a lot on this island. Just now, when Subai was not around, she looked around and collected a lot of precious jades without realizing it. Although Mashana and Abersnake were not able to learn the moves on top of the stored stone crystals, the rating cards touched the stone pillars and could likewise gain a portion of the rating. Luo was also already at the 4th level of rating at this moment. All the way through, I don't know if the elves are aware of the changes that have occurred on the island. Even the able snakes on the snake road have all disappeared. However, just as Subai and his team walked out of the underground water cave. However, they found a few people blocking the entrance of the cave. These people were all dressed as students of the South River Academy. Cece, are you all right? The miserable white-faced young man walked out from the crowd. With a worried face, he looked at Luo. Then, when he looked at Subai, the smile that was originally covered in concern also suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, you're the one who kidnapped Shishi. Subai blinked his eyes and said, Oops. Just now, he was only thinking of leaving this place and avoiding the elves, but he had forgotten that there were still a bunch of students from Nanjiang Academy on this island. Looking at the battle, he was being wrapped up in a dumpling. Park Juinchio? What are you doing here? Luo Cece vaguely also realized that things seemed a bit bad. Of course I came over to save you. Park Juinchio didn't read Luo Cece's tone and was bent on thinking that the girl was the one who was taken by Subai. Luo Cece student right, don't worry, you'll be safe with us here. Right, that person over there. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and release the person. The few people who followed behind Park Juinchio, you said, and I said with righteous indignation. I am fine. I don't need your protection, you guys hurry up and go. Luo Cece was afraid that things were getting more and more complicated, so she had the intention to explain to them. But those people on the opposite side simply wouldn't listen. Cece, you don't have to worry. Senior Shang also knows about this matter. This person is guaranteed to be unable to fly. While the two were talking, another group of people also rushed over from another direction. The ones walking at the front were the boy using the large wolfhound and the girl using the long-eared rabbit that Subai had seen when he went to the island. Seeing the backbone coming over, Park Juinchio immediately walked forward and whispered a few words in the ear of the leading man. The man nodded, and his icy gaze turned slightly, first landing on Luo Cece, and then slowly falling on Subai. You're the one who held the students of my academy hostage and snatched their belongings? Subai had seen these two people before and knew that they should be the leaders of Nanjiang Academy. Facing their questioning, Subai still just nodded calmly. Su! Luo Cece wanted to remind Subai not to admit it, but before she could make a sound, she was interrupted by Subai. It seems like there is such a thing. The tone was not salty, more like he didn't put this matter on his mind than admitting it or not. When Shang Chang heard Subai's indifferent tone, he was slightly stunned. Then he also let out a light laugh. Dare to act, but a bit of courage, so you leave the student who is a hostage. The looted property is also left, by the way. The treasures obtained in the underground water cave is also left. I will be forgiven for what you have done. Let you leave in peace. Chapter 106, The Sense of Oppression. Subai raised his eyelids, looked at Luo Cece beside him, and slowly said, I can return the person to you anyway. It's already useless. The corners of Luo Cece's rosy mouth twitched slightly. Can this person speak properly? Luckily, she was still thinking about how to help him get away. As for the looted possessions and treasures, I think that you guys don't have the ability to take them from me yet. Subai thought to himself that he hadn't robbed anything from any innocent person. All these loot that he had currently obtained from the players were all from them actively looking for trouble first. Anything that was done, there was a price to pay. They could choose to retrieve the scene, but whether they could get it back or not, it was up to them. Heavy rain poured down, and the raindrops fell as if they were connected. On the Dragon's Lair Island, a dozen people and a young man wearing a strange rain poncho stood against each other. The merchant in the lead presented his head lowered, his rough straw hat covering his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. He spoke in a low voice. Among my peers, other than the true leaders of those colleges and universities, there are very few people who dare to talk to me like this. My name is Shang Chang. Which school are you from? Report your name. Subai blinked his eyes. What do you mean? Checking the household name. Shang Chang gently shook his head. You cannot say anything if you are afraid. Scared? Non-existent. Subai had never known how to write these two words since he grew up. If I don't change my name in line, I don't change my name. My name is Zhou Ziang. Luo Cece? The young girl looked at Subai with an incredulous expression. Did Subai have a grudge against that person? Zhou Ziang. Beside Shang Chang, the girl whose temperament was like a neighboring sister also slightly frowned her eyebrows. She felt as if she had heard this name somewhere. However, Shangjin didn't notice anything wrong, so he saw him nodding. I've memorized your name for now, but I'll probably forget it soon. Actually, none of this is important. What's important is that you memorize my name and go around if you hear it in the future. After saying that, he made a wink behind him. Immediately, a few people walked forward and threw out elf balls. Senior Shang Chang, wait. Luo Cece realized that it was not good and had the intention to dissuade them, but at this moment it was simply too late. Those few people immediately issued attack commands the moment they released their elves. Iron armed gun shrimp water gun. Little mountain pig fine snow. Ultrasonic bat. Ultrasonic wave. Water flower. Snow flower. Sonic wave. Several attacks fell straight towards Subai's body. These attacks wouldn't cause fatal injuries to a person, but if they were hit, they would definitely be able to temporarily incapacitate an ordinary person. In a sparring match between contestants, it was normal to not dare to cause a death. Behaviors like this, which dared to directly attack people at the drop of a hat, were rare. Normal people faced with this kind of situation would most likely just freeze in place. However, Subai's face remained as calm as water. When the attack was about to fall on him, in the sky, a tornado suddenly descended. Wow! This was the flying attribute move, Rising Wind. The move instantly enveloped Subai in the eye of the wind. Other attacks instantly fell apart when they touched the outer wall of the tornado. Everyone present froze when they saw the scene, then raised their heads in bewilderment. They only saw a winged human figure floating in mid-air. Dieselhuet's eyes were glowing scarlet. Many people didn't have time to see what the figure looked like, and the next moment, they felt a sense of oppression enveloping them. There were quite a few people who were so scared that their expressions were stagnant and their minds went blank. What's more, their legs trembled, and they directly fell to their knees on the muddy ground. Queen Bee trait, oppression. This was a very high-level characteristic. In Subai's cognition, the elves that possessed this characteristic were mostly first-class fantasy beasts and divine beasts. For example, the legendary 3 sacred birds, the Phoenix King's Guard, the legendary large bird elves, and the mythical space-time 3 gods. There are other elves with this characteristic, such as the largest known elf in the ocean, the Howling Whale King clan, a powerful ghost that is said to be able to return to the present world, and the spirit world, the night magic spirit, the fossilized pterodactyls that are now extinct and are regarded as the king of the sky in the ancient times. None of these elves is a saving grace. Previously in the refreshing village evil attribute mystic realm, the queen bee had already slightly emerged, and when it appeared at level 21 at that time, it was able to overwhelm the skunk poofs without temper. Now that the queen bee had gone through the trials and tribulations of the secret realm of the 10,000 elephants and had eaten a large amount of experience candies, its level had long since risen to 24, and of course its aura was even greater than before. This characteristic can still be a deterrent to elves, but it is naturally even more effective against unsuspecting humans. The wind dispersed. The people present gradually returned to their senses. Looking ahead, Subai, who was originally supposed to be surrounded by them, had completely disappeared. As for the several people who had just attacked him, 3 of them were directly stripped of their clothes, took away their backpacks, and collapsed on the ground with a lifeless look on their faces. Shang Chang returned to his senses, the corner of his mouth twitching as he watched this scene. What in the world just happened? Like most people, he didn't get a good look at the queen bee, but that sense of oppression was deeply engraved in his heart. Analyzing the situation in front of him, that black shadow was clearly that person's elf. Zhou Zion? Who in the world was this person? Which school student was he again? How come he had such a powerful elf that he had never heard of before? Senior Shang, what should we do now? Park Junqiu asked with an unwilling face. The elf just now also scared him. He didn't think that the kidnapper would have such a strong elf. Now, not only was his backpack searched, but there were also 3 new victims. Moreover, these 3 people were in a much worse situation than him. The scorecard had been swiped and broken, which meant that they had lost their qualification for the competition, and soon a supervisor would come and take them away. Shang Chang glanced at Park Junqiu, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "The rating card shows that that person didn't go too far. After this happened, we definitely need to get back our honor, and I'll get back what you and those 3 have for you." Although he had just been shocked by the queen bee's aura, Shang Chang did not think that he would lose to Subai. The other party had relied on the elves to launch a sneak attack, and he felt that in a head-to-head battle, his great wolfhound would not lose. Park Junqiu was happy to hear this and thanked Shang Chang repeatedly. Shang Chang waved his hand, looking like he wasn't relieved. Speaking of which, is that kidnapped student all right? Speaking of this, the 2 people looked at a short distance away in unison. At this moment, Luo Cece was pouting and complaining with her Meowth senior sister. The few people gathered together originally wanted Luo Cece to say a little bit about Subai's intelligence. But Luo Cece didn't cooperate, and also suggested that they should forget about it and stop looking for trouble from Subai. Chapter 107 Subai's Wild Action. Hearing this, Park Junqiu's heart was very unfavorable. He had gone to great lengths to call out for someone to come and save Luo Cece, but Luo Cece was now speaking for the kidnappers instead. He wondered if Luo Cece was suffering from stegomorph syndrome. The others also felt that Luo Cece was not a good person, and she was still making snide remarks when people from the same school were in trouble. Luo Cece's heart is very helpless. At this moment she feels that she is not a person on both sides. She was kind enough to try to persuade both sides, but why did these people refuse to listen? She didn't know exactly how strong Subai was, but the other party's ability to survive in the wild was something she had seen in her eyes. On this kind of island full of unknowns, if the other party wanted to do something, it was really something that no one could defend against. In the end, it was only Luo Sisi, that Meowth senior sister, who remained silent and didn't get involved in this matter. The vast majority of Nanjiang Academy students had unanimously decided that they were ready to bring out Subai. Subai hid in a high place, holding binoculars and looking at the team that was rushing towards him, revealing an odd smile. Is that all you want to do to send yourself a rating? In the forest, a small team of 5 people was searching hard for Subai. According to the rating card, he should be right here. Why can't we find anyone? A student who was following the falling thunder beast by his side said with a worried face. Hearing her companion's words, another female student also frowned in confusion. Yeah, could this person be invisible? Brew, do you smell anything? This female student was followed by an elf wearing a skirt like a bulldog. Woof! Brew's nose twitched before he sneezed several times in a row with a hard face. The smell in this neighborhood was particularly unpleasant. Humans might not be able to feel it, but elves, especially elves with a keen sense of smell like it, were particularly deadly. Brew, what's wrong with you? Looking at Brew's appearance, the schoolgirl was a bit worried and bent down, just about to console her own elf. Eft! Suddenly the foot looked like it stepped on something. A purple gas immediately filled the air. What is this? Without waiting for the female student to react, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The entire person instantly collapsed to the ground senselessly. The heavy rain soaked her clothes, but she was still unable to move. Seeing this scene, several people accompanying the female student immediately ran over to check on her condition. However, before they could get close, one of them also fell straight to the ground. The elves were terrified. They didn't know why their masters had suddenly become like this. However, in the next moment, a cat shadow struck from in front of them like lightning. Sharp claws, wrapped in a metallic sheen, went straight for their vitals. The elves without their masters were at a loss, and 3 of the 5 were taken down at once. There were also 2 elves that reacted and used their moves to try to fight back, but in the next moment, they were restricted by the rock blockade that suddenly appeared on the ground. In the end, they didn't put up much resistance and were directly killed in seconds. At this moment, the several students lying on the ground were actually conscious. Their eyes could still turn around, but their throats couldn't make a sound, and their limbs couldn't exert any strength. They witnessed the entire process of their own elf's defeat with their eyes. Then, in horror, they saw a human figure in the heavy rain, slowly walking towards them. The male only left a pair of pants, and the female gave some face and didn't move her clothes, only taking her backpack. These 5 people were not the first batch that Subai had solved, nor would they be the last. After these few encounters, Subai felt like he was on the verge of summarizing his experience. Humans were much better to deal with than wild elves. This was because humans had poor resistance and poor reflexes. In the same situation, if he used skunk poof's intense gas stench to deal with wild elves, it was estimated that these elves would slip away in minutes. As for the poison sac gas bag trap of the badly made frogs, it would be even more useless. The diluted poison sac gas couldn't cause a paralyzing effect on them at all. Let's see, right now on this island, other than Luo Sisi and her school sister, there are only 4 people. Subai felt somewhat unfulfilled. Finding a place, he disassembled the scavenged backpack as a blind box and played with it. Ooh, this student's family is in a good position. Whole so many energy cubes. There's also a treasure cube box. Too bad it's only white quality. The flavor is too mixed. White quality energy cubes were usually mixed with 4 flavors. Although the flavors were more comprehensive, but again, because they were too comprehensive, they couldn't accurately capture the elf's palate, causing the elf to get tired of them after eating them a few times. If eaten more than once, it would also affect the elf's judgment of taste, and it was highly likely that a loss of appetite or even anorexia would follow. There's time to break down and refine a few of the flavorful ingredients of these energy cubes, and then try to make one yourself. The decomposition and refining process is a complex and energy-consuming process. Subai also has the patience to engage in this just because he has a golden finger. No one would do this under normal circumstances because the energy paid and the results received are not proportional. Yo-ho, isn't this a super ball? Getting rich. This student actually brought 4 of them. The official selling price of one of these things was $50,000. Subai had been craving it for a long time because he couldn't afford it. Now it had come with no effort at all. Next. Are these mushrooms? Subai realized that this person was just like him. He liked to blindly pick some flowers and grasses, and mushrooms and things like that. Healing grass, wanting valley, and this one is called Little Giant Mushroom. When he saw the last one, a mushroom that was only the size of his thumb, Subai froze a bit. Small giant mushroom, a mushroom that possesses some kind of magical power. After the elf uses it, it can boost the individual value of attack by 1 stage and the individual value of speed by 1 stage. This mushroom has not yet grown completely, and was pulled out in advance, losing part of its effectiveness. It can be replanted with special fertilizer, and when it grows completely, it can be harvested as an extremely giant mushroom. Seeing the last sentence, Subai's eyes instantly widened. This small giant mushroom was actually the prototype of the extreme giant mushroom. If this thing grew, it would be a prop that could raise the individual value of an elf in all directions. If it was made into an extreme giant soup, it would be a superb medicine that could help elves transform from extreme giantization to super extreme giantization. Although Subai didn't know if there was anything in this world like the wishing star that could make an elf extremely gigantic. But this didn't affect the value of the small giant mushroom. This thing could be said to be the most precious thing that Subai had ever had since he entered the secret realm of the 10,000 elephants, aside from the droplet of the heart and an unknown totem poetry record board. Subai silently kept it properly. When he went back, the first thing he had to do was replant this thing. Chapter 108. Walking the Tropical Rainforest. Of course, not every backpack had good things in it. Some people's packs just contained some food, or some books about wilderness survival which just recorded some common edible fruits, herbs, and whatnot. Or teaching you how to find water sources and store food. About these, Subai relying on the golden finger, they can produce a book, naturally not guilty of reading them. There were also some clean girls who simply brought only a few changes of clothes. Colorful, triangular pieces of cloth of various fabrics looked at Subai. Isn't there something useful? Wait, Cocodora. What are you chewing on? Cocodora was seen hugging only the bag, constantly gnawing on it, and it was stained with its saliva. Subai covered her face. This child was truly underfed, either eating or on the way to eating. In just a moment's time, this travel bag, which was of fairly good quality, had already been gnawed on by it and had a hole in it. Worried that Cocodora had eaten something unclean, Subai hurriedly went forward to nimbly drag it away. Thanks to Cocodora's blessing, recently Subai obviously felt that his physical quality had improved forced. At less than 15 years old, without even bothering to deliberately exercise, his body had quite a few muscles. According to the development of the situation, there is no doubt that in the future, he is really expected to become a true newcomer. It was not easy to pacify Cocodora. Only then did Subai have the time to survey the contents of that backpack. The owner of this backpack looked like an man. In addition to some common crushed iron, jade, Subai also found a skill stone. Skill stone, rock shattering. Rating, elementary. Attribute, fighting. Effects, converge fighting attribute power in 1 point. Perform physical attack. Probability can break through opponent's defense. Make opponent's defense lower by 1 level. Although this skill stone is not strong, but it is applicable to a wide area, the incidental effect is also good. The market value can almost sell 100,000 or so. Subai silently put this thing away. Including shattering rock, he currently had secret power and awakening power left on him. For a while, he didn't consider which elf to give it to. This person actually got a fossil. This fossil was bonded to a piece of black jade stone. The black jade stone also wrapped the vast majority of the fossil's surface. It was not known whether this person simply wanted to pick up this piece of black jade stone, or whether he really saw that there was a fossil here. Trying to separate these two things would be an extremely delicate task for an ordinary person. The weight and hardness of the black jade stone is not comparable to ordinary ores. With less force, the chisel can't be opened. With more force, the two things may directly both yang. But this was not a problem for Subai. Holding the multifunctional small hoe, symbolically knocking twice, the golden fingers separated the two pieces in one go. Fossil dragon, fossilized elf fragments from ancient times. Because the fossil fragments are incomplete, so it is impossible to tell what it originally looks like. Analyzing it should be some kind of creature on land. If you look for fossil birds, fossil fish fragments resurrected to be combined, it may be able to give birth to a very different, brand new elf. Fossilized dragon. Subai still clearly remembered that he had picked up a fossil fish fragment in the refreshing village, at the mouth of the lake. Because of the delay in selling it, the fossil was still at home. Now that I've obtained this fossil dragon fragment, logically, if I combine the two fragments and revive it, I'll be able to obtain the gill fish dragon, a strange spirit that has the head of a fat fish and the lower half of its body is a dragon's foot. I don't know whether the fish split its legs or the dragon changed its heart. How to put it, this kind of elf was just too raw and grassy. Subai felt that the reason why this kind of elf was born was entirely because of the Maker's Bull. Under normal circumstances, the fossil fish head should have been resurrected with the fossil fish body splice, and the fossil dragon foot should have been inlaid with a fossil dragon head. Of course, Subai was guilty of not being able to consider these issues right now. This was because he was currently unable to craft a machine that could resurrect a fossil elf. Admittedly, there was a relevant fossil resurrection machine section in the crafting. However, the material parts required for crafting were simply not available online, so it was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. The fossil dragon fragment was put away. Subai was also considered to have looked over all the backpacks at this moment. Stretching his waist, Subai looked up and looked out of the cave. At this moment, the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and there was a vague meaning of flooding this island. According to Luosisi, this island would repeat this scene every year. When the island was floating, many elves would scramble to board the island at the first time, but when the island was sinking, all of them could leave without leaving a single one by some miracle. That said, those elves who don't know how to use water and can't fly, how did they get here? And how did they leave? In the underground water cave, Subai clearly remembered that there were a lot of elves who didn't know how to use the water and couldn't fly, such as jawed ants, umbrella electric lizards, slick boys, and so on. Boom! Boom! Before he had time to think more, Subai's ears were shaken like thunder, and his thoughts were immediately interrupted. Probing out of the cave to take a look, it was discovered that a coconut egg tree with a body size of nearly more than 10 meters, like a small mountain, had appeared outside. Nasi! Nasi! From time to time, these coconut egg trees issued a low, thunderous cry, as if they were shouting the beat of "start walking." With each call, the army would slowly move a step forward. The huge paws stomped a deep pit on the ground. The coconut egg trees are already preparing to evacuate from this island. Huh? The hordes of coconut egg trees were still quite shocking. With the height of these coconut egg trees, it really wasn't difficult for them to cross a lake by going in the direction of shallower water. And they don't just seem to take care of themselves. There are also some elves hidden in their lush head of grass and leaves. For example, the fruit gnawer, the slippery boy, the jawed ant, the abalone snake, the umbrella electric lizard, and so on. Every coconut egg tree head carries some elves in one way or another. Along the way, when they encountered elves who still wanted to ride, they would also lower their heads and let these elves ride on again, until a coconut egg tree head cannot fit, and then the next. Felt like a bus ride. And the elves who climbed up would behave themselves, regardless of whether they were arch-enemies or food chain relationships. At this time, they would all abandon their grudges against each other and obediently find a place to cower, trying not to cause unnecessary trouble for the coconut egg tree. No wonder the coconut egg tree is called a walking rainforest. Seeing this scene, Subai immediately had a deep impression of this phrase. Chapter 109, The Rules of the Wild Elves. Unexpectedly, in the face of natural changes, the elves would be so united. Luosisi is right, it looks like this island is really going to sink. Originally, Subai had planned to scavenge the remaining few people from the Nanjiang Academy together. But in this current situation, it was better to play it safe and leave this island first. However, just as Subai was preparing his floating wrist and leaving, he suddenly realized that above the sky, there were a few people and flying elves that were flying towards the direction of the coconut egg tree. Subai remembered the large-billed finch of one of the leaders. It's the people from Longling Academy. Haven't left yet? Subai guessed that these people should have realized that the Nanjiang Academy's gang had suddenly disappeared on a large scale, so they specially turned back. The purpose was to get a piece of the pie before the island sank. Subai did not take their actions to heart either. Bypassing the gang's line of sight, he took it upon himself to prepare to leave. However, just at this time, an explosion suddenly came from the distance. Subai curiously looked up. Just in time, he saw that these people had taken advantage of the gap, where Coconut Egg Tree lowered its neck and piggybacked on the elf to launch a sneak attack. Subai froze. These people didn't want to die? Previously, when he was in the underground water cave, he had checked the state of the Coconut Egg Tree. The Coconut Egg Tree was Egg's post-evolution type with the Stone of Leaves, and its qualifications were generally D-ranked, and its level was above 25. It was also a dragon attribute, and under normal circumstances, within 30 levels, few opponents could be found. In the 10,000 elephant mysteries, it was already a very strong existence, far superior to the vast majority of the contestants. Plus now these elves are in groups, no matter which one of them they attack, it is equal to provoking the whole group, and then the other elves will surely beat them up. Originally, Subai thought so, but what happened next surprised him. Only to see the sneak-attacked coconut egg tree fell to the ground with a bang. The other coconut egg trees, however, did not come over to help. There were a few that had hesitation in their eyes and stopped for a moment, but in the end, they still just accelerated their steps and left. The strangest of all was the coconut egg tree that was attacked. Even though it fell to the ground, it still only used its tail to maintain the balance of its head as much as possible, but did not make any other movements. The coconut egg tree's behavior could be interpreted as it wanted to protect those elves on its head, but not fighting back was strange. Subai felt curious. Oh! At this time, the meow by his side arched its back and whined a low whine into the distance. The eyes glared angrily at the trainers who were attacking the coconut egg tree. Unconcealed hostility hung on his face. What's wrong, meow meow? Subai had rarely seen meow meow show this kind of expression. Afraid that it would do something impulsive, he immediately held it in his arms, stroking its fur and soothing it. Feeling the thoughtfulness from Subai, Meow Meow's mood also calmed down a little. It slowly explained to Subai about why the coconut egg tree would not fight back, and how hateful those who launched the attack were. Because it was once a wild elf, it knew the rules of wild elves. For the vast majority of wild elves, helping each other in the face of natural disasters and earthquakes and never harming others, is a kind of common sense. It was engraved in the instincts of almost every elf. Meow Meow wondered why those humans didn't even understand this most basic reasoning. Don't they know how many elves will lose their lives as a result of their behavior? Subai gently soothed Meow Meow, not saying a single unnecessary word in the process. He gazed into the distance with a calm expression, making people wonder what he was thinking. And just when one person and one cat were communicating across species, the coconut egg tree that had just fallen to the ground had already endeavored to stand up. It still chose to continue piggybacking on the elf, trying to speed up its pace and get rid of these people. But the coconut egg tree was too big to do that. Seeing the coconut egg tree resisting, those who launched the attack became more excited. In their opinion, these elves were just one-dimensional cuties. They didn't fight back even after being beaten by them like this, and deserved to be used by them to brush up their ratings. The student in the lead who was riding a large-billed finch seemed to know the habits of these elves, only to hear him say in a greedy tone, "Continue the attack. These elves won't attack during the evacuation. There are many more elves on the coconut egg tree, and they can all be used to brush their scores. Almost 2 elves from the coconut egg tree can raise a level 3 rating to a level 4 rating. With luck you might even be able to collect a dragon attribute elf. So all work harder." Yes. The group of students from Longling Academy were excited. They rarely had the opportunity to have access to an elf as powerful as the coconut egg tree. Such a big target, it was cool to let the elves practice their moves. Eventually, coconut egg tree fell down. A group of people laughed strangely and continued to launch attacks on those elves on the coconut egg tree. There is also a part of the people continued to chase those coconut egg trees in front of them. Facing the elves that had no resistance, these people began to try to take in or brush their scores. It had to be said that their battle plan was successful. Throughout the entire process, not a single elf fought back against them, and soon the gang had harvested a large number of ratings. But there was also something that upset them. It was that none of them had managed to collect an elf. Even though the vast majority of them used super balls. Damn it. This is a bunch of ball-cheating monsters. Old me's $50,000. Ho to a. Bad luck. The elves' lack of respect made the gang angry, so they intensified their grievances and vented them on the elves. Obviously, they are weaklings that can't fight back, but they still won't let me take them in. A young man who appeared to be gentle on the surface kicked an umbrella electric lizard that had lost its fighting power. I lost 2 super balls all for this guy, and now I'm super regretful. A girl with a lollipop in her mouth spread her hands with a helpless face, indicating that she was now aggrieved. In front of her was a slippery kid carrying his pants. "Hey, what are you staring at? How dare you look at me with that look if you won't come with me?" Zulu. The stubborn slippery kid was covered in wounds, but it still didn't change its cocky personality and glared at the group of people who had hurt itself and the coconut egg tree. But in the process, it still held fast to its rules and didn't launch any counterattacks. Dark Crow, teach it a lesson for me. Yay! The Black Crow pecked at the opponent with its sharp beak. After a few attacks, Slippery Kid was completely incapacitated. But the girl still hadn't succeeded in taking it in, and she was furious. Hey, did you guys see that? There's actually a little fire dragon over here. What? A Gozanjin? Conquer it. Several people immediately came over, discovering that there really was an orange lizard with a flame burning on its tail. Chapter 110, Really Dirty. At this moment, this little thing was trying to make an effort to wake up the coconut egg tree that had collapsed on the ground. But the extremely injured coconut egg tree was clearly no longer able to respond to it. Get out of the way, guys. Watch me and show you what is called subjugation skills. This rare Gozanjin instantly attracted Eugene, one of the leaders of the Longling Academy. This guy who looked a bit fat and frail was much more savvy than the other students, because he knew that in this situation, many elves would rather die than give in. So he chose to mouth off. Little fire dragon, your coconut egg tree has fainted. If you want to get out of here, follow me and I will take you out of here. These words caused the little fire dragon to be stunned. It did want to escape the island now. Seeing the little fire dragon's expression waver, Eugene revealed a plan through expression. Next, Eugene followed the rules and first let his night pirate fire lizard beat the little fire dragon to a severe injury before throwing the super ball. After collecting the little fire dragon into the ball was also very facetious and shook a bit. Eugene felt stable and immediately showed a smug look to the group of schoolmates around him. His younger siblings were very smart and immediately flattered him. So it can still be operated like this. Senior Eugene, it's still you. Psychological tactics. Really dirty. Oh no. I mean Eugene Senior YYDS. Listening to the juniors boasting, Eugene's heart was immediately happy. He also did not expect that this trip to the Wanxiang mysterious realm would actually be able to take in a small fire dragon. Then before he could start dreaming, he realized that the super ball in front of him cracked. Boom! The little fire dragon suddenly burrowed out of it. Although it was severely injured and the entire dragon looked soft and pitiful, with its tail fire much weaker, its eyes still leaked unyieldingness. It didn't want to bow down to these humans who were harming other innocent compatriots. Don't you want to leave this place? Eugene was unwilling. He didn't want to give up on a Mikado just like that. So once again, he had the night pirate fire lizard attack the little fire dragon. When the little fire dragon fainted, he continued to throw the ball. But this time, the super ball didn't even shake, and it directly blew up. A group of people, you looked at me, I looked at you, none of them dared to say anything. Because they could feel that at this time, Eugene was already burning with rage. For him, the 100,000 super balls were a small matter, but face was a big matter. The greatness had already blown out. Now how did this make him get off the stage? What the hell do you mean? Looking down on old me? Eugene became infuriated, and in 3 steps, he walked to the weak little fire dragon. Raising his foot, he was about to step on it. Just then, a voice suddenly came. Yikes! What pleasant things are you guys doing? Can you take me one? The people of Longling Academy looked towards the direction of the voice in unison. They saw a person wearing a strange rain poncho slowly walking towards them. Because the rain poncho came with its own mask, no one could see Subai clearly. Everyone looked at Subai with puzzled faces. It was unknown from which nook or cranny this person had emerged. One person was straightforward and asked, "Are you from our school?" "No. I just think that your way of swiping ratings is very efficient, and I want you to take me one." Eugene was angry at this time, and didn't care who Subai was, splitting his head and cursing angrily, "Scram! Lao Z is in a bad mood right now. Believe it or not, I will directly take you to brush your rating. Hehe. This person is more or less seriously ill." Other people from Longling Academy also came forward. They were coy to Eugene, but they wouldn't be polite to Subai. There were also some who took the opportunity to check Subai's rating. In their opinion, although this person looked silly, but to be able to appear on the dragon's lair, there should be something on his body, and the rating wouldn't be too low. Subai was rejected. His expression was helpless, and in a sincere tone, he asked again, "You guys really won't consider letting me join? My elf level is actually okay." Everyone present scoffed, thinking that Subai just had a problem with his cerebellum. Huh? How is this possible? Right at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. "What's all the fuss about?" Eugene complained in dissatisfaction. However, The person who exclaimed out in alarm still didn't have any restraint and continued to panic. You guys, look at the rating card. Everyone silently took out their rating cards. Then they realized that a conspicuous purple-red mark had actually appeared beside them. This mark was what represented that there was a level 5 rated person near them. Since the opening of the tournament, many of the college leaders had been upgraded to level 4 ratings. However, no one had yet heard of anyone who had elevated to a 5th grade. To quickly ascend to level 5 at this stage, unless someone swiped 3 or 4 elf clans, or directly rated the ratings of an entire college's people. So who exactly was this 5th level rated person beside them? Eugene? No, everyone in Longling Academy knew that Eugene only had a 4th level rating. Everyone followed the cursor's positioning and slowly looked over, finally settling on Subai. At this moment, many people's brains were a bit unresponsive. This person of unknown origin was actually a level 5 rating. A part of the people immediately showed greed in their eyes. Of course, there was also a portion of people who began to be wary. Eugene was one of them. Ratings did not represent strength, but ratings were definitely a part of strength. For this person to be able to obtain such a high rating at this stage, he definitely had something over the top. Subai didn't care about these people's startled gazes. He was still dwelling on the question he just asked. Since you guys won't let me join, then I can only go it alone. What do you mean? Eugene's eyes stared tightly at Subai as he asked these words. It means that. Subai's voice gradually took on a touch of coldness. I want to ask you guys to withdraw. The words fell. The people from Longling Academy first froze for a moment. Then all of them let out bursts of laughter. This person is too confident. Can you alone still fight a bunch of us? Think you're an advanced trainer? Eugene, as a representative, looked at Subai and teased. Thank you for speaking as a clown. Night Pirate Fire Lizard. Do it. The air was quiet. Eugene realized that no elf had responded to him. Night Pirate Fire Lizard? Seeing this scene, many people also reacted. They started searching up their elves. All right, squid. Gas bombs. Big needles. Then they realized that at some point, their own elves had all disappeared. Just now, because Subai had appeared too high profile and had intentionally or unintentionally made his presence known, the people of Longling Academy had focused their attention on him, as well as on the rating card. So they didn't even notice when their own elves left. Eugene reacted the fastest, and when he realized that the elf wasn't around, he immediately looked around, looking for clues. Then he noticed an odor faintly wafting in the moist air. Chapter 111. Show Operation. Sniff, sniff. Is this sweet aroma? Their elves were 80% attracted away by this aroma. But why? The elves on this island were only concerned with escaping now, who would release a sweet aroma. After some thought, Eugene quickly placed his eyes on Subai, who stood in front of them. It's you guy who's messing around? Eugene looked at Subai and angrily questioned. Subai didn't open his mouth either. It just stood there, motionless. Under the rain poncho mask, no one could see his expression. There were resourceful people who sensed the problem. This kid is stalling for time. Boom! As if confirming their guesses, a strong explosion suddenly came from the dense forest not far away. It was the aftermath of the elves' battle. Over there, someone immediately sensed that this should be the commotion made by their elves. So they were ready to run over and look for their elves. Subai did not move and stopped in front of them. The tone was calm with a few crumbs. Oh yo, there's no need to rush. Let's chat for a while. There are my elves over there entertaining. Trainers are still with trainers, more common language. Get out of my way, you kid. One of them, who had a relatively explosive temper, threw up his fist and was about to give Subai a close encounter on his face. However, before he could rush 2 steps, he felt an emptiness and weakness in his feet. The entire person collapsed to the ground in weakness. Some people despised him for doing too much needlework at night. There are also people who notice that there seems to be something wrong. Soon, more and more people had the same situation as him. Their bodies were out of control and paralyzed with numbness. Eugene was similarly hit. He didn't even bring suspicion this time, and directly looked at Subai with a fierce expression. It's you kid again? Facing Eugene's accusation, Subai said in a calm tone, the effect of the medicine is a little slower than I thought. Eugene exploded with anger and used his last strength to reach towards his arms to pull out the elf ball. As a school elite, he naturally had more than one elf. But before he could get his hands on the ball, Subai threw a strange sphere at him first. Poof! The small sphere burst apart, spreading into a cloud of sticky liquid. Sticky pill. This thing could even temporarily block the movements of elves, let alone ordinary people. As a precautionary measure, everyone present was rewarded with a round of sticky pills by Subai. All of them were like rats stuck to a sticky board, unable to move in the slightest. Poison sac gas plus sticky pill. Unless they all wore stone ghost masks one by one and gave up being human, it was impossible to get out of the trap. The initiative was all in Subai's hands, and Yujin's group finally got a little scared. Who the hell are you? What do you want? I'm just a person along the way. When I came, I said that I'm just coming over to brush up on my ratings. Subai's tone was relaxed, with a few crumbs. He slowly bent down, catalyzed his golden fingers, and instantly scoured Yujin's body clean. Then, in front of the other party, he brushed all his ratings. Eugene stared angrily at Subai, during which he struggled, but it was useless. Then came the next. A group of people present were all quickly swept through by him. The eyes of everyone looking at him at this moment were filled with rage. The points that they had collected with great difficulty, all of them were brushed away by this kid. All right, you've swiped the points too. Be a man and leave a thread, loosen us up. Eugene's face was cloudy. Although he was holding his breath, he was also begging for mercy in disguise. But Subai didn't pay any attention to them. He even changed his usual style and did not directly fold the cards of these people. Seeing that the heavy rain in the sky was getting more and more terrifying, these people started to get a little worried in their hearts. At this time, there were already several places on the island that had begun to accumulate water. Some of them were facing the ground, just watching the muddy water soaking half of their faces. Hey, that's enough, isn't it? If this continues, we'll drown here. Gradually, these people began to get restless and agitated. Subai still ignored them. In front of them, he circled around the injured elves who had been injured by them. From time to time, he helped the elves bandage their wounds or took out spray-type injury medicine and sprayed it. Hey, speak up. Quickly release us. Seeing Subai completely ignoring them, they began to panic. Some even just directly requested Subai to help them fold their cards. That way they could get out of their predicament with the help of the overseer. They stopped playing. Seeing this scene, Subai finally spoke. Don't worry, we'll let you guys go. Well, after all, I'm not a devil. Although they felt that Subai's tone was a bit off, these people were secretly relieved when they heard this sentence. I will heal these elves from their injuries, and later you can ask them to take you away. Ask these elves to take them away? Are you kidding me? How was this possible? Not to mention the fact that these elves were half dead by them. Even if they were fine, there was no reason to carry them off. Brother, don't joke around. It's not funny. I know what you're trying to do. You think we're overdoing it, right? But they're just elves. We're humans. Elves are just props. Just let us go. We promise not to go on this island again. But you have to give us a chance, don't you? After all, these are just elves. Cannot be compared to human life. Eugene's heart began to drum at this moment. He really couldn't understand the character of the person in front of him. So he began to beg for forgiveness in a variety of words. Some of the other people also said pretty much the same thing. The rule of this competition is to use elves to brush the ratings. Although it's a bit speculative for us to do so, but who told these elves to act like stupid big guys? The best of the best. They're so weak. Don't they deserve to have their ratings swiped by us? They didn't think Subai should treat them like this for such a trivial matter. Human life was precious. It wasn't something elves could compare to. Small matter. Human life is precious. Not something elves can compare to? You guys really dare to say that? As if he had heard what he wanted to hear, Subai nodded his head, and an intriguing laugh escaped from beneath his mask. Subai, didn't think he was much of a good person either. He liked to go up and down on elves, and he liked to scavenge props from them, but barring that, he never forgot one principle. Respect for life. All right, seeing as you guys are so sincere, I can give you a chance. This way. As long as you guys are willing to release those elves inside your hands, I will let you guys go. Chapter 112. The Little Fire Dragon Falls Back. What a joke. Elves were expensive in value. Many of them had purchased E rank or D rank elves, and had leveled up their elves to a dozen or so levels. Even more so to 20 levels like that Eugene. Friend, don't go overboard. How can an elf be thrown around? Huh? Subai made a confused tone. Didn't you guys just say that elves are just props? What's wrong with throwing a prop in order to stay alive? But the gang still hesitated inwardly. But when they saw Subai turn around and prepare to ignore them again, they chose to compromise again. Good, good. We'll let go all right. Hearing these words, Subai revealed a plan through smile. He didn't ask these people to make any more actions, but instead shouted at the head of the dense forest. Did you all hear that? You guys seem to be free, yo. LOL. Who was he talking to? A bad feeling surfaced in the hearts of these people. The next moment, only a single elf poked its head out of the grass. They all carried some injuries on their bodies in one way or another. It looked like they had been viciously beaten. These elves were familiar to the people of Longling Academy, as they were their own elves. Originally, when they appeared at a time like this, they should have been elated. But thinking about the remarks they had just made, now they only felt a pang of weakness. It felt like being caught by the original spouse when cheating on her. Just like what they thought, these elves who usually listened to them very well did reveal very complicated emotions in their eyes at this moment. Rebellion, anger, sadness, contempt. Hey, night pirate fire lizard, come over here and help. Help me rip off this slime. Big Needle Bee, what are you waiting for? This group of people, however, had the greatest advantage of being thick-skinned. After a moment of panic, they acted as if they had completely forgotten what they had just said, pretending as if nothing had happened, and with a shy face, they sent out a request for help to their elves. Not to mention, there were really a few elves that were habitually ready to go help their masters. But soon there were elves around them who pulled them back. The more astute elves, such as the night pirate fire lizard and the dark crow, led the way. The elves' intelligence was not low. After being educated by Meow Meow and the queen bee with a physical and mental double blow, they were arranged to watch from the shadows. Then they personally heard their master's broadsides just now. Many elves don't ask their trainers to treat them as friends and family, but neither would they want to be a prop that could be abandoned at any time. Therefore, even though they hadn't really been released yet, their closeness to their trainers had fallen to negative numbers. Seeing the way their elves didn't move at all, coldly staring at them. The look of horror in these people's eyes was beyond words. Everyone looked at Subai with eyes like they were looking at a demon. All of this development was caused by him. You're just a madman? Quickly let go of us. What the hell do you want? What good will doing this do you? Benefits. Subai laughed, completely in a lazy human gesture. What benefits do you need to choreograph a good show for yourself? All the people present at the Longling Academy completely collapsed to him. A bunch of people were crying over there. Those who begged for help, cried, cursed, and despaired. Subai was not affected in the slightest. His face was calm as he listened to these negative emotions, holding all kinds of simple equipment for making potions in his hands, and sitting there methodically mixing the potions. Then he gave the most careful and gentle care to all the injured some elves present. A maniacal clown from hell? A white angel from heaven? No one can give him an absolute definition. The little fire dragon witnessed the whole process of Subai alone, gently fixing these bad guys to collapse. He was able to persuade those misguided elves to stop acting like tigers. He will be very powerful healing moves, umbrella electric lizard, slippery boy, coconut egg tree. Many companions have been helped by him to restore vitality. He is very careful, noticed just because of panic, ran away part of the elves, so commanded a queen bee, using sweet aroma, slowly summoned those elves to return. His elves adored him, and the mewling never took its eyes off of him even though it was doing guard duty from a distance. His scent was clean and pure, and even through that strange layer of clothing, the little fire dragon swooned over it. And now he was half squatting in front of himself, carefully treating its wounds. Separated by the raincoat, the little fire dragon couldn't feel the temperature of the person in front of it. But in its young mind, it burned up a blazing red flame. This is the man. He was the person he was willing to spend his entire life following. Ouch! Ow, ow! The little fire dragon tried its best to express itself. But Subai couldn't understand. He was connected to Meow Meow's mind, but he wasn't able to communicate with all elves without obstacles. He was currently wrapping up. Subconsciously, he thought that it was wrapped too tightly and pulled this little fire dragon's injury. Oh, looser, huh? It's raining now. Try not to let the wound soak in water with your physique. You should be fine in less than a day. After Subai finished speaking, he gave the little fire dragon an encouraging look before continuing to take care of the next elf. At this moment, he was fully engrossed in his healing work and did not have any other thoughts about the little fire dragon. But the little fire dragon was there to make Subai have other thoughts. Is my little fire dragon not flirtatious enough? Or are you Subai's eyes high? Seeing Subai get up to take care of the next elf, it immediately followed. It immediately followed Subai. It kept on shouting Owu, 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 Owu. Oh, don't worry, your other companions will be fine. The little thing is still very sweet, haha. Knows to care about others. It's a warm dragon. The little fire dragon was a little shy when it received Subai's praise. But after blinking, it realized that Subai went to treat the next one again. So it followed again. Not far away on a certain hilltop, the remaining 6 people from Nanjiang Academy were looking at Subai's direction with complicated faces at this moment. Didn't I say it, Su? Zhou Zion really isn't a bad person. Luo Cc once again clarified to Subai. Which bad guy would be so thoughtful to take care of a wild elf? He really isn't a bad guy. Can a bad guy do what he did? He is the devil. Didn't you see the way Eugene gang crumbled? Park Juinxiu said with an afterthought. They didn't have the ability to hear such a long distance, so they could only guess visually about what was happening on Subai's side. It looks like he should be helping these elves out. The one who said this was Shang Cheng, the leader of Nanjiang Academy, and his tone seemed extraordinarily fair this time. Chapter 113. Taking advantage of the beast. You would actually still speak up for that Zhou Ziong? Miao Jingxi, who had a very neighborly sister-like temperament beside Shang Cheng, raised her delicate willow eyebrows and said with some surprise. Shang Cheng shook his head. I have no personal grudge against Zhou Ziong. On the contrary, I appreciate his strength. The fact that he could easily get away surrounded by so many people from our school already says a lot. It's just that, as the leader of the team, I have to be responsible for the students of our school. He took something from the students of our school. I have to find him to get it back. And those people from Longling Academy have unclean means. To be honest, I've been looking down on them for a long time, and it's only right that they've been approached by Zhou Ziong this time. That's why we won't participate in the island's affairs this time. No one present objected to Shang Zhen's opinion. It was just that Luo Cc was listening to the two of them with a mouthful of Zhou Ziong, always feeling awkward, fidgeting, her little buttocks twisting and twisting. What's wrong? Mu Jingxi noticed Luo Cic's oddness and came over to her side to ask in a small voice, Does your body itch? I have cooling oil in my bag. Do you want to use it? Luo Cici blushed and waved her hand. No, I'm fine. After that, the group of people from Nanjiang Academy didn't stay on the island and each drove their elves away. On Subai's side, Queen Bee came over and gestured with him. The former nodded his head. In that case, actually didn't play sneak attack. A bit of a pity. Subai expected that the commotion he made this time would be noticed by the others on the island, so he had already made second-hand preparations. But then he didn't expect that people would only look at it from a distance and didn't make a move. This made part of his trap useless, so it was more or less a bit regrettable. Just now, this moment of effort. Subai had already healed all the elves. Of course, during this time he didn't forget to use the rating card to brush down the elves that had lost their ability to fight, as well as incidentally touching them with his golden finger. Exploitation together was vast and profound, and Subai didn't intend to let go of any opportunities. Just like what he said to Eugene before, he is really here to get a share of the pie. The heart is excited. The hands are trembling. In the face of so many weak and helpless elves who were at his disposal, Subai almost lost control. At that time, Subai almost couldn't control himself. With a great deal of perseverance, only to restrain himself, not to reveal the cloven foot. Doctors, it is normal to take away some of the broken body materials from patients, like the scales of the umbrella electric lizard and slippery boys, elastic skin sac, abersnake's venom, poisonous scales, coconut egg tree crown, bitter fruit, and so on. What he took is particularly justified. He even frowned when he got it and scrutinized it with a grave face. The look was like the same expression when a doctor prescribes medicine to you. To bitter fruit, from time to time, some strange small fruits will grow on the crown of the coconut egg tree, and sometimes these fruits will have certain effects, which will change according to the environment in which the coconut egg tree lives and inhabits. Effects: certain probability of curing chaos after consumption, and can be maximized if made into medicinal herbs. Some of the elves still thought they were very sick, so when Subai finished treating them, Most of them still had a grateful face. The scoring was still a bit of a pity after all. The vast majority of the elves had already had their scores swiped once by the people from the Dragonling Academy, so they couldn't be swiped twice for the time being. The coconut egg trees got back on their feet. They loaded up the elves, and they began to slowly walk away. The little fire dragon followed behind Subai's, but without saying a word, its tail swishing and swishing. It didn't sit on the coconut egg tree, and was still thinking hard about how to make Subai realize his feelings. Subai did not notice the thoughts of the dragon. See, it did not get on the car. Immediately yelled at the coconut egg tree to piggyback it. Nasi! Hearing Subai call out, the coconut egg trees were very facetious to stop the car specifically for the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon originally wanted to refuse, but Subai didn't give it a chance at all, and carried it up to the canopy with one hand. The little fire dragon that screamed helplessly.
嗷呜嗷呜的就在椰蛋树冠上面呼唤着。
Subai thought that the little fire dragon was saying thank you or goodbye to him. Smiling, he waved his hand at it. The little fire dragon was petrified in the wind, thinking that Subai was not interested in it. Hugging his knees and shrinking in the corner of the canopy aggrieved up, Meow Meow saw this scene from afar with a slightly odd expression. However, it now had to watch over the group of people from Longling Academy and their elves. For the time being, it didn't have time to communicate with Subai. The coconut egg tree gradually walked away. Eugene and his group had complicated expressions. At this moment, their throats were almost mute. What exactly will you do to let us go? Subai blinked his eyes and pretended to be shocked. You guys haven't left yet? I've returned the elves to you all here. Aye. Eugene used great perseverance to hold back from cursing. This Nigma used a trick of separation, and still said that he returned the genie to them. At this moment, if the elf doesn't come up and beat them up, it's already considered to be a consideration of old friendship. We admit our mistake. We apologize, please spare us. Although these people looked pitiful, when Subai thought that if he didn't come forward, those innocent elves would have suffered the same thing. His face immediately became ice cold. These words, you shouldn't say them to me, but you should say them to those elves. When they were being tormented by you, when did they not beg for mercy? When did they not cry? When did they not despair? Want to be saved? You can. Repent to your own elves as much as you like. Plead with the elves of the island for mercy as much as you like. At that time, there's no chance that a miracle will happen. After saying that, Subai directly took their rating cards, mounted the queen bee, and left. He didn't forgive these people, nor was he qualified to forgive these people. Whether or not the gang from Longling Academy could survive, it all depended on their own destiny. Looking at Subai really left. The gang from Longling Academy were really dumbfounded. Howls, cries of pain, instantly spread throughout the entire island. Subai came to the opposite bank and looked at the Dragon's Nest Island gradually being submerged by water, not saying a word. Meow! Meow Meow drilled inside Subai's rain poncho, and at this time was sticking to him, seemingly wanting to ease Subai's emotions in this way. I'm fine. Subairo meow meow multo. He didn't regret his decision. Ow! While the island was silent, on the dragon lair, a melodious dragon chirping sound came from it. Several Tyrannosaurus rexes, up to 6 or 7 meters in length, drilled out from the sky above the island, all of them carrying some of the elves that hadn't been evacuated from the island yet. Sticky treasure, fruit-gnawing worm, jawed ant. Subai even saw a toothy tooth. These elves were all orthodox dragon attribute elves. Is that why the powerful Tyrannosaurus rexes were specially sought out as guards? Subai didn't even know that the original elves had this kind of small mind. However, that wasn't all. After the Tyrannosaurus rex, Subai also saw a gigantic old man dragon that was riding on the clouds. Chapter 114. Suspension of Qualification. The old man dragon looked similar to a lime green dragon. Its head, chin, belly, and tail were all covered with long curled and fluffy hairs, and overall it looked a bit like an old man. Hence the name, and its size was not inferior to the Tyrannosaurus rex. Its size is not inferior to a Tyrannosaurus rex at all, and even looks more eye-catching than a Tyrannosaurus rex because of its lord's aura. The old man dragon is a general plus dragon attribute spirit, obviously does not have the flight attribute, but it does not hinder its flight at all. With a puff of white mist floating around it, it really looked like an immortal, soaring through the sky. White mist has this kind of usage. I've seen it all. Subai sked in wonder. Ha! Suddenly, Subai realized that on top of this white mist, there seemed to be some silhouettes. Only after taking a closer look did he realize that these people were clearly Eugene and his gang from Longling Academy, as well as their elves. At this moment, they were all sitting respectfully on top of the white mist like elementary school students in class. From time to time, they stole a glance at the old Wonglong, and then when the old Wonglong looked at them, they were so frightened that they hurriedly lowered their heads. The pressure aura of the Lord Elf was too great, making them unable to confront it in the slightest. When Subai saw this scene, he was first stunned, then he smiled with relief. He guessed that Eugene and the others would be saved, but he had always thought that it would be their elves who would come to their rescue. What he really didn't expect was that it would end up being the lord of this island, Old Wonglong, who would personally make a move. Is this the instinct of elves? In the face of a natural disaster, they don't just help their fellow elves, even humans are also objects of their help. Forget it, this outcome isn't bad. Subai shook his head, took out the card in his hand, and was ready to fold it. However, just at this time, 3 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Subai, student, right? Hearing this voice, Subai wasn't surprised and quietly continued to fold the card before he slowly turned back, revealing a surprised expression and said, "Regulator teachers, what are you doing here?" He knows that these regulators are not necessarily school teachers, but these days all walks of life can be called teachers. Besides, he is still a student, call a teacher, but instead it can bring people closer. Listening to this tone, if these supervisors hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have really thought that Subai was a pure and innocent child. Still asking what's wrong? Don't you know in your heart what you did yourself? A big and bold regulator questioned with a straight heart. Your behavior nearly cost the lives of a dozen students. The teachers were wronged. Subai blinked his eyes and said innocently, I just escaped from that strange island. So how did it become harming people's lives? Still sophistry. Those people from Longling Academy, you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you? Oh, you mean those people from Longling Academy? I did meet up with them at that time. What happened after we met? We had a bit of a conflict, and at that time I was almost surrounded by them. Subai went along with their questioning, half-truthfully fabricating the situation at that time. He was probing for words. He wanted to know just how much these regulators knew about what happened on the island. However, Subai had only gotten halfway through his sentence when the oldest regulator in the group interrupted him. Well, Subai student, the things on the island at that time, my raucous bird, has already imitated it to us with parrot learning. As he spoke, a bird-like pixie with colorful feathers and a head like a musical note appeared on the shoulder of that older overseer. It fluttered its wings and repeated a few words that Subai had said on the island at that time. As long as you are willing to release those elves inside your hands, I will let you go. Repent to your own elves to your heart's content. The voice was exactly the same, even the tone was exactly the same. The middle-aged trainer calmed the Crumbs parrot on his shoulder and continued. We already have a preliminary understanding of the situation at that time. It is precisely because of this that we sought you out. After a preliminary judgment, we have decided to suspend your qualification for the competition. Subai looked at the raucous bird and thought to himself that he still wasn't careful enough. At this point, he also knew that he couldn't rely on this matter, so he removed his disguise. The tone became unusually calm. Well, I admit this matter. You kid. Hearing Subai's couldn't care less tone, the regulator, who just had a relatively explosive temper, lifted his sleeves and was ready to walk towards him. However, he was stopped by the older qualified regulator. As if he wanted to see Subai's expression through the mask, the veteran qualified regulator asked word by word. So, you'll be responsible for what you've done, right? That's right. As he spoke, Subai took off his mask and let the heavy rain dampen his hair. Underneath the thick, broken bangs were a pair of dark, deep eyes that were undaunted by worldly events. Before that, however, I would like to ask the regulators a question. The veteran regulator narrowed his eyes. You ask. Then, if I hadn't made a move at that time, afterward, facing those injured elves, what would you have done? Rumble. As if the heavens deliberately wanted to grow Subai's voice. Not far away from the lake, there was a thunderous fall. The pale thunder light, bearing Subai's tender face extraordinarily biting. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the 3 genie balls in Subai's pocket all opened automatically. Carp King, Cocodora, and Queen Bee, the 3 elves stood behind Subai. Buckle woo! Buckle woo! The Carp King looked up to the sky and let out a low cry. Suddenly, several roars came from above the sky in response. Ow woo woo woo! Several tyrannical carp dragons roared as they burrowed out of the dark clouds and landed on the surface of the water. Then the Yubo, Numa King, twin-tailed floating weasel, and ink seahorse gradually poked their heads out of the water as well. Nasi! Knock! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps was accompanied by several huge-sized coconut egg trees. A single elf that had been rescued by Subai also followed. Slippery Kid, Arbor Snake, Umbrella Electric Lizard, a single-jawed ant made a hole and drilled out of the ground. In the end, it was even the island lord, the old Wonglong, was also carrying white mist and slowly landed here. Eugene and the others sat on the white mist, not daring to move. One by one, their faces were written with confusion. Seeing the appearance of this group of elves gathered, they thought they were still on the dragon's lair. Gawoo! Gahoo! Among the many elves, a small fire dragon was the one that screamed the most fiercely, and with a ferocious face, it opened its arms and blocked in front of Subai, glaring angrily at the three supervisors. Meow Meow originally also wanted to make a handsome appearance, but looking at the sea seat that had already been occupied by the little fire dragon, it silently drilled back into Subai's arms. What's the situation? Why did so many elves suddenly come? The regulator, who had just been hot-tempered, was instantly dumbfounded at this moment. Chapter 115 High-Level Group. Several other regulators also began to get nervous. Facing so many high-level elves all at once, they felt an unprecedented pressure, especially that Lord-level old Wonglong. It was true that the Wanxiang Mystic Realm supervisors were normally staffed by mid to high-level trainers, and the main elf in each of their hands was at around level 30. But with this kind of strength, when it came to a lord of the same level, it simply wasn't enough to look at. Not to mention the fact that there were so many other elves besides the old Wonglong now. What exactly did this teenager do? Why would so many elves run out to back him up? Actually, Subai himself was surprised. He didn't expect all the elves on the dragon's lair to run over. Some of the elves he had rescued, so it was reasonable for them to come over to help. But some of them he hadn't even come into contact with before, which was amazing. Of course, the situation at hand didn't allow him to give it much thought, and he leant his gaze straight at the three overseers in front of him. Two of the regulators were like enemies, and the lanky-looking regulator had even released his elf by now. His elf was a humanoid fighting attribute elf wearing a white judo uniform with a reddish body. Wrestling ghosts with only 3 fingers and toes only think about practicing wrestling hard in their whole life, a kind of spirit of loneliness. Because of their own family, only the male, the older overseer, gave the two a look. Although the two regulators wanted to say something, they slowly backed away in the spirit of basic trust in the older regulator. This is indeed our mistake. But rest assured, this is likewise not a scene we wish to see. If you are still willing to trust us, and the Elven Alliance, come with us first. On that day, Nanjiang City Elf Alliance headquarters. The person in charge of the Wanxiang Mystic Realm, Li Beitao, sent an urgent notice to the Nanjiang High-Level Group. This notice mainly elaborated on the strange changes in the Wanxiang Secret Realm and a young man who had driven all the elves in the Dragon Lair. After receiving this news, the top echelons of the South River City Elf Alliance caused quite a bit of turmoil. The Wanxiang Secret Realm was an extremely special secret realm in this southern region. It wasn't that it had a high secret realm level, nor was it because of how extensive the area within it was. Rather, it is because of a legend. It was said that it hid the secrets of the Mirage Beast. Someone once found a blue feather with a very special texture inside. This feather contained a very powerful supernatural, dragon attribute power on it. Because of this discovery, this secret realm was once secretly controlled by the Alliance. But with the passage of time, so far no one has found any traces from it. Only then did the secret realm gradually open up to the general public. And this time, the sudden change in the secret realm made the crowd put their eyes on it again. Manhwa, District Governor Li, did you find out anything about that student? Manhwa was a member of the top management of the Nanjiang Urban Area Elite Trainers Association, and was also acting as the honorary dean of Nanjiang Academy, and she was actually asking about this mostly for her gang of Nanjiang Academy students. Li Beitao has also already heard about the things in the secret realm, but this female steward is actually still relatively good to talk. The key is still the one behind. Bailey Li, Steward Manhwa, you take a break first. Things are more serious on my side. According to the intelligence, the students of our school almost lost their lives in there. These days there are often parents coming over to make trouble. The noise has made my head go bald. District Governor Lee, you have to take this matter seriously. To be able to raise children at Eugene age, to have an elf of around level 20, these families' family background would not be bad. In fact, if it was 1 or 2 families it would still be fine. The key is that a good number of families take turns to come here, and this gives Bailey Lee a bit of a headache. Of course, according to the strength of Bailey Lee's position, there is no need to face these parents. Let the people below step in to solve the matter, just feel in face. Xian Guangyuan. Eating melon emoji.jpg. Although this matter has nothing to do with me, but barring that, I still need to remind, then the small disputes within the secret territory. Shouldn't we pay more attention to that troublemaking student triggered by the anomaly? Xian Guangyuan was the dojang master of Nanjiang City. To be able to organize the establishment of a dojang in a big city and become the master of a dojang, his strength was certainly unquestionable. His words likewise had a certain influence within the higher echelons of Nanjiang. No, hearing him speak, the 2 deans above them suddenly subsided for a while. Most of the other people in the group were also concerned about this matter, but it wasn't directly related to them, so the vast majority would reserve their opinions. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Beitao casually sent 2 alliance potion discount coupons to the group. Bailey Lee and Wan Hua immediately timed to reach out to receive them. They knew that Li Beitao would compensate for this, but they didn't expect this old boy to be so generous. Alliance pharmacists to make medicine is often $1 million. This discount coupon is 70% discount coupon, at least can also save a 300,000. The more expensive potions to make, the greater the discount. So this is not a small amount. Wanhua. District Governor Lee is so handsome. Bailey Lee. District Governor Lee is too polite. Next time I'll treat you to a full meal at the Sand Fresh Hotel. Xian Yuan Guang. Boss Lee is unkind. What about the promised treat for those who see it? Kuo. Li Beitao did not say anything. Immediately sent another $100,000 big red packet. The red packet is out. Who is competing? Usually a diving knot bubble, this time the avatar are bright. Li Beitao himself also grabbed the next 10 blocks. The red packet was quickly grabbed. A group of people are happy, but on second thought it does not feel right. Li Beitao is not guilty of this matter to give them red packet. He and the students are not related to non-relationships. Only just reacted. The following Li Beitao has spoken. The thing of the image is still in the preliminary investigation, but the preliminary suspicion, or because the student made a potion which makes the elves to come to pay back. After saying that, Li Beitao didn't have the intention to hide it, and also sent a video. This video was recorded by the supervisor with a cell phone in a hurry at that time because of the heavy rain, so the lens is a little blurred, but it does not affect the viewing. The things that happened can still see clearly. The people in the group are not weak-eyed, so they understand that the teenager really did not do anything. Li Beitao continued. Regarding that student's matter, I've carefully considered it, and since he caused such a great deal of trouble within the Wanxiang mysterious realm under my jurisdiction, I naturally need to take part of the responsibility. So even though that student is still a bit young, I have decided that I will make an exception and include him in the pioneering team under my jurisdiction, so that he can explore more unknown realms and secret realms for our southern region and make more contributions to compensate for what he did this time around. The group was silent all of a sudden, as if a gag had been put on. Chapter 116 Robbing People. The people in the group were not cuties. They immediately saw through Li Beitao's little mind. The matter of the vision aside, you want to put an outstanding talent in a few words, recruit to their own hands? This is a little overthinking. A moment later, South River City Dao Pavilion Master Xian Yuan Guang was the first to speak. Let me ask first, haha. District Governor Li, how is that student's elf level? Li Beitao. Ahem, it's very weak. That kid just has 5 elves. The highest level is still the Carp King, just level 27. Xian Yuan Guang. Li Beitao. I didn't receive your red packet, so I have the right to fight for that student's ownership. Are you kidding me? A mere 100,000 red packets can be compared to a student with great potential? Apart from some big elf families, at the age of 14 or 15, to be able to raise a level 20 or so elf on your own would already be considered a heavenly talent. Level 27 Carp King? At first glance it was quite weak. After all, this kind of level Carp King just missed the evolution period. But the qualifications are the real deal. This level of Carp King at least is D-grade qualification. It could evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex at any time, when the time comes to train it to its peak. A level 30 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wouldn't he be unrivaled amongst the intermediate trainers? Moreover, there are still some people in the audience who know. Wanhua. Oh, I've read quite a lot. District Chief Lee, don't lie to me. A carp king can force half of our school students to lose their qualifications for the competition? Bailey Lee. Old Lee, you're insulting our intelligence. Besides, the students of my school reported to me a long time ago that that student's elf is mainly a meow meow. The level is at least above level 20. Manhwa. Dean Bailey is right, so to compensate for the loss of our school students, this matter is over, and I would like that student to join our academy. Bailey Lee. Steward Wanhua is wrong. When it comes to losses in this matter, who can be bigger than our school? But I'm willing to turn a war of words into peace. As long as the student joins my Longling Academy, within 3 years, I'll definitely be able to make him a leading intermediate trainer. Within 10 years, he is expected to become a member of the Elite Association. Originally, just after receiving a wave of red envelopes, there were many people alive in the group. After seeing the messages arguing, the atmosphere in the group suddenly became lively. The other Nanjiang City Elite Association executives, as well as the academy presidents, all popped their heads up. Song Wanzhang. What? That student has 5 elves above level 20. Bai Mu. What? That student's elves are all dequalified. Zhang Zhentian. Old Li, you can't mislead people. A child of this age is the one who should go to school. Zhongsan Academy, can give him the best learning environment. Wanhua. Squint.jpg Zhongsan, there are as many excellent teachers as my Nanjiang Academy. Zhang Zhentian. Rage.gif, 100 Flowers female child. Don't underestimate my Zhongsen Academy. The old man has always loved and cherished talents. As long as that student just needs to enter my school, the old man is willing to personally teach until dawn. Wanhua. Old man, are you a lover of talent? You're craving his body, you're cheap.gif. Zhang Zhentian? Xian Yuan Guang. Isn't it just teaching personally? Although I didn't start a school, but personal strength, someone here is not convinced. Accept the challenge at any time. He joined my Nanjiang Dao Hall. Only when the true meaning of not burying talent. Shiraki. Rolling my eyes.jpg. Master Xian has been in a slump lately, hasn't he? Just now you were the first to receive the red packet. I was watching, don't deny it, to say that cultivating elves need what most? That would naturally be money. Genpuko. Curse.jpg. Shiraki was unimpressed and continued. Untalented, although my little brother's strength is a bit inferior to all of you. But in terms of pharmacology and main, everyone here is a Rakugo color.gif. The corners of the mouths of all the people in the group who were looking at their cell phone screens twitched. These people's status and identity were quite high, but after all, they were the ones who ate the Alliance's rice and water, and it was true that amassing wealth didn't come as fast as Bai Mu, the senior apothecary. That kid can make a potion with his own hands and cure so many elves in a short period of time. He's clearly a genius in pharmacology. He has a destiny with me. Li Beitao watched the gang of old gremlins in the group spraying more and more outrageously. He was so angry that his face was red and his nostrils were like Cantello's. He could spew out air. Obviously I came first, this bunch of grandsons, how to give back on the fight? Li Beitao beside the small secretary to see this scene, scared his scalp numb, and quickly recalled today is which side of the thing is not good, caused Li district governor so angry. A moment later, see Li Beitao cold snort, in the cell phone click typing. Everyone slowly argue that student people are still in my place. I first went to meet. Many people in the group scolded him for not speaking martial arts. But Li Beitao didn't care so much. Strike first. Su Bai just felt that the events of the past 2 days were particularly magical. Originally, he thought that after this incident, he would not only be disqualified from the tournament, but he would also be punished for something. But who knew, after leaving the secret realm, he was faced with the person in charge of all the secret realms in Nanjiang City, the regional head of wild exploration, Li Beitao. After the other party indicated his identity, Su Bai was smart enough to do all the surface work and greeted him. Seeing Su Bai speak beautifully, Li Beitao's thick-skinned face was also showing more and more appreciation. In his opinion, Su Bai's willingness to stand up for the wild elves was sentimental and righteous. To be able to use a scheme to pit so many people, that was courageous and resourceful. Now that he was talking so nicely and licking him so well, he was a good man. So don't bring to consider directly to Su Bai throughout the olive branch, asked him if he is interested in joining his latest organization of the South River Pioneering Team. The task of this team is to survey the wild elf area around Nanjiang. Sometimes if you find a secret area, you have to enter it at the first time, investigate the level of the secret area, and analyze the attributes of the elves in it. The content of the task and the Alliance Prosecutor overlap a bit, but the concept of the two is still a bit different. The pioneering team is mainly to the outer wild elf area, the prosecutor is mainly to the internal human life area. Seeing that the big brother threw out an olive branch to him, Subai pretended to think for a while and quickly agreed. His situation at this moment not allow him to do too much thinking, if the other big brother to annoy, the other side of the old accounts and new accounts together, that with the current him really cannot carry. Anyway, Subai is not too obsessed with school, this job seems to be hard work, need to run around, but for Subai, it is just a dose to send a pillow in the future, travel at public expense, go to a variety of secret areas, the wild, but also by the way, everywhere to collect supplies to enhance the elf strength, why not do it? If this job is replaced by the previous life's position, it is also considered an iron rice bowl. Salary subsidies are not low. Seeing Subai agree, Li Beitao looked very happy. He told Subai there is no hurry to work at this moment, the pioneering team has just been established. There are still a lot of things he needs to do, such as the official establishment, and then call him over to work. Chapter 117. Taking in the Little Fire Dragon. Subai looked at the Alliance pioneering team documents issued in advance on his hand. More or less a bit confused. The other party seemed to be afraid that he would run away, especially impatient to let him join. According to reason, like this kind of official ape position, shouldn't it be the same as the college entrance exam, millions of people crossing the One Tree Bridge? This job is not a pita. Because the job came too easily and suddenly, Subai was even a little worried about the gold content of this job. In addition to the job, there was actually something else that Subai couldn't figure out. He saw him silently look at his own feet. He only saw an orange-red bipedal lizard with fire burning on its tail, looking at him with a face of worship. From the time he was brought out of the secret realm by the supervisor and then went to the Nanjiang City Alliance headquarters, this little fire dragon had been following him along the way. Those who didn't know thought that this little fire dragon was his elf. It drew a lot of envious looks along the way. But Subai knew in his heart, this little fire dragon he had never subdued at all. What are you doing, Na? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you? The little fire dragon didn't listen to what Subai said at all, and hugged his thighs, then rubbed his soft poofy cheeks against him. Subai. The corner of Meow Meow's mouth twitched, and a pair of turquoise blue cat eyes stared blankly. Although it had long seen that this little fire dragon had feelings for Subai, this behavior was undesirable. As an elf, you have to know self-respect and self-love. You can't kneel and lick like this. If you roll like this, what about the other elves? If you do that, what will the other elves do? Such a vulgar behavior. Its Meow Meow can't let go of its face. Of course, although this behavior is not desirable, Meow Meow also reminded Subai at the right time. Meow Meow. After Subai heard this, he suddenly realized. Yeah, was he short-circuited before? There were so many good elves in front of him, but he actually didn't take them in. Of course, it was mainly because of the atmosphere of the scene at that time that made him not react for a while. Now, when he heard Meow Meow say that this little fire dragon was willing to come in defect, his breathing became a few points heavier, and he barely managed to restrain the corners of his mouth from rising, and smiled with difficulty as he calmed down his expression. Yeah? Are you sure you want to join us? The Gosen family. In this world, that's a super rare elf that can only be obtained by the top sons of the Alliance, or an elf heritage family, in the opening game. The final evolution form, in addition to a very small portion of very powerful elves, can be compared, the other only the third level of god, foreign beasts, phantom beasts, divine beasts first class to be able to stabilize the pressure. God the almighty grass mud horse the idol has finally realized the meaning of this dragon. We can finally run in both directions. The little fire dragon nodded its head repeatedly in excitement. Ow, ow. The eyes were close to sprouting stars. Seeing this, Subai was not ambiguous and immediately took out an elf ball from his bosom. But thinking about the relationship of the little fire dragon being an elf in the secret realm, he frowned again and put the elf ball back. Patting the little fire dragon's warm and soft little shoulder, he said, Little fire dragon, I don't have a super ball here, so if I want to take it in, I need you to cooperate. Ow wow. The little fire dragon didn't even think about it and immediately nodded in agreement. How can I cooperate? Any position was okay. Subai smiled and said, Actually, it's not that difficult. Just need you to turn your back to me and then reveal the back of your head perfectly. Although the little fire dragon was puzzled, it still obediently did as it was told. When Subai saw the little fire dragon turn its back, he instantly revealed a very disdainful smile. Just saw him pull out a black, round thing from his pocket, and then aimed it at the back of the little fire dragon's head. Duong. At that time, the little fire dragon was given a whole break. The heavy ball on the ground symbolically grunt turn a little. Then it was successfully subdued. Su Bai picked up the black sphere on the ground and smiled. This was a victory for the heavy ball. Elf. Little fire dragon. Level 14.3%. Qualification D. Individual value. Physical strength D. Physical attack D. Physical defense D. Special attack D. Special defense D. Speed D. Status. Hit in the back of the head. Fainted. Attribute. Fire. Characteristics. Fierce fire. Carrying props. Dragon's teeth rating. D+ grade. The fangs of a true dragon attribute elf are hard and sharp, and dragon attribute elves will constantly strengthen and exercise their claws and teeth, and after the elf carries them, the power of the teeth type moves, as well as the power of the dragon attribute moves, will be enhanced to a certain extent. Beginner moves. Grasp skilled. Scream skilled. Spark skilled. Smoke screen beginner. This little fire dragon's qualifications are not bad, and D rank is considered to be on the higher side of the qualifications in the 10,000 Elephants mysteries. Status-wise, it's not a big problem. If you let it out later and apply some wound medicine, it will recover very quickly. Still have not learned intermediate moves. This is normal, after all, the level is not high. The most pleasant surprise for Su Bai is the dragon's tooth, which is already considered the lowest level of secret treasure level props. Of course, at the moment, the little fire dragon couldn't utilize it perfectly because there were no corresponding props or attributes. In the future, if it can evolve X-Spray or learn tooth moves, it should be able to utilize this secret treasure efficacy. Su Bai joyfully put away the little fire dragon heavy ball. Now it was time to depart for home. Although he had been withdrawn midway, he had still collected quite a lot of goods this time. He desperately wanted to hurry back as soon as possible at this very moment. There were so many props waiting for him to study. Nanjiang City is not too far from Jiangxi City, and Li Beitao is not stingy with his subordinates. Hearing that Su Bai is ready to go back, he directly arranged for express transportation. When Su Bai saw this transportation, he was really surprised. It was something similar to a high-altitude balloon. The difference was that the power source wasn't something like flame hydrogen, but relied on a few flying attribute elves, BB Bird, and 2 MK birds. The 3 flight attribute elves dragged the flying machine, smooth and fast. The ordinary family, where to have such a luxury seat, elves are originally precious things. Flying attribute elves, especially those who can carry people to fly elves, is extremely expensive. The expensive here is not to say that it can be sold, but can be rented, similar to Su Bai's previous life in the kind of drip. The larger the elf with good endurance, the more expensive the order is. Because normal people will not want to use elves as transportation, often to engage in this kind of thing are non-wealthy or noble family, they are not bad this money. Su Bai is currently not rich, although he has a small props can fly, but really told him to fly long distances, hand bladder have to be swung broken. Queen Bee can fly, the speed is quite fast, but after all, it is a humanoid elf, can't let Su Bai ride comfortably, temporarily can bring flying, can't last. So, there is a chance. It's time to form a hive for the Queen Bee. Chapter 118 Carp King's Advanced Stance. There were some things that Su Bai didn't say, but in his heart, he had been secretly planning for a long time. When he first took in the 3 honeybees, he didn't intend to take in just 1 3 honeybee. What he wanted was a colony. That way he would be able to harvest a constant stream of honey and trade it for sale. Cocodora was still small now, so her wallet could barely afford it. But grow up a bit more, and it would be a gold-swallowing beast in the true sense of the word. Although it wouldn't be like a certain quasi-god cub that was late to the party, directly eating a mountain. But it's not too bad by a large margin, and if you want to cultivate it perfectly, the mines that are definitely more than enough. Although the Carp King does not spend money, the ability to mess things up is second only to Cocodora. This time, in the line of the Wanxiang mysterious realm, Su Bai was both frightened and surprised in it. The fright is naturally the matter of it eating mushrooms. As for the surprise, is that it actually learned a new move. You have to know that this is the Carp King, the world's most salty fish elf. Only jumped 2 times the kind of elf. But this moment actually learned a new move. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was an advanced move. When he first saw it, Su Bai really thought that those Tyrannosaurus Rex had cast some kind of magic on the king carp. However, it is the name of the move that is a little bit pulling the crotch. Called bounce. If it wasn't for Su Bai's own better understanding of elf moves, he really thought that this was the leap move with a different name. Although the name difference is not big, but the damage power that is definitely a world of difference. The leap move has no damage power, but jump move is in the power more than peck drill move. Pecking moves are one of the most basic moves in the flight attribute moves. At the same time, it was also the most complete and obvious move in the development of each move level. The primary move was peck. The intermediate move was the peck. The advanced move is peck and drill. The Upanishad level is beak cannon. And while it was the same advanced move, bouncing was slightly better than pecking drill. Not only because of its attack power, but also its effectiveness. As long as an elf is hit by a salted fish falling from the sky, there is a chance that it will fall into a state of paralysis. The Carp King had never even learned an intermediate move, and all of a sudden he knew an advanced move. It really gave people a feeling that their ancestors' graves were smoking. Subai even brainstormed that next time, if anyone dared to come to him to provoke him, he would send the salted fish king out to ruthlessly humiliate them. Meow meow, although he didn't have much to gain this time. On the props, Subai found the small giant mushroom. Cultivating this, along with other props, Meow Meow was expected to become a super extreme giant Meow Meow, or cat strip for short. Although there was absolutely no news of the wishing star, the thought of having a chance to be able to ultra extreme giantize made Subai's insides on fire. Currently, Subai hadn't seen anyone in this world fighting in an ultra extreme giantization yet. Of course, it is also possible that his current level is too low to qualify to see. Obviously, these 3 flying attribute elves were not slow. But Subai still didn't think it was fast enough, so he took out the invincible bean luring dough. Seeing the bean luring dough instantly, the eyes of the 3 birds immediately straightened. Subai was all smiles. "Wanna eat? You guys understand." So next, these 3 bird elves flew out to new heights, new speeds, new breakthroughs, new patterns. Even flew out of the BGM. Catch a shrimp household. Water ballet. Hardness of the mastodon. Su family. Since Subai went outside, there was only Su Frost and Sweet Bamboo living in the house with 1 person and 1 pet. Although there is a variety of food prepared in advance by Subai, the 2 of them are not hungry. But without Subai's figure in the house, it feels like something is missing. In the morning, there is no younger brother's touch your call service. Although the big summer air conditioning holding Sweet Bamboo lying in the soft bed is very comfortable. But still do not sleep soundly. On Su Frost's delicate white jade-like flawless cheeks, 2 brush-like eyelashes trembled and slowly opened her eyes. Bamboo. Sweet Bamboo lightly greeted Su Frost. "Good morning, Sweet Bamboo." The unkempt, fluffy, and messy hair fell like a waterfall over her undulating chest. While hiding the perfect curves, it was also like Pandora's magic box, filling people with curiosity. Crystal spring onion feet stepped off the floor, fumbling haphazardly into slippers. Dozing to the window, push the window slowly open. Staying in the air-conditioned room all the time will make you sick. Although Subai was not there, his voice, however, would always appear in Su Frost's ears like a hallucination. What an arrogant brother! Feeling the fresh morning air drifting in through the window, Su Frost suddenly saw a figure slowly walking towards the entrance of his own yard. The eyes that had just woken up from sleep and were still in a bit of a trance stared slightly. Then Su Frost thought she was still dreaming. Subai but said to her, "This trip to the secret realm will take at least 10 days and half a month, and now only 3 days have passed. How much do I miss that heartless fellow ah?" Su Frost shook her head and took a closer look. Finding that it was still that person, at this time he had already opened the courtyard iron gate. At this moment, Su Frost finally reacted. This seems not to be a dream, because the key to the house only she and Subai had it. In that case, Su Frost's pretty face suddenly bloomed into a smile that made the morning light lose its color. Tap, tap, tap. 2 white, slender, and well-proportioned legs stepped on slippers and opened the door of the house at a rapid speed. Thought a touching sibling meeting would happen next? However, in fact, Su Frost used the rocket head hammer as soon as they met. Subai used see-through in advance, perfectly dodging the attack. Sister did not relent and continuously used fake cry, noisy, and roar. Subai was too annoyed with his sister, and with a move of ba throw, he forcibly threw his opponent back to her room, ordering her to change out of her pajamas and come out again fully dressed. The world is clean. The 2 siblings end their daily tasks of loving each other. Subai, under the attack of his sister's calling, could only end up roughly reporting to her about the situation this time. On the one hand, It was natural to explain why he had come back early, and on the other hand, he made a brief introduction regarding his future inauguration. Hearing that Subai had messed with someone inside the secret realm, and that was why he was sent back early, Sue Frost on one hand was worried about Subai's safety, and on the other hand, she was angry that that group of people would actually do such a thing. However, she did not have the slightest intention of accusing Subai for what he did. Nanjiang Academy and Longling Academy? Just wait, Sister's sweet bamboo's strength has been improving very quickly lately. By the time the campus league comes around, Sister will go and take revenge for you. Subai was a bit surprised by his sister's attitude, but still patiently and briefly explained what would happen next. Upon seeing Subai bring a PR document stamped with the league seal in front of him, Sue Frost obviously went into a bit of a trance. Little White, are you an official now? Chapter 119 Head Hammer, Sister's Ambition. The part-time job is just a different place. Subai blissfully didn't care back. The wages aren't a few. It was true that the wages of the Alliance job were not that high, but the benefits were still good, and every month one could claim 2 different attributes of elf food from the organization. This was definitely not a small welfare package for an ordinary family. In addition to all kinds of subsidies is also considered a full match ordinary people to get this kind of occupation, even if it is a lifetime of stability like Yi Xiaoyu her father in the refreshing village a proper gentleman. Not surprisingly, Subai can also become a sauce in the future. Hee. In short, my younger brother is getting ahead. Let's go out for dinner today? Subai had a rare moment where he didn't refuse. Anyway, this summer vacation has just begun. In the following days, Subai, as usual, first sold a series of gems harvested inside the dragon's lair, leaving only a small portion of them to give to Kokodora as a snack, and then planted the small giant mushroom. By the way, the tree fruit seeds that Subai had planted earlier had already sprouted a bit. It was worthy of being a fertilizer in crafting. This growth speed, even compared to those hairy bamboos in reality, it really reached the speed of immediate results. The coconut egg tree fruit was extracted partially by Subai, making it into a potion and giving it to sweet bamboo to drink. Under the various scientific feedings, sweet bamboo's level was currently at level 15. Right now, Kokodora was only at level 17. Kokodora had already fought in many matches so far, and her battle experience was real, and that's why she was upgraded to level 17. Sweet bamboo was 2 levels behind Kokodora. This situation on the one hand could only show that a grade qualified elves, indeed the growth speed is much faster than the vast majority of elves with low qualifications. On the other hand, it was actually also unrelated to Sue Frost's own hard work in cultivation. Subai estimated that during this period of time, Sue Frost hadn't let sweet bamboo engage in battle matchups less. Attention was once again placed on Kokodora. Level 17 Kokodora was also considered to have worked hard, and at this moment Kokodora finally comprehended the introductory move of the Head Hammer series. Head Hammer. Rating, Intermediate. Effect, pounds the head heavily at the opponent, with a probability of causing the target to fall into a flinching state. In order for Kokodora to officially become a head iron waif, Subai had recently purchased several tons of huge iron ore from the internet. According to the current real-time quote of the iron market, it almost cost Subai nearly $15,000 as well. In fact, money or something is still a small matter. The main thing is that this transportation fee also spent Subai nearly $1,000. Subai thought at that time, this price how can not let the elves to transport, estimated that this transportation company will hire a truck driver or something. Speed efficiency and so on cannot do more requirements. But who would have thought? In the noon of that day, Subai gave home sister below to eat. Just heard a heavy rumbling sound coming from outside. Subai sipped his noodles at that time, and the white soup splashed all over his face. Earthquake. Not good. Sue Frost didn't even have time to draw paper to wipe his mouth. Hurriedly rushed to the kitchen, pulling Subai to drill under the table, until Subai heard a familiar bird call. At that time, Subai froze. In his heart, he said that this big-beaked gull's hidden attribute was Hercules, right? As a result, he saw it after going out. That scene was spectacular. Piece of the bird's head. Almost the Subai family yard is stuffed. Sister was so surprised at the time that she didn't even close her mouth. The heart said, where did the younger brother poke the bird's nest? The courier team, which is adding new members? Gah! Although the big-beaked gull that took the lead had a tired look, it was still full of exuberance as it looked at Subai. The look was like saying, fortunate not to dishonor my life, Cauldron, you should give rewards to your little brothers. So many mouths, are you trying to eat me poorly? Su Bai, who had never done business at a loss, froze this time and ushered in the first Waterloo of his life in terms of food expenses. But because of this matter, he also accidentally discovered a new way to make money. The eyes looked toward the sweet bamboo in the sister's arms, trembling with fear. Although the large-billed gulls had already flown away, this fruit elf's body was emitting a very nice odor at this time. This is the first time sweet bamboo has produced sweat. Although it has been domesticated since childhood, sweet bamboo's elf instincts will still be very afraid of birds. Just now the yard full of bird elves obviously scared it. However, this was not a bad thing. After this experience, sweet bamboo should gradually master this ability to produce sweat, and in the future it would slowly form a production cycle. The liquid that flowed from the body of an elf like sweet bamboo was very sweet and delicious, and this liquid only needed to be converted through a simple production process to create a fruit juice with the right amount of sweetness. This juice you can provide to the dessert store you are currently working in. When the time comes, promotion and salary increase is not a dream. If you have ambitions, you can also open your own dessert store, and with the queen bee's honey, you should be able to set up a nice specialty dessert store. The way the juice is made, I'll teach you by hand afterward, not asking you to make money, as long as you don't lose money. Sue Frost still had soup on her face, and originally had a silly look on her face, but when she heard Su Bai's slightly provocative tone, she immediately grunted. Your sister is ice smart, or a high school senior. What isn't it handy to learn? Wow, you are awesome, yo. Su Bai emotionlessly praised. Sue Frost gritted her teeth. She decided, in the future, she must make a career for herself, and then let this stinky brother worship her. Thinking that in the future, Su Bai would have a mouthful of good elder sister, looking at herself with adoring eyes from time to time, and changing his tricks every day to cook himself a big meal. Sue Frost had unlimited motivation. Getting Kokodora's workout props, Su Bai focused on the Carp King again. The money in his pocket at this moment is not much, but always letting the little salty fish live in a bucket, it is not reasonable. Therefore, he decided to dig a small pond in the yard itself. This matter Su Bai also discussed with Su Frost. The latter immediately raised his hands in agreement when he heard that in the future, in the summer, he would be able to have a pool in his own yard to swim in. Even before the pool was built, she had already started preparing to look for swimsuits. The matter of making a pool by hand wasn't too difficult for Su Bai, who had a golden finger. It was just a bit time-consuming, even with the help of her own elves. Whether it was digging a pit or laying tiles, it wasn't an overnight project. And the materials are also a lot of money, so all things considered, the process is not very fast. Being able to do it this summer would already be considered efficient. Just when Su Bai was drumming up the facilities at home, he unexpectedly received a call from Dean Xiao of Jiangxi College. Chapter 120. Dean Xiao's Little Numbers. In the phone call, Dean Xiao said that he already knew that Su Bai had participated in the 10,000 Elephants Mystic Realm, and also knew some insider information about the 10,000 Elephants Mystic Realm. Regarding this matter, he wanted to find Su Bai to come over for a chat. Su Bai wasn't surprised and thought yes. A place like the 10,000 Elephants Secret Realm would have had many school students entering. It was not likely that the deans of those colleges knew each other privately. So for Dean Xiao's invitation, he didn't refuse. At least, Dean Xiao was considered a dignified figure in this part of Jiangxi City. He had strength and status. Having a good relationship with this kind of person would do no harm to himself. As Su Bai guessed, after going over, Dean Xiao directly expressed his opinion on what happened in the 10,000 Elephant Mystic Realm. He expressed his condolences to Su Bai on the matter of the 10,000 Elephant Mystic Realm test being suspended, and made a gesture of sharing the same enemy. These Longling Academy people really just don't think about progress and think of crooked ideas all day long. Don't worry, student Su Bai, even if you aren't favored by a senior academy afterward, my old man will help you get a senior academy voucher. In short, I'm firmly on your side. Listening to Dean Xiao's tone, Su Bai was quite a bit surprised. He didn't expect the other party to support himself so strongly. But this attitude, how did it feel a bit sycophantic? One should know that even Elder Zhou, after knowing what happened to Su Bai's 10,000 Elephants mysterious realm, had also made a regretful expression. Because in the former's opinion, Su Bai had missed a great opportunity, and although he felt that Su Bai had done the right thing, his intention was still to let Su Bai endure the wind and waves. Of course, this is also because Zhou Lao did not know Su Bai subsequently selected the pioneering team. If he knew, he would have cried tears of joy and exclaimed that there was a high official in the village. Because Su Bai has not yet taken office, so do not want to publicize this at this moment. But look at the attitude of Dean Xiao, Subai thought to himself. Could it be that even he joined the pioneering team thing also no? But this time, he was overthinking. Dean Xiao not only didn't know about the pioneering team, even Subai was coaxed by several senior academy chiefs, he also didn't know. He only learned about Subai's accident in the Wanxiang mysterious realm from the Alliance Education Department. In the back, he also had the intention of trying to find those old friends from the senior academies to inquire about it. But nay, these old boys stopped short of mentioning Subai's matter. The competition was already fierce enough, but with the addition of the dean of Subai's alma mater, it might even turn out to be something else. So, at this point, Dean Xiao simply knew Subai's approximate strength. Being able to eliminate so many students in the Wanxiang mysterious realm, he speculated that Subai's strength most likely already had an intermediate trainer level. To be able to have intermediate trainer strength at less than 15 years old was something that most people would never dare to think about. Dean Xiao, however, clearly remembered that Subai had promised himself that he would help him participate in a campus league. Subai's kind of strength in the middle school level campus league, it was definitely a barrage of existence. When elves fought on the same stage, it was definitely one move a kid. What was the ultimate goal of the league? It was of course face and money. As long as you get the champion, not only can the students get a generous prize, the school can also reap an extremely generous book fee. Just now, Dean Xiao said that he had gotten Subai a senior college voucher, and it wasn't just empty words. As the dean of Jiangxi City, he also had some ambitions, and he intended to rely on this book fee to start a new advanced college in Jiangxi City. At that time, with a top student like Subai as an advertisement, there is no worry that there are no ordinary students to join. However, before that, it was necessary to create some momentum. This would have to go back to the topic of the middle school league. Student Subai, do you still remember when you promised old man that you would participate in the senior college league? Subai blinked his eyes and nodded. This was something he hadn't forgotten. Those 2 skill stones of Dean Xiao back then were still lying around in his house. However, in my current situation, it may be difficult to advance to higher education. Subai originally wanted to say that he might just go straight to join the workforce, but Dean Xiao hardened his understanding that Subai was worried that no college would want him. Dean Xiao patted his chest and said, "As long as this matter is done well, you don't have to worry about the school." Subai blinked his eyes, unable to understand at first, and then interpreted it as Dean Xiao wanting to help him to resolve his grudges with other colleges. Although he didn't care about this, he still symbolically expressed his gratitude with Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao politely wanted to keep Subai out for dinner, but Subai politely refused. Just before leaving, Subai thought of something. Asked Dean Xiao, "Dean Xiao, last time our school organization went to that 100 Flowers mountain, where was it?" When Dean Xiao heard Subai's 100 Flower mountain location, he thought that Subai wanted to take the opportunity to go and exercise his strength. Although he felt that right now Subai would be better off going to an E-ranked secret realm than going to the F-ranked 100 Flower mountain. But since the other party asked, he told him truthfully. "If you go to 100 Flower mountain by yourself, you need to pay a certain amount of ticket money. I still have a few tickets left over from the last time I used them here, so take them with you." At that time, Subai didn't know the price of the F-class secret realm ticket, so he accepted it quite frankly. After that, Dean Xiao even did a favor and arranged a flying basket for him. Normally, there won't be a car to go to 100 Flower mountain. It will be much faster if you use it to fly. This thing was the simplified prop of the high-altitude balloon flyer that Subai made last time, only able to sit one person, and likewise normally only one elf would be needed to take flight. Dean Xiao also thoughtfully asked Subai if he had any flying elves that he could rent. Because of the queen bee, Subai thankfully declined. After leaving the principal's office, Subai happened to bump into a group of students who came to check their exam results. At first, Subai didn't care until he was shouted at. "Brother Bai!" Upon hearing the voice, Subai then turned around. "Tian Dahai?" and "Zhou Zion?" Subai's expression was more or less subtle when he saw the latter. But Zhou Ziang didn't notice anything wrong, and together with Fatty Tian, they happily walked towards Subai. The 2 men greeted respectfully. "Brother Bai, are you here to check your grades as well?" Subai shook his head. "No, I just came over to have a word with Dean Xiao." The 2 men immediately stood in awe. They said that they were worthy of being brother Bai. This pattern was just different from them, checking what grades, directly looking for the principal for tea. "I have something on my side. I'll go and get busy first." After greeting, Subai was ready to make a trip to 100 Flowers mountain. He was going to do a big thing there today. Chapter 121. Entering the 100 Flowers mountain again. Zhou Ziang reacted and said at length, Brother Bai, actually it's like this. Isn't it just summer vacation at this moment? And the weather is so hot. Fatty Tian and I are going to find a place to escape the summer heat. Do you have time, Brother Bai? We'll be together then. At that time, Subai was also in a hurry, so he didn't think much about it and casually agreed. After that, Zhou Xiang asked Subai if he wanted to go to the beach or the mountains. Subai perfunctorily said that she trusted them and that it was fine for them to make the decision. When the two heard this, their hearts were immediately filled with vigor, and after reading the results, they immediately rushed back to draw up a plan. Saying goodbye to the two, Subai found an open place and fiddled with this flying basket. It wasn't a complicated thing, that is, the material itself was very light and had a certain levitation effect, and if there was a flying attribute elf belt on it, it could be driven with relative ease. Came to the door of the secret realm, Subai surprised to find, boy, this F-class secret realm, tickets need $10,000, and each time limit can only stay in the head for 3 days more than time. Then, immediately there will be supervisors along the coordinates over to find you. Previously did not think, now it seems, these secret realms and the previous life game, those Sandfox Paradise, big wetland kind of place is somewhat similar. All have time limit and management personnel. No wonder the Alliance's control over the secret world is so strict. It turns out that the ticket alone can bring revenue to the official. Of course, this is also because there is control can guarantee your life to a certain extent. If it was a secret realm in the wild that few people had discovered, or some secret realms that were extremely dangerous, there wouldn't be such a thing as an entrance ticket. Because at that time, your little life was only in your own hands. Subai paid the ticket, and the supervisor at the entrance quickly released him. After entering the secret realm, Subai once again released the queen bee. The soil and water of his hometown instantly made thousands of thoughts well up in the queen bee's mind. Although it behaved well-behaved and understanding with Subai on weekdays, in private, it still couldn't help but look at the direction of the 100 Flowers Mountain in silence. After evolving into a queen bee, this emotional manifestation became even more obvious. Going to see your clan members together? Kuin? Kuin Kuin. Hearing Subai's proposal, the queen bee was first stunned. Then she excitedly took Subai in her arms and rubbed against him for a while. Subai gently calmed his own elf. Only after the queen bee's emotions stabilized did they formally head towards the direction of the hive. The purpose of Subai's visit this time wasn't just to give the queen bee a family visit. So the queen bee's mental state had to be at its best. Elf, queen bee lord. Level, 2671%. Qualification, F+. Individual values, physical strength D, physical attack D, physical defense D+, special attack D, special defense D+, speed D. Condition, good. Sex, female. Attributes, bug, flight. Characteristics, oppression, swamp gas, stinger, pseudo. Props, bug gem F+, poison needle E. Primary moves, sweet aroma proficient, wind up proficient, insect resistance introductory, chop proficient, strange light introductory. Mid-range moves, bug bite beginner, split proficient. Advanced moves, aromatic mist introductory. The status boost was not big. After the secret realm of the 10,000 elephants, the queen bee relied on experience candy to raise from level 24 to level 26. In terms of carrying props, Subai overlapped several poison needles together to strengthen them. The boost wasn't very large, just from E to E rank. Normally, at this level, the queen bee should be able to learn a lot of new moves, but limited to her qualifications, the queen bee still didn't have much of a boost this time. Perhaps this trip to the 100 Flower Mountain will allow the queen bee to find some kind of breakthrough. A single queen bee's strength would always be limited. A queen bee that was able to be with the swarm would be able to utilize its true strength. Coming to the entrance of the Amber City from last time, Subai suddenly realized that the queen bee's demeanor seemed to have become a bit tense. What's wrong? Subai asked suspiciously. Kuin Kuin. Meow Meow acted as a translator in the middle and told Subai that the queen bee seemed to have sensed something, but since the emotions were very emotional, the Meow Meow, whose species was different, did not accurately know what the queen bee was thinking. Subai nodded his head and lightly stroked the jewel in the center of the queen bee's skull. Like Meow, this place was very sensitive to the queen bee, and if it wasn't touched by someone close, it would seem very resistant. But if it was touched by someone who was recognized, it could instead be soothing to them. If you want to do something, don't worry about it. I'll always be by your side. Hearing Subai's words, the queen bee's ruby pupil light flashed with a strange color. This family, whose appearance was a bit different from it, would always know what it wanted most. At that time, when it was lonely and bored in the hive, he took out all sorts of fun things to attract it, and even secretly took it out of the hive to the vast outside world, where it saw all sorts of sights that it would never have been able to see in its entire life. Now it wants the same clan. He is again the first time, bringing himself home. He always knows exactly what he thinks. This is how it likes Su-bai. The one person and two elves hurried quickly and soon arrived at the bee wall of Amber City. The queen bee called out twice, but this bee wall didn't have any reaction. Seeing this, Su-bai was also strange, and went up and gently touched his palm. The three bees, more than the last time he touched them, had fallen into slumber. If there were still some bees on duty on the bee wall before, now there is no one to watch the door. Finding a piece of weakly bonded bee wall, Su-bai gently pushed it open, and like the first time he came in, he easily blended into it. The Amber City was just as glittering as before, with the color of amber and gold glittering everywhere. But there was not a single three bees seen moving around here. The queen bee was also anxious at the sight. Cooin, cooin. After a low chirp, she immediately rushed towards the direction of Amber City's main nest. This place was a place that even Su-bai didn't go over to check last time, because he knew that there would be the queen of the three bees inside. However, now that his elf strength had become stronger, coupled with the current appearance of the three-bee colony, he was not the least bit intimidated to go into the main nest. Walking through the most spacious golden honey road, the view of the main nest was unobstructed. Here there are several spacious honey canals lined up. It can be imagined in the three bees' prosperity, this honey canals must be like a small waterfall, flow, irrigation full of each piece of channel, and there will be excess will follow the beeswax channel, flow to the various sub-nests. On top of the honey channels, there is also a hollow gap. These gaps are hexagonal molded. Chapter 122, The Queen Bee and the Three Queen Bees. It's not hard to guess that these were originally the most elite group of guards among the three honey bees. They were like the ancient generals of the court, stationed here on a daily basis, for the purpose of defending their queen. But right now, none of the three bees are stationed in these gaps. Cooin, cooin. Following the queen bee's voice, Su-bai looked towards the center of the main nest, where there was a piece of beeswax wrapped up, like a human screen like gazebo. Inside, a figure could be vaguely seen. The size of the figure was not inferior to the queen bee's three bees before she evolved. By the looks of it, that's the queen of the three bees. That is the mother of the queen bee in my house. For some reason, Su-bai always had the feeling of bringing his daughter-in-law back to her mother's home at this moment. Was it because he had abducted the little male of the three bees' family? Shaking his head, he pushed this strange thought out of his head. Su-bai once again looked ahead. At this time, the queen bee had already penetrated into the layer of amber beeswax and went in to meet up with the three bees. This layer of beeswax was quite magical. It was actually able to allow something to penetrate while still maintaining its original appearance. The queen bee's call soon came from inside. Su-bai released the little fire dragon just in case. After taking in the little fire dragon, Su-bai didn't even have time to juggle it. Fortunately, he could take advantage of this 100-flower mountain secret realm to exercise a little bit in actual combat. He could also take this opportunity to understand what level the little fire dragon was at. After the little fire dragon came out, it followed Su-bai's side without leaving a step. Its big eyes were always watching the surroundings. It was a proper elf version of the Imperial Guards. How reliable! Su-bai praised the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon squirmed shyly. The corner of Meowth's mouth twitched. This was something Su-bai had only said to him back then. When he accompanied him to break into the Kokodora cave alone, he called him Little Meow, but now that the newcomer is better than the old, he ignores him. Su-bai, a natural little white boy, said to Meow again. Meow. Fortunately, there is you as a role model. Upon hearing this, Meow's worries were immediately swept away, once again proudly pawing its 4 feet, its head held high. The attention of one person and 2 pets soon went to the amber beeswax pavilion. By now, judging from the shadows, the 3-bee queen had already recognized the identity of the queen bee, and was very surprised. The female goose disappeared not long ago. How come when she came back, she had changed her face and evolved into the queen bee? What has happened here? The 3-bee races communicated very efficiently, usually by exchanging pheromones. They could immediately understand the message that the other wanted to convey. However, when the queen of the 3 bees realized that her female goose had been abducted out by a human, and that the other party was also a honey thief, she was instantly enraged. Rushing out of the beeswax pavilion, they were about to settle the score with Su-bai. Beep! just saw the 3B's queen, who was nearly 1 meter 8 in size, let out a low beep. In the surrounding hives, several 3 honeybee male bee warriors that were already asleep woke up. With red eyes, they wanted to attack Subai without saying a word. Seeing this, the little fire dragon was unambiguous. With a flick of its tail, it released a piece of spark. The means of releasing elf moves was like certain sword jugglers among humans. Some people could only follow the rules and use their hands to dance with swords, but others could use their mouths, their feet, and even their cackles to play the 3-sword style, or even the 8-sword style. The same goes for elves. Some elves can only use their mouths to release sparks, but some elves can utilize their bodies to use sparks in a more scientific and defensible way. This spark usage by Little Fire Dragon was Subai's idea. It wasn't that Little Fire Dragon wasn't allowed to use spark with its mouth. It was just that Subai wanted to better allow Little Fire Dragon to perform the power of this move. If the Little Fire Dragon used spark with both its mouth and tail at the same time, it might even make the originally mediocre Little Fire attribute move, the power of the move, go to the next level. Elf battle, often this kind of whimsy, but also to determine the strength of the elves, to determine the key to victory or defeat. The 3Bs in the F-class secret realm, naturally, their level would not exceed 10 levels. Whether it was in terms of level or moves, Little Flame Dragon pressed them head on, and there was absolutely no reason for them to fail. Under the spark attack, the 3Bs quickly lost ground. Seeing this, the 3Bs were annoyed. Their eyes glowing red also wanted to recruit more 3B fighters. However, this time, Subai's queen bee stepped in. Cooin cooin. A buzzing sound echoed through the Amber City. The 3 honeybee fighters who had just received the 3 honeybee queen's order were frozen in place. Pheromone interference. The queen bee, as a fellow 3 honeybee, was also from the same lineage as these 3 honeybees. As long as it had that idea, it could completely grab control over the 3B's clan directly without going through its mother's idea. This was a kind of suppression from rank, from bloodline, and from evolutionary form. The queen of the 3Bs was annoyed, and wondered how the female goose that she had raised so painstakingly could turn her elbow outward in less than half a year's time. Queen bee Roar Mother flew to the front of Subai, around Subai a circle. Her voice was soft, and she whispered from time to time. Even if Subai didn't understand the queen bee's words, he could still roughly feel the other party's meaning. This was worrying about him getting hurt. I'm fine, have a good exchange with your mother. How about this? I'll go with you. After Subai finished speaking, he took a step to the side of the queen bee. His eyes were directly facing the 3B's queen. The queen bee was surprised by Subai's move. One should know that Subai was an ordinary person. Even if he faced an F-ranked elf, it would still be a dangerous thing to do. Not to mention, Mother 3B's was likewise a lord, and her strength far exceeded that of an ordinary F-qualified 10th ranked elf. He actually dared to meet up with such a mother for himself. The simple queen bee's heart melted with joy. Previously, the queen bee had always regarded Subai as a family member. But at this moment, Subai's position in the queen bee's mind had vaguely changed. Subai is a very special existence even among family members. At this time, the status is even a little higher than the mother. The mother never asked about its mood and its life. Although she has been training it as an heir, she teaches it more about its skills and duties. But Subai is different. He will often take it to interesting places, let it eat delicious food, accompany it to the refreshing village fields to collect pollen, accompany it to make nectar, and store it idle will also sing to it, although the voice is not very good. But it gives the queen bee a sense of company, recently even secretly in the tailor-made love nest for it. The queen bee guessed Subai is trying to give it a surprise, but it already knew it. Chapter 123, The 3Bs and the Queen Bee's Encounter. All of these were things that its mother had not given it. The queen bee was glad that it had met Subai in the nest that day. Because of the encounter with him, it made its life suddenly become colorful. The queen bee was very much looking forward to her future life with Subai, watching the female goose and Subai walking shoulder to shoulder towards it. The expression on the face at the bottom of the 3B queens was also a bit complicated. It didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Subai had given the female goose. The queen bee didn't explain much either. In order to prevent her mother from mobilizing the 3B guards again, it took a step ahead and passed the pheromones of this period of time to the queen bee, that is, the memory fragments of its life. The queen bee slowly digested the memories in place. Receiving the memories for this period of time was neither long nor short. After all, the queen bee had also followed Subai for almost half a year. After roughly understanding that the queen bee had gone through things, The 3 honeybee queens' emotions had also calmed down a bit. At least the female goose went out without suffering any losses or injuries. And this human is also considered a potential stock. Since she knew that it was fine, the 3 bees queen no longer dwelled on it and issued a directive for the 3 bees to return to the nest, while she, herself, prepared to go back to the beeswax pavilion to continue her slumber. The 100 Flower Mountain's 3 honeybee community was unable to evolve the queen bee due to the limitations of their qualification level. This resulted in the production of royal jelly being particularly low every year. Therefore, there would always be a period of time every year when the colony would fall into a collective slumber. Only when the flowers bloom in the spring, some of the males in the colony will wake up and go out to collect pollen and reproduce under the instruction of the queen. In other words, the 3 bees are in a low-carbon, low-calorie, low-consumption state in the 100 Flowers Mountain. It wouldn't be genocidal, but it wouldn't be too prosperous either. In the past, the queen bee hadn't met Subai and hadn't evolved, so naturally it couldn't change the situation. But now that it had evolved, the things it considered had naturally changed. The queen bee roughly also knew Subai's purpose for bringing it here. It was to have the 3 bees of 100 Flower Mountain directly racially relocate. Relocating the race sounded like a difficult thing to do, but in fact, as early as the queen bee's evolution, Subai had begun preparations to make a large amount of royal jelly. The quality of the royal jelly made by Subai's replicas might not be high, but it was already enough to allow the 3 bees in Amber City to carry out basic activities for a short period of time. In other words, the only thing left to do now was to get the 3 bee queens to recognize and agree. Kuin kuin. Kuin kuin. The queen bee was not ambiguous, and directly expressed this matter to the 3 queen bees. The queen bee, who was originally ready to take a break, stopped in her tracks. Looking back, she gazed at the queen bee for a moment, just as the queen bee and Subai were both feeling puzzled. Suddenly, a powerful insect resistance burst out from the 3 queen bees' tentacles. It was aimed directly at the queen bee. It was completely unexpected that the 3 bee queen would do this. Despite the disparity in rank, the sudden attack still sent the queen bee flying. Meow! A fierce light appeared in Subai's eyes. Since the other party took the initiative to attack, Subai didn't care so much. With a wave of his hand, he was about to make Meow Meow retrieve his offense. But just at this time, Queen Bee's voice came out from the smoke. Kuin kuin. Meow even acted as a translator. The general meaning was to tell Subai. This was a decision between it and its mother, and it did not want others to interfere. Subai was silent for a moment. Only in the end did he slowly nod his head. He guessed that this should be some sort of stipulation in the bee colony. If the queen bee wanted to give orders in the colony, then she would have to replace the current 3 bees. This was a very normal and traditional behavioral habit among the creatures. When possible, Subai would still be willing to follow these rules. Whether or not he could establish a new hive in the future and obtain a constant stream of sweet and crystal honey depended on this sparring match. Beep! The 3 bees' queen bug was ruthless without saying much, and after seeing the queen bee get back on her feet, she immediately used another rising wind move. Although it was an elementary move in the hands of the 3 bees' queen bee, it was like it had been sublimated. The rising wind instantly transformed into a tornado, carrying an abnormal penetrating power as it smashed into the queen bee. Initially, this rising wind proficiency was at least at the proficient level. One could only say that it was worthy of being the queen of the 3 bees. Use rising wind over here as well. Unlike the 3 bees' queen's tornado like a fence, the queen bee's rising wind wrapped around herself. Compared to the queen of 3 bees, rising wind, this move looked so unimpressive. However, after the fierce attacking tornado made contact, it instantly dissipated without causing the slightest turbulence. In the next move, the queen bee still didn't take the initiative to launch an attack. Just floating in place, silently waiting for its mother's next wave of attack. It knows that this time is only the mother's test. Beep! Seeing its daughter block the attack so easily, the 3 bees revealed some relief while being surprised. But next, it had no intention of staying its hand. Because if the queen bee really took over its seat, then it would be the queen in the future. The queen had to be the strongest fighting force of the bee colony. If it couldn't even surpass it, then how could it talk about protecting the colony in the future? Buzz! A strange kind of sound wave erupted from the tentacles of the queen of 3 bees. This kind of sound wave didn't sound too loud to humans, and was even easy to ignore without listening carefully. But Subai's side Meow Meow, little fire dragon, and the queen bee who was confronting the three bees queen. At this time, all made a frown, difficult, and covered their ears action in unison. When the sound wave reached a certain frequency, a crystal-clear insect song sound was transformed into an invisible sound wave, spreading around the three bee queen. Boom! 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 The beeswax in the hive cracked. Some of the preserved honey was also splattered into a puddle at this moment. The three bees that had fallen into a deep sleep all revealed hard expressions. Hiss! Subai's ears also felt a stinging pain, vaguely even feeling that his eardrums were about to be ruptured. This was the insect attribute's advanced special attack move, insect sound. Queen Bee's brain also froze for a moment at this moment. But it was only an instant. Soon the Queen Bee reacted. It was waiting for Subai's command. Likewise, Subai did not let it down. Aromatic mist. Kuan. The ruby on its forehead flashed with a brilliant light. A dense and magical pink aura, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly encompassed the entire field. The expressions of the three bees who were originally affected by the waves of insect chirping immediately eased up. Subai meow meow little fire dragon also felt much more comfortable ears. It was as if space stood still at this moment. Everything that was wrapped up in the mist was absolutely sheltered by the queen bee. Chapter 124. The three bees who relocated their clan. Subai was once curious as to why aromatic mist was judged as an advanced move by the Golden Hand. The reason was also only realized later. This magical mist, in a sense, was actually considered a domain. And the spirit that created this field was able to make the existences that entered it and that it judged to be companions, all be sheltered by it. As the move's effect describes, through the magical mist, the special defense of all our Pokemon is increased. In the future, when this move's proficiency increases, the queen bee will be able to spread the mist over the entire city, or even a region, with the lifting of her wings. As long as it's a special attack move, it can resist you. This is the upper limit of aromatic mist. A flash of disbelief also surged out of the three bees queen's originally serious and solemn eyes at this moment. It knew from the pheromones that its female goose had gotten stronger, but it hadn't expected that it would be this strong. Was this the power it had gotten after following a human? Facing its mother's scrutiny, the queen bee remained motionless, and it did not actively release a single attack the entire time. But the queen of three bees was conceding defeat at this moment. Beep! The three bees queen revealed a complex smile at this moment. It was proud of its daughter's growth, it was also pleased with its daughter's respect, and finally, it also regretted that it could no longer help its daughter block the wind and rain in the future. Queen Bee has surpassed it. Hearing the recognition from her mother, the queen bee was initially incredulous. After reacting, she was happily pouncing towards her mother. The two bees came together silently. Seeing this scene, Subai also knew that this hurdle was considered to have passed. Next is the problem of relocation. Late that night, one of the supervisors on duty at 100 Flower Mountain only heard a rustling sound coming from the entrance. He went over to take a look, only to see a large black mass of things flying out from the secret realm. Holy crap! On the spot, the overseer sat on his butt in fear. The demonic Nini beside him also mimicked his movements and followed suit, sitting on his butt on the ground. At that time, the regulator thought he had encountered some unidentified elf and was ready to contact the Alliance to appoint a prosecutor. It was only after seeing that it was the three bees that he calmed down a little. Is this a move to raise a clan? The elves in the secret realm would rarely relocate on a large scale from the secret realm they originally resided in like the three bees. Because under normal circumstances, an elf would not leave the region where it was born and raised too far away. Especially for elves like the three bees, the first thing they need to do every time they move is to build a nest, which is not a small project. This matter, why don't we report it to the top? The overseer was afraid that if so many three bees went out in one breath, it would affect the environment, so he took out his contact device and prepared to notify. However, before he could dial it, he saw a black shadow flash in front of him. The overseer was scared to death. Mignonette similarly shivered, her movements divinely synchronized. Who is it? Who's there? Main Nene? Hello. I just came out of the secret realm and was accidentally injured. Subai's weak voice came from outside the post. The supervisor was instantly on guard. However, when going out and seeing that Subai was only 14 or 15 years old, he immediately dropped his guard. Classmate, what's going on? I just came out, saw a swarm of three bees, and was scared and fell down. Subai looked around left and right and asked, "Master Supervisor, are you alone here? Are there any medics? Just F-level secret area. I'm the only one standing guard at night. There's an emergency medical kit in the guard post. Can you walk? This way, Subai's voice was ghostly. Just see the next moment. Behind the man suddenly appeared a cat head with a gold coin on its forehead. Palm strike strange attack. Behind Magic Nini, a giant humanoid bee appeared in synchronization. Strange light, easily squaring off one person and one pet. Subai took out two things similar to the size of a snuff bottle. This was the forgetfulness incense that he had idly crafted. The material was the forgetfulness flower near the refreshing village. This thing was able to exert a paralyzing effect when used in small amounts, and when used in large amounts, would be able to make a person's memory become confused for a period of time. Although Subai had no grudges against the supervisor uncle, in order to bring out the 3B swarms without causing a commotion, he had no choice but to resort to this. The 4 snuff bottles disliked towards the nostrils of one person and one favorite. Breathing for 5 minutes or so, it was only right to think that they would be unimpressed by everything that happened tonight. After the matter of the 10,000 elephants' secret realm, Subai now acted more cautiously. He held the droplet of heart the entire time after coming out. This thing had the effect of the magic space move remaining inside. It could disable modern props to a certain extent. This was one of Subai's strategies to deal with electronic devices like cameras. Of course, just in case, he went to the post afterward. Deleted all the videos that were recorded tonight until the 3B colony came out. After doing the many precautions, Subai brought his handbag again and moved the overseer and his demon Nini back to the post, making the two of him in a dozing position. This way, even if they woke up and couldn't remember some things clearly, they would subconsciously think that they were sleepy and had strange dreams. Sitting on the flying machine, Subai and the 3B colony ran all the way towards the home of the refreshing village. It wasn't until he returned to the vicinity of the village that he breathed a sigh of relief. For the sake of today, he had long ago dug a huge underground hollow for the 3Bs not far away from the village. The scale was not as large as the pit they had in 100 Flower Mountain, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem to accommodate the 3Bs colony for the time being. This hollow was the product of Kokodora's energy over the past 3 months. At first, Subai had snubbed it, telling it that this pit hole hid a large amount of delicious iron ore. As long as it had the ability to dig it up, feel free to eat it vigorously and eat it freely. It's not that Kokodora didn't doubt the authenticity of this pit initially, but whenever it gave up, Subai would secretly bury a piece in advance. Although this ore is not very big, but Kokodora, who had tasted the sweetness, believed it over time. The result is that Subai spent the price of a meal to hire the most hardworking child laborer, and also perfectly vent Kokodora's energy, so that it will not think of biting everywhere in the weekdays. This was definitely a good deal. This will be your new home from now on. Any subsequent problems, you can look for me. When you look for me, just send a representative to come quietly. I live in the next village. First of all, we have to get you all acclimated to your surroundings as soon as possible, and then there's the issue of your food and living. With the queen bee here, I believe that your colony will definitely be able to far exceed the splendor it had when it was in 100 Flower Mountain. Chapter 125 Queen Bee Qualification Enhancement. Arranging the 3Bs colony. Subai then prepared to go back to rest. Before going out this time, he had already greeted his family in advance, so he thought that Sue Frost shouldn't be too worried. But who knew? After going back, he found that the dim light was still on in the home's entrance hall. Bamboo Bamboo. Sweet Bamboo Bamboo tiptoed to the entrance of the entrance hall and looked. Finding that it was Subai who came back, immediately trotted over to give him a hug. Subai caught it and asked with a smile, "Why is the little guy here? Where is Sue Frost?" Bamboo Bamboo. Sweet Bamboo Bamboo responded in a small voice, then turned her head to indicate the living room location. Subai froze, noticing that the living room was also flickering with a dull fluorescent light. Pressing his feet, he walked over, discovered that it was the living room's television set that was left on. A childish cartoon was still playing on the screen. This 100-inch large TV was recently bought by Subai after earning a few dollars. In the past, the family could not afford to use this kind of extravagant equipment. In the beginning, it was because Sue Frost said that he wanted to enjoy the feeling of going to the movie theater at home. But at this moment, this proposer was lying on the sofa, and by the looks of it, had already fallen asleep. wearing casual cotton shorts, washed a little white school uniform shirt because of the convenience of bathing, but also the hair coiled up, revealing a clean and beautiful neck, shoulders rounded, and then down is too long better wave-shaped stock, to the slender waist that end. It is the sudden bunching and then in the rise. Looking at the sister on the sofa, and then looking at the two miserably shaped rice balls loaded on the dining table. From the looks of it, this niece should have been waiting and accidentally fell asleep. Don't care if it is good to eat. Anyway, the golden finger identification is non-toxic. 3 or 2 times, the rice ball was haphazardly stuffed into the inside of the mouth and swallowed. Really troublesome. Subai sighed. His mouth was too big for his body, and carefully picked up his sister on the sofa and sent her back to her own room. Meow Meow cocked its head. From what it knew about Subai, the latter's expression, it didn't look like he was impatient. Early the next morning, the first thing Subai did after waking up was to go look for the queen bee and its colony. Yesterday, because the colony had just moved to a new home, the situation was still unstable, so Subai specially let the queen bee stay in the colony to preside over the situation. Then when he went over this morning, he got a heavenly good news. That is, the queen bee's qualification had been raised. The queen bee's original F+ qualification had been raised to C grade. The various individual values, too, had taken a qualitative leap. Spirit. Queen bee lord. Level, 2671%. Qualification. C. Individual values. Physical strength D+, physical attack D+, physical defense C, special attack C, special defense D+, speed C. Status. Good. Sex. Female. Attributes. Bug. Flight. Characteristics. Oppression, swamp gas, stinger, pseudo. Properties. Bug gem F+, poison needle E. Primary moves. Sweet aroma proficient, rising wind proficient, insect resistance introductory, chopping chop proficient, strange light proficient, mid-range moves, bug bite beginner, split proficient. Advanced moves, aromatic mist beginner, attack command beginner, defense command beginner, reply command beginner. Not only that, the queen bee had spent the night harvesting 3 new advanced moves. Attack command, defense command, reply command. Command moves actually comprehended all of them. Subai was shocked. Advanced moves weren't a big deal. Every advanced maneuver for elves is like a bottom card. Once you get the relevant skill stone, the external selling price is almost 10 million to hundreds of millions of degrees. It was an existence that was absolutely unattainable. But why? Subai immediately started looking for reasons. In the end, with the help of his golden finger, Subai finally came to a conclusion. The reason should be that the queen bee had finally taken over the relationship of the colony in the true sense of the word. The queen bee was originally a swarming elf. Its strength itself was related to the swarm. Subai speculated that the larger and more powerful the swarm race was, then the queen bee's qualifications and strength should be stronger and stronger. This time it should be the relationship of taking control of the swarm for the first time. That's why the enhancement is so great. In the future, if we help the queen bee expand the swarm, I think that this kind of strength will be able to increase again. Not only that, even the body will become slightly larger. This seems to be the relationship of the Lord. Originally, the queen bee's physique was 2 meters, and now it was almost nearly already 3 meters. Now queen bee's torso was like a moving fortress. It was similar to a certain mafia boss in Pirates. It was able to shrink a portion of the 3 bees and hide them in its carapace. Then, when necessary, it orders them to fight. That means that, in the future, this scene will probably happen. Subai ordered the queen bee to fight, and then the queen bee ordered its men to fight. In a sense, the queen bee was also equivalent to a trainer, and it was also an existence where one person ordered a group of them. Beep! The general arrangement of the hive was actually being carried out in a well-organized manner over the course of the night yesterday. For the rest of the things, the queen of 3 bees said that she could completely replace the female goose and do it for her. Unless it was something special, the rest of the time, the queen bee could still continue to stay by Subai's side like before. This was also a great help to Subai. After the temporary hive matter came to an end, Subai was ready to go back and continue to drum up the pond at home, as well as research on some of the props he harvested last time. Blue fragments, precious jade, and other things can be sold. As for the floating sand skin, umbrella electric lizard scales, rootless water, fossilized dragon, unknown totem slate blocks, heart's droplet, and other things, they are put around and continue to research. Within these things, the most mysterious of them all was naturally still the droplet of heart. This baby is not only able to use the magic space moves contained in it, but also purifies the water source, allowing the dragon attribute, superpower attribute elf moves to enhance the effect and so on. For the time being, Subai didn't have an elf by his side who could handle this holy relic level prop, so he could only carry this prop by himself first. Anyway, it can generate its own magic space. It wasn't a bad idea to carry this prop. Back home, just as he was about to dive into his research, he found an unexpected scene. His sister, Sue Frost, wearing a sports suit and a sun hat on her head, was actually exercising the sweet bamboo near the front of the house. Seeing Subai, Sue Frost beamed and stopped her workout. Asked Subai to explain the situation last night. Subai then said that he met his classmate yesterday and went to his house to play for a while afterward. In the face of Sue Frost's questioning, Subai also made a special effort to call Zhou Xiang. Although the latter was a bit confused, but under the guidance of Subai's smiling tone, he immediately got the point. He hurriedly gave Subai a full alibi. Chapter 126. When Sister Meets Salted Fish. Zhou Xiang also made up reasons for Subai, saying that a bunch of people got together last night to discuss where to go for summer vacation. Currently, it had been tentatively decided that they would go inside the mountains. But not just any mountains, but snowy mountains. Summer vacation to avoid the summer heat, naturally, is to go to the coolest place law. Zhou Xiang also asked Sue Frost in passing, "Sister Frost, do you want to go with us? It's definitely more fun with more people. And besides us, I've invited other girls in the class, so it won't be awkward for you to come." Zhou Xiang said something that not only made Sue Frost freeze. Subai was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, yesterday, because he was going to 100 Flower Mountain, he didn't really listen to what Zhou Xiang and the others said the whole time. He just casually perfunctory. Who would have thought that this Zhou Xian actually arranged a trip for him? Or to the snowy mountains? If it was usual, the energy conservationist may not agree. But now, in order to muddle through on his sister's side, he could only pretend that he had already agreed to this matter. Hearing that his younger brother would actually participate in this kind of group activity for his peers, Sue Frost looked very happy. "My family's little Bai is going to participate? Then I'll go as well, and bother counting the expenses for 2 people. Hearing that Sue Frost was going to pay, Zhou Xiang immediately politely refused on the other end of the phone. "Sister Frost, the entire process of spending on this outing will be funded by Fatty Tian and I. After all, we are the initiators, and we usually receive a lot of favors from Brother Bai." In order not to let Sue Frost have a psychological burden, Zhou Xiang also specifically said that other people's expenses they are also paid together, because the boss of this tourist attraction is and his family elders know there are discounts. After a few words, Sue Frost reluctantly agreed. Hanging up the phone, Sue Frost changed her previous angry look. This moment, on the contrary, she looked very pleased. "Great, Xiao Bai. I thought that because of the relationship of the family, you will be very withdrawn, not willing to play with other people at—" Subai rolled his eyes. "Where's all this and where?" Sue Frost had really been a sister and a mom before, and there were some things that she had tried her best to do, but the inadequacies were still something that she continued to blame herself for all the time. Didn't want to be too immersed in this kind of atmosphere. Subai quickly changed the topic and looked at Sweet Bamboo and said, "Are you exercising Sweet Bamboo?" Sue Frost sniffed and immediately proudly held up her career line. "Don't be shocked to hear that, yo. My Sweet Bamboo's level is most likely above level 10 now." "Wow, then you're awesome, yo," Subai said with a playful tone. Where would Sue Frost not be able to hear Subai's teasing? Immediately pouting, she raised her scallion finger at Subai and said, "You don't believe me? Then I challenge you. Sweet Bamboo. Bamboo. Sue Frost and Sweet Bamboo looked like they had a lot of success. The recent winning streak in school had allowed Sue Frost to gain a considerable amount of self-confidence. Although she had obtained the elf later than her own brother, she felt that with her and Sweet Bamboo's hard work, they might have come up later. "Are you sure?" Subai narrowed his eyes, his smile at this point resembling a fox. Sue Frost remained oblivious. "Scared, right? Call out good sister. Then help sister make breakfast, and I'll let you go. The bet can't be one-sided. Tell me first, what if you lose?" "I lose." Sue Frost froze, seeming to have never really considered this matter. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I'll make you breakfast even if I lose?" Subai put up a finger and shook it. "I spent so much effort just to poison myself? In this case, if you lose for the day today, serve me tea and water, pound my back and pinch my legs. Sue Frost's shame and anger. You let sister give you a back pinch legs? Oh, don't dare? Where did that momentum go just now? Sue Frost's face turned red with shame and glared. Who said I don't dare? Just come. Quickly release your genie. After saying that, she and Sweet Bamboo took up a stance of standing by. Although her mouth spoke arrogantly, Sue Frost was actually inwardly curious about what elf her brother would take out to fight her. Sue Bai's several elves were all known to her. Every time Sue Bai took in a new elf, he would briefly report to her. Every time, she would curiously ask Sue Bai about the process of meeting the elves, and then secretly rejoice and congratulate her brother for his achievements. Well, don't say I'm bullying you either. Meow meow, they Sweet Bamboo definitely can't beat it. So let's do it this way. I'll let it come and play with you guys. Saying that, Sue Bai whistled loudly. Without waiting for Sue Frost to react, he saw that from the yard. In a certain bucket, a figure flew up into the sky with a whoosh. Then it accurately landed in front of Sue Frost and Sweet Bamboo. Buckle woo, buckle woo. The golden yellow scales of the visitor glowed brightly under the sunlight, and its two golden whiskers trembled as it bounced. The corners of Sue Frost's mouth twitched. She never expected that Sue Bai would send the Salted Fish King to fight them. The Carp King could be said to be the earliest elf to officially join Sue Bai's team. At that time, Cocodora hadn't hatched yet, and the Carp King's figure had already appeared at home. Sue Frost's impression of the Carp King was also very simple. It was just a harmless and somewhat silly naive fish. You said that putting it at home to be cute, there was probably nothing wrong with it, but you let it go into battle? Sorry. The picture is too beautiful. She can't imagine it. Honestly, might as well tell you, this fish is in my team, the highest ranked elf. If you beat it, I promise to give you a full 108 courses for breakfast today. The opposite sister rolled her eyes, especially charming and beautiful. She decided that Sue Bai was intentionally planning to lose to her this time. However, a few moments later, looking at the K.O.D. Sweet Bamboos on the ground, Sister Lord was dumbfounded. There was no Carp King that could fly, jump, and attack. Isn't this a bug? A certain crumbly brother who easily won the match left in style. For the next day, he enjoyed using his sister as a maid. On the day of the trip, Sue Frost pulled Sue Bai, who wasn't particularly willing, to the agreed location to take the car. Zhou Xiang specifically also called out for a car to pick them up. On the way, Sue Bai was surprised to find that Zhou Xiang, this kid, had actually invited the village flower of their refreshing village, Yi Xiaoyu. However, Yi Xiaoyu was not surprised when she saw Sue Bai. Instead, she revealed a surprised color when she saw Sue Frost. Sister Frost, why are you here as well? Hello. Sue Frost smiled brightly and said, I'm rubbing my brother's face to duh. It won't disturb you guys, right? Yi Xiaoyu was ice cold towards Sue Bai, but was very warm towards Sue Frost, waving her hands repeatedly to indicate that there was no such thing. The two girls quickly talked on the next road to the airport, directly ignoring Sue Bai. Chapter 127. The Road to the Journey. Yi Xiaoyu had been facing someone with a cold face since the last school competition. Well, although Sue Bai didn't care either. Coming to the airport, Sue Bai realized that there were really a lot of students from the same school here. In addition to the familiar class Tianhai, Zhou Xiang, Song Shuang, as well as Song Shuang neighboring table class a shoulder-length short-hair girl Hao Yu, even the school tycoon Zhao Gui also came, the tycoon son of a brother because in the school end of the competition when the miserable defeat to Sue Bai, so froze on Sue Bai up competitive heart. For the first time in his life, he had lost to someone his own age, and it was still a losing kind of defeat, so he had developed a strong interest in Sue Bai. In accordance with the B-girl type bully line is, I think you want to hook up with me, and congratulations, successfully attracted my attention. This trip was also because he heard that Sue Bai would be there, so he participated without even thinking about it. There were two girls remaining that Sue Bai didn't recognize. It looked like one was closer to Zhou Xian, looked slightly older than Sue Bai's gang, and should be about the same age as Sue Frost. The features are clear, the temperament is cold, although the face with a smile, but there is a kind of accept and Zhou Xiang, and who are separated from the feeling of thousands of miles of distance. Only later did he realize that this was Zhou Xian's mysterious cousin, Wu Shidan. The other girl was smiling like a flower, giving off the feeling of a girl next door. Her name was Chen Cherry. From the dress and makeup, this girl's family background should also be very solid feet, and Zhao Gui stood in a piece of unexpected match. After getting to know her briefly, I realized that Zhao Gui and her were already engaged. At that time, the people present were a bit confused when they heard this. After all, everyone was still young, and such things as marriage still felt very distant. However, thinking about Zhao Gui's family history, it is not unacceptable. In the world of elves, it's too normal for a rich young man to have a fiancée who is a good match for him, and Team Rocket's fiancée definitely knows this. The purpose of this trip was quite far away, and it was necessary to take an airplane. Although the tycoon also considered flying riding pets, but there is still a lot of luggage, there are also a lot of people, it is not necessary. And on the plane can also chat, know each other to relieve boredom. Otherwise, when a group of people go to the destination, they are not familiar with each other and can't get high. For this reason, Zhou Xiang made every effort. This time he directly abandoned the previous tugging and pulling image, almost directly, and Tian Dahai front sing double read. This elf world is still relatively realistic in terms of Su Bai and his gang's current situation. In addition to vacations, the vast majority of the time they have to hold books to read. Rich people have to know how to manage their money and learn to inherit the family business, while poor people have to rely on learning to get a good job. Want to be like a certain stupid thing, every day with an electrical yellow rat out of the trip, that is unlikely. So this rare trip, the atmosphere of the airplane along the way, or quite laughter, one heart presses the excitement. The village flower and class flower Xiaoyu also went up to sing a song. Teenage girl voice soft with magnetic. Mimosa buds also beside the leaves to beat her beat. From time to time also help hum on the two accompaniment. The two cooperation actually complement each other. Very pleasant to the ear. A song down, many people are still intoxicated in it. A moment later there was a burst of enthusiastic applause. Excellent singing. Xiaoyu, are you planning to become a singer in the future? Zhou Xiang came with a wave of rainbow farts at the right time. Xiaoyu shook her head without even thinking. I plan to become a coordination trainer. These can only be considered basic skills. The two professions of coordination trainer and performance trainer were really much more compelling than that of a singer. The latter only needed to have a good voice and a chance to become famous. Then there would be a team behind to help operate and package the lyrics and songs. As long as there were people who had connections and were willing to spend money, it would be considered a success. The coordinator, trainer, and performer, that is to be all-round development, not only need to have talent, the elves and trainers also have to look good in addition, but also have to practice performance moves, have a certain fighting ability. In this world, the difficulty factor can be said to be top level. The fact that Xiaoyu had this idea really made many people in the room gasp in surprise. However, thinking about Xiaoyu's conditions, it might not be impossible to succeed in the future. After having fun and chatting for a few moments, the crowd also began to conserve their energy and rest with their eyes closed, as no one wanted to use up their energy before going to their destination. The next most they could do was to talk to their neighbors. Su Bai's neighboring seat is the aisle next to Xiaoyu, next to her sister. This seating arrangement was all thanks to the sweet sister. She thought that Xiaoyu and Su Bai were both of the same age and should have more in common than her. Thanks to her sister's thoughtfulness, Su Bai had a good night's sleep along the way. After resting for a few moments, Tian Dahai jumped around and chattered with Zhou Xiang and Zhao Gui again. How come this plane is still not here? Had I known that we should have gone to the Steel Armored Crow Flight rental companies, or the Bishop Eagle Flight riding pet would have been fine. You just don't wise swing Scarlet after the fact, where there is so much early knowing. Besides, are you going to look for a party-positive team for the flight riding pet? Zhou Zion looked at the girls next to him and deliberately whispered, a few of us don't have a lot of luggage, but those women have a lot of luggage. You're shouting flight riding pet. Are you going to put them to death now? Cough, cough. Zhou Xiang next to his sister coldly glanced at him. At once Zhou Zion sat upright. Su Bai was halfway to sleep when he was woken up by a few living treasures, and had no choice but to carry the Meow that was sound asleep on top of his head into his arms, to pass the time. Thanks to the status of elves in this world, when traveling on an airplane, elves could likewise sit in the cabin with their masters. Hey, Bai, did you bring a camera? Tian Dahai was lying on the back seat, fiddling with a DSLR in his hand. Traveling, he would definitely want to take pictures. The camera lens is quite long, the price will not be low, conservative estimate of 100,000, not ashamed to be a tycoon. Su Bai naturally cannot have the money to engage in this kind of thing, so the salty fish like swinging a cell phone, meaning to rely on this thing to take pictures. Tian Dahai hemmed and hawed, saying that with this thing in his hand, the focusing effect would be much better, and he bragged that once his father went out to sea on a cruise ship and used this camera to capture a kind of elf that looked like a big white bird. Su Bai said, the sea to see a white bird like elves? Your father is still well? If he guessed correctly, Tian Dahai should be rambling about the legendary sea goddess Lokia. There was no telling where he had heard of this elf image, but seeing that was clearly impossible. Lokia lived at the bottom of the deep sea, and according to his understanding, every time this kind of elf appeared, it would bring powerful storms and tsunamis, and this kind of climate usually lasted for more than a month. Even in the kind of undead worldview in the anime, extremely horrifying natural disasters would occur, and for them to appear in reality, and for his dad not to be in trouble, it would definitely be smoke from his ancestors' graves. Chapter 128. Latam's interesting story. Actually, cell phone cameras are not bad. Zhao Gui couldn't help but interject. This noble gentleman had actually been focusing his attention on Su Bai ever since he made his appearance. Hearing Su Bai and Tian Dehai chattering about taking pictures, immediately he expressed his opinion. Recently, I heard that over in the western region, a very magical electric attribute come spooky attribute genie has been discovered. This kind of genie can attach itself to the top of a cell phone, and then the cell phone will become unusually humanized. It can talk to you, help you surf the internet automatically, and all the functions that come with the cell phone will get a qualitative leap. Are you kidding? There are still elves that can attach to the top of a cell phone. Tian Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief. And it can also talk? Is this still an elf? What principle does it rely on? A ghost attribute genie? Will it be scary? Zhou Xiang also scurried out of his head at this time. Zhao Gui seemed to only know one thing but not the other. Zhou Xiang and the other two asked so many questions at once, and he couldn't answer them either. Su Bai was also a bit surprised, not realizing that this world had already discovered the existence of Latam. When this Latam first appeared, it was also considered to have the rank of a second-grade god, a phantom beast. Have to pass the 4-day king, go to the head of the forest-haunted house, wandering around for a while before accepting to. Somehow the anime popularized it for the entire population later on. Oh, and Xiao Ji and his gang originally belonged to a rich family, so it wasn't exactly universally popularized. What Zhao Gui is talking about should be Latam. This kind of elf is rare. When it was initially discovered, it was found over in the Western Kingdom region, in an uninhabited abandoned city. Su Bai rarely spoke on this journey. The moment he opened his mouth, many people's attention instantly focused on him. He didn't care either and continued to say to himself, I heard that there was originally a big automobile factory there, and many people would compete to work there, but as the factory closed down, those who relied on the factory for food naturally left. Anyway, their national domain houses are cheap, what's expensive is all kinds of taxes, and some people don't feel any pain in throwing their houses away directly, of course. There are also people who would think of selling their houses, but after the city's decline, the houses can't be sold for money, and the most outrageous time, I heard that no one would want to buy a set of houses for $1. So over time, the place became uninhabited. After that, there were desperate vagabonds who wanted to go in and just stay for a few nights. Then at night, they realized that the original abandoned house was suddenly brightly lit. That's a house that's been abandoned for more than 10 years, and no one has ever lived in it. Suddenly lights up at night. It's definitely very exciting. The most crucial thing is that the homeless man also saw some shadows of those people who used to live in the house. At that time, he was so scared that he directly ran away. This is the initial discovery of the abandoned ghost city. After that, there were also people who didn't believe in evil and wanted to go over to try it, and there was no shortage of trainers here. But none of them were frightened and ran away, because they found that all the used utensils in the haunted house seemed to have life. Abandoned microwave ovens would suddenly spew out fire, washing machines that didn't work would suddenly fire jets of water, and refrigerators that were disconnected from the power would suddenly lock people in until they froze into a pile of ice before releasing them. Ah, don't you say it, don't you say it. Halfway through Su Bai's speech, Yi Xiaoyu beside him couldn't take it anymore. Also disregarding the image, directly the whole person to Su Bai body against, with all the strength of the whole body pressed him, and then reached out to cover his mouth. The witty meow meow had already escaped to the top of Su Bai's head. Watching Su Bai tangle with the two-legged beast, it yawned in boredom. The others were also surprised to varying degrees just like Yi Xiaoyu. Sister hugged sweet bamboo so hard that the fruit elf was about to be juiced by her. Song Tsongxuang also mimicked her armored chrysalis, hugging the entire person into a ball and refusing to receive outside messages. Chen Cherry was also tugging at her fiancé's sleeve with a look of fear. There were just 3 boys present, along with Zhou Zion, his sister, Yuziden, who was still sitting normally. Su Bai looked at the girl who was leaning against him. Yi Xiaoyu had an expression of, if you keep talking, I'll die for you, and tears were welling up in her eyes. The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched, thinking, not so bad, right? Sand value is so low? He helplessly removed the fragrant little hand from his mouth. Finally summarized. In short, those things were all done by Latom. I don't know how the people in the Western Kingdom region tamed this ghostly attribute elf to enter a cell phone and turn it into a smartphone, but what Zhao Gui just said should be this kind of elf. Su Bai had read all of this from the school library's World Elf Interesting Stories. Most of the stories in here were true occurrences, written after artistic processing, and were quite interesting to look at. Su Bai hadn't looked at these types of books too often, as they were able to provide feedback on how much humans in this world knew about elves. No, it's worthy of being brother Bai, knowing just how much. Tian Dehai trembled and raised his thumb to Su Bai. Zhao Gui, on the other hand, stared at Su Bai with a face of adoration, and even though his fiancée was beside him, fearfully pinching his arm hard, he didn't move his sight away from Su Bai. This was the opponent he recognized. Zhou Xiang's sister Wu Shidan, on the other hand, swept her eyes at Su Bai with an unexpected look. She had learned from her cousin that this Su Bai was the one who had helped her make medicine for her de Wanghua last time. As far as the knowledge level was concerned, it was indeed a bit knowledgeable. After this horror story that Su Bai didn't think was scary, the crowd was quiet. After a boring airplane journey, finally at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they successfully arrived at their destination. They didn't have a transfer. The airplane was directly driven to that snowy mountain hotel not far away. Also don't know how these 3 tycoons did it. Anyway, the place they landed at was a historical-looking BB. This BB covers a large area, but it doesn't look like it's been renovated much, and it's built not far away from the snowy mountain viewpoint. It had a feeling of being beyond the world. Not to mention, Zhou Zion and the two of them were quite good at choosing. Originally, Su Bai thought that they would choose a very commonplace high-level hotel and intended to go through the motions. But this kind of old lodging, and close to the snowy mountains, that kind of tourist feeling, doesn't it come all at once? Zhou Xiang was also giving a non-stop introduction on the way over. This BB is a typical Hui architectural style, although the exterior looks a bit old. But the equipment inside is a combination of old and new. It's a very atmospheric BB. Chapter 129 in Elf Under the Snow. Fatty and I searched for a long time on the website before we found this treasure BB. Oh yes, I heard that in this inn, there is the most authentic natural hot springs, heavy snow with starry skies, and when you come out, you can also have a bowl of butternut cinnamon fish farmed in the cold water of the snowy mountains, and spring water tofu is also good, and I heard that their family is using a stone grinder to grind their own, and there are also packet roasted mushrooms and other things. With Zhou Xiang's introduction, the group of people did have some interest in that BB. Lunch was hastily solved on the airplane, and now they were feeling a little hungry again. Little brother knows quite a bit about our family, While the gang was talking, a young girl who looked to be around 10 years old appeared beside them at an unknown time. The little girl's eyes were large and godly. Her features hadn't grown yet, but she looked especially delicate and cute. Her hair was tied with a piece of embroidered headscarf. At this moment, the little girl was smilingly looking at Su Bai's group. The sudden appearance of the little girl made Zhou Xiang freeze. Soon the other party introduced herself. Hello brothers and sisters. My name is Bai Yin. I'm from the Snow Below Inn. My mom told me to come over here to pick up the guests. Brothers and sisters, are you guests in our house? After saying that, the little girl looked at Su Bai and the others with innocent eyes. Oh yes, the Snow Below Inn, that's where we're going. Zhou Xiang hurriedly nodded his head in response. He. Then please brother and sisters follow me. According to the little girl, their inn had always been presided over by her mother, and a group of children. For Bai Yin, a little girl, to be able to call them kids, it was quite incongruous. From what she just said, her mother was the only adult in this hotel. How could this inn survive? Zhou Xiang and Tian Dehai seemed to know what was going on, but neither of them had any intention of revealing it. After everyone arrived at the hotel, they realized that there was really only one well-maintained, beautiful woman with her hair coiled up and excellent charm in the hotel. This woman is Bai Yin's mother, that is, the owner of the inn under the snow. As for the children, Bai Yin said, they were a group of ice attribute elves. The moment he saw these elves, even Su Bai, who already had quite a bit of experience, couldn't help but be stunned. This is not a hotel under the snow. This is simply an ice attribute elf nest. Mini Ice, Little Mountain Pig, Nulla, Lost Lip Wa, Lost Lip Sister, Magic Wall Mannequin Ice Attribute Galore Stance, Ice Nine Tails. There are 7 elves at first glance, especially the last 3. The Psyched Lips Eva and the Psyched Lip Sister are before and after evolving. To evolve into a mini lip sister, the level needed to be level 30 at the very least. It was the same for the magic wall dolls, and for the magic ninny to evolve into an ice attribute magic wall doll, not only did it need to learn in mimicry, but it also had to stay in a special environment. If you wanted to evolve successfully, your level wouldn't be low either. The most outrageous of all was the Ice Ninetales, which didn't need a level to evolve, but did need money. A lot of money. Just like Zhou Xiang's sister Wu Sherdan, her stinky flower evolved into a dominant flower, spent 8 million, and this is only the quality of the average evolution stone. In the end, if there is no Su-Bai potion assistance, the bottom should also have to spend a 10 million or so, and this Ice Six-Tailed evolution Ice Nine-Tailed should be about the same. No wonder this boss's wife is so powerful, able to bring a daughter and build an old hot spring in alone underneath this snow. This is definitely a powerful owner who is not short of money. Starting this in was probably just a hobby. Welcome everyone. It's really hard to come all the way here. The beautiful woman was wearing an elegant white long dress. Her knitted brows showed her flavor. Sister Lost Lips, please carry the guest's luggage first. Mjo. Sister Misty Lips' eyes glowed with superpowers. The crowd's many luggage were floating in mid-air. The second floor is an entertainment venue with a billiard court, a home theater, a small drink and dessert store, and your accommodations are on the third floor. The owner's wife followed the crowd upstairs and briefly introduced the inn's facilities. Eating is in the restaurant on the first floor, of course. If you all want to eat in your rooms, we can also be responsible for serving and transporting them over. The hot spring pools are open all day long, and our inn also provides tickets to the nearby Bukshaba Snow Mountain as well as guided tours. As they spoke, the crowd unknowingly arrived at the door of their rooms. The owner's wife said that these guest rooms Su-Bai and the others could pick as many as they wanted. The reason for this was naturally because certain tycoons had chartered the rooms. A little bit of packing was done. Zhou Xiang and Tian Dehai were responsible enough to follow the boss's wife to the kitchen room as they prepared to order food for the crowd. Su-Bai, on the other hand, was observing the elves in this inn. Mini Ice and the magic wall mannequin were in charge of making desserts on the second floor. Nula was now working outside splitting wood with its claws, and from time to time, it would also transport some fruits from the warming hut to the second floor. The little mountain pig, on the other hand, was pulling the mill, and the pale yellow natural soybean milk flowed into the vessel in a steady stream under its efforts. Every now and then it would blow a mouthful of fine snow, rolling some of the ingredients into the mill. This little mountain pig was not small, almost close to 1 meter. Su-Bai felt that although it had not evolved, its level would not be low. The Lost Lip Waif Lost Lip Sister all knew superpower attribute moves, so their working ability was relatively strong. Almost like screws, wherever there was a shortage, they would go wherever they wanted. The highest cold is also counted that Ice Nine-Tail. People don't do anything, just lie there, lie tired, from time to time also elegantly angled a neck. Although it looks salty, but why they are beautiful as long as to lie over there, can attract the attention of the guests, issued a heartfelt admiration. Not to mention, on its body of flowing soft hair, it gives people a fairy-like beauty. Its elegant posture is not endowed, but exuded from the bone. It is said that in some places, the Ice Nine-Tails on the snowy mountains are considered to be the embodiment of God, and the mountains where it exists are visited by gods. Su-Bai's fiery sight really caught the attention of the Ice Nine-Tails. One person and one fox just silently stared at each other. The azure pupils were very seductive. Su-Bai ghostly even asked, "You are so pretty, can I touch you?" Woo! Nine-Tails tilted its head, and it couldn't tell if it was refusing or agreeing. Su-Bai took it as a yes, and slowly stretched out his hand towards its white, wave-like mane. Bark! However, before he could touch it, Meow Meow on his shoulder gave him a hairball slap. Meow Meow squinted and looked at Su-Bai with a dissatisfied face. Fine, I won't touch it, I'll just say it casually. Meow Meow had no problem with Su-Bai socializing with anyone he wanted, but with elves it would have that flavor. So in order to soothe Meow Meow's little temperament, Su-Bai just held it leisurely and looked at the snowy scenery outside in the courtyard for a while. Chapter 130, Snowy Mountain Ecology. Su-Bai. Hearing someone call out to him, Su-Bai habitually turned back his head, seeing Yi Xiaoyu walking towards herself. What's wrong? Nothing. Just Sister Frost seems to be a little airsick. Yi Xiaoyu was still a little uncomfortable talking to Su-Bai, mainly because she had just hugged Su-Bai on the airplane. Although no one present felt strange, Yi Xiaoyu still wanted to say a few more words to Su-Bai, but then she realized that Su-Bai had already left. But the place he went was not upstairs, but towards the kitchen. Su-bai, what are you doing? I'm going to the kitchen to get some food and then go see my sister. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded for a moment, waiting for Su-bai's figure to walk away before returning to her senses, skimming her mouth and muttering in a small voice, "Humph, sister control." Coming to the kitchen room, Su-bai found that Tian Dehai and Zhou Xiang were constantly praising rainbow farts to the other people's boss lady. Su-bai briefly explained the intention of coming down. The innkeeper's wife immediately said that she could cook a portion of meat porridge immediately. However, since she had been cooking dinner before, it might take some time to cook it again. Su-bai immediately said that he could do it himself. The boss's wife looked at Su-bai with a bit of surprise. She didn't think that Su-bai would use some old kitchen utensils at his age. The frying pans over here were still the big black pans, the kind that burned wood underneath. After checking the tableware, Su-bai didn't say much, and directly released the small fire dragon and lit a firewood. Move up the spatula crackling, a skillful operation, without a 20-year background absolutely cannot hold up. Although Zhou Xiang and Tian Dehai know that Su-bai's hands are strong, but I did not expect the latter can really, in this kind of old cutlery kitchen, still maintain the style of a great chef. After 3 or 2 times, Su-bai took the hot porridge and went to find his sister. Leaving behind 3 people and a helping sister lost lips with a dumbfounded look on her face. Looking at what was left in the pot, the meat porridge that still floated with a strong aroma, the 3 people subconsciously tasted some. The 3 of them instantly erupted into a sash-blooming special effect. The beautiful boss's wife could barely control her expression and shed her harumph. And only after a moment did she ask Zhou Xiang about them. This guest studies New Oriental. Nu, Bai He, is just a legend. To be honest, Zhou Xian and Tian Dehai do not want to help Su-bai blow powerful in front of the beautiful boss lady. But the other party is too hardcore. It is not possible to fix it, and it is loaded to him again. The boss's wife tasted another mouthful, cupped her rosy cheeks, and intoxicatedly said, "Well, really great craftsmanship. All want to take him as a flunky." A son-in-law? Zhou Xian and Tian Dehai looked at each other. The boss's daughter Baiyin is only 10 years old, right? Perhaps this was also a sign of people's approval. Being able to climb up to this store, one could at least struggle for 10 years less. Zhou Xian Tian Dehai, who ordered this store, has some knowledge of the background behind the store. Stomp! Su-bai held the rice bowl and quickly went upstairs. Su Frost's room is right next to Su-bai, and both siblings will subconsciously lean together when choosing a room. Knock, knock. Su-bai casually knocked on the door, then didn't wait for the person inside to agree. Immediately opened the door. Yeah. Su Frost was startled and swished and sat up from the bed. Frowning, she was originally a bit angry, but after seeing that it was Su-bai, she relaxed again and paralyzed on the bed without grace. Xiao Bai Ah, where have you entered a girl's room like this? The tone was petulant, completely unable to hear the slightest hint of reproach. Don't worry, didn't treat you like a girl. Humph da. Su Frost put on an angry gas emoticon. Su-bai ignored her, looking at Sweet Bamboo who was looking after Su Frost at the head of the bed. He gently stroked it, signaling to let himself come. Sweet Bamboo immediately understood very well and went to find Meow to play. Airsick. Su-bai held his sister's soft, boneless little hand. Of course, this was not mooching off his own sister's oil, but rather a simple test. Usually airsickness would cause sweating and the limbs would be colder, of course. Because of the relationship near the snowy mountains, this symptom was not very visible. Fortunately, Su-bai also has a golden finger. As usual, she can see her symptoms at a glance. The problem is not very big. Replenish some high-calorie, vitamin-rich food, will soon be able to recover. Su-bai had just added orange fruit to the porridge, which perfectly matched Su Frost's symptoms. Su Frost was not nervous about Su-bai's intimate movements. Looking at Su-bai's face that came closer, she even reached out and gently rubbed it. Yeah. You know how to feel sorry for your sister? Little Bai has grown up. Pack. Su-bai mercilessly knocked off her sister's unruly little hand. Then he propped her up and let her drink the porridge. Su Frost pouted that she wanted her brother to feed her. So next someone had to pick up the bowl and take the rice spoon and bring it to her lips little by little. Su Frost ate the rice fed by her brother, feeling especially fragrant. After eating and resting a little, Su Frost quickly recovered and joined the next tour in full spirit. Now there was still some time before dinner. But on the first day over, everyone didn't want to ski and climb a mountain or something right away. So Baiyin took on the role of tour guide and led a group of people to walk around. Just now, they were rushing to the hotel, so they didn't have the time to take a closer look. But now that they had quieted down and were observing, they felt that the scenery in this area was really beautiful. Obviously, where they live is still the summer heat. This side is indeed the earth-capped blankets, each mountain head draped in a piece of silver. The various fir trees looked like Christmas trees without any makeup. Occasionally, you can also see some messenger birds carrying large bags, weaving in and out of the bushes. This kind of elf felt like a substitute for the Santa Claus of this world. Song Tsongxuang, Yi Xiaoyu, and Chen Cherry looked excited after seeing it, as if people were going to send them gifts the next moment. Not far away was a huge frozen lake. Hearing Bai Yin say that inside this ice lake, there had been a legend of a water monster. That water monster, its head alone is as tall as my house, Bai Yin said with an exaggerated face. The two sisters, Su Frost and Wu Sherdan, responded in agreement from the side. Everyone took it as a child's joke and didn't pay any attention to it. Bai Yin felt uninterested, and then told Su Bai that there was actually an ancient town 20 or so kilometers away from the inn, and they went there to buy their daily necessities. Of course, more usage is also rely on the back of the Bumpy Chaba Big Snow Mountain. The saying, "You live off the mountain, you live off the water," was not a joke. Bai Yin would often take the elves in the store and go up the mountain together, looking for ingredients. Right now, she was carrying two elves with her, a little kissing elf, Misty Lips Waif, and a little mountain pig that had just finished its chores. Bai Yin stroked the little mountain pig beside her and said with a smile, "My little mountain pig is an expert at finding things in the mountains." Chapter 131 Fish Turning into Octopus? Iron Cannon Fish and Octopus Bucket. The little mountain pig didn't have a big pink nose for nothing. Its sense of smell was very sensitive. And it also had a strong tolerance for frozen environments, even if it rubbed against the frozen ground. Little Bai Yin quipped, "Mom told me that at that time. We relied on it to find the hot springs of our inn." The little mountain pig actually has this kind of ability? Zhao Gui was also a bit surprised. "Nah. Everyone, come over here and look." Chen Cherry warmly greeted the crowd towards the lake here. A thick layer of frost was seen on the surface of this lake, but underneath, some elves could still be seen swimming around. It's the iron cannon fish. Tian Dehai's family was in the aquatic industry, and he was familiar with this common water attribute elf. Just below the surface of the lake, a small light gray-green fish that looked like pierced striped fish swam in groups. The vitality of these small fish was very tenacious, and their figures could be seen both in freshwater and in the sea. The way of association that evolved into octopus barrels was also very imaginative. According to Su Bai's memory, the reason why the iron cannon fish evolved into octopus barrels was because some sea anglers liked to put small fish inside narrow-mouthed barrels and throw them into the sea, and then when they were recovered the next day, often the small fish in such narrow-mouthed barrels were eaten by octopuses. Therefore, some people thought that the small fish in the narrow-mouthed bucket had become an octopus. That's why this pair of associative evolutionary groups was born. Of course, this kind of association conception would not exist in the elf world. Therefore, like the iron cannon fish evolved into octopus bucket, this kind of magical change, in the view of many people like mosquito tadpoles become mosquito frogs, is a kind of perversion evolution. Also, this is a big pincer crab, right? Chen Cherry pointed at the red and white crabs waving their pincers that had burrowed out of the river mud in the shallow bank. A rich lady like her, the large pincer crabs she saw were often already the reddish kind served on the dinner table. Like this kind of live one, she still rarely saw it. Tian Dehai touched his nose and proudly said, "If you want to see a big pincer crab, I have it here." With that, he released his own big pincer crab as well. An arc of light flashed in the elf ball, and a big pincer crab that was a few points bigger than the one inside the lake appeared beside Tian Dehai. His large pincer crab might not be of a high grade, but its size was indeed a bit larger than the wild elves. Perhaps it was because Tian Dehai had fed it well. Wow Bai Yin revealed a surprised expression, fully satisfying Tian Hai's desire to perform. He couldn't help rubbing his nose again. "Well, fat brother, your big pincer crab, it looks so big. It must be a lot of meat when you burn it for dinner." 3 black lines were immediately drawn down on the big pincer crab and Tian Dehai's brain. The former even quietly hid behind his master, praying for shelter. Seeing that Tian Dehai couldn't pretend to be a bully, the crowd then all couldn't help but laugh. Su Bai didn't make many remarks along the way. He had been observing the ecology of the neighborhood. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. This was a place that was even more sparsely populated than the refreshing village. Although Bai Yin said that she often went to the snowy mountains to pick something, But a little girl, even if she went to the mountains every day, how much could she take off? To be honest, Su by now had the urge to directly drill towards the depths of the snowy mountains. He got the bug that when he saw something and didn't scavenge it, he would feel uncomfortable. The group of people circled around the neighborhood. Soon the sun was gradually sinking. In the Kuchiba snow mountain, the sun is like hiding behind the mountain when it sets. As the sun hid, the sky gradually turned golden orange, reflecting on the snow, white with red, and the sky clouds are the same color, like being in another sky. But this scenery did not last long. Soon the sun sank completely. Subai and the others also received a call from the boss's wife. Mom said that dinner is ready, so we can go back and eat. Bain accelerated her pace and led the group back to the hotel. Near the snowy mountains, the temperature difference between day and night would be huge. It might not be too cold during the day, but at night the temperature would be close to zero. In the snowy mountains, there were many places where it was even more than 10 degrees below zero. After returning to the inn, the boss's wife and the elves had already prepared a big meal in the dining room. It looked like a variety of home cooking, but the ingredients used were all from the local mountains. The taste was very fresh, and a group of people couldn't help but hold their jaws as they ate. Not only the human food, the elves were also prepared. It could be seen that the owner's wife of this inn under the snow also had a knack for mixing fodder. The elves present also looked very satisfied. The whole scene is also Subai's family expression will be a little calmer because usually Subai also like to go outside the whole wild game to cook, although the inn's meals to eat the flavor is really also good, but will not be the lapel bloom. After eating, originally the crowd was proposing to go and directly soak in the hot springs, but Zhou Ziong suggested that before going to the hot springs, they could first consume their physical strength. What do you guys think? How about an elf versus elf battle? Hearing about an elf match, Zhao Gui stood up with a tang, and his gaze was gleaming on Subai again. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyu's pair of autumn eyes also looked at Subai with a squint. Song Tsongxuang first looked at Subai, then at Yi Xiaoyu, her small pink fists clenched, looking like she was cheering herself up. Wu Shidan waved his hand, saying that his overlord flower would not adapt in a place that was too cold, so he would not participate in the competition. In fact, this was considered a polite refusal. Her elf rank was very high, and in her opinion, fighting with a bunch of her younger brother's generation would not be honorable if she won, so it would be better to refuse right from the start. And Su Frost also passed with the fact that her body was still a bit sick. The two young sisters glanced at each other and felt that the other was a bit good-looking, and that the face value sister party should team up, so the two went ahead and went to the hot springs with a smile on their face. Subai saw the two sisters go, also looked uninterested and prepared to leave. It feels so interesting, I'll join in, I'll let Mini Ice and Little Mountain Pig accompany me. But at this time, a certain little Loli's voice came from behind them. He saw Bain bring a flying ice cream and a small furry pig, and ran to the crowd to apply to go to war. Together with the little Loli, there was also her boss's mother. This beautiful young woman's lotus steps, unhurriedly followed behind, bringing her own flirtatious flavor to Subai and others with a bitter smile. Allah Allah, I am sorry, everyone, Een. She has lived with me since she was a child, and seldom interacts with other children. So she is a little excited to hear that the elves are battling against each other. If it bothers me, I will take her away now. The few teenagers present were able to withstand the pleas of a beautiful young woman like the boss's wife. Zhou Ziong and Tiandahai immediately patted their chests and said that as long as they didn't say anything about taking Bain to play, they wouldn't have a problem even if Bain did. Chapter 132: The Cutting Battle in the Hotel. Even Zhao Gui, who was on the side, nodded in deep agreement. Then the next moment he was greeted with a version of his fiancée's love's magic spinning circle of pinched flesh. Subai missed the best time to sneak away because of the arrival of the boss's wife. At this moment, the boss's wife also seemed to have noticed Subai's small movements, and with her hand resting on her fragrant cheeks, she curiously asked, "Era, young Master Subai, aren't you going to attend?" Based on politeness, the boss's wife would add honorifics to her guests, and it was a bit strange to call someone of Subai's age Mr., so she addressed him as young master. Zhou Ziong and the others didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. After all, there were servants at home who called them that every day. But Subai was still more or less a bit uncomfortable. Just by freezing in place for a moment, Zhao Gui and Yi Xiaoyu caught him. After that, he was forced to go out for the match, and at the same time, the boss's wife also said that she could be the referee. Just like that, a match that was in full swing and was seen by many as a revenge battle pseudo blew up. As the match began, many people were ready to pick Su Bai as their opponent. But Su Bai was only one person, he couldn't beat them all. Could he? Although Zhou Xiang and Tian Dehai felt that it wasn't impossible, Su Bai himself strictly refused. He also intends to sneak out a little later, ready to go to the snowy mountains to scavenge a wave. To have a righteous beating battle with them at this time was obviously an unnecessary exertion. So in the end, the crowd had no choice but to fight in the form of a draw against each other. It just so happened that the people present also happened to be 8. Su Bai, Bai Yin Yi Xiaoyu, Song Tsongxuang, Zhou Ziyan, Tian Dehai, Zhao Gui and Shen Cherry. Within the 7 people, the vast majority of them actually hoped to be drawn to fight against Su Bai. But in the end, Su Bai drew a match with Zhao Gui's fiancée, Chen Cherry. With this result, the rest of the people couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But since this was the result of the draw, they could only accept it. Chen Cherry's genie was a fat ding. The young girl faced Su Bai, still with a gentle smile on her face. She didn't care about the outcome of the match, or rather, she didn't even know much about elf battles. It was hard for Su Bai to lose even if he wanted to let go of the water. Little Fire Dragon easily took the first win with a single grab. The remaining 3 matches, Tian Dehai versus Yi Xiaoyu, the former is even more perfunctory than Su Bai. The water attribute Jaws Crab met the grass attribute Mimosa Pod, and within 2 moves, Fatty Tian raised the white flag. On the contrary, the latter 2 matches were very exciting. Zhao Gui versus Song Tsongxuang. This noble son's iron-armored rhinoceros originally relied on its attribute suppression to completely hold down the armored chrysalis. But halfway through, the armored chrysalis actually evolved. After breaking its cocoon into a butterfly, the hunting phoenix butterfly had learned the absorb move. Quadruple damage to iron-armored rhinoceros. Zhao Gui once again suffered a defeat. The unmarried couple duo had both lost in the first round. If Song Tsongxuang's match was a surprise, the final match, in which Zhou Xiang faced Bai Yin, was a big fall. Facing the 10-year-old girl, Zhou Xiang's Blazing Sparrow didn't last a round before losing. Although there was a relationship of attribute restraint, Bai Yin's miniature ice was really above the strength of the Blazing Sparrow. Although he didn't use his golden finger to touch it, Su Bai estimated that this mini ice level was likely to be above level 15. The key thing was that Bai Yin was able to skillfully manipulate this mini ice, which was very intriguing. Is this little girl gifted? Or is this mini ice hers? Su Bai felt that this was the first time he had come into this world to come into contact with a real genius. The next match is the same, Bai Yin against Yi Xiaoyu. Shimmering Pod didn't last a single round in Mini Ice's hands. Su Bai's next opponent was Song Tsongxuang. Song Tsongxuang wore a burgundy woolen sweater today, and usually in the class that body dirt school uniform dress is very different. Originally almost cover the eyes of the bangs are also by her careful care into the air bangs. At this time, looking at Su Bai, that pair of bright eyes, is also flashing a lot of emotions, intimacy, worship, and some young girls ignorant like, "Brother Bai, more guidance." The girl's whispered tone made people inexplicably have an urge to protect her. Su Bai waved his hand. "I've wanted you to change this name before. Zhou Ziyan and the others were calling it for fun. Only you took it seriously, between classmates it's better to call it by name." After saying that, Su Bai took advantage of his height and patted her head affectionately. When Su Bai coaxed his sister, he often did this. The force was definitely not heavy, but the girl was as dumbfounded as if she was confused, red-faced, squinting her long-lashed eyes, standing stupidly in place for half a day. Waiting for the match to start, she didn't even come back to her senses. Su Bai covered his face, and he once again lay down to win. The last match, Su Bai was facing the combative Bai Yin, the little girl, because she had just won 2 matches. So at this time her emotions were extraordinarily exuberant. "Brother Bai, I won't show any mercy, yo." "Well, cheers." Su Bai finished speaking and released the little fire dragon. Initially everyone revealed a surprised look when they saw Su Bai had a little fire dragon. However, Zhou Ziyan and Tian Dehai had always thought that Su Bai was hiding his clumsiness, so they mentally accepted it quickly. As for Zhao Gui, no matter what Su Bai did, he would take it for granted. After all, he was his lifelong archenemy. Chen Cherry, like Bai Yin, doesn't seem to care much about the significance of the little fire dragon. Song Tsongxuang only had Su Bai in his eyes, and didn't care about his elves. The only one present who would be surprised was Yi Xiaoyu, who grew up in the same village as Su Bai. But when she saw that everyone around her looked like they were taking it for granted, she began to doubt herself again. Was she making a big fuss? Or was the little fire dragon actually the big roadkill elf? This is not scientific. Although her heart was full of doubts, she should still watch the match first. Yi Xiaoyu had just fought Bai Yin and deeply realized the power of her opponent's strength, and she wanted to see if her childhood friend, who had recently created miracles time and time again, would perform amazingly again this time. The match begins. As the boss lady's voice fell, the little fire dragon immediately let out a high-pitched, low-sounding cry and swooped towards Mini Ice, while Mini Ice, under Bai Yin's command, unhurriedly used white mist to conceal its figure. Seeing this, Su Bai's interest immediately rose. Smoke screen. Since the other party liked to hide themselves away, let's send it another wave of smoke to make people hide a little more tightly. The black smoke met the white fog, and soon the white fog turned black and gray. Mini Ice immediately coughed repeatedly in the smoke, and without receiving the command, it scurried out of the smoke first. It was only because the timing was too good. Su Bai subconsciously ordered the little fire dragon to make a move. Spark. The ice-attributed Mini Ice was attacked by the fire attribute, and immediately had a face of pain. Mini Ice, pull yourself together. Counterattack. Let's use Frozen Wind. Bai Yin still wanted to counterattack, but it was not possible that real battles were not games. It was impossible to have a turn-based system, and the elves would not be completely unaffected by their status. After being hit hard, her head was all groggy, and she failed to immediately make a counterattack.